Chapter 973, A Photo of Meng Chong. The current promotional activities for Battleship have also been launched, and offline promotional materials have been fully rolled out. Large posters of Battleship can be seen in many cinemas. But Liu Xiaoping is not satisfied yet. He feels that this seems to be a little insufficient. Since from the current situation, there are no strong competitors in the schedule of Battleship, and the box office success is almost a foregone conclusion, then the more money spent on publicity and the higher the popularity, the higher the box office. Who wouldn't do a business that is sure to make money? Now Battleship is not popular enough. The reason may be that the name is a little disadvantageous. Although it is a serious popcorn blockbuster with a science fiction theme, the name is a bit like a war movie, which naturally lacks some topicality. But there is no way, the translated name has been decided long ago, and it is impossible to change it. But Liu Xiaoping has other ways, just one word, rub. At present, the most critical problem in the promotion of Battleship is actually only one: the name is not nice, which leads to the audience's unclear understanding of the specific content of the film, and their psychological expectations are not very high. Therefore, if you want to further increase the popularity of Battleship, you have to work hard in this aspect. Liu Xiaoping said to the person in charge, "This is a godsend opportunity, and you must not let it go. Go and leak some information, and ask the Water Army to spread it." Battleship is scheduled for the May Day Golden Week, and the sci-fi blockbuster is coming strongly. A certain domestic sci-fi movie was caught red-handed, and dared not confront it head-on, so it could only be released earlier. Also, it is necessary to emphasize that Battleship is not a war movie but a sci-fi movie, with many large-scale special effects, huge investment, and can't be missed. Remember, we must not mention the name of mission and choice officially, just let the Water Army lead the rhythm in the dark, be clean, and don't get into trouble. Liu Xiaoping's idea is very clear. To increase the popularity of the film, provoking war and stepping on one and praising the other are the most direct and efficient. Overseas sci-fi blockbusters are coming strongly, and domestic sci-fi movies are unable to resist and can only be forced to be released earlier. This topic will definitely cause heated discussions on the internet. Why not just buy some Water Army at a low cost to create such a big hype? Of course, there are certain risks in doing so. What if the film is overstated before it is released, but the box office is not as good as the other film in the end? This would be very embarrassing. But Liu Xiaoping thinks that such an accident is basically impossible to happen. If the movie Mission, Resurgence is really awesome, why didn't it go to the May Day schedule, but to a less popular schedule? It's obvious that the producers themselves have no confidence in the movie. In that case, what is there to be afraid of? What's more, The Wrath of the Sea was released during the May Day schedule, which brought its own traffic. Even if the box office performance was average, it would definitely be much better than Mission, Resurgence released during a less popular schedule. On May Day, The Wrath of the Sea was the first day of release, while Mission, Resurgence had been released for 2 weeks and was already at the end of its strength. The box office was definitely overwhelming. No matter how you think about it, it's stable. The person in charge nodded immediately. "No problem, Mr. Liu, I'll arrange it right away." April 10th, Tuesday. Tenda Group, Advertising and Marketing Department. After Xia Jiang arrived with the interview team of the official platform, a young man named Yu Yao, from the Advertising and Marketing Department, was responsible for receiving him. Meng Chong deliberately found an excuse not to come today, just to avoid this interview. Editor Xia, hello, please come in. Yu Yao welcomed the interview team and arranged for them to be received in the reception room. The office environment of the Advertising and Marketing Department is similar to that of other departments of Tenda. Because there are fewer people, it looks even more spacious. Xia Jiang glanced at the environment of the Advertising and Marketing Department and became more certain of his previous speculation. The incubation base was definitely set up by President Pei, no doubt about it, the overall style of this office area is exactly the same. Although there are big differences in some details, the feeling is the same. This further strengthened Xia Zhang's determination to do a good job in this interview. Editor Xia, Brother Meng has something urgent to do today. I'm really sorry. Just ask me any questions. I will tell you everything I know. Yu Yao said. Xia Jiang nodded, okay, then let's hurry up and get to the point. The two did not exchange too many pleasantries. After all, everyone's time is precious. Xia Jiang just released an interview with the incubation base and Qiu Hong, and the response was good. Now it is time to strike while the iron is hot and send out the interview with Meng Chang as soon as possible. Although Meng Chang himself was not there this time, Xia Jiang was fully prepared. Xia Jiang first asked a few simple questions, including the daily work of the advertising and marketing department, and the feeling of working in Tenda Group. Yu Yao also answered normally. Then, Xia Jiang changed the subject and started to get to the point. As for Meng Chang, the current head of the advertising and marketing department, do you know about his past with the cold-faced girl? Now that we are colleagues, what do you think of him? Yu Yao thought for a moment and said, my previous understanding of him was limited to some discussions on the internet, and my first impression of him was not very good at that time. But after working together, I found that he is actually very different from the rumors on the internet. I think this change should have happened imperceptibly after he came to Tenda. Xia Zhang's eyes lit up. Can you explain it in detail? Yu Yao explained, there are two main aspects, namely, the change in behavior style and publicity methods. As far as I know, Brother Meng was very flamboyant before coming to Tenda. He once drove a sports car to deliver cold noodles. But after coming to Tenda, he became very frugal, and he can even be said to be the poorest person in the company. For example, most people in our department drive to and from get off work, only Brother Meng rides every day regardless of rain or shine. He even refused the offer of a colleague who offered to pick him up by car. I think he seems to have become more low-key in his style of doing things. He is no longer as flamboyant as before, but rather a bit of an ascetic. In terms of publicity plans, the plans that Brother Meng is making now are also very different from before. In order to create more heat for the cold-faced girl, many controversial marketing activities were done before. But after coming to Tenda, all the marketing plans that Brother Meng gave were low-key and restrained. For example, the publicity for Tenda's physical industry and rabbit tail live, the previous exaggerated style was swept away, and replaced by a pragmatic feeling. This change is so obvious that I find it hard to believe that Brother Meng is the same person who was in charge of the cold-faced girl. Xia Jiang quickly recorded it. Obviously, this is the ironclad evidence that President Pei changed Meng Chang. If it was the original Meng Chang, he would definitely continue the exaggerated and eye-catching publicity method of the cold-faced girl when making publicity plans. But now, Meng Chang seems to have completely washed away the lead, and all publicity plans look very stable, giving people a low-key and restrained feeling. It is impossible for a person to suddenly make such a 180-degree change for no reason. In addition to President Pei, who else has this magical ability to make Meng Chang, who was originally keen on marketing and good at marketing, completely change into a person? Xia Jiang continued to ask, can you tell us about the Chinese classic game collection? How did you come up with the idea of promoting this? Yu Yao replied, why do we want to promote this? Actually, I don't know very well. I only know that although this plan was approved by President Pei, it was originally proposed by Brother Meng. Moreover, Brother Meng has made a lot of efforts to make this plan a success. Not only did he inquire about the details of the entire promotional activity and strictly control it, he also specifically asked for the game demo from Tenda Games and repeatedly experienced it. Every day at work, Brother Meng is the first to come and the last to leave. When we pass by his workstation, we can see him playing the game demo seriously, obviously to strive for excellence and make the promotion plan more perfect. This spirit has deeply touched everyone in our department, and we have decided to learn from Brother Meng. I think if it weren't for his true love, Brother Meng would not be able to achieve this level. Xia Jiang interjected, was Meng Chang a senior player before? Yu Yao shook his head, as far as I know, no. Not only is he not a senior player, he has not even played a few games, and has no feelings about it. Xia Jiang nodded immediately and understood, I understand. She began to record quickly in a small notebook. If he hadn't met Mr. Pei, how could Meng Chang have turned back from his wrong path? When he founded Cold Girl, Meng Chang used all means in marketing to attract attention and gain popularity, which caused a lot of controversy. Cold Girl also went bankrupt because Meng Chang focused on marketing instead of management. But when he worked at Tenda, Meng Chang's marketing style became very different. He changed his previous exaggerated and eye-catching style to a low-key and restrained one. Obviously, it was the work environment of Tenda that infected him, and it was Mr. Pei's style of doing things that influenced him. Under this inspiration, a person who had no interest in games also began to care about the development of domestic standalone games, and took the initiative to promote domestic classic games. In order to achieve the desired effect, he even tried the game demo over and over again, just to achieve perfection. Under President Pei, whether Meng Chang can reform himself is still unknown. But this change has already happened subtly. Writing this, Xia Jiang suddenly thought of a question. You said Meng Chang has been trying the game demo to make a good publicity plan. Are there any photos or something like that? If you add photos, the effect will definitely be better. Yu Yao thought for a while. It seems that I took a photo before. Wait a minute, I will find it. He took out his mobile phone and flipped through the album, and soon found a picture. It was a picture of Meng Chang's back. He was concentrating on playing in front of the computer screen. As for the game screen on the computer screen, although it is not very clear, you can vaguely see the general idea. Although it was taken with a mobile phone, Yu Yao's mobile phone is a flagship phone with a high-pixel lens, so the effect of the photo is relatively clear. He added, because I've never seen Brother Meng play games before, I thought it was very novel, so I took a picture. Xia Jiang was very happy, great. This is what I want. Add this picture, and this interview will be perfect. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile version reading website. Chapter 974, The Truth is Revealed. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. April 11th, Wednesday. In order to avoid interviews, Meng Chang slept in his own residence yesterday. He did not answer any calls all day, nor did he send any messages in the department group, for fear that he would be caught if he accidentally showed up. Fortunately, colleagues in the advertising and marketing department, such as Yu Yao, were also very cooperative and did not take the initiative to find him. Meng Chang hid for a day, and felt that there should be no big problem. He specifically asked that this was not a very important interview and the specifications were not high. If he interviewed President Pei, the specifications must be full, and it is possible to interview for 3 to 5 days, but Meng Chang is only the head of the advertising and marketing department after all, and he does not have such a card. Since the specifications are not high and the interview is done in 1 day, there should be no danger. However, to be on the safe side, Meng Chang continued to hide until the afternoon before going to work. When he came to the advertising and marketing department, all colleagues were working hard to implement Meng Chang's marketing plan, and everything seemed to be normal. Meng Chang was like a student who had just skipped class, but luckily didn't get caught. He sat down at his workstation, turned on his computer, and asked Yu Yao, who was sitting opposite him, "Are you done with the interview?" Yu Yao nodded, "Yes, the interview has been completed." The interview process was very short, only 3 hours, and we interviewed 3 or 4 people. The whole process was a transcript, and there was very little video material. Meng Chang felt more at ease. If it was just a transcript, there would be no problem. But to be on the safe side, he still had to ask a few more questions. What is the topic of the interview? Yu Yao said, actually, it's nothing, I just want to understand your mental journey working at Tenda. Meng Chang's heart stomped. Then how did you answer? Yu Yao, of course I told the truth. Tengda's spirit has always been based on integrity. I just told you the truth about your work, without any subjective judgment. Meng Chang nodded, very good. Meng Chang still trusts these colleagues in the advertising and marketing department. Since Yu Yao said that he was telling the truth, there shouldn't be too much deviation. But Yu Yao added, Editor-in-Chief Xia felt that what I said might be too bland, so she said that some moderate artistic processing would be done, so I'm not sure what the final interview will be like. Meng Chang. What the hell is artistic processing? Meng Chang was a little panicked instinctively, but then he thought, Xia Jiang is the editor-in-chief of the official platform, he should have some moral integrity, right? He can't make up stories out of nothing, right? Well, it shouldn't be a big problem. Meng Chang thought about it and felt that there was no need to scare himself. He would know the details of the content after the interview. So he calmed down, turned on the computer, and continued to play the demo of Mission and Choice. The entire advertising and marketing department became quiet, everyone was working hard, and only the sound of typing on the keyboard and clicking the mouse was left. This lasted for more than 2 hours until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yu Yao received a message and said in surprise, huh? So efficient? The interview is already out. This time was a bit beyond his expectations. Apparently, Xia Jiang quickly produced the manuscript after the interview was completed yesterday, and submitted it directly after the review. In just one day, the interview was already posted on the official platform. So fast? Send me the URL. Meng Chang was also surprised and quickly clicked on the URL sent by Yu Yao to check. The interview was not long, only a few hundred words. Because it was just published, there were not many comments below, and it looked a little deserted. Meng Chang's eyes swept over the content of the article, and his expression quickly changed from calm to confusion, and then to shock. If he hadn't met Mr. Pei, how could Meng Chang have turned back from his wrong path? Obviously, it was the work environment of Tenda that infected him, and it was Mr. Pei's style of doing things that influenced him. Meng Chang's eyes widened, his mouth slightly opened, and he was in a daze. What the hell is this? What nonsense? When was I infected by the work environment of Tenda? When did I follow Mr. Pei's lead? That's not the case at all. I am just living under someone else's roof to pay off my debts. After I get the commission and pay off my debts, I will leave Tenda and make a comeback. Why does this interview make it seem like I have decided to work like a cow and a horse at Tenda for the rest of my life? It's outrageous, too outrageous. The Meng Chang in the interview is like an unforgivable sinner, who is willing to serve the saint with peace of mind and spend the rest of his life to atone for his sins because he met the enlightenment of a saint. But Meng Chang himself knows that it's not the case at all. Strictly speaking, the relationship between him and Mr. Pei should be a relationship of struggle. How come I've become Mr. Pei's bootlicker? Meng Chang was so angry that he wanted to have a battle with Yu Yao and talk about this matter, but after struggling for a while, he gave up the idea. Forget it, there's no need for that. On the one hand, outsiders are not aware of the agreement between Meng Chang and President Pei, and this agreement cannot be spread. In the eyes of outsiders, Meng Chang's current behavior is indeed consistent with what was written in the interview. This matter is like yellow mud falling into the crotch, and it is hard to explain. On the other hand, Meng Chang is still counting on these people in the advertising and marketing department to help him implement the marketing plan and earn commissions. If they start to argue, these people realize that Meng Chang and President Pei are not of the same mind and start to refuse to cooperate with the work, then it will be a mess, right? What's more, this is probably not what Zhu said, but the free play of editor-in-chief Xia. Meng Chang can't find the official platform, right? Therefore, although Meng Chang is very dissatisfied with the content of this interview, for the sake of the overall situation, he can only force himself to accept it and swallow his anger. Forget it, forget it. I will now regard myself as Go Jian, who slept on firewood and tasted gall. What if the world misunderstands me, despises me, and laughs at me? When the 10-year period is up, I will definitely make a comeback and let those who laugh at me see what it means to be a real man who can bend and stretch. The content of the interview was similar, which made him very angry and unbearable to watch. Meng Chang did not read it carefully and just glanced over the pictures and texts. As Zhu said, there are indeed a small number of pictures, a total of only 4 pictures, which are promotional pictures for Tenda Real Industry, screenshots of promotional videos for Chuzui Live, the working environment of the advertising and marketing department, and a picture of Meng Chang's back. Seeing this picture of the back, Meng Chang subconsciously shuddered. I'm not even here, where did you get this picture? But after a quick glance, this back view picture doesn't seem to be anything special. Meng Chang didn't think too much and jumped directly to the last comment section. It has to be said that the official platform is still very popular. Many players will check the information on the official platform when they have nothing to do. Although this interview was only released a few minutes ago, there are already players leaving messages, and the messages are still increasing rapidly. There are several more messages every time you refresh the page. Ah? Meng Chang is now the head of Tenda's advertising and marketing department? How is that possible? These advertising plans were actually made by Meng Chang? That's not right. This plan is too different from the one Meng Chang made before. It has a Tenda flavor. It seems that Tenda is a weird company. No matter what kind of person enters, they will be assimilated. People like Meng Chang can actually fit in perfectly? And can he really be used by President Pei? From this interview, it seems that Meng Chang is almost becoming a dog for President Pei. Is this the personal charm of President Pei? If Meng Chang can really turn over a new leaf, it would be a good thing. He is still capable. As long as he puts all his energy into doing the right things, he can still make some contributions to society. Don't talk nonsense, I don't believe it. Meng Chang is obviously unreliable. Only when President Pei puts a tight ring on him can he do something. I hope Meng Chang will be locked up in Tenda in the future and reformed under President Pei. Don't let him out again. That's right, I hope President Pei can manage him well and don't let him harm others again. After reading these discussions, Meng Chang was so angry. What the hell? These comments basically say 2 things. First, although Meng Chang seems to have done something now, it can't change his nature as a cheater. Don't believe him. Second, President Pei is awesome. Meng Chang was speechless. This interview was misinterpreted enough, but these players misinterpreted it even more, and it was even higher. But they were all a million miles away from the truth and essence of the matter. Meng Chang was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. His mentality, which had finally calmed down before, showed signs of collapse again. Forget it, a real man can bend and stretch. Meng Chang adjusted his mindset again and continued to scroll down. Suddenly, he saw a comment with a strange focus. Hey, did you notice a detail? This interview said that in order to promote the Chinese classic game collection, Meng Chang specially asked for the game demo from Tenda Games and played it every day. But I looked at this collection and it's all old games? A player quickly replied to this comment. Hey, yes, this collection is full of old games. Even if you want to play them, you should download them directly from the official platform, right? What does it mean to download them from Tenda Games? And it says demo? Only new games that have not been fully developed will have demo. Wrong? How is that possible? Look at the author of the article, it's editor Xia. Editor Xia is the most professional editor on the official platform and knows the games very well. How could he make such a low-level mistake? You are so stupid, look at the picture. Isn't there a picture? You can see it by zooming in. The game on this computer is not any of the games in the collection. Fuck, it really is. What kind of game is this? I don't think I've seen it before. So many units, and it's a god's perspective. It looks like an RTS game. Could it be that there is an Easter egg buried in this interview? Is this a new game that Tenda is going to release? The netizens were like Sherlock Holmes. No one paid attention at first, but as long as anyone found out, the others would swarm in like sharks smelling blood. Someone downloaded the original image and looked at it carefully. Although the image was taken from a distance, it was still clear. The game screen was completely different from any of the Chinese classic game collection. What does this mean? Meng Chang opened his mouth slightly, and his whole body froze. Fuck. Something big happened. Chapter 975, Meng Chang's Quick Thinking. Meng Chang was dumbfounded. It was just an ordinary interview, but he didn't expect to be caught by these Sherlock Holmes players. Meng Chang only realized now that although the main content of the interview was nonsense, making groundless speculations and even personal attacks on him, these were just minor issues. The real big problem was that the interview leaked the information of the mission and choice demo. The reason why Meng Chang adopted this publicity method was to conceal this information and make all the publicity funds go down the drain. But Yu Yao and other employees in the advertising and marketing department didn't know Meng Chang's true intentions. They all thought that Meng Chang deliberately concealed this information, so as to cause a greater sensation when it was disclosed. In this way, it would be difficult for Yu Yao and others to always be highly vigilant about the matter of confidentiality. If they were a little lax, something would happen. Even Yu Yao himself certainly didn't expect that this picture would cause so many things. Meng Chang was a little panicked, and he hurriedly went through the players' discussion again. The number of comments under the interview article is increasing. A large number of players were attracted to it, saw the information about the demo, and began to speculate. Netizens all know what it means to make bold assumptions and verify carefully. Once they make the assumption that Tenda's new game is almost completed, their imaginations can no longer stop, and many details that were originally thought to be unrelated are all connected. Seeing the discussion getting hotter and hotter, Meng Chang can't sit still. The commission will disappear and leave him in a minute, which is even more unacceptable than the slander against him in the interview. What should I do? I can't hide it if it goes on like this. Meng Chang is anxious. At present, players are still in the speculation stage, but Meng Chang has no doubt that they will soon be able to piece together the truth. Meng Chang will never accept such an easy death, and the desperate situation has further stimulated his fighting spirit. Hurry up and think of a few more marketing plans, or release some one-sided true news, divert the players' attention a little, so that they don't stare at this side anymore. There is still more than half a month before May 1st, and Meng Chang doesn't know if he can distract the players' attention for such a long time. But he should give up this month's commission right now. That's absolutely impossible. Desperate situations always inspire people's fighting spirit. Meng Chang's brain worked quickly, and he immediately began to think of new plans. Now the players' curiosity has exploded, and it's better to let it go than to block it. If Meng Chang forcibly denies it, it will definitely completely stimulate the players' rebellious psychology and cause more serious consequences. So Meng Chang felt that it was time to take a risky move. As the saying goes, only magic can defeat magic. The best way to cover up a piece of news is undoubtedly to release another piece of news. Just like many companies are doing crisis public relations, it is best not to delete posts, block accounts, or ban comments online. Suppressing public opinion will inevitably cause a backlash and will only lead to a bigger crisis. The best way is to dig up more black materials from other competing companies, and then buy water troops to make things bigger. In this way, most people will pay attention to new hot spots, and the original company's crisis will naturally pass slowly. Meng Chang thought about it, and this seemed to be the only way. I heard that Shangyang Games is also developing a new game, and the expected release time is the second half of May. Check the internal information a little bit. This game is called Fitness Battle? The game type is a bit far away. But it's not a big problem, it won't be difficult for me. It seems that I have to abandon the car to save the general. Meng Chang quickly finalized a bolder plan. He wanted to reveal a small part of the game content of Fitness Battle and hinted to the players that this is Tenda's new game and the game demo he is currently playing, which may be included in the Chinese classic game collection in the future. In this way, players will discuss the revelations released by Meng Chang, and their thinking will go astray. Fitness Battle was not released until the second half of May. Throughout April, Meng Chang's promotional plan was for Mission and Choice, which did not attract much attention to Mission and Choice. Even if players are more concerned about Fitness Battle, after all, the game has not been released yet, and there are few details disclosed, so the publicity effect will not be too ideal. In this way, as long as he survives until May, even if Meng Chang cannot get the full commission, he can at least get 70% to 80%. For him, that's a lot. Meng Chang quickly thought of a plan. Whether it is desperate or resurrecting, it is hard to say now. But at least it is much better than sitting and waiting for death. However, there is only one problem, that is, there is not enough publicity funds. The remaining 20 million has been rushed out, and there is not much money left in the advertising and marketing department. But if you want this kind of misleading to have an effect, you must spend money. What's more, Meng Chang is not in charge of the promotion of Fitness Battle yet. If President Pei doesn't give any instructions, it would be considered as overstepping his authority. In the final analysis, he still has to go to President Pei again. Delays can lead to changes, so Meng Chang immediately got up and rushed to President Pei's office. A few minutes later, Meng Chang came to the door of Mr. Pei's office and knocked gently. "Come in." Mr. Pei's voice seemed to be a little unhappy. Meng Chang entered the office, and before he had time to speak, Mr. Pei's questions came at him. "Why do I see that many players are discussing our new game online? Is there something wrong with your promotion plan?" Pei Qian's expression was serious, and he seemed to be more concerned than Meng Chang himself. Meng Chang was a little confused about Mr. Pei's pulse. What's going on? Shouldn't Mr. Pei be secretly happy now? Why does he seem to be more anxious than me? Well, Mr. Pei is cunning and must be deceiving me. He deliberately showed such a hypocritical expression, which seemed to be on my side, but in fact he was trying to break my defense in a weird way. That's impossible. Thinking of this, Meng Chang immediately put on an indifferent expression. No, everything is going very smoothly and is under my control. Pei Qian was skeptical. Really? Meng Chang nodded very confidently. Really, don't worry about it, Mr. Pei. But I do have some small requests this time. Pei Qian, what requests? Meng Chang still had a confident expression. I hope you can allocate another 10 million yuan for publicity, and allow me to use part of the content of Fitness War as publicity materials. Pei Qian's brows relaxed for a moment, then frowned again. 10 million yuan for publicity is no problem. But what do you want the publicity materials of Fitness War for? Pei Qian secretly wondered, what was Meng Chang up to? Why did he take the initiative to live? Could it be that, it's not enough to take my project, but he also wants to take the fitness game and my fully automatic smart clothes drying rack? No way, does he really regard commissions as dirt? Meng Chang certainly didn't want to say it clearly, so he could only continue to be stubborn. Boss Pei, don't worry about this, I know it. Anyway, this is part of the publicity plan. After saying this, Meng Qiang himself was very nervous. What if boss Pei is unhappy and doesn't agree to both? Then there will be a big problem. Meng Qiang seemed calm on the surface, but he was actually very anxious inside. Pei Qian looked at Meng Qiang's expression and fell into confusion. Can it really work? Pei Qian didn't trust Meng Qiang at all, but he trusted Meng Qiang's desire to get a commission. The promotion effect last month was indeed quite good, and judging from Meng Qiang's performance, it seemed that he had a lot of tricks up his sleeve for this month's promotion plan. Pei Qian didn't want to ask too much, for fear of triggering the observer effect again. After thinking for a moment, Pei Qian nodded. Trust people when you employ them, and don't employ them if you don't trust them. Since it has been decided to let Meng Qiang be responsible for this publicity plan, and there is a commission to motivate him, we can only choose to continue to trust him. Pei Qian nodded. Okay, I agree to both of your conditions. But I want to remind you again, if you don't get the commission, I don't care, but you will suffer. The publicity effect of fitness battle will affect your commission in May, so you'd better take care of it. Meng Qiang said in his heart. Commission in May? How can I think so far? It's good to get tens of thousands of yuan in April. Meng Qiang didn't say much, just thanked President Pei, and then immediately rushed back to the advertising and marketing department to continue preparing new plans. Things happened suddenly, and we must race against time. We must divert the attention of the players before they dig out the truth, use the news of fitness battle to cover mission and choice, and keep the commission in April. Just over an hour had passed, and it was not even time to get off work, but Meng Qiang's remedial plan had been completed. It must be said that the deadline is the primary productive force. Sometimes people don't know how much potential they have unless they push themselves. Meng Qiang hurriedly reviewed the plan and immediately handed it over to Yu Yao to do. It was a bit hasty, but he had no choice because he was about to get off work. Once off work, the advertising and marketing department has no overtime quota, so this plan can only be implemented tomorrow. But the problem is that one night is enough time for a lot of things to happen. What if those netizens, who are comparable to Sherlock Holmes, solve the case tonight? Wouldn't it be a big deal? This plan contains some content about fitness battle, and the guiding ideology is also very clear, that is, to mislead the players as much as possible and divert their attention. Meng Qiang urged very urgently, so Yu Yao didn't have time to look at it carefully, and directly sent a message and several pictures using the official account of Tenda Games. The game that makes internal employees addicted will meet you at the end of May. The pictures are some promotional materials of fitness battle. Of course, there is a very critical problem, that is, the game screens of fitness battle and mission and choice are very different, and the players are not blind, so they can see the difference. But this did not bother Meng Qiang. He studied it carefully. Although the picture in the previous interview captured the game screen, it was mainly a picture of the back, and the computer screen only occupied a small part of the photo. At most, it can be seen that this game is obviously different from those mosaic games in the Chinese classic game collection. It can be seen that it is a god's perspective, but the specific units in it are not very clear. So Meng Qiang asked Shangyang Games to provide a chapter-level map of fitness battle with a similar background color, which happened to be a god's perspective. The training of fitness battle is gradual. In the early stage, different chapters and levels were made to guide players to have a better experience, and there were some simple plots. This picture looks a bit similar to the one of mission and choice at first glance. Under the extremely blurred pixels, the Backpack Plus magazine can also be forcibly turned into a frying pan. Meng Qiang thinks that it should not be a big problem to rely on this method to barely fool for a while. In addition, this publicity fund was also used to buy off some self-media and marketing accounts, asking them to forward it, and then conduct some analysis. The so-called analysis is nothing more than further drawing the attention of players to fitness battle. Because it is still promoting its own products and there is no fraud, it is not considered a violation of regulations. After everything was arranged, Meng Chong finally felt relieved. He wanted to stay in the company for a while, but it was time to get off work. He had to go home very reluctantly and continue to pay attention to the development of the situation at home. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 976, Fanqi Media's Godly Assistance. After returning to his residence, Meng Chong immediately took out his mobile phone and checked the public opinion on the internet. Whether he could conceal it or not would depend on tonight. After the news was released as an official of Tenda Games, a large number of netizens left comments below, and people on major forums also reposted it. Ah? So the new game that Tenda is developing is a fitness game? What the hell? I was so excited for nothing. I thought it was a big production. What the hell is a fitness game? I was so disappointed. Hey, do you think it's boring? There's no need to make a conclusion now. Fitness games sound quite innovative. Tenda Games has always had the power to turn decay into magic. I think we can still look forward to it. It's not that I don't believe in President Pei, but it's mainly because few people like this type of game. Fitness games are ultimately for fitness purposes, and it's hard to be particularly fun. The key is that Tenda Games has been holding back for more than half a year. I was expecting a masterpiece like Turning Back to the Shore, but it ended up with a perfunctory fitness game? This is too unacceptable. How come Mr. Pei is so popular now? Is it because he is too busy in other industries? Meng Chong read a lot of comments from netizens and finally smiled. Okay, it worked. Everyone's attention has obviously been diverted. Many people have been speculating about what type of new game will be before, and some people even guessed that it will be an RTS theme, but the official statement has the effect of finalizing the final decision. Although some people have questioned that the two pictures don't look alike, after all, neither Mission and Choice nor Fitness Battle has been released yet, so who knows what the pictures inside will look like. And most players didn't expect that the official would be so shameless to release news to mislead everyone, and they were all led astray by Meng Chong. Meng Chong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no danger. There was a very huge crisis, but fortunately, his magical operation successfully reversed it and got back on track. In this way, it should be possible to continue to conceal it until the May Day game is released. Even if the full commission is not obtained, it should not be a problem to get 70% or 80% of it. However, just when Meng Chong was relieved, there were several new replies. Something is wrong. Everyone, look at this Weibo. There is a screenshot in the comments. The post was made by the official account of Fanqi Media. The content of the post is, Hollywood sci-fi blockbuster Battleship is strongly launched in the May Day prime time. It cost $200 million, with famous directors and superstars, and a large number of real ships appearing. The post also included various promotional pictures of Battleship, which were presented in a 9-square grid. Just looking at this post, it is actually nothing, it is all normal promotional means. But the problem is the first highly praised comment below this post. According to a domestic sci-fi movie, people were scared to change their relationship period on the spot. Most of the hot comments below expressed their expectations for the movie. The highly praised comment with the highest number of likes seemed a bit out of place, but it was hard to ignore. Soon, this comment had hundreds of replies. Is it okay to change the release date because of being scared? Does anyone know which movie it is? Although changing the release date is normal, I still want to laugh. What should I do? Ha 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 ha. Insider revealed that it seems to be a Tenda movie. Ah? Is it true? Tenda has a new movie? What's the name? Bullshit. Will Tenda movie change its release date because it is afraid of foreign blockbusters? There should be some limits to extortion. That's right, Beautiful Ming has achieved great box office and good reputation. It's only the first movie of Fei Huang Studio. The second movie will definitely be better after summarizing the experience. I believe that other companies are afraid of Hollywood blockbusters and change the release date, but Tenda is afraid of Hollywood blockbusters? Don't disgust me. Soon, there was a fierce quarrel under this highly praised comment. This is obviously the work of the Water Army. The number of likes of this comment is increased, and then the fight is provoked in this comment. Everyone scolds each other, and the heat comes, isn't it? Moreover, this account is disguised as a passerby account, which can be separated from the official account of Fanchi Media. Even if there is any problem at that time, it will not cause trouble. And a large number of Water Armies secretly released relevant news bit by bit when everyone was arguing. Don't disbelieve me, just check it out and you'll find out. Mission and Choice is a new movie made by Tenda. It was originally scheduled for the May Day holiday, but it was urgently moved up to this weekend. Obviously, they are just scared. Otherwise, why would they leave the May Day golden time slot and take the initiative to move to the garbage weekend time slot? I think this is a wise move. They must know that they can't beat the May Day holiday, so they just move up the time slot to get more box office. I checked it out. It's true. Tenda made a new movie quietly? How come I didn't see any publicity? Even the ranking on the ticket purchasing software is very low. I didn't notice it before. And Lu Jiao is the lead actor. Hey, why is he the only one in the list of leading actors? Is it written wrong? I saw it before, but I was disgusted by the name and didn't click to see it. I didn't expect it to be produced by Tenda. The Fanchi Media's trolls fanned the flames a little, and the popularity rose. Many people didn't believe it at first, but after a closer look, it turned out to be true. Tenda really produced a movie called Mission and Choice, which was indeed moved up from May Day to this weekend. All the high praise and hot reviews are true. But many Tenda fans can't accept it. Fei Huang Studio, which can shoot Beautiful Ming, has long been famous. Although Warship is a Hollywood blockbuster, it doesn't seem to be the top one. Can Fei Huang Studio give in to such an enemy? Take the initiative to change the release date to avoid it? This is totally unreasonable. Tenda fans who were ridiculed and hyped by the trolls were all angry. While arguing with each other online, they were unwilling to find evidence everywhere. It is definitely not because of fear that the release date was advanced. This is not in line with Tenda's style. Finally, someone told the truth. Everyone, take a look at the title and synopsis of this movie. Isn't this the Mission and Choice that is known as the Chinese game Shame? Both are about the Zerg invasion. Why do I feel more and more similar? Oh, yeah, I thought it was a coincidence before, but after a closer look, the name is exactly the same. Remake? Or did you buy the copyright? What a lunatic. Even if you bought the copyright, you must be making a game, why remake it into a movie? Well, have you ever considered a situation where you made both a game and a movie? Ah? Do you still remember the picture in the official interview before? Many people have speculated that it might be an RTS game for two reasons. First, that picture is a bird's eye view, and second, Tenda rarely makes repeated games, and has never made an RTS game. After comprehensive analysis, RTS games, the possibility of a movie is actually very high. No, didn't the official say that the new game is Fitness War? But the official didn't make it clear. Tenda is a marketing genius, what's so strange about playing tricks on players? If they really want to promote it, this movie is about to be released, but there is no promotional material, isn't it even more strange? Indeed, the more I look at the game screens in these two pictures, the more I feel that they are completely different and completely different. That is, how could a fitness game be developed for more than half a year with Tenda's efficiency? Is it a big one coming? Tenda's new game won't really be mission and choice, don't mess with me. The players are indeed Sherlock Holmes-like. After finding a breakthrough, they immediately swarmed in. The official message sent by Meng Chang had temporarily diverted the players, but as luck would have it, Fanchi Media's Weibo drew the attention of the movie Mission and Choice, so the players' attention, which had been diverted with great difficulty, returned again, and even intensified, making them more certain that this game is an RTS game. Meng Chang's expression was dull, and his mind was blank. For him, this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that, according to the information on the internet, the movie Mission and Choice had been scheduled for April 14th, which was this weekend. What does this mean? Although Meng Chang did not know the specific plot of Mission and Choice, he knew that the game and the movie were conjoined twins. If the movie was to be released, the game would definitely be released at the same time. Otherwise, after the movie was released, the plot would be discussed to death, and the players would be spoiled. How could this game be played? The movie was advanced, which meant that the release date of the game must also be advanced. That's not right. How come no one told me about this big thing? I always thought the movie was released on May Day. This is a lie. So, the game also. Meng Chang didn't dare to think about it any further. So I lost my temper and asked Mr. Pei for another 10 million, and did a lot of tricks, but it was all in vain? Wait, it seems that it was not in vain, it seems that fitness war was exposed. What a psycho. The May Day schedule is fine, why change it? The movie is released on the 14th and the game is released, and I still get commissions. There is no way this will not be discovered. It's not that Meng Chang relaxed his vigilance. The key is that no one told him about this. Moreover, Meng Chang could not have thought that a movie with such a huge investment would not be released on the May Day schedule, but would be moved up to a garbage weekend schedule. This is totally unreasonable. Meng Chang's mentality completely collapsed. Although he could still pray that the sales of the game would not be good after its release, even if that happened, the commission he could get would not be much. The key is that he put all this work in, but in the end he didn't even know that the time had been changed. It was like a battle of wits and courage with the air. If I had known to change the chat, why would I still struggle? Just lie down. Meng Chang slumped on the sofa, as if he had lost his soul. It's over, it's all over. Boss, Pei has tricked me again. Chapter 977, This is an unconventional publicity plan. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Thursday, April 12th. The office area of Fei Huang Studio. Some employees are editing the documentary, Street Stalls, while the employees who were previously responsible for Mission and Choice have entered the state of shepherding. Every day, apart from playing games and watching movies, they just browse the web and wait for the official release of Mission and Choice. The employees responsible for editing Street Stalls look full of energy, because this series has been very successful so far. The popularity of each issue on the Ellie Island website is growing, and netizens have given it high praise. The Cold-Faced Girl tried to launch several new dishes. After the promotion of Street Stalls, the current reputation of the Cold-Faced Girl has not been completely reversed, but it has been greatly improved compared to the previous state of falling to the bottom. The only problem is that it is really easy to get hungry when editing this film. Once you are hungry, you want to eat. The company's snacks are unlimited, and several editors have gained several pounds. After Huang Sibo discovered this problem, he asked them to increase the amount of exercise in the gym. The coaches were all his own people, and Huang Sibo said that extra training was a matter of words. These editors were miserable. The employees of the Mission and Choice project were not in such a good mental state. They were all very depressed. They even lost interest in playing games and watching movies. As for why this happened, Because these people searched for news about mission and choice on the internet every day, but they waited and waited. Seeing that it was about to be released this weekend, there was not much news on the internet so far, and there was no heat for discussion. This is too outrageous. When filming Mission and Choice, everyone was very excited. This movie is a big investment and big production. The script was personally determined by President Pei. The original production team of A Better Tomorrow, Liu Xiao, even contributed the most perfect acting skills in the history of the film. What's more, this movie is linked to the new game that Tenda has developed for more than half a year. It is not an exaggeration to say that Mission and Choice is the most important project of the entire Tenda Group in 2011 to 2012. All employees felt that it was a great honor to be able to participate in this project. As the movie was about to be released, everyone suddenly realized that something was wrong. First, the release date was moved up. Instead of the May Day golden period, they had to choose a weekend that was not very particular. Of course, this can be barely explained. After all, the game of Mission and Choice will collide with Fantasy War Remastered. Although the movie's schedule change is a big loss, it is barely acceptable. But the biggest problem now is that there is no publicity. Apart from anything else, there is not even a single poster or display board of Mission and Choice in the cinema, and the screening rate is not very good. And this screening rate is the result of the cinema chain deliberately taking care of the success of A Better Tomorrow. In other words, the publicity of Mission and Choice is basically zero, that is, nothing was done. For other films, the publicity funds and shooting funds are basically the same. For example, it is normal to spend 300 million to make a movie and spend another 300 million to promote it globally. And among the expenses of these blockbusters, the star pay accounts for the majority. Whether this funding ratio is healthy or not is not discussed for the time being, but it is indeed the norm in the industry. As a result, Mission and Choice spent more than 300 million yuan to make a movie, and the main actor was Liu Xiao, whose salary was not high. All the money was spent on props and special effects, and there was really no money for publicity. This is too weird. Of course, spending money wisely can better guarantee the quality of the film, but not spending a penny on publicity is too much, right? Even if you don't spend money, you can release some news on the official Weibo, right? Tenda has so many tap water, and any news can also create heat. In the end, there was really nothing. It is said that Mr. Pei gave Meng Chong publicity funds, but where did these publicity funds go? No one knows. Many people even have doubts that this movie is not moved up at all, but postponed. Otherwise, why is there no news at all? Everyone worked hard to shoot this difficult script, and the content of the movie is also very exciting, but the publicity is so bad. How can people not be discouraged? Director Zhu Xiaozi was also a little impatient. He sneaked into Huang Sibo's office and prepared to have another secret talk. This matter cannot be discussed publicly because they are the heads of the department. If the employees know that even they are panicking, then this panic will spread quickly and affect the state of the entire Fei Huang studio. Many employees secretly asked Zhu Xiaozi about the promotion of the movie in private. Zhu Xiaozi comforted them all, saying that there is a professional department in charge and they don't have to worry about it. But in fact, Zhu Xiaozi himself didn't believe it, seeing that the movie was about to be released in 2 days. He himself didn't know what the group of people in the advertising and marketing department were doing, and why President Pei didn't care. Zhu Xiaozi slipped into Huang Sibo's office and saw Huang Sibo drinking tea and browsing the web. I can't stand it anymore. 4 people asked me about the movie promotion yesterday. What did President Pei say? I asked at the beginning of the month, and President Pei said that there was an arrangement. I asked last week, and President Pei said that it had been handed over to the advertising and marketing department, and there was a dedicated person in charge, so we can rest assured. Now it's about to be released. What about the promotion of our movie? Other movies are promoted several months in advance. We originally scheduled it for May Day, and reserved 1 or 2 months for promotion. Although the time is relatively short, with A Better Tomorrow as a foundation, the effect should not be too bad. As a result, the release date was moved up first, and the promotion time was compressed again and again. Now it's good, it's about to be released, and there is not even a splash on the internet. What should I do? Zhu Xiaozi was almost speechless. He has already assured his colleagues that he has consulted with President Pei about the publicity, and there will be absolutely no problem. But in this situation, how can there be no problem? There are obviously problems everywhere. The most embarrassing thing is that everyone does not think that this is President Pei's problem, but only thinks that Zhu Xiaozi is falsely conveying the imperial edict and deceiving his superiors and subordinates. This is very painful. Previously, President Pei did not ask too much about the promotion of A Better Tomorrow, which was fully responsible by Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi. Basically, the promotion was carried out in the conventional way, and the initial promotion effect was quite good. Of course, the key to the popularity of A Better Tomorrow is the quality of the film itself, and its box office has been rising step by step. But this time, President Pei specifically told Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi not to care about the promotion of Mission and Choice. Originally, the two were quite happy, thinking that President Pei attached great importance to it, and personally taking action meant that this matter must be stable, and they could just be a hands-off boss. In the end, after waiting for a long time, this is the result. Huang Sibo was also a little worried. Who knows what Mr. Pei is up to? As far as I know, Meng Chang should be in charge of this promotion. Logically, this person is a marketing genius, and the plan he gives should be very sensational. How come there is not even a splash until now? Zhu Xiaozi was very dissatisfied. Him? He is not good enough, and he is far behind Mr. Pei. His marketing skills of the cold-faced girl are not even 1/10,000th of Mr. Pei's. Meng Chang is spending money to buy false popularity, while Mr. Pei can attract real popularity without spending money. Can this be the same thing? And I think Meng Chang is a bad person. I'm afraid he didn't put his heart into the promotion plan. I'm not wronging him. Judging from the current situation, it's impossible to use feet to promote without any splashes, right? There is only one possibility: he did it on purpose. Huang Sibo took a sip of tea and signaled Zhu Xiaozi to calm down. There's no need to speculate about our colleagues like this. Whether Meng Chang is reliable or not, since President Pei has arranged him in this position, there must be a reason for President Pei. Besides, even if Meng Chang wants to play some tricks, don't you think President Pei doesn't know? Don't worry, wait a little longer. Zhu Xiaozi has always been a very calm person, but this time he couldn't be calm anymore. Still waiting? The movie will be released on Saturday. Even if the promotion plan is effective now, what can we do in 2 days? Other movies are promoted more than 2 months in advance, but we are doing it 2 days in advance. Huang Sibo said while browsing the web, although 2 days seems impossible, we can only choose to trust President Pei. The two fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, Huang Sibo's eyes lit up. Look, things have changed. Just last night. Zhu Xiaozi was stunned. Is there a turning point? Huang Sibo immediately turned the laptop around so that Zhu Xiaozi could see the contents on the screen. What caught his eyes was the heated discussion among netizens on Weibo. Tengda's new movie is here. Mission and Choice, released on Saturday. The highly praised comment under the Weibo post of Battleship of the Wrath of the Sea said that domestic movies were scared to move up the release date, which refers to Mission and Choice. The information of this movie is out, and it is starring Lu Zhiyao, that's for sure. Why is it so late? I thought the schedule should account for at least 40%. Is there something wrong with such a small schedule? Is it a bad movie with the name of Fei Huang Studio? Impossible. Zhu Xiaozi is the director and Lu Zhiyao is the star. This is basically the original team of A Better Tomorrow. Overnight, the discussion about the movie Mission and Choice exploded on Weibo and various forums. Not only that, many people also made a series of reasonable speculations about the game of Mission and Choice. Mission and Choice is called the shame of Chinese games. Since Tenda made a movie, it must also make a game, right? Why do you want to redo this? Is it a task given by the official platform? April 14th, why does this date look so familiar? I remember, this is the release date of Fantasy War Remastered. Is this a pure coincidence, or? No way, other games are preheated for months, 1 or 2 years in advance, and they are delayed before release, but Tenda is going to release it without a word? Not even a notice? What are you discussing? Empty discussion. Tenda itself didn't say it would release a game like Mission and Choice. Can you stop imagining? It's not that we want to imagine, the key is that all the clues are too suspicious. Old players know that President Pei is an old riddle man. You have to believe the revelations about Tenda, no matter how outrageous it is, it may be true. By the way, there is another thing I don't know if you have noticed. There is also a Chinese classic game collection Mission and Choice. This collection has been promoted for so long, with online advertising and offline promotion. How much does it cost? The official platform has confirmed that this advertisement was arranged by Tenda. Think about it, why would Tenda advertise such a collection that has nothing to do with itself? It must be related to its own new game. And the official interview arrangement is also quite strange. First, the incubation base of the Desperate Plan was interviewed, and then Meng Chang, who was responsible for promoting the Chinese classic game collection at Tenda, was interviewed. These 2 articles were published more than a day apart, and they were probably conducted at the same time. Does this imply something? Yes, I remember when Chiu Hong was interviewed, he said that the Desperate Plan had an investor, and he was just an executor, and this investor had a profound influence on him. Considering the working environment of the incubation base and the various benefits of independent game producers, this investor is probably Mr. Pei, right? It's true when I think about it, the official has made it clear. There must be a new game coming. Damn, it's so exciting. I know Tenda won't let me down. Chapter 978, The Last Trump Card Left by President Pei. Zhu Xiaozi was stunned. He clearly remembered that there were not many similar discussions yesterday, and they were only small-scale discussions, with little heat. But just 1 day later, all kinds of discussions suddenly increased. The release date of the movie Mission and Choice has been confirmed. Apart from some basic information, there are not many trailers released, but this does not affect the enthusiasm of netizens at all. The game of Mission and Choice has not even been written yet, and is in a state of pure doubt, but players have already guessed it with their own intelligence, and some people even linked it to the Fantasy War remake released on April 14th. Moreover, the heat of the discussion is still growing. If this momentum can really be maintained for 2 days, it is really hard to say. Zhu Xiaozi's expression quickly changed from frustration to surprise, and then from surprise to surprise. It's only been 1 day, how come so many people are discussing it? If we only look at the results of this day, it's really not bad. Huang Sibo's face was also full of excitement, I understand. This is the brilliance of Mr. Pei. On the surface, he seems to have done nothing, but in fact, he has done a lot. The reason why we think the advertising and marketing department has done nothing is because we subconsciously use traditional promotional methods. But this time the promotion obviously did not use traditional methods. Although traditional promotional methods are simple and effective, it is difficult to stimulate players' sense of participation. Interested players will only learn a little bit, and then patiently wait for the movie to be released and the game to be released, and will not discuss too much. And those who are not interested will probably not deliberately understand these issues. If you want them to pay attention, it means a large number of investing in publicity funds is actually very cost-effective because of the principle of diminishing marginal returns. And Mr. Pei's publicity plan is an interactive publicity method. Just like the puzzle-solving activities when promoting Be Quiet before, this method can better stimulate the player's sense of participation, and it has a completely different effect from the traditional publicity method. To put it simply, it is to set a trap through the Riddler method, waiting for careful players to take the bait, and once these players take the bait, they will actively share with others, thus achieving a tap water effect. Zhu Xiaozi also showed a look of realization. To stimulate players' sense of participation? Hey, that makes sense. He carefully recalled the promotional plan related to mission and choice, and suddenly realized that all the seemingly unrelated content before was connected together. The advertising and marketing department required strict confidentiality of the mission and choice-related projects, and no information was allowed to be leaked within the company, and the content of the game was not leaked at all. Although the movie had a release date and submitted materials, it did not take the initiative to do large-scale publicity, so most of the audience did not notice it, and naturally there was no widespread discussion. Then, the advertising and marketing department began to spread the news bit by bit. First, a lot of resources were spent to promote the Chinese classic game collection, and mission and choice was very cleverly hidden in this collection. On the surface, it seemed that the money was not worth spending and had no effect at all, but in fact it played a role in popularizing science. The games in the Chinese classic game collection became familiar to players, and mission and choice, the Chinese game Shame, was once again pulled out to whip the corpse. The more players discussed, the more players knew about these inside stories. Once this feeling of shame was aroused again, it provided an excellent soil for the release of mission and choice. Secondly, through an interview on the official platform, the two concepts of incubation base and collection of domestic classic games were tied to Tenda games. An inadvertent photo triggered players' endless reverie about Tenda's new games. Then, the advertising and marketing department made a feint and deliberately released false news, using fitness war to cover up mission and choice, which made players confused again. At the critical moment when the players were arguing, Fanchi Media's divine assist arrived. After the news of the movie Mission and Choice was disclosed, it was directly finalized, making all the players' previous doubts become facts. Throughout the process, President Pei was like a beautiful woman holding a pipa and half covering her face. She always left a handkerchief and a token inadvertently for the players. In the constant debate and self-doubt, the players' expectations became higher and higher. Until the end, what they found was no longer a handkerchief, a token, or a plucked flower, but an invitation letter. A beauty whose existence was previously doubted invited players to a mountain pavilion in a letter. Who could resist such temptation? So, the publicity that had been laid out for so long finally paid off, and all the players' attention was focused. And unlike traditional publicity methods, interested players will try hard to guess the specific content of the game and movie through various clues, and uninterested players will also become interested because of the discussions of a large number of players. The topic will continue to exist. In the next few days, discussions about mission and choice will inevitably emerge in an endless stream, and will completely explode in a short period of time, forming a super-large hot event. Compared with traditional publicity methods, the biggest advantage of this publicity method is saving. It did not spend too much publicity funds. Players were completely willing to dig deep and understand this information. Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi reviewed it and immediately felt that President Pei's publicity was really amazing. Although the plan was made by Meng Chang, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is not Meng Chang's style. It must have been pointed out by President Pei. It's not that Meng Chang is stupid, the key is that Meng Chang's brain circuit is not so long, and this idea is completely contrary to his habits. Just like what is written in some martial arts novels, the smarter the person, the harder it is to learn many magical skills. Meng Chang is such a smart person. If it weren't for President Pei's guidance, he would never be able to come up with such a wonderful plan in his life. And strictly speaking, Meng Chang's cleverness is just a little cleverness, and President Pei is not only smarter than Meng Chang, but also wiser than him. So, President Pei is full of confidence in mission and choice, so he dares to use this publicity plan that is small but big and has a high risk factor. But even so, the problem of inherent deficiencies in publicity still cannot be solved well. Especially for movies, the first day's schedule and attendance are too critical, and they cannot be improved by the quality of the movie alone. Many high-quality movies have died suddenly due to insufficient publicity, and the risk is still very high. Zhu Xiaozi once again raised new concerns. This plan is not perfect at present. Its problem is that it is too idealistic. Games are easy to say. Good wine needs no bush. It will always become popular over time, and it doesn't matter if you wait for a few months, but movies are different. If the initial publicity is not enough and the attendance is not high, the theater will further cut the schedule, and then the daily box office will continue to decline, and it will fall into a vicious circle. Compared with traditional publicity methods, the current popularity brought by this method is still not enough. Because the traditional publicity plan is very intuitive, overwhelming advertising is put out, and the more money is spent, the better the effect. But the publicity plan that President Pei is using now, although it saves money, the initial effect is definitely not as good as the traditional plan. Its characteristics are high user loyalty, high participation, and strong staying power, but many passers-by will never be attracted at the beginning. This kind of discussion must continue to spread and form a trend before it can spread to the passerby group. If the game or movie does not have the desired effect after it is released, then the chain of communication will be broken out of thin air, and then it will be over. Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi were both very smart. They understood the reason after a little thought. So, initial exposure is still needed, and as far as Mr. Pei's plan is concerned, everything is perfect. The only problem is that the current discussion has not yet broken the circle. If this kind of discussion continues for 3 or 5 days, it may still break the circle, but now it is obviously too late. Zhu Xiaozi frowned. He originally thought that the turnaround had been completed, but now thinking carefully, he felt that a very critical link was missing, the initial heat. This is likely to affect the success or failure of the entire project. Huang Sibo nodded. Well, this is indeed a very serious problem. But at this point, we can't do anything about it. I can only say that Mr. Pei must have thought of the problems we thought of. Maybe Mr. Pei has already prepared a backhand. Let's do our work and wait patiently. The two discussed for a while, but they didn't figure out how to solve the last problem, so they had to give up. At this time, they could only choose to trust Mr. Pei. At the same time, Meng Chang was lying dead in his residence. He did not go to work today because he had completely lost the motivation to go to work. Until now, he still cannot accept this painful fact. I'm afraid this month's commission is going to be bad. What difference does it make whether I go to work or not in the next half month? It's all up to fate. If the game and movie are popular, he won't get any commission. If the game and movie are unpopular, how much commission he can get depends on luck. Moreover, Meng Chang worked very hard in the first half of the month, and almost exhausted all his enthusiasm. Now, apart from being paralyzed in bed, he doesn't want to do anything at all. Buzz. While lying dead, the phone on the bedside rang. Meng Chang stared at the ceiling for a few seconds, then he reached for his phone and said weakly, "Hello?" Yu Yao's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Meng, you didn't come to work today, are you feeling unwell?" Meng Chang, "I'm fine, just a little tired and need a rest." Yu Yao, "Yes, indeed, Brother Meng, you have worked hard this month. I have something to report to you. Didn't you ask me to communicate with various departments before and tell them to keep the matter of mission and choice confidential? Min Jingqiao called me just now and asked me if I should keep it confidential. They have a new hero to be released, and it has been delayed for a long time. The players are waiting anxiously, and it's not good to delay it any longer. Besides, the gossip about mission and choice has spread, so it shouldn't be a big deal for GOG to release a new hero, right? Meng Chong was silent. If he had asked 2 days earlier, his answer would have been a rejection. But now Meng Chong has already given up. The players are like Sherlock Holmes, guessing all kinds of information about mission and choice, and the movie has been dug out. Besides, the movie will be released this weekend, so there is no need for 1 or 2 days. Meng Chong felt that he was already desperate, whatever. Yu Yao nodded, okay, brother Meng, then you have a good rest, I'll hang up first. After receiving a positive response from the advertising and marketing department, Min Jingchao immediately arranged for his men to update the version of GOG. The new hero Skylark can be launched. Everyone hurry up, don't delay for a second. Min Jingchao urged very urgently, because he could feel that this new hero should be very important to President Pei. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Mr. Pei's marketing plan is the kind of plan that takes a long time to develop. If other people's marketing plans are to light a fire and then start fanning the flames, then Mr. Pei's marketing plan is to first pile up a lot of fodder, bury the fuse, and then wait for the spark to quickly develop into a prairie fire, but now there is a problem. The fuse has been buried and the spark has been successfully struck, but the fire is not strong enough and does not burn fast enough. If the fire cannot burn very big before Saturday, it is still possible to fail. At this time, it is time to test each department. The character Skylark is linked to mission and choice. It was originally planned to be Captain Qin, but was rejected by President Pei. So, this time Skylark is a female character wearing combat uniforms. Now, this new hero is finally going to come in handy. This update will affect the hearts of countless GOG players, and Min Jingchao also took this opportunity to help promote mission and choice and make a small contribution. This should be a key trump card left to me by President Pei, right? Well, it's almost time to play it. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 979 details are the first to win. April 14th, Saturday. Midnight. Lu Xiaoping, Vice President of Fanqi Media, brought the person in charge of the publicity and promotion of Warship to the cinema near the company on time. This cinema is considered a large cinema even in the imperial capital. Lu Xiaoping specially bought 2 tickets for the IMAX theater this time. The entire theater is 2 stories high, with a super large screen and panoramic sound, ensuring the best audiovisual experience. Boss Lu, popcorn. The person in charge of the publicity and promotion of Warship held 2 large buckets of popcorn and handed one to Lu Xiaoping. On the surface, he was smiling, but in fact, he was secretly MMP in his heart. This person in charge was also quite wronged. It was originally a happy thing to be able to watch a midnight movie, but that also depends on who you are with. Watching a movie with your immediate boss, why does it feel wrong? What's more, he worked overtime until after midnight today and came from the company. He had already worked overtime for 4 or 5 hours, and this movie should strictly be considered as a business matter, so the person in charge was very unhappy and did not have much mood to watch the movie. He just wanted to go home quickly and have a good sleep, but there is no way, he is just a senior social animal. It is okay to be domineering when facing subordinates, but when he meets Lu Xiaoping, he can only be a grandson. As for why this happened, it is a long story. After hearing that mission and choice was moved up, Lu Xiaoping felt that Tingda was cowardly, and further deduced that the quality of the film should not be very good, so he deliberately hired some water army to touch porcelain. Everything was going well, and Tingda did not fight back immediately, which made Lu Xiaoping feel that he had pinched a soft persimmon. This touch porcelain was too comfortable, and he even couldn't stop. But I never expected that the situation would suddenly change 2 days before the movie was about to be released. Posts about mission and choice on the internet suddenly broke out, and netizens discussed it crazily as if they were possessed. Obviously, there was no basic publicity, but it got a high degree of attention. And GOG updated the new version, and the new hero, Skylark, officially debuted. Her appearance and story background strongly hinted at mission and choice, which triggered another wave of discussion. It has to be said that GOG has a huge influence in China. The release of this new hero is like adding fuel to the fire, instantly boosting the popularity of Mission Reckoning. Of course, this is only relatively speaking. It is more popular than ordinary movies, but it cannot be compared with blockbusters that have invested a lot of publicity funds. But even so, it was enough to sell out the first movie tickets for Mission and Choice. Although the screening rate of Mission and Choice is not high, it is enough to show the enthusiasm of the audience. The previous series of events originally made Liu Xiaoping quite inflated, but now he is a little panicked. Therefore, Liu Xiaoping ordered the person in charge of the publicity and distribution of Worship to work overtime with him until the early morning, and then come to watch the midnight show of Mission and Choice. It is to finally determine what this movie is like and whether it will really pose a serious threat to Worship. Although Liu Xiaoping felt that this possibility was very small, after all, the schedule had been staggered, but he was afraid of the worst, so he did not dare to take it lightly and must come to see it. For ordinary people, tickets may be difficult to get, but for Liu Xiaoping, this is definitely not a problem. Liu Xiaoping looked serious and waited for the movie to start. He saw the discussion on the internet. Some people said that the advance of Mission and Choice was not because they were afraid of Worship, but because of Fantasy War Remake. Although Liu Xiaoping himself did not agree with this method, he had to admit that this possibility did exist. He began to vaguely realize that it seemed that Tenda had not given up resistance, but was brewing something terrible. As for the person in charge of the publicity and promotion of Battleship, he had just worked overtime all night and was yawning all the time. Now he was completely exhausted and just wanted to go home and sleep. Why didn't Liu Xiaoping sleep? Because as the vice president of the company, he had a special car to pick him up when he went out, and there was a special lounge in the office, so he could sleep at any time. Many bosses boasted that they worked more than 10 hours and only slept for 4 or 5 hours, using this to encourage employees and paint cakes, trying to prove that they became bosses because of hard work and that you can become a boss with hard work. That's all pure nonsense, and whoever believes it is a fool. In short, the two people fell into silence for different reasons, occasionally eating a few bites of popcorn and watching the warm-up advertisements played on the big screen. The audience has also entered one after another, and the IMAX hall is already full. Mission and Choice has no premiere or preview, and Tenda's confidentiality work is ridiculously good, so far there has been no spoiler news on the internet. The audience in the cinema were all talking in low voices. Liu Xiaoping didn't listen deliberately, but he roughly determined the sources of these people from the conversations of the audience around him. Some were loyal fans of Liu Xiao, who came specifically for Liu Xiao. Some were die-hard fans of Tenda Games, and loyal supporters of domestic games. Because Mission and Choice was a shame of domestic games, they came here specifically to see how Tenda made it. Some couples originally wanted to pick a random movie and spend the night outside, but today's schedule is not very good, and there are no good movies. I heard that this movie was shot by the original team of Beautiful Ming, and the quality should be guaranteed, so I decided to book a ticket to watch it. In short, the sources of the audience are varied. Liu Xiaoping felt a little bad, because this situation means that the audience group of Mission and Choice is more diversified. If the audience group is relatively single, for example, most of them are fans of Liu Xiao, then the stamina of the movie may be insufficient. After all, there are only so many Iron fans. If they can't break the circle after watching them, then the subsequent box office will definitely plummet. And the diversity of the audience group means that the chances of this movie breaking the circle will be greater. Of course, the key is to see the quality of the movie itself. Soon, the lights in the screening room gradually dimmed. On the big screen, after a lot of logos, the movie officially started, and the cinema quickly became quiet. At the beginning of the movie, it was a scene where Qingyi woke up in the hibernation chamber, talked with AEIS, and became the new commander. For players who have played the DLC of Sea Fortress, this opening is actually very easy to understand, because it is connected to the content of the DLC. For those who have not played it, it does not affect them, because this opening scene is interspersed with some fragments of Qingyi's memories, mainly the scenes of the decapitation operation in the insect nest and the deaths of teammates. Although these images are fragmented and short, they are enough for the audience to understand the previous situation and not be confused. Moreover, as the plot of the movie progresses, some memories of the decapitation operation will be interspersed again at some key points, such as when performing tasks in simulation training. Although the time is not long, it is enough to ensure the integrity of the whole story. While Qingyi took over the console and became familiar with the operation, the audience also saw with him the simulated image of the first encounter of the combined fleet with the Zerg, and learned the background of the story through the explanation of AEIS. Lu Xiaoping stuffed a handful of popcorn into his mouth, and the light of the big screen shone on his face. The light and dark light changed rapidly, reflecting his slightly dull expression. He was stunned by the cool scenes of the movie. In the past, domestic science fiction movies were often perfunctory and unrefined. For example, the costumes of the characters, the furnishings in the space capsule, the electronic equipment, etc., will clearly show very cheap and patchwork traces, and are very careless. This is partly due to funding issues, partly due to ability issues, but more of it is attitude issues, because many domestic science fiction film directors do not pay enough attention to these details. They just want a sci-fi feel setting, and the focus is all on other aspects, such as how to change the script according to the requirements of the investors. If the attitude is not good enough, these details cannot be done well. But mission and choice is completely different. You don't even need to look carefully at the differences in these details. You can feel them very clearly with a slight glance. The IMAX big screen presents all kinds of details to the audience without any difference, including the spacesuit Qingyi wears, the hibernation chamber he sleeps in, the commander's control panel, etc., which really look like the product of future technology, and have a strong sense of reality. Of course, one of the important reasons for being able to achieve this level is that there is only one real scene in this movie. With so many things to use back and forth, Zhu can naturally spend a huge amount of money, repeatedly modify, repeatedly design, and strive for perfection to achieve the most perfect state. But the players don't know this. As soon as the movie started, they saw a space capsule scene that was more realistic than any other domestic science fiction movie. Everything inside was impressive. This kind of shock is unmatched by other movies, and it allows the audience to quickly get into the state. What's even cooler is the pictures displayed on the surrounding cabin walls when Qingyi is using the operating table according to the plot setting. The moment Qingyi sits down, the surrounding cabin walls will be covered by holographic imaging technology. He is like being in the endless starry sky. Looking from any direction, it seems to see the real scene in the universe. Moreover, Qingyi can also use the console to constantly change the perspective. Whether it is moving, zooming, or jumping, the surrounding scene will change in real time. In traditional movies, the commander and the actual picture of the battlefield are separated, and can only be presented by cutting the lens, which will have some slight separation. In Mission and Choice, the commander's behavior and the actual picture of the battlefield are integrated. Qingyi is like a ghost shuttling and commanding the battle in the endless starry sky, which not only makes the whole picture smoother and more coherent, but also more visually impactful. In fact, when shooting, there were green screens all around, and the fierce battles in space were all made by special effects. But after all, huge amounts of money have been invested in special effects, and compared with using special effects to make humans, using special effects to make spacecraft will appear more realistic, so the special effects are perfectly combined with the exquisite scenery, making the audience seem to be really in it. For science fiction movies, the most terrible adjective is fake. Once the scene or details make the audience feel fake, then no matter how good the story is, the audience will not be able to watch it. Mission and Choice is extremely realistic in both real scenes and special effects, so it had a preemptive effect at the beginning, shocking all the audience. Liu Xiaoping realized that the situation was not good, and his originally calm expression became stiff. On the contrary, the person in charge of Battleship was originally drowsy, but he woke up instantly after seeing this opening. Chapter 980, I was shocked by this movie. No way, won't the whole picture be of this precision? How much money will be spent on this set props and special effects? Liu Xiaoping was confused because the performance of Mission and Choice in details has far exceeded his expectations. Although Liu Xiaoping had heard some rumors before that Tenda had invested a huge amount of money in the new movie this time, he just listened casually and didn't take it seriously. Because bragging is the norm in the industry. Just like in ancient times, when marching and fighting, 100,000 people could be boasted to be 500,000. Anyway, just blow the numbers out first and cheat as many as you can. For a movie, buying IP and hiring big-name actors will cost a lot of money, and then add in publicity and marketing expenses. It is a few $100 million, but in fact, not much money is actually used for film production. Liu Xiaoping originally thought that Mission and Choice was just a domestic science fiction movie, and the ceiling of domestic science fiction movies has always been there, not very high at all. But now, Liu Xiaoping is confused. Is this really a domestic movie? The details are so good that they are no different from those Hollywood blockbusters that cost huge amounts of money. Could it be that Mission and Choice really saved all the IP money and the pay of big-name actors, and also saved the publicity funds, and actually spent all the money on the production of Lingying? Thinking of this possibility, Liu Xiaoping had only one thought: crazy. This is more than a risk, it is simply suicide. If other crews do this, it is almost tantamount to seeking death. Of course, the crew can't do this, because the investors will never agree. But Tenda is different. Obviously, Feihuang Studio is not committing suicide. They dare to do this because they have strong self-confidence in the movie Mission and Choice. They believe that even without regular publicity, it can still beat all the games in the same period and break through the siege. Liu Xiaoping realized that there was a big problem with his judgment. Before, he thought that Mission and Choice was moved up because of lack of confidence and wanted to avoid the Golden Week schedule, but now he realized, how could this be possible? The quality of this movie is probably a killer in the Golden Week, so how could it be afraid of worship? The situation is not good. Liu Xiaoping continued to read on with a very nervous mood. The following plot may be full of twists and turns, climax after climax, and there is no boring part in the whole process, full of various reversals, which makes people dazzled. The storyline of the entire movie revolves around the character Qin, and the emotions of the audience are all affected by the character Qin. Although it is a one-man show, Liu Xiao fully supports this role through his acting skills and successfully completes the task of moving the audience's emotions. The whole story can be roughly divided into the following stages. In the first stage, Qin becomes a commander. Through simulated battles, he understands the scene of the previous battle between humans and Zerg, understands the necessity of commanders and ensemble communication, accepts the position of commander, and trains seriously. In the second stage, after being fully familiar with the operation of the console, Qin began to conduct simulated training. Everything went well, but the situation suddenly took a sharp turn after the addition of simulation elements, and the human army was defeated. In order to increase the winning rate, Qin slowly began to get used to accepting the data and suggestions of AEIS, and gradually became an emotionless command machine. In the third stage, Qini saw the scene of the AS-371-45 team he originally belonged to perform the mission, and finally made the same decision as the previous commander. Qini finally understood the behavior of the previous commander and the contradiction and struggle, and made many painful choices for victory. In the fourth stage, everyone thought Qini was ready, but what he got in return was a more brutal slap in the face by reality. In the deduction of the final battle, even if the command was completely in accordance with the advice of AEIS, humans still retreated step by step. Qini almost fell into a state of collapse. He no longer believed that humans could win this war. No matter whether it was deceiving or not, no matter what kind of command method was used, it would not be possible to win the war. In the fifth stage, Qini realized that it was wrong to use cold data to measure the value of each person. The original command method did improve the combat efficiency to a certain extent, but it was absolutely impossible to use Zerg tactics to fight Zerg and turn all soldiers into cold machines. Therefore, Qini chose to tell all soldiers the truth, and re-inspired the faith of all people with a speech in a desperate situation, and the war took a turn for the better again. In the sixth stage, Qini's body was overwhelmed by the intense thinking. In his coma, he felt the consciousness of the hive. The Queen of the Zerg showed him the truth of the past. It turned out that the war between humans and Zerg was provoked by humans, and the Queen of the Zerg's behavior in the hive was trying to communicate with Qini, but it was not successful until now. Qini made a reconciliation move on the surface, but actually deceived the Queen of the Zerg and carried out the decapitation operation, which directly laid the foundation for victory. In the seventh stage, Qini, who thought the war was over and wanted to evacuate, was betrayed. The command ship he was on rushed into the Zerg and committed suicide, but he did not expect that after all the secondary queens were beheaded, he, who had the consciousness of the Zerg, became the new brain of the Zerg. At the end of the film, there are actually two suspense. The first suspense is, who decided to betray Qini, the Executive Committee or AEIS? The words of AEIS to Qini pushed all the pots to the Supreme Executive Committee, creating a feeling of the cunning rabbit dies, and the running dog is cooked. But in the meeting of the Supreme Executive Committee, AEIS was Qini who took the initiative to seek death, and the committee members all showed great regret. There are obviously two possibilities. One is that AEIS deceived both Qini and the Supreme Executive Committee, and easily killed a human military talent, clearing the way for itself to take over the entire human army in the future. The other is that some people in the Supreme Executive Committee instructed AEIS and acted hypocritically. These two possibilities hint at two different sequels, the Machine Crisis or Civil War. The second suspense is that Qini, who is in the body of the Leviathan, has inherited the consciousness of the hive, and his body has been transformed by the Zerg into a special life form. He is a soldier who is naturally loyal to humans, but he suffered the most shameful betrayal. Will Qini choose to lead the Zerg for revenge? Or will he take another path? Can he still be called a human being? How will he perceive himself? These contents will obviously be revealed later. The grand scenes of interstellar wars dazzled all the audiences. Some people were even immersed in such shocking emotions that they forgot to exclaim. From the initial defeat of humans when they encountered the Zerg, to large-scale simulation training, and finally to large-scale battles in the vast starry sky and on the surface of the planet. All the war scenes in the movie are gradual and constantly upgraded. The audience followed Captain Qini from weak to strong, and witnessed the long-lasting grand war between humans and Zerg in the universe step by step. What shocked Liu Xiaoping was that, although the special effects of this movie were very cool, it was obviously not just special effects. In terms of storytelling and emotional mobilization of the audience, this movie also did a great job. Although the war scenes in the movie are constantly escalating overall, the emotional tone of each stage is constantly fluctuating, like a wave line, with peaks and troughs, presenting a state of spiraling upward and fluctuations. which is completely unpredictable. Other movies often show these contents through conflicts between characters. For example, when a team is in trouble, different members of a team propose different solutions. The fierce debate will make the audience in front of the screen irritable. In the end, when everyone agrees and overcomes difficulties, the audience will feel that their emotions have been released. This is a common routine in many literary and artistic works. Although it is old-fashioned, it is easy to use and has little risk. But in Mission and Choice, Liu Xiao completely supports the emotional tone of Ling Ying through his own performance and acting with the cold artificial intelligence electronic sound AEIS. This feeling reminds Liu Xiaoping of a one-man show movie 2 years ago, which tells the story of the protagonist being buried alive in a coffin in the desert. He constantly explores and uses various props around him to survive. In the end, he thought that the dawn had come, but what he waited for was only despair. In that movie, the protagonist played a one-man show throughout the whole process, but it brought continuous suspense to the audience. The unique perspective, superb shots, and twists and turns of the plot made this movie a box office miracle that year. It cost $3 million and earned $20 million at the box office, which was a great success. And Mission and Choice is similar to this movie to some extent. The protagonists of both movies are trapped in a narrow space. Facing an unknown fate, they are trying hard to fight. Although they fail again and again, they are still indomitable. They all withstood the test of acting skills in a one-man show, and they supported the emotional context of the entire movie by themselves, and also allowed the audience to perfectly immerse themselves in the film. This kind of performance is very difficult, like a gamble, putting all the chips in the same game. If it succeeds, you will make a lot of money, but if it fails, it means losing everything. The difference between the two lies in the difference in emotional tone. The protagonist who was buried alive was in a coffin, which was extremely narrow. The despair he endured came from the double destruction of the mind and body. The audience, like the protagonist, had a severely limited perspective and was in a state of cramped, depressed, and desperate throughout the whole process. Although Qini was in the space capsule, he could see the real situation around him through the holographic image of the cabin wall, and his vision was not restricted at all. The despair he endured was more of a kind of mental destruction, and he endured the pain of human life alone. Both performances are a severe test for acting skills, but Liu Xiao's performance seems to be more difficult. Because most of the despair Qini endured was mental, the entire setting and environment could not play a big role in setting off his emotions. At this time, if you want to mobilize the player's emotions, you have to rely entirely on Liu Xiao's performance. Fortunately, Liu Xiao completed the task well and contributed his most perfect acting since his debut. Liu Xiaoping even felt that what he saw was not Liu Xiao, but another person, or Captain Qini himself. Since the performance of Beautiful Ming, Liu Xiao's acting skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Many people used to criticize Liu Xiao as box office poison and overacting, but from Beautiful Ming to Mission and Choice, Liu Xiao's acting skills seem to be constantly improving. From extrovert to introverted, all those exaggerated expressions are gone, replaced by more delicate psychology and carefully designed micro-expressions. The whole person seems to be completely integrated into the role. In the last scene of the film, Qini wakes up in the incubation pool in the body of the Leviathan, his eyes suddenly open, and the camera gives a close-up. There seem to be too many complex emotions in his eyes. In fact, at the beginning of the film, there was also such a close-up, but at that time Qini woke up from the hibernation capsule, and at the end he woke up in the incubation pool in the body of the Leviathan. The two looks seem to have something in common, but the background, the appearance of the protagonist, the subtle expressions, and especially the eyes, are completely different. The hibernation capsule and the incubation pool are like a womb. This shot clearly symbolizes that Qini has been reborn. It's just that in these two lives, Qini played the role of a human commander and the heart of the swarm respectively, just like the beginning of the film. this expression at the end also lasted for several seconds before cutting to the next shot. His thoughts spread rapidly in the universe, and all the larvae in the hatching pool surrounded him, becoming an extension of his consciousness. Then, the camera quickly pulled up to the universe outside the Leviathan monster, and this terrifying Zerg wandering aimlessly in the universe suddenly opened his eyes and sped up to move quickly towards the endless starry sky. A large number of Zergs followed the Leviathan monster, like a comet with a long tail, disappearing in the depths of the screen. The movie ended here, and the list of cast and crew appeared on the big screen. The ending song sounded, which was an impassioned war song, describing the scene of a soldier about to go to war and step onto the battlefield. Originally, this song should have been very inspiring, but the scene it accompanied was the picture of human soldiers cleaning up the mess and the Leviathan monster carrying Qingshan finally disappearing in the universe, which made the song inexplicably full of an inexplicable sense of sadness. With a pop, the lights of the cinema came on. Many viewers finally woke up from their dreams, and exclaimed wow and awesome. Fuck, it's awesome. I didn't expect this ending. I still want more, the ticket is worth it. When the premiere of A Beautiful Ming ended, most of the audience felt that they were not sure what it was. Because A Beautiful Ming is quite obscure on many key issues, as a feature film, there are not so many impressive scenes. After watching it, you will feel a little blocked in your heart. You have to read the film reviews and savor it carefully to read the deep meaning. But Mission and Choice is an out-and-out popcorn movie. It is full of various scenes of space wars throughout the whole process. The emotions are like a roller coaster, with lows and highs, which gives people an extremely exciting emotional experience. Therefore, after watching Mission and Choice, the feelings of most of the audience can only be summarized in 2 words, that is, awesome. This kind of impact from the senses is more direct and stronger, especially the look of Qingshan in the last scene, coupled with the ending song, which makes the audience's emotions finally released, and it is refreshing to the peak and memorable. The audience stood up one after another, and couldn't wait to share their viewing experience with their companions around them. Too awesome. How can the special effects of domestic science fiction movies be achieved to this level? It is completely comparable to Hollywood blockbusters. I was dazzled the whole time and didn't feel out of place at all. As expected, Tenda's movies are awesome. They will never disappoint you. It's not too much to invest several $100 million in this film's publicity, right? Unfortunately, the publicity is not enough, and the screening is not high. It doesn't matter. How can a film of this quality not be popular? The treatment of Qingshan at the end was really exciting. I thought it was another cliché plot of different species shaking hands and building a beautiful universe together. It's comfortable. Lu Xiao's acting is really good. It feels like Mr. Pei has a manual for Lu Xiao. He was a box office poison before, but now his acting skills have improved visibly. He really feels like an actor. The audience praised it. Obviously, the actual effect of this movie far exceeded their psychological expectations. Although the audience came to see the movie for various reasons, most of them did not have too many unrealistic expectations. Everyone knows what the state of domestic science fiction movies is. If the producer of Mission and Choice is not Tenda but some other company, even if it is some wealthy big company, the audience will not come to watch the midnight show as guinea pigs. Because no company can gain such high trust from the audience like Tenda. In addition, there was not much publicity for this movie, and most viewers thought that this might be a beautiful movie, that is, the type of movie that has enough advantages but also obvious disadvantages. But after watching Lingying, I found that it was not the case at all. This movie exceeded everyone's expectations in all aspects. And this mentality has also invisibly raised the audience's evaluation of Mission and Choice. It's like going to a restaurant for a meal. If the food is delicious, if it is in a restaurant with great reviews on the internet, then customers may feel that it is not worthy of its reputation, but if it is eaten by chance in an unknown restaurant in an alley, customers will definitely be very surprised and unforgettable. Liu Xiaoping and a person in charge of publicity and distribution of Battleship did not stand up immediately with other audiences, but fell into silence. From the beginning of the movie to now, the two of them have not said a word. The person in charge was shocked by the movie. He was drowsy at first, but now he is very excited, especially the scene of the last scene has always lingered in his mind, and the picture has been unable to dissipate. Although Mission and Choice is a competing movie, the better the performance means the worse the situation of Battleship, but the person in charge is not in the mood to consider this for the time being, because he is completely conquered by this movie and only appreciates it from the bottom of his heart. After a long time, the person in charge said, "There should be no Easter eggs." Liu Xiaoping nodded silently, "Well, maybe." The person in charge said, "Then, Mr. Liu, let's go?" Liu Xiaoping, "Let's go." He was in a very low mood. They came to watch the premiere of the midnight show today with the mentality of watching a joke, but they never expected that they would become a joke. There were still many audience members who did not leave the scene, obviously waiting for the Easter eggs. But Liu Xiaoping judged that there should be no Easter eggs, on the one hand because the lights in the theater had been turned on, and on the other hand because the whole story had been told very clearly, and there was no need for Easter eggs to continue to warm up the next part of the story. Strictly speaking, the whole story should end with Qini being betrayed and sent into the swarm by AEIS. The meeting of the Supreme Executive Committee of the Combined Fleet and Qini waking up in the body of the Leviathan monster are more suitable as Easter eggs. But these two plots are too important and long. If they are made into Easter eggs, there will be a sense of separation. So Zhusa considered again and again, and still put these two plots at the end of Lingying, which played a good effect with the ending song. Liu Xiaoping also judged for this reason that there should be no Easter eggs in the movie. But just when the two were about to leave, some pictures appeared next to the rolling end credits list. There is no Easter egg at the end of the film, but there is something else. These are some of Liu Xiao's NG shots during the filming. He recited his lines over and over again in front of the green screen, performing in different ways. Sometimes he would stop halfway through the performance if he was not satisfied, and repeat it over and over again. For the same emotion, Liu Xiao would perform different feelings at least 5 or 6 times, and then choose the one he was most satisfied with after careful appreciation. Among them was the shot of Liu Xiao rehearsing lines with the AEIS fully automatic intelligent arguing machine. In the eyes of the audience, many of Liu Xiao's performances were actually very good, but Liu Xiao himself was still not satisfied, and he still performed over and over again, and every plot had to be perfect. Although these shots were not bad when taken out alone, they pale in comparison with those in the main film. The audience who stayed were basically die-hard fans. Although the lights in the theater were on, they still insisted on watching to the end, thinking, what if there is an Easter egg? Unexpectedly, they really got a surprise. Fuck, how many times did they have to shoot the same scene? Liu Xiao is so ruthless, it seems like he is a bit possessed. He has to change the same lines in several ways, each time the effect is better than the last. On the other hand, those fresh actors who don't even memorize their lines, and only know how to lip-sync when acting, the difference is obvious. Strictly speaking, although Liu Xiao is a professional actor, he didn't have much acting skills at first. He was better than the fresh meat, but not much better. But unlike the fresh meat, he was not satisfied with the flattery of fans, but constantly strictly demanded himself and honed his acting skills, so he could bring us such wonderful performances in Beautiful Ming and Mission and Choice. Indeed, Liu Xiao's acting skills have improved significantly. This movie ticket is worth it, it's a blood profit. In Beautiful Ming, many people said that Liu Xiao borrowed Tinda's script and relied on Zhang Zuding to guide his acting skills. Now this method should be self-defeating, right? Indeed, one person can support a movie with hundreds of millions of investment. There is no need to discuss the issue of ranking, because he is the only actor. Lu Xiao should be able to get rid of the title of box office poison now, right? He has performed so well in 2 consecutive movies. He will probably become a real movie emperor in the future. The audience side, even some people who were originally indifferent to Lu Xiao were sincerely happy for his progress. In recent years, there are more and more popular movies. The acting skills of various young actors in various so-called big-budget movies have repeatedly broken the bottom line, and many viewers have long been fed up with it. Lu Xiao has taken a completely different path from those popular young actors. He can rely on his appearance, but he relies on his talent. He has made unimaginable efforts for this. How can people not like him? Finally, the final cast list of the movie and Lu Xiao's NG shots have also been played. The few remaining audiences finally left with satisfaction, and their hands were not idle, and they quickly posted a circle of friends to praise it. Lu Xiaoping and the person in charge of the angry ship walked out in a daze, as if they had lost their souls. On the one hand, they were shocked by the content of the movie, and on the other hand, after watching Mission and Choice, they were extremely worried about the current situation of Fanchi Media and the angry ship. At that time, my head was hot, and I had provoked such a terrible opponent. There is a price to pay for such a movie. Lu Xiaoping's plan was all based on the fact that Mission and Choice was of poor quality, so he would touch porcelain and increase the popularity of the angry ship. But if the 2 movies are compared, the angry ship is pressed to the ground, and the popularity that was previously gained will be backfired. If the angry ship wins, it will be domineering and confident, but if the angry ship loses, it will be sour and ugly. This feeling is like a boxer entering the ring. You thought your opponent was a weakling. He said all kinds of tough words before the match and boasted about himself. But when you get on the stage, you see that your opponent took off his coat and his arms were thicker than your thighs. What the hell? The 2 of them were silent. They knew that the current situation was bad enough, but in fact, it was just the beginning. Chapter 981 Qiao Liang's Surprise. At the same time, Jingzhou. Qiao Liang had just quit GOG and looked at the time. It was already past 2 in the evening. He yawned, took out his phone and opened the fan group to take a look. The movie Mission and Choice is so exciting. Just came out of the cinema, I still want more, I still want more. The ending at the end is simply amazing. Do you want to know the plot? Qiao Liang's face turned black at that time. He looked at the watch. Now it was just the end time of the midnight show of Mission and Choice. Relying on the hand speed of being single for more than 20 years, Qiao Liang caught the person who might spoil the plot on the spot and banned him for 5 hours. I don't need to say more about what will happen if the spoiler goes out, right? Qiao Liang's appearance instantly made the group active. Although it was past 2 in the morning, most of the people in this group were game geeks, and it was the weekend, so many people were still awake. Seeing that Qiao Laosher, who had been lurking and slacking off recently, had appeared, he must not let him go. Old Joe finally popped up? Ha ha ha, buddy, it's so easy to fish, I caught a big fish. Old Joe, who hadn't popped up for a long time, was popped up. Rest in peace, warriors. See you in 5 hours. Old Qiao, where's the new video? Tell me how long you've been on hold. You've only released 1 episode of crap game inventory in such a long time, and the inventory is of games that other up hosts have made badly. Don't you feel guilty? Don't be so mean, Old Qiao is heartless. Start broadcasting now, broadcast all night to make up for your mistakes, and we will forgive you. Seeing that fans in the group were denouncing him, Qiao Liang immediately replied, don't urge me, the new video is already being made. Everyone go to bed early, good night. Then, Qiao Liang ran away. There was no way to go to the fan group, and Qiao Liang habitually checked his moments, and never expected to see the relevant information of Mission and Choice again. Check in. This movie is great. I never thought that Chinese science fiction could reach this level. Lu Jia's acting is amazing. Highly recommended. You will definitely regret not watching this movie. I never thought that this movie completely used the plot of the rubbish game Mission and Choice and could be so brilliant, especially the final decisive battle. Qiao Liang was almost spoiled. At the last second, he stopped his eyes from looking down and quickly left. Spoiling the show in moments is a disease. I'm so angry. It seems that everyone has grabbed the tickets for the midnight show, but I don't have any. Qiao Liang was speechless. He actually wanted to buy tickets for the midnight show, but he never expected that they would be sold out so quickly. Although Jingzhou is only a second-tier city, and tickets are generally not hard to come by, there are many Tenda fans in Jingzhou. There were too many people rushing to get the midnight show, so the tickets of the nearby cinemas were sold out at the speed of light. Qiao Liang finally only got the tickets for the afternoon show in the daytime. Of course, given Qiao Liang's relationship with Tenda, it should not be difficult to find Fei Huang's studio to ask for a movie ticket. But he felt embarrassed, so he didn't pull his face in the end. Although it was only a dozen hours late, he still had to face the chaos of spoilers. Qiao Liang sighed. It seems that he can only force himself not to watch any social software. Whether it is a novel, a movie, or a game, the most feared thing is spoilers. Originally, the director racked his brains to come up with a reversal plot. Normal moviegoers would exclaim fuck when they saw this, but some sand sculptors who watched the movie in advance wanted to show their existence and spoiled it everywhere, which not only made the reversal plot that the director racked his brains to come up with lose its effect, but also seriously affected the viewing experience of the spoiled audience. In short, everyone should punish this kind of spoiler dog. Qiao Liang quickly washed up and prepared to go to bed. But he tossed and turned in bed for a long time, but he was not sleepy at all. Today he took a long nap, slept until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and drank some coffee after waking up, so he was still very excited. In addition, spoilers were praising the movie Mission, Resilience so much that those words lingered in his mind for a long time, like a naughty tickler, always gently teasing his most vulnerable parts, making him feel itchy. After rolling on the bed for a few times, Qiao Liang subconsciously wanted to play with his phone for a while, but then realized that he couldn't do that. Because now, whether it is on social software or on various forums, you may encounter spoilers for Mission, Resilience. Not being able to surf the internet makes people desperate. After staring at the ceiling for a while, Qiao Liang still sat up from the bed and decided to play games for a while, before going to sleep. Alas, it's a pity that Fantasy War Remastered has not been officially released yet. We have to wait until tomorrow morning. It would be great if there was Fantasy War Remastered to play, and I could also prepare materials for the next Masterpiece of the Gods. Then what to play? I have already finished Water, Ink and Clouds. Although this game is also very well made, it is still a bit far from the standard of Masterpiece of the Gods. I don't have a good idea for making a video. Qiao Liang looked at the full screen of games and didn't know which one to play for a while. He has finished most of the games here, and the ones he didn't finish are really not to his taste and can't play. He has already finished Water, Ink and Clouds some time ago, and Fantasy War Remastered will not be officially released until 10 a.m., so it can't be played now. Without a suitable game to play, it's very rigid. Suddenly, Qiao Liang thought of a sentence from the spoiler dog before. Some people on the internet say that the plot of the movie Mission and Choice is completely adapted from the original work. How is it adapted? This sentence has been lingering in Qiao Liang's mind, making him feel sincerely confused. Because he has played the original rubbish game Mission and Choice, and there is no plot in it at all. The only place that looks like a plot is just a few lines of words on the promotional poster, such as your hometown blue star is suffering from the terrible threat of Zerg, which is not considered a plot. What's more, even this little plot is not shown in the game, and there are only a few lines of dialogue text, which is perfunctory to the extreme. As a result, some people say that the plot of the movie Mission and Choice is adapted from the original work. Is there some hidden plot in the original novel that I didn't see? No way, at most it just used a little bit of the world background of the original novel. With this suspicion, Qiao Liang turned on the computer and glanced at the desktop, before remembering that he had deleted the game. Qiao Liang's habit is to enable automatic updates for all games, but those junk games that he no longer plays will be deleted in time. Although as a hardcore gamer and game-up host, Qiao Liang has the best computer and network speed, but after all, the landlord's family has no surplus food. Although the hard disk space is large, it will also make people unhappy to install a bunch of garbage games. Mission and Choice is originally a very bad game. Qiao Liang downloaded this thing just to make a video. After the video was completed, he immediately asked the game to get out of my computer. But at that time, he didn't expect that he would want to play the game again after that. But it doesn't matter, just install it back. The games of that era were only a few dozen MB, and with Qiao Liang's network speed, it only took a few seconds to finish. After opening the Chinese Classic Game Collection, he found that there seemed to be more games in it, including Ink and Clouds, which was officially released some time ago. The priority of Mission and Choice was directly adjusted to the end of the entire collection, and it took a lot of flips to find it. Does the official also think this game is embarrassing, so they put it last? That's not right. If they think it's embarrassing, why not just delete it from the collection? Huh? Something's wrong, there's an update? Fuck, dozens of GB? Qiao Liang was stunned and almost couldn't believe his eyes. The original Mission and Choice was a rubbish game from more than a decade ago, with a capacity of only a few dozen MB, but now, Qiao Liang was surprised to find that Mission and Choice had been updated, and the capacity of the update package was almost the same as the original one, except that the original unit was M, and now the unit has become G. This is 1,000 times more, which is more than the capacity of many 3A masterpieces. Qiao Liang looked at the download speed. The time to download the game, plus the installation time, should be nearly an hour. What's going on? Hiss. Could it be? In connection with the previous online discussions, Qiao Liang had an extremely terrifying conjecture in his mind. Some people had speculated before that since Tenda had released the movie of Mission and Choice, why didn't it release the game of Mission and Choice? As a game company, Tenda will definitely release it. But there is no real hammer for this conjecture. Although everyone is looking forward to it, no one is really sure that Tenda will release the game of Mission and Choice. What's more, everyone thinks that even if Tenda wants to release a remake of Mission and Choice, it will definitely be put on the official store again and promoted again, starting from scratch. After all, it is impossible for them to update the Fantasy War Remastered Edition directly on the old game. It must be a new game. Mission and Choice is even less likely to be mixed with the original garbage game. Therefore, although Qiao Liang heard this speculation and thought it made sense, he never thought that Tenda would actually make an update package directly on this old game. Qiao Liang rubbed his eyes, thinking that it was too late at night, too sleepy, and blurry. But these dozens of GB of update packages are indeed real. The production company of Mission and Choice has long gone bankrupt, and the game is now owned by the official platform. This update can't be updated by the official platform itself, right? A prank? That's impossible. April Fool's Day has passed for half a month. Qiao Liang suddenly became energetic, and he felt that these dozens of GB seemed to contain infinite possibilities. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Chapter 982, A Unique RTS Game. The download speed of the official platform is very stable, and the download progress bar is growing steadily, but it still takes some time. Qiao Liang took a can of Fat House Happy Water from the refrigerator and sat in front of the computer thinking about playing something to kill time, but he couldn't help but check the update progress bar every once in a while. This feeling is like dreaming back to 10 years ago. Xiao Liang still remembers that when he was in school, his family spent a lot of money to buy a computer. The screen was very small, the head was very big, and there was dial-up internet access with a speed of less than 100k. Even loading pictures on the web page was very slow, and it was limited in traffic and time. If you didn't pay attention, the time would exceed it. At that time, Xiao Liang had to be careful every time he went online. He searched for strategies on the internet and wrote them down in a notebook, and then played those levels that he couldn't pass in standalone games. Later, with broadband, the speed was also improved, and Xiao Liang began to download games online. At that time, with a speed of several hundred K, sometimes it took several or even more than 10 hours to download a game of more than 10 GB. Xiao Liang's mood at that time was exactly the same as it is now. He always checked the download progress every once in a while. When the game was downloaded, I installed it excitedly, entered the game, and saw the beautiful game CG. That was the most wonderful moment. At that time, Xiao Liang had to compete with his parents to play computer games. He was always nervous, afraid that he would be criticized if he was caught. But later he became independent and became a game-up host. He played too many games of all kinds, and no one supervised him to play games anymore, but he lost that excitement. Often he bought a game and forgot to play it, or just played the beginning and never picked it up again. He hadn't felt the joy of downloading the game for a long time. But this time, for some reason, he suddenly felt this way again. At this time, it was very similar to the nervous and expectant feeling when he secretly got up in the middle of the night to play computer games in the study without being discovered by his parents. In Xiao Liang's impatient mood, Mission and Choice was finally updated. However, Xiao Liang noticed that although the update was completed, the background was still downloading. This is because the current dozens of GB of content are the basic content of the game, including the game itself and the first 2 or 3 plot videos, in order to ensure the best viewing effect. Although the quality of all images cannot reach the level of cinema, the quality is basically ultra-high-definition Blu-ray quality. But this also means that the capacity occupied by the film is very large, even almost the same as the main body of the game. In order to prevent players from downloading too much content at once, the production team deliberately separated the two downloads. The subsequent video content is downloaded in the background, and players can start the game in advance. During the game, the subsequent plot images are also downloaded. After the update, the icon of Mission and Choice has not changed at all, and the game details page has not changed at all. It is still the original promotional pictures with a very old pixel style, and those very awkward slogans. Xiao Liang even suspected that if some players turned on automatic updates, they would not notice that Mission and Choice has updated such a large package if they did not look carefully. But this made Xiao Liang look forward to this game even more. Xiao Liang calmed down his excitement and entered the game. The original, very rubbish Mission, Eternal Love did not have any opening CG. After entering the game, there was a very rough title screen with only a few simple options such as Start Game, Load Game, Settings, etc. After starting the game and entering the first chapter, there was only a PPT-like picture, with a few lines of text briefly introducing the background of the story, and then directly entering the game screen. Even in that era, this attitude was very perfunctory and outrageous. After all, although the games of the same period were all mosaic style, at least there would be a lot of CG in the opening and in the film. Even games like Fantasy War had a very high CG level at the time. It looked amazing in that era, and even crushed new games several years later. But the updated Mission and Choice has become completely different. After the black screen and a few logos, a pair of closed eyes appeared on the screen. The eyes were closed, but it could be seen that the eyeballs were moving quickly, the eyebrows were slightly frowned, and fine beads of sweat oozed from the forehead, as if experiencing a terrible nightmare. Xiaoliang was stunned. Isn't the CG level too high? It's completely the same as real people. Xiaoliang has also seen some 3A masterpieces that have invested heavily in CG production, and the pores on the characters' faces are clearly visible. But I've never seen something this clear. The next second, the camera zoomed up and Xiaoliang saw Rao's entire face. Isn't this Lu Jiao? This is not real, this is real. This is not CG, this is a movie. Seeing the hibernation capsule in the screen open automatically, Lu Jiao turned over and sat up. Xiaoliang understood instantly. No wonder it was so real, this was not CG at all. That is to say, Mr. Pei put the movie into the game? Doesn't this mean that if I buy the game, I can get Lingying for free? Or buying Lingying is also equivalent to getting the game for free? It seems a bit wrong. It doesn't matter, but mixing movies and games together will cause problems in the plot rhythm, right? Xiaoliang has played many games after all. Seeing this practice of combining games and movies into one, he instinctively worried. In fact, some foreign companies did use real-life shooting to make game CG, but that has been a few years. Moreover, most game companies did not adopt this method afterwards. Since it has not become mainstream, it is clear that this method is problematic. For example, the plot of the game is fragmented. The plot of each chapter may be divided into more than a dozen sections, and the connection between them is not close. The most exciting fragments of a plot are selected to make CG. As for the middle part, it can be filled with game content. But the plot of the movie must be coherent, which conflicts with the plot of the game. Maybe it's a part of the plot of Antelope Shadow? But this is also a waste. I always feel that it may be difficult to handle the details. If it were a general game company that didn't pay much attention to details, it would be acceptable to do so, but Tenda has always been meticulous about details, and President Pei would not allow such flaws to exist. Or, is there a better solution? The plot was very exciting, and Xiaoliang didn't have much time to think about these messy things. These thoughts just flashed through his mind and then were temporarily sealed up. The high-definition esports display, plus the gaming headset, although not the most perfect viewing experience, is definitely not bad. Xiaoliang was quickly completely attracted by the plot of this game. The CG of other games basically plays a role of adjustment. Due to the limitation of funds, it is generally not very long, mainly to let the players get into the state as soon as possible. But this plot of mission and choice is obviously very long. It is not a cut of a plot, but a serious story. After Qini accepted the position of commander, AEIS introduced the various functions of the control console to him, including the observation ball, touch screen, surrounding holographic images, etc. And after Qini officially started the operation, the computer screen on Xiaoliang's side also seamlessly switched to the game screen. Without a game title, plot chapters, or story outline, Xiaoliang found himself naturally assuming the role of Qini. AEIS's voice continued, but this time it was instructing the player to perform operations. AEIS did not directly use words such as mouse, keyboard, and handle, but vaguely rotate the perspective, select troops, etc., in order to prevent players from being distracted. Instead, a simple icon prompt appears on the screen. For example, when the mouse is needed to circle the troops, a simple mouse shape plus arrow outlined by white lines will appear on the screen to prompt the player to perform relevant operations. The overall UI is almost exactly the same as the UI in the movie, and the degree of freedom of perspective is also very high. Although it is completely incomparable to the holographic image in the movie, compared with other games that lock the god's perspective, the entire picture will appear more grand after zooming in. The plot of the first level is very simple, just guiding players to get used to controlling the game perspective and watching the simulated image of the combined fleet's defeat after encountering the Zerg. After the game content ends, it seamlessly switches to the content of Lingying again. The screen originally operated by the player becomes the linking screen, showing the previous content in a more grand way. However, the actions during the game are freer, and the time is much longer than the movie, so it does not feel that the plot is repeated, but rather strengthens the impression of the plot in the minds of players. Then, there was the second plot and actual combat, the third plot and actual combat. Qiao Liang discovered that the game Mission and Choice seemed to be different from other games. In other games, the main content of the game is the main content, and the plot CG is interspersed in the game content to play a decorative role. On the other hand, in Mission and Choice, the plot movie actually runs through the whole story and strings the entire storyline, but the game content is interspersed in it as a decorative role. The difference between these two approaches is that the former gives people a strong sense of paragraphs, and each chapter and level is actually quite separated, and the connection is not very natural. Some new levels of games even need to be loaded and read, which is even more unfriendly to players. However, Mission and Choice makes people feel no separation between chapters and levels at all. This is like the method used by many 3A masterpieces that produce plots. The traditional way is to read the bar when the scene changes, but these plot-oriented 3A masterpieces will do some special processing when transitioning to make the player's experience more coherent, such as tunnel collapse, the protagonist crawling in a narrow cave, etc., and the content of the subsequent scene is read at the same time at this stage, and the reading screen will never appear. Mission and Choice obviously also did this, playing a plot movie between two levels. While the players were watching the movie, the loading of the next level had been completed. And through the clever arrangement of the plot, the connection between the movie part and the game part was very perfect, without giving the players any abrupt or unnatural feeling. Although he has not yet come into contact with the actual combat part, just the game experience at the beginning has made Qiao Liang feel that this new Mission and Choice is absolutely different from all previous RTS games. Chapter 983, more immersive than all RTS games. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. In the plot video, Captain Chini followed the guidance of AEIS, familiarized himself with the use of the control panel, and began basic operation training. In the game, Qiao Liang also followed the guidance of AEIS, familiarized himself with the operation mode of the game, and fought in the basic levels. Originally, Qiao Liang was worried that he would not be able to play well because of his clumsy hands, but he did not expect that the operation of this game was much simpler than he imagined. Qiao Liang has also played some traditional RTS games, such as Star Sea and Fantasy War, but his level is not high, and he is simply abused when fighting against others. Because traditional RTS games have too high requirements for players, they have to fight on multiple lines, have extremely high APM, and have a very good grasp of various tactical details. When you meet an opponent who is stronger than you, you will be abused unilaterally. Qiao Liang is not a genius player. He is just smarter than ordinary people and has more perseverance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered for so long when playing Turn Back. However, Mission and Choice is different from other RTS games. It is not necessary to give precise instructions to each unit. It is enough to give instructions to a whole unit. During the teaching process, AEIS will continue to strengthen this concept. In short, in Star Ocean and Fantasy War, players often need a high level of micromanagement. For example, one of the most basic operations is pulling soldiers. The remaining soldiers in a formation must be pulled away. This operation can avoid losses, not give experience to the enemy, pull the enemy team's formation, etc. Whether the soldiers are pulled well directly determines the player's team battle ability, and the gap between masters and rookies will be infinitely widened because of this operation. Because resources and units are too important in this traditional RTS game, they need to be carefully calculated. In many cases, the hero takes 5 or 6 soldiers to fight the opponent, and the death of a soldier has a huge impact. In the constant collision of such details, the resource gap between the two sides gradually widens, and the strong side gradually determines the victory. This approach is a classic RTS game approach, and it is certainly not wrong, but one problem is that the game threshold is too high. For those players who cannot perform these operations, the fun of the game will be greatly reduced. However, mission and choice directly simplifies these operations in the game mechanism, and even if they cannot be performed, it does not affect the experience of the game content at all. There are gains and losses. After giving up these subtle operations and careful calculation of resources, mission and choice has a lower difficulty to get started and a more grand scene. The map of mission and choice is extremely vast, and the degree of freedom of perspective is very high. After making some simple operations, players have a lot of time to think about the next action, as well as to watch the fierce battles on the battlefield and check the feedback from various troops. The movie-level plot images, the big scenes in the game, and the extremely low difficulty to get started all gave Qiao Liang a very good first impression of this game. It was also the first time to contact the entire control system and to start training from the simplest battle. Qiao Liang felt very involved. He thought about it carefully and felt that this might be because the entire plot arrangement was more clever. In the plots of most RTS games, multiple protagonists often drive the plot together. For example, in Fantasy War, different races have different heroes, and each hero will have an independent plot. In the plot of the entire game, players need to constantly change their positions. Maybe they are still controlling Hero A to fight Hero B in the previous minute, and the next minute it has been completely reversed. Of course, this doesn't mean that this traditional approach is bad. Most successful games have their own set of gameplay, which has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of this approach is that the game can accommodate a very grand and diverse worldview background, and can also highlight the epic feeling of the whole story. But the problem is that players basically play the game from a god's perspective, without any sense of substitution, and the emotional experience is mostly separated from the emotional experience of the protagonist in the plot. The plot of Mission and Choice adopts another approach. The plot focuses on Captain Qini alone, and AEIS does not take over the main role at all. It just uses unremarkable and emotionless electronic sounds to constantly prompt Qini to perform various operations. In this way, players will naturally put themselves into the role of Qini. In addition, AEIS will directly talk to players during the game, which further strengthens this sense of substitution. As the plot progresses, the emotions of players are also changing with Qini's emotions, and they can even empathize more than movies. One obvious place is the change of players' emotions when adding simulation elements. Before the addition of the simulation element, players, like Qini, commanded soldiers who obeyed orders 100%, and they fought wherever they were directed, and the entire battle process went very smoothly. After the player makes some simple instructions, the AEIS artificial intelligence will refine these instructions, so the human army looks unstoppable. And the player's mentality will naturally expand like Qini, unknowingly. But after adding the simulation element, the soldiers suddenly have their own thoughts, and often disobey orders and do some very annoying behaviors. Even before there are many casualties, the morale of the entire army has collapsed, and they are scattered and fleeing, which can make the players angry to death, and the previous sense of pride and complacency is gone. At this time, AEIS will guide the player's operation and provide some data analysis. After trying it, the player finds that the effect is good, and naturally makes the same choice as Qini. After the player makes a choice and completes this part of the game content, Qini will make the same choice in the plot image, further strengthening the player's sense of substitution. In terms of experience, there is a subtle difference from traditional RTS games. Most traditional RTS games give goals first and then let players act. Many times when players command battles, they do not do what they want to do, but what the mission requires them to do. But in Mission and Choice, through clever plot arrangement, most players will make similar choices as Qini. In this way, the player's sense of substitution will be stronger, and they will be able to understand Qingyi's situation and behavior better. Unconsciously, time passed by minute by minute. Qiao Liang was completely immersed in the game and couldn't stop at all. This feeling is somewhat similar to some excellent movie-like games abroad. The characteristics of this kind of game are that it uses movie-level plots throughout, with a fast pace and many twists and turns. Mission and choice achieves a moderate degree of tension and relaxation by interweaving movies and games. Players play the game content for a while, and when they are tired, they enter the plot and relax. The plot plays a connecting role, throwing a new question for players and creating a sense of expectation. After watching enough plot images, players will directly enter the next stage of the game content, and so on. In addition, the sense of substitution in the game itself is extremely strong. In the second half of the game, Qingyi's anxiety, confusion, and despair can even directly infect the players in front of the computer, making the players also want to finish the game quickly with such an impatient mood. Qiao Liang feels that his emotions are being played by mission and choice in this way. It is simply an enhanced movie-watching experience. By the time he got to the middle of the plot, Qiao Liang had roughly figured out that the plot and images of the game were mostly identical to the content of the movie. Although the content was identical, the experience of the game and the movie each had its own advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of games is that players can personally experience it after each plot. Games are an interactive art, and players have much more freedom in games than in movies. If the decisions made by players in the game happen to be consistent with the decisions made by the protagonist in the movie, the player's sense of involvement and identification with the protagonist can be exponentially strengthened. This sense of participation is incomparable to movies. The advantage of movies is that the experience is better. Compared with games, the content of movies is more concentrated, the entire emotional process is compressed, and the large screen and sound system of the cinema, the viewing effect is definitely better than the player's computer and headphones. So, before, Qiao Liang still thought whether he could refund the movie ticket and use the game to get the movie for free, but then he would not think so at all. Because after playing the game, he wanted to go to the cinema to watch it even more. With such awesome scenery and special effects, and Lu Jiao's acting is so good, how can this movie be enjoyed just on the small screen of his computer? The big TV is also free. Such a good movie still needs to be watched in the cinema. Movies can't replace games, because games give players a sense of participation and immersion that movies can't achieve. Boss Pei is so cunning. He actually made 2 profits from me in this way. But I hope this cunning thing can happen more often in the future. Although Qiao Liang's wallet was hit twice, he also got double the happiness. Strange, the problem of plot fragmentation that I was worried about before doesn't seem to have occurred. How did you do it? The entire plot has been more than halfway through, and this is no longer a secret. Qiao Liang understood it after a little thought. To achieve this, the most critical thing is the plot arrangement. The plot of Mission and Choice can be said to be Lu Jiao's one-man show, or it can be said that Lu Jiao and AEIS are playing against each other, but no matter what, this arrangement is full of risks and opportunities. The risk is that all the audience's attention is focused on Lu Jiao alone. If his acting is superb, the audience will be happy. If his acting is poor, then the whole movie will be dragged down by him and fall to the bottom. In addition, the plot of the whole story is actually divided into stages, and the connection between the stages is very natural, but the stages are very clear. Therefore, after such a plot is put into the game, it can not only make players have a strong sense of participation and substitution, but also make the plot images and game content perfectly connected. Therefore, players will not only not feel disconnected, but will feel that the plot coherence of the whole game is very good. How can you actually create a plot like this? My knowledge of games has been overturned once again. After understanding this, Qiao Liang was simply amazed by this game. Simply adapting a game into a movie, or a movie into a game, cannot achieve this effect. The game and the movie must be established together, and the two different forms of expression of the art carriers of games and movies must be considered at the same time, and their shortcomings and strengths must be combined. Only through a deep understanding of the two arts can the two be perfectly combined with one plot. And to achieve this, the most important thing is not ability, but courage. Xiao Liang believes that there are many people who can write such scripts that are suitable for both games and movies, but the bosses who dare to use the same script to make games and movies at the same time, and invest heavily in all of them, should be rare in this world. The plot continues to advance. The plot of the game is exactly the same as that of the movie, but because the player's sense of substitution is stronger and the duration is longer, the feeling is also stronger. In the final stage of the plot, Qini gave a speech to encourage the morale of all mankind, and in the final battle, Xiao Liang suddenly found that the soldiers who did not listen to the command before suddenly changed. Many people were willing to sacrifice their lives to defeat the Zerg, and the communication of human eternity jumped quickly on the screen. For some reason, Xiao Liang suddenly felt his eyes moist. Although he knew very well that this was just a game and the soldiers in it were just fake programs, he somehow felt as if these soldiers really had life at this moment. Watching them rushing towards the insect swarm and sacrificing themselves, Xiao Liang instantly understood Qin Yi's complex emotions at this time. Combined with Lu Jiao's wonderful performance, Xiao Liang's heart can be said to be full of mixed feelings. After seeing Qin Yi betrayed, become the new master of the swarm, and open his eyes to fly into the universe, Xiao Liang was deeply shocked. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time until the screen turned black and the credits appeared. The entire game process is not very long, because the movie itself is only more than 2 hours long, and the game levels are interspersed between the plots, which stretches the entire plot to about 6 hours. Of course, this is the length of the most basic game difficulty. After the player passes the level, he can experience higher difficulties, and the game time will increase accordingly. At this time, the sky outside has brightened, and it is morning. Although Xiao Liang is a little sleepy, he is more excited and excited. Before finishing the plot, entering the game will automatically continue the previous plot. Only after the plot mode ends, the title screen and various new game modes will appear. There are quite a lot of these game modes, but Xiao Liang is not in the mood to study these gameplays now. He has only one idea, which is to blow up this game now, and immediately. Of course, Xiao Liang's old arms and legs were a bit exhausted, so the most urgent thing was to have breakfast and then catch up on some sleep. Chapter 984, President Pei was spoiled? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. After ordering a takeaway breakfast, Xiao Liang can finally browse his phone with a clear mind. Before, he didn't dare to browse his phone because he was afraid of being spoiled. After all, there might be spoilers everywhere in his circle of friends and fan groups, and he would be caught if he didn't pay attention. But now, Xiao Liang has watched all the plots of Mission and Choice, and he is not afraid of being spoiled. It is already early morning, and the fan group has completely quieted down, and the wave of dynamics in the circle of friends showing movie tickets has been deleted. There are still many posts discussing the plot of the movie Mission and Choice in major forums, but most of these forums will contain spoilers at the end of the post to avoid these posts from causing adverse effects on netizens who have not watched the movie. Xiao Liang flipped through the chat records of the fan group and looked at the posts discussing the plot of Mission and Choice online. As expected, great minds think alike. Everyone can see that this movie is well made. But everyone's praises for this movie are a bit repetitive. We still have to wait for professional film critics to praise it. Xiao Liang flipped through the posts online, still immersed in the aftertaste of the plot of Mission and Choice. However, the words used by netizens to praise Mission and Choice are still too scarce. They are all awesome and other meaningless words. If you read too much, you will get a little aesthetic fatigue. It is still interesting to read the professional analysis of professional film critics. Because Mission and Choice has no preview, those professional film critics cannot see the preview before the release, so it is naturally impossible to write film reviews in advance. It is estimated that the word-of-mouth explosion of Mission and Choice will have to wait until afternoon. By that time, the audience in the daytime will have seen the plot, various film reviews will be released, and the ratings will be stable. Mission and Choice will surely usher in a new wave of movie watching. Xiao Liang continued to flip through the posts on the forum and suddenly realized a problem. Hey, why don't many people mention the game? Forget about the movie forum, most of the posts about Mission and Choice in the game forum are actually discussing movies. Have you watched the new movie Mission and Choice, made by Tenda? It's so good. I never thought that this classic domestic garbage game could have such a good success. I watched it, but I was even more confused after watching it. Wouldn't it be more suitable to make a game with this theme? Why did you choose to make a movie? Maybe the game will be released soon? Maybe they think RTS games are no longer popular and they won't make any money, so they didn't make it? Movies can still make money at the box office. I don't believe it. A business genius like Mr. Pei can make money no matter what he does? Seeing these people discussing this, Xiao Liang was really anxious and amused. Are you still guessing when the game will be released? It's already released, but you just didn't find it. Xiao Liang's first feeling was that this was outrageous. There are at least millions of loyal players of standalone games in China who are all staring at Tenda games, but Mission and Choice has been released, but no one has discovered it? You just played it yourself? This is a bit ridiculous. But Xiao Liang thought again, and it was actually reasonable. Because Tengda's operation is equivalent to a big filter, filtering several layers. If you want to discover the remastered version of Mission and Choice as soon as possible like Xiao Liang, you need to meet the following points at the same time. First, you must purchase the original version of Mission and Choice in the Chinese Classic Game Collection. Second, after purchasing, you must keep the game itself and cannot delete it. Finally, in the early hours of this morning, you still have to check the update content pushed by Mission and Choice, or turn on automatic updates and pay attention to the download content, to know that the original client of Mission and Choice has been replaced. The first one has already killed 99% of the players. Everyone's money is not blown by the wind. Everyone knows that Mission and Choice is a very rubbish game. At the same price, you can buy some discounted 3A games. Who would buy this rubbish game? If you have too much money, you can just throw it away. At least you can still hear the sound. What's the point of buying a rubbish game? The second and third ones are also difficult, because even if you buy it for collection, there is no need to keep its client on the computer, let alone pay attention to its updates. Because all players know that this company has gone bankrupt, no one will update this game. What's more, it's early morning now. This update package was pushed around midnight, which should be the same time as the movie. Those players who really pay attention should have gone to the cinema to watch the movie as soon as possible, and those who didn't buy tickets also went to bed. Players like Xiao Liang, who accidentally opened the original game of Mission and Choice, should be 1 in 10,000. Obviously, if there was no Xiao Liang, it would probably take a long time for other players to discover the updates of the Mission and Choice game. When he thought of this, Xiao Liang instantly became excited. Sure enough, I am Mr. Pei's soulmate. What is the purpose of Mr. Pei making so many arrangements? To prevent players from discovering the remastered version of Mission and Choice? To save everyone money? How is that possible? It must be to give everyone a surprise. It's more ceremonial to debut in this way. Xiao Liang suddenly understood what Mr. Pei meant. If a game called Mission and Choice Remastered was released separately, most people would not associate it with Mission and Choice, but would think that these are two completely different games. But Mr. Pei's cleverness is that he let Mission and Choice Remastered be reborn on the corpse of Mission and Choice, which has a very strong symbolic meaning. It symbolizes the end of the shameful era more than 10 years ago, symbolizes the rebirth of the game mission and choice, and also announces the arrival of this new era to all players. And all of these are hidden in the Chinese classic game collection and in the game mission and choice, waiting for players to discover. Thinking of this, Qiao Liang decided to post a Weibo. Thank you for the gift from Mr. Pei to all domestic standalone game players on this special day. Then, he took a screenshot from the computer, which was the current game capacity of mission and choice of dozens of GB, and posted it below this Weibo as a picture. After posting the Weibo, the takeaway arrived. Qiao Liang finished his breakfast, felt relaxed, and went to bed happily. He has completed his mission, letting all domestic game players know about the existence of the remastered version of mission and choice. The next step is to have a good rest and recuperate, have lunch after getting up, then go to see the movie of mission and choice, play Fantasy War Remastered after watching the movie, and finally release an issue of Fengshan work. It's a perfect arrangement. Qiao Liang was satisfied and fell asleep quickly while lying on the bed. In his dream, he seemed to see the scene of the booming development of domestic standalone games, the frequent release of various AAA masterpieces, and the occupation of a place in the world game circle. At the same time, Pei Qian just got up. He looked at the watch. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Originally, today was Saturday, and he should have a good sleep, but Pei Qian tossed and turned in bed for a long time, but he was not sleepy at all. He was really worried. Yesterday he went to bed at 11 o'clock on purpose, and neither watched the premiere of Mission and Choice at midnight nor paid attention to the discussion on the internet. I simply turned off my phone and acted like an ostrich, just to avoid the same situation as last time when I burst into tears in the cinema. If nothing unexpected happens, the movie Mission, Resilience has been released this morning, and the game has also been updated. The game is so hidden, it should last for 2 or 3 days, right? I do need to worry about the movie, but the screening rate is not high and there is little publicity. Even if there is some word of mouth, as long as it does not break the circle, there should be no big problem. At this point, Pei Qian can only comfort himself in this way. After washing up, he sat on the sofa, and hesitated after taking the phone. It felt like checking the results after an exam. The difference is that the lower the test score, the more uncomfortable it is, but Pei Qian is now more uncomfortable the better the score is. Pei Qian couldn't help but think of the publicity strategy of the previous period. Meng Chong is really good-looking, but useless. He was as fierce as a tiger in the beginning, but he suddenly failed in the end. He patted his chest and asked me to believe him, but I didn't believe him. Forget it, he is not useless. At least the popularity in the early stage was suppressed. Anyway, it is his commission that is deducted, not mine. When Pei Qian thought of the early publicity work of Mission and Choice, he was furious. Meng Chong looked like a man who knew everything, and he kept patting his chest and taking on all the publicity work. It was indeed going smoothly at first, but when the movie was about to be released, it suddenly collapsed. First, it was Fanchi Media's Weibo, and then it was GOG's new hero. The popularity that had been suppressed with great difficulty suddenly rose again. Pei Qian saw it with his own eyes and was anxious in his heart, but he couldn't help. He could only comfort himself that Meng Chong should have known what was going on, and he was probably thinking about countermeasures in seclusion. After a long period of mental preparation, Pei Qian turned on his phone. Not long after turning it on, all kinds of messages began to bombard him. Boss Pei, congratulations, the movie has a great reputation, it's a masterpiece. Today's movie attendance is very good, the theater chain is going to increase our screening schedule. Hashtag Lu Jiao's acting skills hashtag is on the hot search again. The dialogue between Lu Jiao and AEIS at the end of the film received a warm response, and our fully automatic intelligent argument machine is selling like crazy again. Boss Pei, your practice of inserting the remake of Mission and Choice into the original game is really amazing. Now players are discussing it, and it took only a few hours to push Mission and Choice to the top 5 of the official platform's best-selling list. It will probably take only a few minutes to reach the top. Some of these messages were sent by heads of various departments, and some were sent by friends like Lin Cheng and Wu Yu. In short, they were all good news. The most outrageous ones were the few messages Lin Cheng sent in the early hours of yesterday morning. Boss Pei, are you watching the midnight show? The movie is about to start. Picture. More than 2 hours later. Amazing. This movie is simply amazing. Needless to say, this movie is definitely a hit. Boss Pei, the last part of the plot is amazing, with twists and turns. I never thought that Captain Chini would be betrayed and become the master of the swarm. Can you tell me what the next plot will be like? I can't wait to see the sequel. Lu Xiao can actually perform a one-man show so well, it's really unexpected. A few minutes later, maybe Lin Cheng called Pei Qian and found that his phone was turned off. Boss Pei, are you asleep? This kind of confidence is really admirable. By the way, I will be in Jingzhou at noon tomorrow. Boss Pei must come and have a drink together. Regarding a Yuan's matter, the old man has new instructions, let me communicate. After reading this long chat record, Pei Qian fell into silence. Chini was betrayed in the end and became the master of the swarm? Am I spoiled? He has never watched the movie Mission and Choice in its entirety, and he didn't watch it after the midnight show yesterday, so he still doesn't know what the specific plot is. As a result, Lin Cheng directly spoiled everything. Obviously, Lin Cheng would never have thought that Mr. Pei, the boss of Tenda Group, the source of film creativity, and the gold medal screenwriter, actually didn't know the plot of Mission and Choice at all. Originally, Pei Qian didn't want to pay attention to him. Mission and Choice suddenly got off to a good start. Pei Qian was feeling uncomfortable. How could he have the mood to have dinner with him? But when he saw that Lin Cheng said it was about Lin Wan, Pei Qian thought about it and felt that he should go and meet her. What if the old man suddenly came to his senses and was ready to let Lin Wan go back to inherit the family business? Take Lin Wan away quickly, I can't stand it anymore. Since Pei Qian arranged Lin Wan to work at Shengyang Games, Lin Wan has successfully completed several projects. Although her presence in these projects is not particularly strong, her resume is already very good. But the more successful projects there are, the more panicked Pei Qian becomes. Pei Qian thinks that he should say a few good words to Lin Wan in front of Lin Cheng this time, and by the way, hint to old man Lin Wan is now capable of being on her own, and it's time for her to go back and share your worries. Thinking of this, Pei Qian immediately replied, okay, then we'll see you at noon. Chapter 895 A new plan to send Lin Wan away. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. At noon, Pei Qian arrived at the Wuming restaurant on time, waiting for Lin Cheng to arrive. Every weekend, Wuming restaurant reserves a seat for Pei Qian at noon or evening, and today is reserved for noon. For Pei Qian, this time is very suitable. If Mission and Choice is not popular, he should come here to have a big meal and celebrate, and if Mission and Choice is popular, he should come here to have a big meal, turn grief into appetite, and comfort his injured heart. Soon, Lin Cheng arrived. Boss Pei. Congratulations. Before coming here, I just learned from the heads of several theaters that the major theaters were very surprised by the superb performance of Mission and Choice. They have urgently adjusted the subsequent screening rate. I believe the box office will rise steadily soon. But what surprised me the most was the game. Boss Pei, how did you come up with the idea of hiding the remastered version of Mission and Choice in the old game? This is simply a stroke of genius. Many players are very happy and think that this is the rebirth of domestic games. Now, among the top 10 hot searches on Weibo, Mission and Choice directly occupies 5, 3 for movies and 2 for games. This marketing method is really amazing, and it directly saves tens of millions of marketing expenses. I admire it, I admire it. Lin Chang's expression was full of joy from the bottom of his heart. As the person in charge of Xinhua Film and Television, Lin Chang usually deals with various producers and directors, and has handled many movies. Therefore, he is also very clear about the current status of domestic science fiction movies, which can be described in 4 words as weak. It cannot be said that the directors or producers of science fiction movies are not good, but that the entire industry started late and has a weak foundation. This is a problem of the overall environment. Therefore, seeing that President Pei is so courageous and invested heavily in shooting a domestic science fiction movie and has achieved very good responses, Lin Chang is also sincerely happy. This represents that the domestic film industry is developing in a very positive direction. Pei Qian reluctantly moved his lips. Let's eat and talk. It can only be said that human joys and sorrows are not the same. Every time when President Pei is sad, the people around him seem to be very happy. Soon, all kinds of delicious dishes filled the table. It was not the first time for Lin Chang to come here, so he was not polite at all. While eating, he gave a thumbs up and praised Mission and Choice. I watched the midnight show of Mission and Choice yesterday, and I still feel unsatisfied. Especially the part in the middle where the simulation element was added. Chinese command gradually relied on the advice of artificial intelligence. It was originally a somewhat uncomfortable plot, but through clever processing, all the audience felt it was natural. And the part after that. Lin Chang didn't notice that Pei's face was a little pale, and he talked about his impressions of Mission and Choice. Pei Qian ate silently, saying MMP in his heart. Another spoiler. Several of the most exciting key points were spoiled by Lin Chang. This is a hammer. The main reason is that Lin Chang didn't expect that Pei didn't even know the plot of Mission and Choice, so he didn't realize that he had become a shameful spoiler dog, but took Pei's silence as a kind of enjoyment. Pei Qian picked up a crab claw and took a vicious bite. Okay, Mr. Lin, let's get down to business. You said that Mr. Lin's attitude towards Lin Wan has changed a little? Lin Chang nodded. Yes, I went to test the old man's tone again today, and found that his attitude has changed again. Last time, the old man said that it would be good for Wan to train here at Tenda. This time when I met him, he asked me about Wan's recent situation. I told him the truth, saying that Wan is doing well here and the several projects he has worked on are very successful. The old man obviously recognizes Wan's achievements here, but I can also see that the old man really misses Wan again. Hearing this, Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Could it be that his plan worked? Pei Qian's idea before was to let Lin Wan do a few more projects in Shangyang Games and accumulate some experience. In this way, when the old man saw Lin Wan's achievements and saw that she could stand on her own, maybe he would let her go back. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said with some expectation, so, Lin Wan has trained enough, it's time to go back, right? Lin Chang was stunned for a moment. Go back? No. The old man means that he hopes Xinhua can invest in Shangyang Games. In this way, Wan's relationship with her family will definitely be eased, and she can go home more often in the future. Pei Qian was happily cooking a big crab, but he couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, and his hand that was about to remove the crab shell stopped. What the hell? Want to invest in Shangyang Games? Get lost. Pei Qian was speechless. Are you guys here to mess with me? It's okay not to take Lin Wan away, but you want to invest money in me? I can't even spend all my own money, why should I spend your money? Pei Qian immediately put down the crab. Absolutely not. Lin Chang was stunned for a moment. Why not? Pei Qian coughed twice. I have a better suggestion. Look, since Lin Wan has achieved very good results in the gaming field and can already stand on her own, isn't it inappropriate for her to work for me at this time? Shenhua Group is a large and powerful company. I think Mr. Lin can definitely take out a large sum of money to set up a Shenhua gaming department. In this way, Lin Wan can fulfill her dream, and the old man's purpose of letting Lin Wan inherit the family business can be considered achieved. Shenhua Group can also take the opportunity to expand its business territory. It's a win-win situation. Why not do it? Pei Qian felt that what he said was so reasonable that he was almost convinced. Lin Chang hesitated for a moment. To be honest, President Pei, I have actually met Ah Wan before coming to dinner. Ah Wan feels that although she has made some achievements now, most of the credit does not belong to her. On the one hand, the general direction you set is more critical, and on the other hand, the subordinates work together, and she just plays a coordinating role. So, if Ah Wan is asked to go back and take charge of Shenhua's game department, she will most likely refuse. Pei Qian. Lin Wan is good in everything, the only problem is that she is too unconfident. It's obviously all Lin Wan's own credit, but she insisted on pushing it to President Pei, which is too much. The scene fell into an awkward silence, but Pei Qian obviously didn't want to give up just like that. Mr. Lin's attitude finally softened. If he didn't send Lin Wan away now, when would he? The longer Lin Wan stayed in Shangyang Games, the more risk there would be. Pei Qian's brain worked quickly, and he soon came up with an excellent plan. Boss Lin, I have an idea. Shenhua Group and Tenda establish strategic cooperation. Shenhua Group establishes a game department, Lin Wan will go back to be in charge, and Shenhua Game Department and Shangyang Game will jointly develop games. If the game is successfully developed, the money will be shared, if it fails, the losses will be shared. What do you think? Lin Chang was stunned for a moment. Well, it sounds okay, the key is whether Ah Wan can agree. She has always felt that she is not capable enough and feels uneasy about being in charge of a department. Pei Qian smiled slightly. On the one hand, by cooperating with Shangyang Game, she is not fighting alone, and the risks are controllable. On the other hand, I can persuade her with reason and emotion. I will tell Lin Wan that she has been the head of Shangyang Game for a long time, and it is about time to give Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin some opportunities to move up. She should understand. Pei Qian couldn't help but admire himself. This plan is perfect. The main reason why Lin Wan refuses to leave now is that she feels that she is not capable enough and has many concerns. But if she continues to cooperate with Shangyang Game, her concerns can be greatly dispelled. Moreover, Lin Wan has been the person in charge of Shangyang Games. Wang Xiaobin and Yi Zhizhou have no chance of promotion. She should understand if they persuade Lin Wan to give the young people a chance. More importantly, this is a three-pronged approach for Pei Qian. First, Lin Wan is gone, and Shangyang Games has a new person in charge. The risk of making money is reduced. No matter how much it is reduced, 1% is also reduced. Secondly, if the game jointly developed by Shenhua Game Department and Shangyang Games makes money, it means that Lin Wan's idea of returning to Tenda Group will be completely cut off, allowing her to serve the old man and inherit the family business with peace of mind. Finally, if this game loses money, that would be even better. Pei Qian is simply looking forward to it. Lin Chang nodded suddenly. In this case, it is possible to persuade Ah Wan. But, Boss Pei, this is too bad for you, I feel bad. After all, we Shenhua only invested some money to set up the game department, and then the development of games and a series of other things will be guided by Shangyang Games. If the game fails, we have to share the risk. This is too unfair to you. How about this, we Shenhua will invest to set up a branch company and give some shares to Tenda. There is no need to talk about making money, everyone will share the money happily. If there is a loss, the loss will be borne by us in full, this is fair. Lin Chang said very sincerely. Pei Qian raised his hand quickly. absolutely not. Good fellow, is it okay to snatch a good thing from me that will make you lose money? I can give in to other things, but I absolutely cannot give in to something like losing money. Don't be polite about this matter, just do as I say. We are old acquaintances. President Lin has helped me a lot before. It was you who helped me when A Better Tomorrow was sent abroad for awards. You also helped a lot when selling quotas for the GPL League. It would be too polite to me at this time. Although Pei Qian still holds a grudge against these two things until now, it does not prevent him from using them as a courtesy. Lin Chang was very moved. President Pei, you are so open-minded. Okay, I won't say more. I wish us a happy cooperation. The two clinked their glasses, and the cooperation was settled. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although mission and choice had an accident, it was not a loss to take this opportunity to arrange Lin Yuan to leave. Chapter 986, Congratulations from the Guiding Dark Light. Pei Qian and Lin Chang quickly reached a consensus on the issue of Lin Yuan and had a great conversation. After dinner, Lin Chang planned to call the old man immediately to report the matter. If everything goes well, I believe that the Shenhua game department should be able to be established soon. As for Pei Qian, he had to fool Lin Yuan and then arrange the work of Shangyang Games. When it comes to fooling Lin Yuan, except for Pei Qian, no one else can really do it. The Lin family members asked Lin Yuan to go east, but she insisted on going west, full of rebellious psychology. Only someone like Pei Qian, who has his own aura, can understand Lin Yuan's temper and is extremely smart, can successfully fool her. Pei Qian had no choice but to do so. At first, he just wanted to go to Tianhua Studio for a public-funded trip, but by accident he attracted Lin Yuan, and then it was out of control. Pei Qian had always hoped to get rid of this major threat as soon as possible, and now he finally found a suitable opportunity. Of course, this matter cannot be rushed. Lin Chang had just arrived in Jingzhou and had just met Lin Yuan, and then Pei Qian went to discuss the matter of Shenhua's game department with Lin Yuan, which easily aroused Lin Yuan's suspicion. Moreover, although Shenhua Group was a large company, it had never had any relevant experience in the game field before, and it would not be easy to set up this game department in a few days. Just like many giant companies in China, they said they wanted to do online literature and games, but in the end they were still messy and accomplished nothing. It is enough to show that different industries are like different mountains. Large groups can't just do anything, and they have to plan for the long term. So, the two people acted separately. Lin Chang first went to persuade Mr. Lin to make preliminary plans. Pei Qian remained calm and stabilized Lin Yuan, asking her not to have too many doubts. When Lin Chang's preparations were almost done, he would come out and make the final decision. After dinner, not long after Pei Qian sent Lin Chang away, he received a message from Hian. There were only 2 words, admiration. Seeing these 2 words from Hian, Pei Qian was so angry. I admire you for nothing. This old man is really interesting. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet, but you come here to provoke me. Speaking of this, Pei Qian is speechless. He racked his brains to make money from making games, but he kept fighting and losing, and he almost gave up. At this time, Hian, the guiding light, appeared. Pei Qian made struggle according to Hian's theory, thinking that it was a sure win, but unexpectedly, negatives turned out to be positives, and by the way, he completely overturned Hian's game design theory. As a result, Hian didn't believe it, so Pei Qian asked him to design a game that was bound to fail, so Mission and Choice was born. From the type of game, the worldview background to the specific gameplay details of the game, all of these were determined by Hian. The part that Pei Qian played freely was just to give this game the name Mission and Choice, which has the same name as China's shame. In this situation, Hian has to take the blame? Pei Qian has not yet had a special understanding of the current status of the Mission and Choice game. For such a game with a huge investment, a good reputation does not necessarily make money. It is not enough to have a small sales volume. It must be a big hit and go out of the circle to make money. It has only been released for a short time, and many people still don't know about this game. It is too early to make money. But the current momentum of the game is definitely not good. There were 5 hot searches on Weibo about mission and choice, 3 about the movie and 2 about the game. Judging from the first wave of player feedback, the game content of mission and choice seemed to be very well received. This was enough to make Pei Qian feel like he had no appetite and couldn't sleep. Although Hian's message only contained the 2 words admiration, it made Pei Qian feel even more panicked. Does this mean that Hian has also played mission and choice and was also conquered by this game? Then why play it? Pei Qian was very speechless and replied, "Teacher you didn't say that before. You said that mission and choice would definitely lose all the money? You said that I should quickly use the scraps of the game to develop a new game to recover some losses? What's going on now?" Hian gave Pei Qian the feeling that he was simply a liar. The key is that he lied to him more than once or twice. Before the game project was established, Pei Qian asked Hian about these details. Hian patted his chest and guaranteed that it would definitely be a failure. He even worried that it was too toxic and advised Pei Qian to only adopt 1 or 2 of the suggestions. During the game development process, Hian came to Qingshan to take a look, tried the game demo, and then asserted that the game was not good, and advised Pei Qian to quickly use the scraps to transform it to stop the loss. Before the game was officially released, Hian came to remind Pei Qian that the Fantasy War remake was about to be released, and asked Pei Qian to avoid the release time of Fantasy War remake. Over and over again, Hian constantly reinforced to Pei Qian the impression that mission and choice would definitely lose all the money, which made Pei Qian full of confidence when the game was released. He thought, how come Hian is also a veteran in the domestic game industry, a figure like Taishan Beidou? Even if he is old now, he must still have a deep professional understanding of games, right? Unexpectedly, not a single word was accurate. This made Pei Qian feel cheated, so he made this reply. But in Hian's view, these few words have completely different meanings. Hian replied quickly, Mr. Pei, you're panting when I praise you for being fat? I really didn't expect that mission and choice would get such a good reputation after its release. I congratulated you out of encouragement. But don't think you're safe now. You're still showing off in front of me. Fantasy War Remastered will be released this afternoon. To be honest, although I haven't finished mission and choice, I can see that you're being clever and taking shortcuts. You didn't follow the traditional RTS game gameplay at all, but grabbed an intermediate state between RTS games and story-oriented 3A masterpieces. The main feature is not the strategic game battle gameplay, but the exquisite story process. I have to say that this is a genius attempt, and it really has a good effect. If it weren't for the release of Fantasy War Remastered, I would have been infinitely optimistic about mission and choice. But Fantasy War Remastered is a traditional RTS game. It has real strength. It not only has a plot, but also a classic, in-depth gameplay that has been proven countless times. It also has a strong game balance and a ladder, and even esports events that extend the life of the game. Fantasy War Remastered will have an absolute advantage among the core RTS game player group. At that time, it will inevitably have an impact on the sales and reputation of mission and choice, and even set off a big discussion about where will RTS games go in the future. In short, the situation is not optimistic. Mr. Pei, you still have to pay attention to Fantasy War Remastered. Don't take it lightly. Obviously, Hian thought Pei Qian's words were showing off, and he broke his defense on the spot and replied to several messages in a row. Pei Qian didn't even get in the conversation, and the more he read, the more speechless he became. What do you mean by stealing an intermediate state between RTS games and plot-oriented 3A masterpieces? What do you mean by a genius attempt? Didn't you teach me all this? This game hasn't made any money yet, and you've already put the blame on me? This is outrageous. Although he was a little angry, seeing Heian's emphasis on Fantasy War Remastered, Pei Qian slowly felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. As the saying goes, there is always a way out. Thanks to Heian's previous physique, Pei Qian thought of arranging Mission and Choice and Fantasy War Remastered together. Now it's time for Fantasy War Remastered to play a role, Pei Qian replied. Hey, I hope Fantasy War Remastered can help. Heian. Young people are just too enthusiastic. Afternoon. Xiao Liang just returned home from the cinema and couldn't wait to turn on the computer. Today was such a great day. I played the game Mission and Choice all night in the early morning, slept until the afternoon, and watched the movie Mission and Choice after dinner. After returning, I was able to play Fantasy War Remastered. It's triple the fun. As a hardcore gamer, there is nothing more exciting than two high-quality games released on the same day, not to mention that Mission and Choice also comes with a wonderful movie. I have to say that there is a big difference between watching the plot on the big screen in the cinema and watching the plot on the monitor at home. The audiovisual experience is overwhelming in all aspects. Xiao Liang already knew the plot, so there was nothing much to say. But what surprised him the most was that the movie version deleted all the game content, but it didn't make people feel disconnected or out of place at all. On the contrary, the game inserted so many battle parts into the plot, but it didn't make people feel bloated. Although there was a difference of a few hours, both the game and the movie gave people a very good experience, which was magical. This game once again inspired Xiao Liang's desire to express himself, and the new content of the work of the gods is here. However, Xiao Liang decided to finish Fantasy War Remastered before making this video. Because Xiao Liang felt that these two equally excellent RTS games could be used for comparison. If nothing unexpected happens, these two games should have achieved the ultimate in the RTS field, but they pursue different directions. Fantasy War Remastered should be the pinnacle of traditional RTS games, inheriting the classic RTS gameplay, and at the same time reaching the ceiling of the current technical level in terms of graphics, sound effects, and plot. Mission and Choice is a new direction of RTS games explored in this era when RTS games have gradually declined, and its hard power also crushes most of the works of the same period. One is a Western fantasy classic, the other is an Oriental science fiction, one is a traditional RTS, the other is an innovative RTS, one is a foreign masterpiece, the other is a domestic masterpiece. Xiao Liang can't wait. Chapter 987, The Confusing Fantasy War Remastered Edition. Buy, pay, download. Fantasy War Remastered Edition has two prices, the free version is $168, and the deluxe version is $258. For hardcore gamers like Xiao Liang, of course, they have to buy the deluxe version. It's a little painful, but Xiao Liang thinks it's worth the money. Real hardcore gamers can tolerate expensive games as long as it's worth the money. After starting the download, Xiao Liang looked at the game capacity and download time. More than 30 GB, much smaller than Mission and Choice? Well, but Mission and Choice forced a Blu-ray movie in it, so it may take up more space. What Xiao Liang didn't know was that the initial installation package of Mission and Choice did not contain all the Blu-ray movies, but only the first few parts. If Xiao Liang now checks the capacity of the Mission and Choice folder, he will find that the game has actually exceeded 100 GB. The more than 30 GB of Fantasy War Remastered also includes the content of the original client. In fact, some signs can be sensed in advance in these details, but the image of Fantasy War Remastered in Xiao Liang's mind is too beautiful, so he naturally ignores these small problems. Although the network speed is very fast, you still have to wait. Xiao Liang opened Mission and Choice again, playing while waiting for Fantasy War Remastered to download. Entering Mission and Choice again, Qiao Liang found that all other gameplays of the game were also open. When players first start playing Mission and Choice, the title screen will not appear. After entering, the game plot will be directly entered. If you exit the game in the middle, the plot will continue from the interrupted place the next time you enter. The title screen will not appear until you enter again after completing the entire plot for the first time. There are several different options in the title screen, namely, Story Mode, Eternal War, Online Battle, Creative Mode, as well as Options, and Exit Game. Story Mode is to experience the plot again, but this time you can jump directly to a specific level. Eternal War is obviously a gameplay similar to the Endless Mode. In this gameplay, you still fight against the Zerg controlled by AI, but the difficulty will gradually increase. Online battles allow players to fight against players and players against AI. You can freely choose the number of players on both sides, the size of the map, and the difficulty of the AI, which is very free considering that there is no balance between humans and Zerg in Mission and Choice. This online battle mode can only be regarded as a relatively relaxed entertainment mode. What attracted Qiao Liang the most was obviously this creative mode. Previously, Fantasy War had released an editor with the game, which gave birth to a large number of classic RPG maps, and Shinchi was also born from it. The creative mode of Mission and Choice is equivalent to the official editor built into the game, simplifying the use of the editor, adding a lot of modular operation methods, so that ordinary players can make a map of their own with a little exploration. Of course, if you want to make some more complex content, you still need to learn and study. When you enter the creative mode for the first time, there is also a pop-up window prompt, which roughly means that the copyright of basic content such as art materials in the creative mode belongs to Tenda Games, while the copyright of map mechanisms, gameplay, and other content created by players belongs to the individual players. If players find that the map they made is infringed, they can contact Tenda for rights protection. Tenda will help deal with these infringement incidents and safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of players. Seeing this, Qiao Liang couldn't help but sigh. Tenda still has a conscience. Players use the editor to create original gameplay content. These copyrights must belong to the players themselves. There is no doubt about that. However, Tenda can add an extra sentence that if the author is infringed, they can help to protect the rights. This is still very heartwarming and reflects a kind of care for players. Qiao Liang took a quick look at all these modes and did not play them in depth. After all, the combat content of these modes is not much different from that of the story mode, and Qiao Liang's mind is now full of Fantasy War Remake. When I have time later, it will not be too late to slowly experience these modes. Of course, Qiao Liang is most optimistic about the creative mode of Mission and Choice. After a while, there should be many interesting RPG maps. However, Fantasy War Remake will definitely remake the editor this time. It is hard to say which one the players will choose at that time. Qiao Liang turned around in Mission and Choice for a while, briefly experienced other gameplay, and then couldn't wait to quit. Because he found that Fantasy War Remake had been downloaded. Okay, calm down. When you're playing Fantasy War Remastered, don't think about missions and choices all the time. It makes me look like a loser. As a hardcore gamer, Qiao Liang was very devout when playing this kind of game. He even felt his hands trembling slightly when he clicked on the game icon. There was even a kind of excitement like meeting a goddess who had not seen him for many years. However, when he really saw the game screen, Qiao Liang was stunned. This screen. Qiao Liang was at a loss for words. It was indeed a remake, and the overall picture quality was much better than the original game, but not only did it not make Qiao Liang feel bright, but it made him feel a little disappointed. Because this title interface was just a slight renovation of the original art resources. The difference in details can be seen, but the entire interface layout is still exactly the same. If this UI layout was put 10 years ago, it would indeed be quite advanced, but after so many years of game development, the overall UI layout has become more and more beautiful. Compared with the game screen of this era, this UI layout is a bit too outdated. Maybe they want to restore this original feeling as much as possible. What's important is not the external interface packaging, but the actual content. Xiao Liang quickly found a reason to comfort himself and clicked the campaign button to start experiencing the game's plot. Although Fantasy War is an extremely competitive RTS game, its competitiveness can only be experienced by a small number of top players. Xiao Liang is not a core player of RTS games. For him, the plot is the most essential part of this game. Because according to the official news, the CG and models of this game have all been redone. Xiao Liang thought, even if this CG cannot reach the level of Fantasy World, it must reach the level of Star Ocean, right? Anyway, this kind of top CG, just enjoy it. The dim sky, the vast land, the reddish-brown surface is covered with weeds, the camera gradually zooms in, and a low female voice begins to recite the narration. The horn of war still echoes in the wind, but the afterimage of the past has quietly arrived. Xiao Liang's expression quickly changed from expectation to confusion, and from confusion to confusion. Is the picture like this? This precision, are you sure it has been remade? Xiao Liang even doubted his eyes and memory. He no longer had any impression of the original Fantasy War CG, and the current CG gave him the feeling that it seemed to have not changed, but also seemed to have changed a little bit. It seemed that the image quality and resolution of the old CG were just slightly improved. This CG did not have that mosaic feeling, and looked very clear. But the problem was that the texture details in the CG were a mess, the weeds on the ground did not look real, and even the shape of the soldiers in it did not change at all, very retro. That's a bit wrong, right? I know it's expensive to make CG, but at least the first few CGs should be good-looking? Okay, maybe the money was spent on the more important CGs at the end. After all, the plot of this game is too long and there are too many CGs. It may not be possible to remake all of them. It is understandable to remake them in batches. Xiao Liang could only comfort himself in this way. He clearly remembered that the last plot of Fantasy War was particularly exciting, with a direct confrontation between two highly popular characters. As long as that CG was remade, it would be fine if the scumbag plot CGs of the previous battles between small fish were not remade. After the CG, the battle reading began. Xiao Liang frowned again. This interface, is it really remade? I can't tell the difference. No, this progress bar seems to be uglier than before. Why aren't the 3 words loading on the progress bar centered? A little to the left? Is this going to drive someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder to death? And in turn, shouldn't make such a mistake when making a PPT, right? Something's wrong. Is this really the official version? Are you sure it's not a semi-finished product in the testing phase? Xiao Liang has already fallen into deep self-doubt before even seeing the official game screen. Could it be that the posture of clicking the purchase button is wrong? Finally, after a while of loading, the game screen officially entered. However, when seeing the real game screen, Xiao Liang's psychological defense line completely collapsed. Fraud, this is definitely a fraud. Is this the same game as the trailer? The official game screen has indeed changed a little compared to the original screen, but it still feels the same as the CG and title screen. The picture quality has indeed improved, but the art resources seem to have not changed at all. Especially the actual game screen, which made Xiao Liang simply confused. Because before warming up Fantasy War Remake, the official once released a trailer, which was a very classic battle plot in Fantasy War. In that trailer, all the character modeling and scene details are as detailed as the Fantasy World Online game. Even when watching it closely, the hair and pores on the face of the characters can be seen, and the lip shape is exactly the same as the lines. Although it still has a clear gap with the current AAA blockbusters with plots that are famous for their graphics, as an RTS game, it can be considered to be the best among the others. But now Qiao Liang discovered that none of the content demonstrated in the trailer was there. If the original game screen is 1 and the game screen shown in the trailer is 10, then the current game screen is 2 at most. If you insist on saying that this is a remake, the picture quality has been improved and there seems to be nothing wrong with it, but it is completely different from what players imagine. Chapter 988 Qiao Liang's inspiration came. Late at night, Qiao Liang sat in front of the computer, looking at the list of production staff of Fantasy War Remake on the computer screen, and suddenly wanted to have a cigarette. Of course, he didn't smoke, but he felt that lighting a cigarette and thinking about life in the smoke was more in line with his current mood. After working hard to complete the story mode of Fantasy War Remake and watching all the CG scenes, Qiao Liang's brain was now blank, with only countless question marks left. Is it that I opened this game in the wrong way? Is this really Fantasy War Remake? It's really not a small workshop on the side of the road that is selling dog meat under the guise of sheep? The demo, made by the players themselves, is better than this. Qiao Liang was deeply confused. It shouldn't be at this level. It's so bad that I can't understand it. After pinching his nose and playing the game from beginning to end, Qiao Liang found at least 3 or 4 points that he couldn't accept at all. The first is that the finished product released is seriously inconsistent with the previous publicity. Although the producer has not made any promises before, it has hinted many times that all campaign cutscenes will be remade, including the art resources in the game and real-time cutscenes. It was even said that there would be some fine-tuning in the plot to adapt to the changes in the worldview of Fantasy World over the years. However, after the final product was released, none of these promised changes were completed. Most of the cutscenes in the game were not remade, but the resolution was improved and some light and shadow effects were added. Although it looks much better than the old cutscenes, compared with the current game, it still looks like the screen performance of 2 different eras. Only the 2 most classic and popular cutscenes were truly remade, but what Qiao Liang couldn't accept was that the ending cutscene that he had been thinking about and looking forward to for a long time was also done badly. When Qiao Liang first saw this cutscene, his first impression was pretty good. After all, after watching the previous blurry cutscenes, Qiao Liang's eyes had a strong tolerance for the picture. He found that the last animation was obviously different from the original, and various details were also improved a lot. This cutscene looks like it was made with real-time rendering. Although the action is smooth and the storyboard is good, it is obviously much worse in details. Qiao Liang originally thought that using real-time rendering to do such an important CG at the end was a bit perfunctory, but it was still pretty good and barely acceptable. But halfway through, he realized something was wrong. This was not real-time rendering at all, but serious CG. This is very frustrating. If such an effect is achieved with real-time rendering, it can be said that the producer has the ability but no attitude. But now a serious CG has achieved the effect of real-time rendering. Doesn't this mean that it has neither ability nor attitude? If it is other manufacturers, it's fine, but the key reason why the series of games Fantasy War and Star Ocean are so famous is that their CG is very exquisite, and it can even be said to be ahead of the times. Such a manufacturer has made such a CG, isn't this a joke? Moreover, the optimization of this game is very poor, and there are many inexplicable small problems. Although it is not completely unplayable, it is a fatal blow to the player's gaming mentality. Fantasy War Remastered did not change the game engine as many players expected, but patched it on the basis of the original engine. Even with the current high-end computers, there are occasional freezes. Other problems such as black screen when loading the campaign map, inexplicable return to the level selection interface after loading, etc., are all extremely annoying. What's even more outrageous is that the game's Chinese subtitles have a double word bug, which completely ruins the player's gaming experience in a very funny way. All in all, Xiao Liang's expectations were completely dashed. Fantasy War Remastered is a piece of shit, it's complete garbage, and there is no highlight at all. Xiao Liang was in a very good mood today. He just finished watching the movie Mission and Choice. He came back and happily opened Fantasy War Remastered to continue to enjoy it, just like a person who just finished a big meal but is not full wants to eat some dessert. What if he accidentally eats a big mouthful of shit? This disgusting feeling is simply causing serious mental damage, which will last for a long time. Xiao Liang opened the fan group and forum to see other people's reactions. Xiao Liang deliberately did not pay attention to the information of Mission and Choice and Fantasy War Remastered before, mainly because he was afraid of being spoiled and affecting his first impression of the game. Now he has played it, so there is no need to worry about spoilers. Sure enough, the players on the internet are also scolding crazy. This morning, everyone's discussion focused on Mission and Choice, and domestic players were all excited. Because this is a pleasant surprise. Although many people had previously speculated that Tenda would release a Mission and Choice game, no one expected it to be so soon and of such high quality. With the release of Mission and Choice, many players, like Xiao Liang, have unlimited expectations for the upcoming Fantasy War Remastered edition. Many RTS game players feel that they will have double the happiness today. As a result, Fantasy War Remastered edition gave them a blow and knocked them out directly. Domestic players cursed, and angry players were looking for various refund entrances, shouting that they were deceived. The points that players complained about were similar to what Xiao Liang saw, which was nothing more than the actual quality of the remastered version was too far from the promotional video, and various small bugs seriously affected the game experience, etc. Foreign netizens were even more intense than domestic netizens. Some netizens moved the ratings of foreign game websites. Just a few hours after the release, the rating of Fantasy War Remastered Edition had plummeted wildly. The full score of 10 points had dropped to 2.7 points, and it seemed to be falling. In response to the doubts of foreign players, the official responded, according to the feedback from the player community, everyone hopes that we can keep the original game original and there is no need to break it. Therefore, we decided to withdraw the original plan to redo the cutscenes and corresponding animation actions, retain the spirit of Fantasy War, and let players relive that unforgettable moment. This official response obviously intensified the conflict. Players were already furious. They spent the money of a 3A masterpiece to buy such a piece of garbage. In the end, the official even blamed us? What do you mean by everyone wants to keep the original flavor? Who do you mean by everyone? What the hell is letting players relive the unforgettable moments? If you want to relive it, can't you just play the original version? The game is made into this kind of urine. It is obvious that the construction period and budget are not enough, and there is no sincerity at all. But they found such a fresh and unconventional reason. Do they really think that players are mentally retarded? For players, this is a complete commercial fraud. Of course, it is intolerable. Many players blamed the outsourcing company hired by the official, thinking that the game was made like this. It was the outsourcing company's fault, but soon some players found that the outsourcing company was only responsible for a part of the game model, and this part of the model was already a relatively outstanding part of the whole game. When Xiao Liang thought that this was the end, he saw an even more jaw-dropping post. Some foreign media have noticed that compared to the original version, the end-user agreement of the remastered version of Fantasy War has been modified. The custom maps created by players using the map editor belong to the development company. Player-made maps are also the property of the development company, which not only includes various artistic elements in the map, but also includes the gameplay and all content of the map. This news can be said to have added fuel to the fire, making the players even more angry. As we all know, the reason why Fantasy War has always maintained a good vitality is that on the one hand, the esports events are well organized, and on the other hand, there are a lot of community-made content. The various RPG maps made by players can be said to be enduring. But after this agreement is changed, it means that players will not be able to retain the ownership of the maps they designed. If the map becomes popular, the players cannot keep their research and development results and can only hand them over. In fact, a similar agreement was already in place when Star Ocean was released 2 years ago, but because the map editor of Star Ocean did not emerge too many excellent works, this agreement did not cause too many waves at that time. The news about the modification of the user terms of Fantasy War Remastered at this juncture is simply supplying ammunition to critics. On the external network, many players have gone to various game websites to give Fantasy War Remastered a low score, and many players even called for giving the website's original lowest scoring game 10 points to raise the current last place score to ensure that the score of Fantasy War Remastered will become the lowest on the entire site. In short, Fantasy War Remake was highly anticipated and expected to be a masterpiece before its release, but after its release, it suffered a Waterloo in word of mouth, with a plummeting rating and a lot of criticism. Players who pre-ordered the game are asking for refunds, and players who didn't buy it naturally won't take the initiative to eat this shit. I never expected that this once masterpiece would lose its reputation in the later years, with both word of mouth and sales exploding. After surfing the internet, Xiao Liang couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. I didn't expect that Fantasy War Remake would be like this. If I told others 10 days ago that Fantasy War Remake would be like this, everyone would think I was crazy. Especially compared with Mission and Choice, the gap is even bigger. The original shame of the domestic game has been remade into a real 3A masterpiece, while the original classic game has been remade into a pile of shit. This is too topical. The content of the new video is here. Xiao Liang suddenly realized that although Fantasy War Remake was bad and fed him a lot of shit, it also provided him with very perfect material. For Mission and Choice to become a masterpiece, it is not enough to rely on itself, but also rely on the foil of its peers. What could be more exciting than stepping on the former masterpiece Fantasy War to ascend to the altar? Xiao Liang suddenly felt that his inspiration came, and immediately began to write the copy for the new video. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 989, Set up a sales department. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from playing games. April 15th, Sunday morning 8 o'clock. Pei Qian looked at the computer screen blankly, his right hand stiffly rolling the mouse wheel and clicking the mouse, browsing the web page one by one. He didn't sleep well last night, because the news about Mission and Choice and Fantasy War Remake on the internet was overwhelming, which gave him a very heavy blow. All night, Pei Qian tossed and turned, and as soon as he closed his eyes, those terrible comments on the internet lingered in his ears. Mission and Choice beats Fantasy War Remake. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. The shame of national tourism has become the light of national tourism, and it must be bought out. Refund Fantasy War Remake and buy Mission and Choice. He didn't sleep well all night, and when he woke up in the morning, Pei Qian still couldn't accept this fact. How did such a crappy game get remade? It doesn't make sense. Others can't figure out why Fantasy War Remake is so crappy, and Pei Qian can't figure it out even more. But such an outrageous thing happened, who can I complain to? Ding. The phone on the table rang. Pei Qian picked it up and saw that it was a message from Hian. The old man was quite health-conscious and always went to bed early and got up early. It was obvious that he had just learned about the news of Fantasy War Remake not long ago. Hian looked very excited and sent several voice messages in a row. Okay, Mr. Pei, is it also in your plan that Fantasy War Remastered will be as bad as it is now? Otherwise, why did you dare to confidently release Mission and Choice and Fantasy War Remastered on the same day? Well, actually now that I think about it, there are some signs of the failure of Fantasy War Remastered, and some clues can be seen before. For example, several games released in recent years have been getting worse and worse, and gradually lost the reputation of products must be high quality. When dealing with player feedback, they are very arrogant and always teach players to play games. Moreover, Fantasy War Remastered always concealed information when disclosing information before, and some negative news broke out. It's just that everyone trusts this game too much, so they ignore these small negative information and wishfully believe that this game will continue the classic. Could it be that, Mr. Pei, you can judge that Fantasy War Remastered is likely to fail, and fail miserably, just based on this information? So you moved the release date of Mission and Choice forward to this day? Wait, the schedule is so coincidental. Could it be that you have already considered it when you decided on the game type and theme from the beginning? Although the news of the release of Fantasy War Remastered was announced last month, various rumors have been spread before. Could it be that you estimated the approximate release time of this game and determined the development time of Mission and Choice? He is old and types slowly, but he can still send voice messages very quickly, and the messages one by one quickly fill the screen. And from his tone, it can be heard that he is very excited now. A domestic game actually defeated Fantasy War Remastered head-on, and it was a head-on crushing and all-round crushing. What a proud thing for domestic game developers. In the era when they were active, this was simply unimaginable. Of course, the reason why it can be crushed head-on is mainly because Fantasy War Remastered is too bad. It can be called the garbage among garbage, but no matter what, crushing is crushing. What's more, the quality of Mission and Choice is also good enough. He originally thought that Mission and Choice would definitely fail after colliding with Fantasy War Remastered, but now he finds that it is the other party that failed, and all the popularity has been absorbed by Mission and Choice. Thinking of Mr. Pei's confidence and secrecy before, he suddenly felt that everything seemed to be within Mr. Pei's plan. Pei Qian listened to the voice message sent by Hien, and his expression became even more dull. What are you talking about? Are you confused? I asked you about the game type and theme, and you decided it yourself. How did it become part of my plan again? I can take the blame for the success of the game, but choosing the game type and theme has nothing to do with me. Pei Qian immediately replied, how is that possible? Didn't you decide the game type, game theme, story background, and even some design details? Hien quickly replied, Mr. Pei, don't be so modest. Now that I think back to the scene at that time, you must have used a special psychological suggestion method, right? You asked me what the most unpopular game type is now, and Tenda happened to have not developed an RTS game yet, so you subconsciously led my thoughts to the RTS type. The following content is similar. Mr. Pei, you have already thought of the design details of the game, but you said a plan that seems to be less difficult, deliberately tempting me to say a plan with a higher difficulty, but in fact, you have already planned the most difficult plan. So, on the surface, I determined the general framework and many details of Mission and Choice, but in fact, these details were determined under your step-by-step guidance and psychological suggestion. Otherwise, how could such a successful game be made by simply concentrating all the failed elements? This is not reasonable at all. Hien said very confidently, as if he had completely seen through Pei Qian's despicable thoughts. However, Pei Qian opened his mouth slightly, and he was simply speechless. Hien's rapid-fire analysis directly stunned Pei Qian, and he couldn't even think of how to refute it for a while. Obviously, in Hien's mind, Pei Qian's level has been adjusted to an infinitely high level, and no matter how Pei Qian explains, it is useless. Hien continued, although you made a joke on me again, I am still very happy. I didn't expect you to be able to turn decay into magic, and to turn the tide by concentrating these factors that are bound to fail. I am really happy that a genius like you can appear in domestic games. I won't say more. I have already bought the tickets. Today I will invite a few of my old friends to watch Mission and Choice again. Pei Qian. It's hopeless. The movie and game of Mission and Choice became popular together. Players wanted to watch the plot of the movie again, and those who had watched the movie wanted to download the game to play it. The players gained double happiness, but left President Pei with double pain. Pei Qian stood up and walked around the living room twice quickly. We can't go on like this. We have to find a way to remedy it. From the current situation, the game and the movie are likely to be popular. The box office revenue of the movie will take some time to arrive, but the revenue of the game will arrive soon. The money spent before will soon be rolled back. We have to think of another way to spend it. But it seems a bit too late to open a new industry. There are still more than 3 months before the settlement, and opening a new industry is likely to trigger more chain reactions and induce greater crises. We can consider setting up a game department with Shenhua Group. It should be able to spend a sum of money. Is there any other way? What department does Tenda still lack now? Pei Qian turned around again, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Yes, the sales department. Tenda doesn't have a sales department yet. Pei Qian suddenly found a blind spot. He had always been dismissive of the sales department, because for a company like Tenda, it didn't plan to sell any products at all, and it didn't even have time to hide them, so what was the point of having a sales department? But Pei Qian suddenly thought that setting up a sales department doesn't necessarily mean selling products. It's great to use the name of a sales department and the funds of a sales department to actually persuade customers to leave. I'm a genius. Pei Qian suddenly felt less upset because he suddenly thought of a good way to spend money. Chapter 990, The Correct Way to Fool Lin Yuan. April 16, Monday. Finally done. Xiao Liang rubbed his dark circles and stretched. The computer screen in front of him showed that the new issue of Fengshen Zizhuo had been successfully uploaded and approved, which made him feel relieved. After playing Mission and Choice and Fantasy War Remake on Saturday, Xiao Liang suddenly had a burst of inspiration. He spent Sunday working hard and stayed up all night to edit this video. After sleeping for 4 or 5 hours, he got up this morning and worked hard for several hours. Until the afternoon, the video was finally completed. Xiao Liang himself was very satisfied with this video. When analyzing struggle, before, Xiao Liang suffered some minor setbacks and the video was almost difficult to produce. In the end, it was the long Weibo sent by he and that analyzed this game from the perspective of a designer that made Xiao Liang suddenly realize it. After that, Xiao Liang also learned a lesson. He gradually realized that President Pei's realm was getting higher and higher, and his game design concepts were advancing by leaps and bounds. As a game player, his understanding of the game was drifting away from President Pei, and the gap was gradually widening. If this continues, sooner or later, there will be a situation where President Pei makes a classic game that can be recorded in history, but Mr. Qiao can't interpret it. Xiao Liang will never allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, in order to catch up with President Pei's ever-changing understanding of games, Xiao Liang also spent a lot of time learning some professional knowledge of game design and reading various game media and professional game producers' analysis and evaluation of some classic games. And his efforts finally paid off. Xiao Liang noticed that although there are many players on the internet who are praising Mission and Choice, many of them are not praising the point. Although Mission and Choice is popular, it is not popular enough and has not completely broken the circle. Time is a very important factor. After all, Mission and Choice lacks pre-promotion. The popularity in just 2 or 3 days is still limited by the natural spread of popularity. Therefore, Xiao Liang feels that he should use this video to systematically, completely, and comprehensively praise it, so that players can better understand the epoch-making historical significance of this game. Only when players clearly understand this, can they face up to the true value of this game, and those who are still hesitating and waiting can pay for it without hesitation. At the same time, Pei Qian had just arrived at Shenyang Games, ready to trick Lin Wan into putting the establishment of the Shenhua Games department on the agenda as soon as possible. Establishing this department has at least two benefits for Pei Qian. The first is that he can arrange for Lin Wan to leave, and the second is that he can be more relaxed in spending money. The Shenhua Games department has just been established, and the probability of failure in making games is definitely higher. In addition, the system has different restrictions for Tenda Group's own projects and projects in which Tenda Group invests. For example, games developed by the Tenda Games department will be subject to various restrictions of the system, while games developed in the incubation base of the Qian plan will be subject to fewer restrictions, and other companies invested by Yuan venture capital will be subject to even fewer restrictions. At this time, the office area of Shenyang Games is filled with a busy and enthusiastic atmosphere. There seems to be a small bug in this place, hurry up and fix it. The personality of this queen character still feels a little stiff, should we fine-tune it? It seems to be a little bit, it may be mainly a dubbing problem, let the dubbing actor dub these lines again. Fitness Battle, developed by Shenyang Games, has also entered the final stage, and has begun testing, fixing bugs, and the final tuning stage. The success of Mission and Choice has undoubtedly given Shenyang Games a shot in the arm, making them all full of energy. After all, there are only two game departments under the Tenda Group. One of them is about to take off. How can the other one be willing to lag behind? Pei Qian saw it with his own eyes and felt pain in his heart. How could the good Shenyang Game become like this? Obviously, as the highest person in charge of Shenyang Game, Lin Wan should bear the highest responsibility. Thinking of this, Pei Qian came to Lin Wan's office and knocked on the door gently. Mr. Pei? Lin Wan was a little surprised. Please sit down. She poured tea and asked, why did Mr. Pei have time to come here today? Shouldn't he be watching Mission and Choice at Tenda Game? Or do you think Mission and Choice is completely settled and there is no problem, so you want to come and see the situation of Fitness Battle? Pei Qian drank a sip of tea silently, and said in his heart. Lin Wan was completely wrong. Mission and Choice is not completely settled, but it is completely hopeless, so he came to Shenyang Game. Moreover, Fitness Battle is not the focus. Pei Qian doesn't care about this project at all. What kind of waves can a fitness game create? Can it be compared with a project like Mission and Choice? If you are allowed to make money freely, how much can you make? Pei Qian is now concerned about the future development of the entire Shenyang Game. He thought for a moment and said, you have been the head of Shenyang Game for a long time. How do you feel? Lin Wan thought for a moment, very good. I think my ability has been steadily improved during my time as the person in charge of Shenyang Games, and I have also learned a lot of game design theories. I can say that I have benefited a lot. But I still have a lot of shortcomings now. Games of the level of Struggle and Mission and Choice are beyond my reach no matter how hard I try, so I have to continue to strengthen my studies. Pei Qian was silent. Sure enough, Lin Wan still had the same attitude, without any change. But it's too hard for me to think like that. In fact, there is no profound game design theory in Struggle and Mission and Choice. Their birth was completely an accident. In fact, your game design theory has long been far superior to mine. Please leave quickly, and let me lose money steadily. But Pei Qian couldn't say this. Pei Qian couldn't say to Lin Wan now, you are already good enough, because Lin Wan firmly believed in her heart that she was still far from it. If Pei Qian said this, it would trigger the protection mechanism in Lin Wan's heart, making her suspect whether Lin Cheng was interfering, and the situation would be out of control. Pei Qian had to send Lin Wan away safely without triggering the protective mechanism in her heart. He had already thought of a set of rhetoric very cleverly, and based on his understanding of Lin Wan, the success rate of this set of rhetoric was very high. Yes, indeed. Although your game design skills have improved, there is still a certain gap between you and becoming a top game producer. Pei Qian agreed with Lin Wan's statement on the surface, so that he could eliminate her vigilance to the greatest extent and lay the groundwork for what he would say next. Lin Wan's eyes lit up and asked, "Then, Mr. Pei, what should I do next to improve myself better?" Pei Qian was silent for a moment and said, "I think you should step out of your comfort zone." Lin Wan was stunned for a moment. "Step out of your comfort zone?" Pei Qian nodded. "Yes, Shangyang Games is your comfort zone. To become a top game producer, 3 abilities are indispensable. First, wild ideas and far-sighted vision. Second, good management and control of the team. Third, adaptability to unfamiliar environments. Thoughts and vision are relatively mysterious things. You have already taken shape. If you want to go further, you can only rely on your own enlightenment. No one can teach you step by step. The key is the last 2 points. An excellent game producer never works alone. He must have a very strong team behind him to support him. You must ensure that every employee in the team can understand your intentions and, as an extension of your thoughts, turn these intentions into detailed rules in the game. For an excellent game producer, the environment he is in is definitely not static. If he is very good in one environment but has nothing to achieve in another, he cannot be called an excellent game producer. When Pei Qian said this, his expression was very serious and earnest, giving people a feeling of this as a true insight. In fact, this was all nonsense he made up to pave the way for the next words. But although it was nonsense, it sounded very reasonable, which was enough to confuse Lin Wan. Lin Wan looked thoughtful, but there was also a bit of confusion in his expression. "But, Mr. Pei, I have a good team at Shangyang Games. Wang Xiaobin and Yi Zhizhou have helped me a lot, and our ideas are very consistent. As for the adaptability to unfamiliar environments, Shangyang Games develops different types of games. Doesn't this also prove that we can adapt well to unfamiliar market environments?" Pei Qian immediately shook his head. "No. This is the point I said before, you need to get out of your comfort zone." "Why is Shangyang Games your comfort zone?" "Because long before you came, Wang Xiaobin, Yi Zhizhou, and those grassroots employees had actually been working together for a long time. After I acquired Shangyang Games, a series of personnel structure adjustments were made, and the entire organizational structure of Shangyang Games has been completely determined. You took over a very mature team right from the start. Of course, they follow orders and everything goes smoothly. But for an excellent producer, an excellent production team obviously needs to be built by yourself. The same goes for adaptability to unfamiliar environments. You have a mature team in Shangyang Games. In the game, the adaptability is actually greatly improved. The general direction of the game was determined early, and the details can be finalized after everyone's discussion. When the game was released, it was automatically put on the Tenda halo, and the players had a filter in their eyes. This greatly improved the adaptability. But in fact, these adaptabilities do not belong to you personally. They belong to the entire Shangyang game, and even the Tenda Group. At this time, if you are only satisfied with the current state, of course you can continue like this. But the question is, are you really satisfied with this? Lin Wan immediately said, "Of course not." Chapter 991 The King's Power is Not Eternal. Fall in love with you reading website, losing money to become the richest man, starting from games. Pei Qian couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly and smiled. Yes, the plan was a great success. He knew very well that Lin Wan had a very strong character, and his greatest wish was to be able to truly prove himself. But at the same time, Lin Wan always liked to push the credit. The combination of these two personalities made Lin Wan determined to stay in Tenda forever, and he couldn't be driven away, because Lin Wan really felt that he could learn more by staying here. So, Pei Qian seized on this personality trait of Lin Wan and changed his mind. Lin Wan was puzzled, but Mr. Pei, what should I do specifically? How can I be considered to be out of my comfort zone? Pei Qian was silent for a moment, and said, it's very simple, leave Shangyang Games, I have a job that is more suitable for you and can improve your ability. Leaving Shangyang Games is leaving your comfort zone for you, and you can get more challenges. On the other hand, for Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin, they can also officially take over your job and further improve themselves. Their positions have not changed for a long time, which is not good for their career development. We plan to carry out strategic cooperation with Shenhua Group and set up a new game department. You will be the head of this department and lead all the development tasks of this department. Moreover, your work is not limited to this. You are also responsible for the personnel selection, daily management, development direction, etc. of this department. Only by building a strong team yourself can you truly gain the management and control of this team, and you will not be unable to recover after changing a team. And only by leaving the comfort zone of Shangyang Games can you face the real challenges and further improve your abilities. Lin Wan was silent. Obviously, when she heard the Shenhua game department, she still had a more repulsive mentality. But what Mr. Pei said was really reasonable. On the one hand, internal employee transfers and promotions at Tenda are very frequent, and Lin Wan has been in the position of head of the Shangyang game department for a little too long. This is not a big deal in other companies, but in Tenda, it does restrict the further development and improvement of Wang Xiaobin and Yi Zhizhou, which makes Lin Wan feel a little guilty. On the other hand, if according to what Mr. Pei said, Lin Wan should really step out of her comfort zone and change her environment to accept new challenges. If she gets the dream fund to start a business, Lin Wan might agree without hesitation. But being the head of Shenhua's game department, I always feel something is wrong. Pei Qian saw her concerns and continued, there is no need to bear a grudge against Shenhua Group. Don't worry, this company is called Shenhua's game department, but it is actually jointly funded by Shenhua Group and Tenda. You own 40% of the shares, and Shenhua Group and Tenda each own 30%. Shenhua Group will not take this little money seriously, and you don't have to worry about being controlled. You have absolute say. You can regard this as a kind of training. Tenda will keep your work number. If you are not satisfied with the situation there in the future, you can come back at any time. The following sentences are pure nonsense. Even if you keep your work number and come back, what's the problem? By then, Shangyang Games will be taken over by Wang Xiaobin or Yi Zhizhou. Will Lin Wan have the nerve to parachute in and interfere with their projects? Lin Wan would definitely not do such a thing. Moreover, with Lin Wan's character of becoming more courageous with every setback, she would most likely stick to the project whether it succeeds or fails. As expected, Pei Qian's last words more or less dispelled Lin Wan's worries. She thought for a long time and finally made up her mind, okay, then I can give it a try, and I hope I can really break through my bottleneck. Pei Qian smiled and nodded, no problem, I believe you. Okay, the trick was a great success. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little proud. The total value of the old Lin family is inestimable, but they all have no way to deal with Lin Wan. But when I come out, don't I still arrange everything clearly for Lin Wan? I am really a genius. Pei Qian stood up, then you should arrange the handover of work during this period. I will notify you at any time if there is any new news. After arranging Lin Wan, on the way back, Pei Qian began to think about the sales team. However, there is no clue how to do this specifically, so we have to think about it in the long run. Apart from anything else, how to find a person who can accurately understand Pei Qian's intentions and lead the entire sales team well is not an easy thing. Ding. Suddenly, the phone made a prompt sound, and a notification banner popped up on the phone screen from top to bottom. The host you pay special attention to has been updated, please don't miss it. Pei Qian's face changed instantly. Because he saw the title of this video. The 5th episode of The Gods, Mission and Choice, the kingship is not eternal. Mr. Qiao is really late, but it's here. Pei Qian flipped through Qiao Liang's previous submission records and found that the Fengshen Zizhuo series has already released 5 issues. From the first to the third issue, they were all Tenda games, and the fourth issue was a 4-3A masterpiece. The fifth issue returned to Tenda games again. Pei Qian didn't know whether to be angry or relieved. Pei Qian felt that Qiao Liang always caught him and plundered him, almost plucked him bald. Is it okay to release 3 issues of Fengshen Zizhuo in a row? Who has ever seen someone Fengshen Zizhuo 3 times? As a result, Qiao Liang changed a sheep this time and plundered it symbolically, and then turned back to Tenda. Pei Qian's mood was very complicated. However, Pei Qian was quite calm about this video. If it was before, Pei Qian would be more panicked when he saw Qiao Liang post the video of Fengshen Zizhuo. Because the previous games had not received good public opinion online before Qiao Liang released the video. Not to mention the sales, at least there were many doubts. Qiao Liang's video of the God of Conferred Gods instantly changed the reputation of the game, and the reputation and sales of the game instantly soared. Therefore, Pei Qian suffered a lot. But for Mission and Choice, Pei Qian was much calmer. Because it was different from the previous times, this time Mission and Choice did not cause so much controversy online. Maybe it was because Fantasy War Remastered set off it so well. The online comments this time were full of praise for Mission and Choice, and the reputation was very good. Everyone has already praised it so much. Even if Qiao Liang continues to praise it in this video, it is nothing more than repeating what everyone has praised. Can the situation get worse? Moreover, seeing this title, Pei Qian began to doubt the content of the video again. The subtitle is "The King's Power is Not Eternal?" Could it be that Qiao Liang is very disappointed with this game and thinks that Tenda's success has not continued and Tenda's rule has ended? Otherwise, why use a title like Mission and Choice, The King's Power is Not Eternal? With this feeling, Pei Qian clicked the play button of the video. Hello everyone, I am still the up host in the game area that you are very familiar with. Games are called Father Qiao Laosher. Since the last episode of Rubbish Game Rad was broadcast, I have received a lot of unwarranted attacks and accusations. Many people sent me private messages saying, "Oh Qiao Laosher, you are so crazy about making trashy videos now. The trashy games from 10 years ago have been made so badly, and you can still make trashy videos together. I am so disappointed. To these people, I want to say that you have wronged me. Who said I want to make trashy videos? This is obviously paving the way for the latest issue of The Work of the Gods. Now, I believe that all the audience gentlemen have understood my good intentions. Then please follow me, dear audience, and compare the past and present of the 2 games. You can also see the change in the fate of domestic games from a small glimpse. The time goes back to 1997. In that era, various excellent electronic games emerged in an endless stream, including Command & Conquer in the past, Star Ocean and Fantasy War in the future. RTS games, like FPS games, became the 2 most popular types of electronic games in that period of backward computer functions. And a game called Mission and Choice also appeared in China. The overwhelming publicity made players who enthusiastically supported domestic games believe that it would be our own Command & Conquer, Star Ocean and Fantasy War. Everyone knows the result later. As a result, the domestic and foreign game markets have taken 2 completely different paths. In foreign countries, various excellent 3A masterpieces have emerged in an endless stream, while domestic games have been in a slump since then. Time goes back to the present. The highly anticipated Fantasy War Remastered Edition received a lot of bad reviews after its release. Fantasy War, which was once regarded as a classic game in the history of games, has lost its reputation. The original version was a masterpiece with a score of 9.3, and the score of the remastered version has plummeted to 0.7 points, diving to the first place in the opposite direction, which is exactly a full score of 10 points, which is very sad. What no one expected was that the former shame of domestic games, Mission and Choice, was also remade. This time, Mission and Choice is no longer a complete electronic garbage, but an excellent work that can truly stand shoulder to shoulder with all the classic games in the world. Once released, it has received rave reviews. Comparing these two games, we found that they have magical connections in many aspects. They cannot represent foreign games and domestic games, but they can take us to witness the changes in domestic games in recent years. There is a very famous line in fantasy world, "No king rules forever, the kingship is not eternal." Sadly, this sentence seems to have come true. The respected game giant that once produced Star Ocean and Fantasy War will one day fall from the altar and smash its own signboard of "Must be a boutique." And we are willing to believe that in the near future, through Mission and Choice, Tenda Games will also lead domestic games to the altar and replace it. Chapter 992 Heavy Industrialization Movies and Games. Losing money to become the richest man started from games. This opening remark, by Qiao Laosher, stunned Pei Qian. Qiao Laosher, I didn't give you any money, did I? Are you bragging about me so unscrupulously? Look at what you said in this video, is this human language? Kingship is not eternal? So those respected foreign game giants will also fall from the altar, and Tenda Games will lead domestic games to the altar and replace them? This is fucking. Pei Qian simply didn't know what to say. Mission and Choice is just a game, is it okay to force it to have so many meanings? Pei Qian felt a weight that life could not bear. However, he thought again, Xiao Liang's exaggeration should have an objective effect of flattery, right? After all, although Mission and Choice cost a lot of money, Pei Qian felt that this game was still a little short of being deified, and many players had a rebellious mentality, and the more it was exaggerated, the easier it would be to arouse their disgust. So, maybe Mr. Qiao's video this time will backfire? Pei Qian continued to read on. Some viewers may say, "Oh, old Joe, you are exaggerating. Although this is a good game, it is only of high quality and good plot. It is not appropriate to force it to have so much historical significance." I can only say that if you think so, you think too simply about this matter. Maybe many years later, when we look back on the development history of domestic standalone games, we will find out, when did we have the first sincere work that looks good? When did we start to have many small and beautiful independent games? When did we have a masterpiece that can compete with foreign 3A masterpieces? When did our collection of domestic classic games have more and more exciting games that made us a good game that leaves a deep impression on people? In fact, for the development of the entire domestic game industry, these are extremely critical nodes, and they are all huge changes in fate. Just like many years ago, when the original Mission and Choice was released, no one would believe that this game would start a dark era for domestic games that lasted for several years. Just like many years later, when the remastered version of Mission and Choice was released, no one would believe that it meant the dawn of a bright era for domestic games. At these critical nodes, we stood at the crossroads of fate, seeing the wind and clouds, and we saw the choices made by fate, but in our memories they were quite dull and ordinary. At that time, we thought it was just an ordinary day. But in fact, from this day on, perhaps the whole world has quietly changed. In fact, before Mission and Choice, we already had several very excellent games, such as Turning Back and Struggle. But in my opinion, all previous games cannot be compared with Mission and Choice in the historical significance of domestic standalone games. Because Mission and Choice has truly surpassed history in three aspects. First of all, this game was originally called The Shame of Domestic Games, but the remake completely washed away this shame and made it the light of domestic games again. It's like an army that once attacked a place, but was defeated. The only way to wash away the shame is to regroup and attack here again many years later, and plant its own flag at the place where it was defeated. This is exactly what I said before. Mission and Choice is a remake of The Shame of Domestic Games and has a strong symbolic significance. Secondly, Mission and Choice is a highly completed heavy industry game, which opens up a new possibility for domestic games. In the field of artistic creation, the word industry may seem a bit strange. In fact, industry means specialized division of labor. There are heavy industrial movies and movies, and there are also heavy industrial games and games. The so-called heavy industrial movies and heavy industrial games, in more popular terms, are Hollywood blockbusters and AAA masterpieces. Their characteristics are highly specialized and process-oriented production, high production costs, and global market orientation. They are the products of the highly developed entertainment industry. And this is precisely the only way for domestic movies and domestic games. Seeing this, Pei Qian felt a little dizzy. He knew all these words, but when they were put together, he had no idea what they meant. Heavy industrial movies? Heavy industrial games? That's not right. This project just arranged more funds during development. How should it be developed? I didn't change anything. The previous, Turning Back and Struggle, were both good, so why did only Mission and Choice open up a new possibility? Pei Qian scratched his head, simply unable to understand. But he also wanted to know what Qiao Liang could come up with, so he continued to watch. Why is heavy industrialization so important? Because it is relative to small workshop production. The so-called small workshop production means that there is no systematic system and development for the creation of literary and artistic works. Whether it is a movie or a game, its success or failure depends largely on the ability of the director and producer, which means that the creation of literary and artistic works is extremely risky. If the bet is right, everyone is happy. If the bet is wrong, all the money will be lost. In other words, this kind of small workshop production has great uncertainty. Many 3A masterpieces abroad are annual goods games, which can stably produce 3A masterpieces under the same series of works, and the quality can basically be guaranteed. There is a fixed player group, and the risk borne by the developer is greatly reduced. On the other hand, domestic standalone game manufacturers' business, there is no similar New Year's goods game, often relying on inspiration and ideas. The risk is extremely high. This heavy industrialized production model is to standardize the processes in various fields, cultivate talents in various professions, so that the level of literary and artistic works cannot fluctuate too much with the designer's ideas, and always maintain a relatively high level. In this way, the development of the entire industry is healthy, orderly, and stable. Most of Tengda's previous works, although they look amazing, are all products of small workshop production. Although they look bright and beautiful, in fact, these games are all highly dependent on President Pei's endless ideas. Whether it is Turning Back or Struggle, while we marvel at these games, we should not forget that these classic games are extremely difficult to reproduce, and other game companies are basically unable to learn from them. But Mission and Choice is different from other games. This game does not take a radical approach, but is stable. As long as President Pei is willing, the second and third parts can be released in the future, and the plot can be continued. As long as the quality is good, many players will still pay for it. Even this worldview can be further expanded, and there is no problem in releasing a New Year series of FPS games. This shows that in the design when designing Mission and Choice, President Pei was already trying to eliminate the game's dependence on his own inspiration and strive to move towards a heavy industrialized production model. Finally, it is the innovation of the game Mission and Choice. Although trying a heavy industrialized creation model, President Pei still innovated in many aspects. For example, as a relatively old game mode, real-time strategy games have many problems from today's perspective. The operation requirements are too high, and most people find it difficult to get started. The game's competitive nature is too strong, resulting in a lack of fun. These have seriously restricted the development of the real-time strategy game type. Even the manufacturers who made Star Ocean and Fantasy War did not have a good solution when faced with this problem. Although continuing the tradition can meet the demands of core players, it is obvious that even in the minds of these designers, they do not think that the remade game will be a big hit, so they did not invest too much budget at all, but adopted a perfunctory, fooling, and cutting leaks approach. And Mission and Conquest explores how RTS games should be designed in the current context. Reduce the difficulty of the game so that ordinary players can easily get started. Weaken the operation, increase tactical gameplay, let players use their brains more instead of their hands, so as not to lose the fun. Use excellent art style and excellent plot to create a real world for all players, and use the plot to drive the game. Stimulate the player's emotions, let the player resonate with the protagonist when experiencing the game, and create a strong sense of immersion. Endless mode, battle mode, editor, these contents enrich the gameplay and extend the life of the game. Especially the application of the latest artificial intelligence technology, it has opened a new door for RTS games. Of course, many viewers may not have played these contents yet, or are not interested in the endless mode and editor of the game. But in any case, these have greatly raised the upper limit of this game and greatly enhanced its playability. Therefore, Mission and Choice is not just spending a lot of money, more importantly, it can be said to be the first game in China to try to be produced in a heavy industrialization way, setting a good example for all domestic game manufacturers. The example of Mission and Choice proves that although there is still a big gap between our country's game industry and foreign countries, at least we are on the right track. I hope that in the near future, more and more producers in our film and game industries will embark on the road of heavy industrialization. At that time, our cultural industry can truly stand at the top. Chapter 993, I wish I could erect a monument for President Pei. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. After watching Qiao Liang's video, Pei Qian fell into a long silence. It wasn't that he thought what Qiao Liang said made sense, but he was shocked by his endless praise. This old man Qiao, it seems that he can always come up with some new tricks. In fact, for the game Mission and Choice, Pei Qian didn't think it would have a particularly big reversal like turning back or struggle. After all, although Mission and Choice has subverted the traditional RTS gameplay in terms of gameplay, this subversion is still within the scope of players' understanding, and it will not cause huge controversy at the beginning of its release like turning back and struggle. What's more, the main hot topics of discussion in the early stage of Mission and Choice were focused on its plot. So after seeing the comments of the early players, Pei Qian thought that this was almost the end of the praise. The plot, gameplay, graphics, etc. have all been praised, what else can be praised? Even if Mr. Qiao released a video, at most he would just repeat these aspects, right? But I never expected that Qiao Liang would find a new angle. This time, Qiao Liang emphasized two things, one is milestone significance and the other is production mode. The milestone significance means that compared with Fantasy War, Mission and Choice was a symbol of the weakness of domestic games, and now the comparison between Mission and Choice and Fantasy War Remake is a symbol of the rapid rise of domestic games. This is an important milestone event for the development of domestic games. The production mode means that game production begins to get rid of the small workshop style, unstable creation mode that depends on the designer's inspiration, and gradually moves towards a heavy industrial creation mode with professional division of labor in various departments and stable production of high-quality works. Once these 2 points are thrown out, the purpose of the whole video is instantly elevated. Because this video is not analyzing the game Mission and Choice itself, but jumping out of the limitations of thinking and elevating it to the height of the entire domestic game circle. Just like the 15th year of Wanli seems to be just an ordinary year, but historians see all kinds of signs of the rise and fall of the dynasty through what happened in this year, then this year will be recorded in the history books as a key node, and every detail will be repeatedly studied as a starting point. Pei Qian's heart sank as he read on. This old man Qiao, is he trying to kill me? Looking at the way he brags, is he eager to erect a monument for me? A few words engraved on it, Mr. Pei, the savior of domestic games, will live forever? Don't do that. If this monument is really erected, will it still be profitable to make games in the future? Then will domestic players just buy them crazily, without caring about anything? Handsome and wise gamers, please don't listen to his nonsense. Pei Qian prayed secretly. However, he flipped through the comments of the video, and his heart became colder. That makes so much sense. Heavy industrialized movies and heavy industrialized games, it turns out there is such a thing. In fact, I had this feeling before, and felt that this game was somewhat different from Tenda's previous games, but I couldn't put it into words. After watching this video, I understood, and that's what I wanted to say. It seems that the release of Mission and Choice is really a matter of great historical significance. Maybe when my grandson asks about it in the future, I can still proudly say, the original Mission and Choice symbolizes the dark age of domestic games, and the remake of Mission and Choice symbolizes the glorious era of domestic games. No more words, this kind of game with great commemorative significance must be bought out. I'll go recommend it to my friends right away. Pei Qian. Seeing these comments, he was so anxious that he wanted to cry but had no tears. You can consider taking the blame for other things, but you absolutely cannot take the blame for being a milestone in the development of domestic games. Once you take the blame, all future games will be in the spotlight and become popular before they are released. Will you still lose money? You know, the Tenda game department is the core business department of the Tenda Group and makes the most money. Although it is difficult to lose money now, there is still a slight chance. If the blame for being a milestone is really taken, it will be impossible to lose money in the future. What to do? Pei Qian's brain was working quickly, thinking about countermeasures. He flipped through the comments under the video again and finally found some opposing voices. These opposing voices thought that Mr. Qiao was exaggerating too much. The game is a good game, but to say that it is a milestone of domestic games or the beginning of heavy industrial games is a bit nonsense. In particular, there was one comment that made Pei Qian want to take him as a confidant. I think Qiao Liang's video today is a bit far-fetched. As far as I know, the development process of most game companies is fixed, and most of Tenda's previous games also had the same development process. How come Mission and Choice has become a heavy industrialization model? The game is a good game, but it is not advisable to praise it. I think even President Pei probably didn't think so far ahead. He just turned ideas into games steadily, but the fans imagined too much. Pei Qian was almost moved to tears. This brother is really my confidant. To be honest, President Pei just learned about the heavy industrialization model. However, such a good comment received a mediocre response, and even many people were opposed to it. Obviously, most of the audience still believed the rhetoric in Qiao Liang's video, thinking that milestones and heavy industrialization model were intentional by President Pei. How should these good comments that reflect the truth not be buried? Pei Qian fell into deep thought. The first solution he thought of was to make a public clarification. The official announcement said that Mission and Choice had no intention of bearing any milestone historical significance, and had nothing to do with the heavy industrialization model? But Pei Qian thought about it and it didn't seem to work. Because it would easily have a cover-up effect. There were too many false news released by the official before, and players were a little tired of it. For example, Struggle deliberately misled players with promotional materials before, and Mission and Choice deliberately misled players with Fitness Battle before its release. Similar operations have happened many times. Moreover, every time the fake news was released before, the players interpreted it in other ways. It's like shouting wolf, but no one believes it after shouting too much. If the official clarification is made this time, the players may think that the official is being modest, which will strengthen the player's understanding. Therefore, the credibility of the official account has been ruined and it is no longer useful. Pei Qian thought about it again. Since the official way is not working, he can only take the unofficial way. Buy Water Army. Pei Qian has rarely bought Water Army in recent times. The main reason is that the scale of Tenda Group is getting bigger and bigger. If you want to get results by buying Water Army, the money required is also increasing. If Pei Qian pays out of his own pocket, he can't afford it. But this time the situation is different. Xiao Liang's theory has not yet spread, and it is only limited to his videos. According to Pei Qian's previous experience, Xiao Liang's video may break the circle, but it will take some time. It may take 1 or 2 days to rush to the top of the game area, and it may take 3 to 5 days or even longer to rush to the top of the whole site, or to have a breaking effect and go viral on major websites. Then, during this period of time, if we buy Water Army to concentrate on attacking the comment area of this video, and give everyone the impression that this video is a bit exaggerated, we can influence and guide public opinion to a certain extent, thereby reducing the adverse effects that this video may bring. Time is urgent and there is no time to lose. Pei Qian made up his mind and immediately found the contact information of Hu Xiao of Xiaohu Review to discuss the matter of buying Water Army with him. As a professional Water Army leader, Hu Xiao is basically online all day except for sleeping, so he contacted him quickly. The last cooperation between the two parties can be traced back to the release of the movie A Better Tomorrow. After such a long time, Hu Xiao almost thought that he had lost this big customer. Now seeing this mysterious customer come to the door again, of course he was overjoyed. Pei Qian didn't say much, and directly stated his request: I want to hire some Water Army to capture the comment area of this video. Web link. In terms of content, I have simply thought of some content. You let the Water Army play around this content. Text document. You need to buy high-end Water Army, the kind that people can't see, understand? Hu Xiao clicked on the web link and took a look, a little disappointed. That's it? In the previous cooperation, the battlefield ranged the entire network, but this time the battlefield was limited to a video on the Ellie Island website? It's a bit boring. However, Hu Xiao is a very professional person. Since it is a business, there is no need to complain about this or that. Just take the money and do the job. He opened the text document again and found that there were hundreds of words in it, all about the two concepts of domestic game milestone and heavy industrialization model. For example, several good games were given, and they were considered to be more qualified to be called domestic game milestones. After analyzing mission and choice, it was considered that it was far from the status of milestone. It was considered that heavy industrialization model game was a pseudo-concept. Mission and choice did not achieve the heavy industrialization model at all, and so on. The opinions in this text document are different. For example, some opinions believe that the heavy industrialization model is a false concept and is not applicable to the game field. There are also opinions that the heavy industrialization model is applicable to the game field, but mission and choice did not achieve it at all. In fact, these opinions seem different, but they actually have the same purpose: to completely sever the relationship between mission and choice and the two concepts of milestone and heavy industrialization model. Chapter 994, Tell Mr. Qiao the truth from the facts. Pei Qian racked his brains to come up with these views. If he wanted to save trouble, he could let the Water Army play freely, but he didn't trust the professional ethics of these Water Army at all. What if it was too obvious and was discovered? Wouldn't it be counterproductive? Fortunately, after such a long period of systematic study, Pei Qian also had a certain professional knowledge in the field of games, so he could write these contents as a guideline for the Water Army's actions. This should have a fake effect, so that most people can't see the traces of Water Army activities. Hu Xiao didn't ask much. With this thing, it would be more convenient for the Water Army to do things. He was so happy that he couldn't wait. Okay, that's it. I'll assign them tasks and let them work. Hu Xiao was about to arrange the work when he saw another message from the other side. Wait a minute, after so many times of cooperation, can you give me a discount? Hu Xiao was stunned. Discount? This doesn't seem to be the style of this big guy. In the past, this big guy always gave Rao the impression that he was wealthy and never bargained, but why did he take the initiative to ask for discounts this time? Could it be that the person behind this account has changed? It's not impossible. There may be several people managing an official account like this at the same time. The previous person in charge may have resigned. After the new person took over, he was more careful with his budget. This is understandable. Hu Xiao didn't think too much. Okay, we are all old customers, so I'll give you a 20% discount this time. Pei Qian, okay, thank you very much. Hu Xiao was stunned for a moment, wondering why this big guy was so polite today. Has he really changed people? He quickly replied, "You're welcome, this is what I should do." Seeing the words 20% discount, Pei Qian felt much more comfortable. There was no way. This time, I couldn't ask the system to reimburse the water army. I could only pay out of my own pocket. Every penny saved is a penny saved. In life, don't you have to be careful with your budget? This time, the battlefield is concentrated on the video comments of Qiao Laosher, so the water army should take effect sooner. Pei Qian waited patiently. Qiao Liang woke up at dinner time. I stayed up too late to work on the video before, and I didn't get enough sleep. Now after catching up on sleep, I finally recovered my energy. The Moyu takeaway was delivered on time. Qiao Liang opened the exquisite food box, took out all the food inside, and then opened his video on his mobile phone to check the audience's reaction. Watching the video while eating is a better way to eat. However, after casually flipping through the comments under the video, Qiao Liang was stunned, and his hand that was holding the chopsticks to pick up the food also stopped. What's going on? Qiao Liang was confused. 10 minutes after the video was released, he had read some comments. The audience seemed to be quite satisfied with this video. How come after a few hours, the tone of the comment area has changed so drastically? The entire comment area was filled with various questioning voices, and the two groups of people were arguing fiercely. Some viewers stood on Qiao Liang's side, basically defending the views in the video, while the other part of the audience seemed to be singing the opposite tune. Many people commented that mission and choice was not a milestone at all, and it had nothing to do with the heavy industrialization model. These were all concepts created by Qiao Liang to exaggerate the significance of mission and choice. They were not realistic and were not desirable. The number of likes for these comments was not low, and they had already developed into a force that could not be ignored. In fact, these comments were not only caused by the water army, but also some real viewers and players were mixed in. They were influenced by the views of these water army and were swept up by the opinions of the water army. This is normal, because humans are very easily influenced. Comments and barrages often act like an amplifier that greatly influences individual judgment. For example, someone originally thought that a certain movie was well made, but when everyone around him thought it was a bad movie, he would unconsciously lower his evaluation of the movie, or even change his mind and think that the movie was a bad movie, and continue to spread this concept to the surrounding people. In many people's minds, the problem that originally did not exist will slowly become a real problem if people around them emphasize it too much. The same thing happened in this video. Originally, many viewers did not think that there was anything wrong with Qiao Laosher's method, but many water armies fanned the flames in the comment area and gave each other likes. When the number of likes went up, it became a kind of majority opinion, which affected those who originally thought there was no problem. Of course, there were also many people who still insisted on their own views, so the two sides had a fierce dispute and quarreled. No one was convinced by the other, because the topic of the dispute between the two sides was originally difficult to verify. Whether it is a milestone or a heavy industrialization model is actually a matter of opinion. No matter which side you support, you can find a lot of arguments. In the process of online debate, people often talk to themselves and attack each other, so the comment area is full of noise, and no one can convince anyone. For the water army, this is of course welcome, because their job is to muddy the water and mislead more viewers. Therefore, the more this happens, the more it shows that they are doing a good job, and these people will naturally work hard to increase their efforts. Qiao Liang couldn't help but frown. These people actually doubt my professional ethics? It's really outrageous. I have studied the history of domestic game development and learned so many game design concepts. This time, my interpretation of mission and choice is very objective and responsible. Why do these people act as if I am sensationalizing? Qiao Liang lost his appetite after eating 2 bites and was angry. He was not angry for himself, he was angry for President Pei. As an ordinary video author, Qiao Liang is concerned about the number of video views and the number of coins. Although the quarrel between the two groups means that his video is controversial, it will also increase the popularity. Therefore, from the perspective of a video author, Qiao Liang has no need to be angry. But from the perspective of President Pei, this is very unacceptable. President Pei invested a huge amount of money to produce a remake of Mission and Choice. How much pressure and ambition he has to withstand. As a successful game producer, President Pei is not short of money or fame. He can choose some games that are more likely to succeed to make money more steadily. However, President Pei still resolutely invested huge sums of money to wash away this former national tourism shame. What a fearless heroic spirit. As a domestic gamer, even if you don't like Tenda's games, you should still maintain the most basic respect, right? However, Mr. Pei's behavior is not understood by these people. What a sad thing. Qiao Liang feels that as a video author, he cannot speak for himself, but he must speak for Mr. Pei. Never let the hero bleed, sweat and cry. So, what to do? Qiao Liang knows very well that it is meaningless to clarify and debate now, which is equivalent to repeating what he said. He needs more convincing evidence, such as the opinions of some industry insiders, or even the opinions of Tenda insiders. It would be best if Mr. Pei could come out and express his opinion in person, but Mr. Pei will definitely not agree. Because Mr. Pei has always been a person who laughs off all the slander and defamation. He doesn't care about the attacks and slanders from the outside world, and he will definitely not speak out for such things. Then we can only settle for the second best and find the person in charge of this project. Well, ask around. Qiao Liang is not sure who is responsible for the development of the game Mission and Choice. It should be Hu Xianbin from the game department, but with such a large investment in a project, it is likely that there are other people involved. It doesn't matter if you're not sure. Qiao Liang is good friends with many Tenda employees. You can find out with a little inquiry. April 17, Tuesday. Pei Qian took his phone as soon as he got up and checked the comments section of the new issue of The God of Investiture. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Well, very good, the money was not wasted. Although it was 20% off, after all, the water army bought was of high quality. Pei Qian's treasury was heavily drained and he spent tens of thousands of yuan, but the effect was indeed immediate. The direction of the video's comment area has been significantly reversed. The voices questioning that Mission and Choice is not worthy of milestone and heavy industrialization model are gradually getting louder. Although it has not yet become the mainstream, it can at least compete with the voices of flattery. It is impossible to completely control the right to speak. After all, Qiao Liang has many fans, and there is strength in numbers. It is a daydream to want to suppress all these voices with the water army bought with tens of thousands of yuan. But being able to achieve this level now is also considered to make Pei Qian quite satisfied. The key is to mislead those spectators who don't know the truth. Many people don't have a clear opinion when watching the video. After reading Qiao Liang's words, they think it makes sense. After reading the different opinions in the comments below, they also think it makes sense. As long as the audience can be left to vacillate between the two views and have reservations, then this video will not be able to go viral, and Pei Qian can minimize his losses. Pei Qian was flipping through the comments on the video when he suddenly received a call from Huang Sibo. Huh? What is Huang Sibo calling for? Is there any good news about the movie? No, it's been less than a week since it was released. I saw the box office of the first two films. It's not very high. There's no need to announce good news, right? Pei Qian has also been paying attention to the box office of Mission and Choice. Although the box office data is not bad, it is still far from making a big profit. Because this movie had less publicity before its release and the screening rate was not high, although the attendance rate was high, it was not enough to see an explosive box office growth in just 2 or 3 days. With some doubts, Pei Qian answered the phone. Mr. Pei, I have something to ask you. Qiao Liang, I want to ask me a few questions about Mission and Choice. It's related to his new video. There shouldn't be any problem with this? Pei Qian was stunned. Qiao Liang wants to interview Huang Sibo? Pei Qian was very smart and immediately understood Qiao Liang's intention. Obviously, Qiao Liang wanted to get Huang Sibo to endorse his video. He wanted to use Huang Sibo's words to find evidence for his heavy industrialization model and prove that he was right. Pei Qian subconsciously wanted to refuse, but then he thought again, and the corners of his mouth suddenly rose slightly. Qiao Liang, you have walked into the trap, haven't you? You should never have expected that from the establishment of the project to the development and then to the release of Mission and Choice. No one has ever mentioned the so-called heavy industrialization model, right? This interview is obviously an official slap in the face. Pei Qian immediately said, no problem, just accept it. But when answering questions, you must be realistic, answer what you have, understand? As long as he is realistic, Qiao Liang should understand that Mission and Choice has nothing to do with the so-called heavy industrialization model, and the development process of all Tenda games has never changed. Asking for a hammer and getting a hammer, isn't it beautiful? Huang Sibo, okay, Mr. Pei, I understand. Chapter 995 President Pei's Talent Cultivation Method. In the afternoon, Qiao Liang took a taxi to Fei Huang's studio and met Huang Sibo. Mr. Qiao, nice to meet you. The two shook hands cordially and said they had long admired each other. Strictly speaking, Huang Sibo, as the chief designer, only designed the game Sea Fortress, and Qiao Liang had not made a video for Sea Fortress, so the two did not have much intersection. But after all, they were both familiar with Tenda, so they also felt a sense of mutual appreciation after meeting. After a few pleasantries in the conference room, the two quickly got to the point. Qiao Liang got straight to the point. To be honest, the video I recently released interpreted Mission and Choice, and I didn't expect it to cause a lot of controversy. In my video, this game was made using the heavy industrialization model, which is very different from the previous games, but many viewers disagree. What do you think? Qiao Liang was still quite nervous when asking this question. He was afraid that Huang Sibo would directly say there is no such thing at all. Wouldn't it be impossible to end it? I have worked so hard to learn game design theory for so long, and have devoted myself to studying Mission and Choice. It would be so embarrassing if I analyzed it as fiercely as a tiger, but the result was completely wrong. Huang Sibo took a sip of tea. I watched the video, and I agree with some of the content in it. But I don't deserve the title of milestone. Although this game was indeed intended to wash away the shame of domestic games when it was first launched, it will take many years to determine whether it can become a milestone. As for the heavy industry model, I can't give a very definite answer. Because there is actually no conclusion about this concept in the game industry at present, and it is a concept that makes sense no matter what. Hearing this, Qiao Liang was a little disappointed. Obviously, Huang Sibo has the same personality as President Pei, very modest, and will not blindly take credit for himself. Although modesty is a virtue, this may mean that Qiao Liang will go back with nothing today. But Huang Sibo changed the subject. Although I can't answer your question directly, I can tell you a few stories that happened during the establishment and development of this game and movie. I believe it will be inspiring to you. Qiao Liang's eyes lit up. You. Huang Sibo sorted out his thoughts a little and said, I don't know if you have noticed that the head of Tengda's game department changes very frequently. I was the designer of Sea Fortress, and when it came to game producer, the chief designer was replaced by LV Mingliang, and then Li Yada, Hu Xianbin, Min Jingqiao, etc. Designers who can be responsible for 2 games in a row in the Tengda game department are rare. Now, I am in charge of Fei Huang Studio, LV Mingliang is in charge of Nifeng Logistics, and even Shen Kongtua and others who were in the game department before have been assigned to Jingji Hostel. Every designer who has made a name for himself can be independent and have his own business. Do you know what this means? Qiao Liang shook his head, confused. Huang Sibo continued, every time a new game is developed, President Pei assigns tasks in a different way. Sometimes, he only gives a very broad range, such as giving a few seemingly irrelevant or even somewhat incredible requirements, and let the chief designer think divergently to design, and sometimes, he will propose various design details in detail and let the designer seriously implement them. Why is this? Do you know? Qiao Liang still shook his head, even more confused. Huang Sibo added, this time, when developing mission and choice, the problem given by President Pei was unprecedentedly difficult. So, I called together Director Zhu Su and key members from the Tengda game department, including LV Mingliang, Li Yada, Hu Xianbin, Min Jingqiao, Bao Su, Lin Wan, Yi Zhizhou, and Wang Xiaobin. We worked together and finally finalized the design details of mission and choice. Connecting all these contents, what do you think of? Qiao Liang frowned and his brain worked quickly. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be very critical content hidden in it, but it felt a little vague and difficult to grasp. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I understand. This is actually President Pei training talents for Tenda Group in his own way. Tengda's game department is the most training department, so every time President Pei does a new game project, he promotes a potential newcomer to be the chief designer. After the project is successful, President Pei will transfer the trained employees to other departments to be independent and continue to train new people. That's why the turnover of personnel in Tengda's game department is so frequent, and it is the reason why everyone who comes out of the game department can be independent. As for the different ways of issuing tasks when President Pei assigns tasks, it is because President Pei wants to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. Some people are good at design, so President Pei guides them through several seemingly unrelated requirements to stimulate their talents as much as possible. For some people who are not very imaginative but have strong execution, President Pei gives some very detailed rules, so that they can read and learn carefully in the process of serious execution. And the subsequent arrangements also prove that President Pei is actually a leader who teaches students in accordance with their aptitude. For example, Brother Huang, you are a designer with very strong ideas and comprehensive abilities, so President Pei assigns you to be in charge of Fei Huang Studio and control the entire entertainment industry of Tenda Group. LV Mingliang is a designer with strong execution ability, and President Pei asked him to take charge of Nifeng Logistics. As for Li Yada and Bao Su, their abilities are not particularly outstanding, but they are experienced and down-to-earth, so they are allowed to stay in the Tengda game department as old employees to play a stabilizing role. In this way, the potential employees of the entire Tenda Group are growing rapidly, and they are in charge of each department. While ensuring that President Pei has control over each department, they can also develop faster and better. The most important thing is that when these people are fully trained and get together again, they will burst out with amazing potential. Take mission and choice, for example. Without the previous accumulation of Fei Huang's studio and the success of the beautiful Ming, it would be impossible to make a name for itself in both the film and game fields. I was a little puzzled before. Mission and Choice doesn't look like a game in the style of President Pei, because the games designed by President Pei himself, such as Game Maker, Turn Back, Struggle, etc., all have a strong personal color and a breakthrough imagination. But Mission and Choice lacks this kind of wild imagination, but has a more stable feeling. It turns out that this game is the result of all of you working together under the guidance of President Pei. That is, I use the heavy industrialization model to describe mission and choice, which is not particularly rigorous. Strictly speaking, Tenda's heavy industrialization model is not formed naturally, but President Pei deliberately cultivated and guided key employees and brought their expertise into play, allowing Tenda Group to enter this heavy industrialization model in advance. It seems that I was right in the direction of blowing, but I didn't blow it to the point. Huang Sibo drank a sip of tea and smiled without saying anything. He thought so in his heart. Anyone who has been the head of Tenda's game department will understand how much impact Mr. Pei's advice will have on the success of a game. If there was no Mr. Pei, Huang Sibo, Lu Mingliang and others might still be working as executive planners and odd jobs in some second-rate game company. How could they have achieved the current results? Many times, ability is one aspect, but more importantly, it is necessary to obtain a platform. Just like someone asked online, why are most of the famous generals, counselors, and founding fathers of the Han dynasty from the same hometown as Liu Bang? Why can such a city have so many talents at the same time? In fact, it is because these people made progress and grew together in the process of laying the foundation. With this platform and resources, their talents can be brought into play. The same is true for Tenda Group. Are the heads of each department extremely smart and can be the best in the industry? Not necessarily. Without the platform of Tenda Group and the guidance of President Pei, they would not have achieved their current achievements. Therefore, although most of the content of Mission and Choice was finalized by Huang Sibo and his friends in a meeting, the biggest contributor behind the scenes is obviously President Pei. Because President Pei provided this platform, determined the tone of Tenda Group, cultivated these people, and set an excellent example for them, so the game Mission and Choice was born. But he couldn't understand, because of President Pei, he had to be realistic. These things he thought about were more or less a bit of brain supplements in them. Although most of them were facts, they couldn't be directly explained. Therefore, Huang Sibo very matter-of-factly recounted the episodes that occurred during the production of Mission and Choice. Those who understood would understand, and those who didn't understand couldn't explain more. Anyway, with Mr. Qiao's understanding, there should be no problem. Qiao Liang did not disappoint him, he understood everything at once and understood his intention in an instant. Qiao Liang said with great pride, I understand. Thank you very much. Now I can assert that Tenda Group is not only the first to try the heavy industrialization model, but also that it was deliberately guided by President Pei, and it has achieved excellent results. I will go back and confront those people. Such a detailed case will definitely leave them speechless. Chapter 996, 3 Life-Saving Straws. Losing money to become the richest man starts from gaming. April 18, Wednesday. Pei Qian came to the company early in the morning, ready to start a busy day of work. The two employees in the office area may have woken up a little late and didn't have time to eat breakfast. They just took 2 cups of coffee from the coffee bar and took some snacks to go back to their workstations to eat. On the way back, they ran into President Pei. Ah, hello, President Pei. The two people hurriedly greeted him. Pei Qian nodded, but after glancing at the snacks in their hands, he frowned slightly. didn't you have breakfast? The two employees were stunned for a moment. Yes. Pei Qian's expression became serious. How can these snacks be eaten as breakfast? Hurry down to the Moyu Internet Cafe to have breakfast before coming back to work. Go now. The two employees were a little confused for a while, holding a bunch of snacks. But they quickly reacted, put the coffee and snacks on their workstations, and then went downstairs to eat obediently under the gaze of President Pei. After watching the two employees leave, Pei Qian returned to his office and started today's work. After walking out of the elevator, the two employees were still a little confused. Why does it seem that President Pei is not in a good mood today? I was shocked. I thought President Pei was angry when he saw that we were not working, but it turned out that he was worried that we would be hungry. If it was in other companies and facing other leaders, the employees would definitely interpret these words as sarcastic, but this is obviously not the case in Tenda. The two walked towards the Moyu Internet Cafe while muttering. It seems that Mr. Pei is not in a good mood recently, and he seems to be under a lot of pressure. Strange, isn't Mission and Choice quite successful at present? The film screening and box office have been rising, the reputation is also very good, and the game is even more praised, but why does Mr. Pei seem to be under a lot of pressure? Who knows, maybe this is Mr. Pei in good times. Could it be that the success of Mission and Choice has put a huge pressure on Mr. Pei, urging him to continue to strive for higher goals? I am a little ashamed. Mr. Pei works so hard, but we still take up working time to eat breakfast. It's really wrong. Let's hurry up and finish eating and go back to work. The two people originally felt that the recent work was not very urgent, and they felt a little slack, but seeing that Mr. Pei still maintained the motivation to struggle under such a big wind, what qualifications do they have to stop? It can only be said that Mr. Pei's changes to employees are so subtle. Meanwhile, Pei Qian was scratching his head in the office. Although he had just sent two employees to breakfast and done another insignificant good thing, which delayed some of the employees' work time and cost a little more money, this could not change Pei Qian's current anxious mentality. The two employees guessed correctly. The current situation of Mission and Choice did put him under tremendous pressure. If he didn't do something, he really couldn't lose money in this cycle. Fortunately, Mission and Choice was a project that spanned 2 cycles after all. Fortunately, it was launched relatively early, and there was still a long time before the settlement, so it could still be saved. At present, Pei Qian still had 3 life-saving straws in his hand. If all of them could play their due role, the situation could still be turned around. The first straw was the Shenhua game department that was about to be established, which could spend a lot of money. Moreover, the games produced by this department were not restricted by the settlement cycle, which could relieve a lot of pressure. The second straw was the sales department that was currently being planned. Pei Qian had asked Assistant Qian to look for candidates for this department, but he didn't know if he could find a suitable one. The third straw was the dissuasion mode that was previously forced on Rabbit Tail Live. Users must be forced to use the focus mode or learning mode for 1 hour every day before they can watch the entertainment content on Rabbit Tail Live. This anti-human function should be completed and launched in the near future. Holding these 3 straws in his hand, Pei Qian felt that he seemed to be saved in this cycle. However, before he started to arrange these 3 things, Pei Qian suddenly remembered that he should go and see how the battle situation in Qiao Laosher's video comment area was. Although buying water troops to capture Qiao Laosher's video comment area would definitely not reverse the current situation of Mission and Choice, after all, Qiao Laosher's masterpiece is a key node for dissemination. If this key node is completely suppressed, a few points of heat will mean a few fewer sales, and the pressure to make money will be less. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and details determine success or failure. Pei Qian felt that Qiao Liang would most likely pretend to be dead now. Because Pei Qian had already told Huang Sibo to answer Qiao Liang's questions in a realistic way. Then, Qiao Liang should also understand that the so-called heavy industrialization model he boasted about in the video was pure nonsense, and there was no such concept inside Tenda. Qiao Liang would not slap himself in the face, but he would not go against the wind and make something out of nothing, so he could only play dead. By then, the video comment area will still be full of controversy, at least it can dissuade some people who don't know the truth. Pei Qian opened the Eli Island website and checked Qiao Laoshir's account status. Huh? He actually updated a status? It's not a video, but an article. Pei Qian was a little surprised. Could it be that Qiao Liang was so angry that he had to fight against the wind and battle with the water army for 300 rounds without any arguments to support him? That was really irrational. This article is not very long, only more than 1,000 words. At the beginning, it briefly explained the two very critical controversial points in the previous video, namely milestone significance and heavy industrialization model. Then Qiao Liang said that in order to verify these 2 points, he specially found Huang Sibo, the general manager of the Mission and Choice project, film producer, game designer, head of Fei Huang Studio, and Pei's #1 designer disciple, and conducted an exclusive interview. It turned out that anyone could interview an insider with so many titles, and anyone would have to put their cards on the public screen. Pei Qian was a little surprised. This old man, Qiao, really dared to write the content of the interview? Isn't this a self-explosion? However, when he saw the following content, Pei Qian was stunned. Something was wrong when Huang Sibo said, "Tell a few short stories." After reading these short stories and looking at the conclusions drawn by Qiao Liang, something was even more wrong. Qiao Liang took advantage of the details of these short stories to come up with his own conclusion. I said before that Tenda is actually trying to make games in the heavy industrialization model, and it is indeed the case. President Pei even thought of it at a higher level than I did. The so-called heavy industrialization model means getting rid of the workshop-style production model and no longer relying entirely on the inspiration of a literary work. Instead, there must be a complete production process, with each department performing its duties, to ensure that all the works produced are above the standard. Hollywood blockbusters follow this model, as do foreign 3A masterpieces, and our country's film and game industries are still a long way from this. I only saw that in the process of making Mission and Choice, Tenda tried to move closer to the heavy industrialization model, but after this interview, I found that President Pei obviously grasped the essence of this model, which is talent. This model can only work if there are many top professional talents. Therefore, President Pei has been consciously cultivating professional talents in various fields from the beginning, teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. The heads of Tenda's game department can be said to be a group of fire when they gather together and a sky full of stars when they disperse. It is precisely because of President Pei's careful training for such a long time that Mission and Choice was born, which is completely different from the previous style. Although the stories Huang Sibo told did not directly relate to what Qiao Liang said, Qiao Liang still read the truth hidden behind it through his careful analysis and bold judgment. He analyzed the characteristics of games such as turning back and struggle, analyzed the instructions and teachings given by President Pei to the chief designer at the time when he assigned tasks, and emphasized the objective fact that many responsible persons worked together to finally finalize the design plan of Mission and Choice. It was well-reasoned and convincing. Pei Qian was a little dumbfounded. Because although these points were very fragmented, it was undeniable that they were indeed facts. Strictly speaking, what Huang Sibo said was already realistic enough, but it was completely contrary to Pei Qian's original expectations. In the comment section of the article, public opinion was obviously one-sided. Okay, it's officially confirmed. I feel like Mr. Huang is giving face to those haters. He didn't admit the milestone mainly because he is low-key and modest, just like Mr. Pei. But anyone with a discerning eye should understand these little stories, right? Indeed, according to the reality, if Tenda is like other companies, using a chief designer to death, where will the others have room for advancement and training opportunities? If so many excellent designers have not been trained in advance, how can there be the collective wisdom and success of mission and choice? In the final analysis, this is still President Pei's foresight. President Pei not only thought of the heavy industrialization model, but also started to lay the groundwork in advance when Tenda was just established and produced See Fortress? Hiss. President Pei's layout ability is too terrifying. With such a long-term vision, what can't be successful? Great, the nitpickers can finally shut up. I thought it was funny that Mr. Pei might not know about the heavy industrialization model before. Mr. Pei is the helmsman of Tenda Group. Doesn't he know more than you, a keyboard warrior? If you can understand what Mr. Pei is thinking, I suggest you start a company from scratch and compete with Tenda. Shouldn't the point be that he was disgusted by the nitpickers the day before, and the next day, Lao Chiao went to interview Mr. Huang, the chief designer of Mission and Choice, and slapped him in the face? Brothers, put the cards on the public screen. Chapter 997, Sales Talent Found on the Street. Losing money to become the richest man started from the game. Although there were still a few comments that were fighting back, it was useless, and they were soon pushed to the bottom and drowned in the vast number of comments. On the one hand, it was because the evidence given by Qiao Liang was too strong and the people were in favor of it, so the water army had no room to play. On the other hand, it was because Pei Qian was reluctant to continue to add money. At the beginning, it was agreed that only the comment area of the video would be controlled. Many water armies came to help to post under this dynamic article, which was considered a buy one get one free deal. The water army also took money to do things. How could they force themselves to post under such a big headwind when they were already 20% off? Pei Qian was simply stunned. I was deliberately helping Tenda Group to cultivate talents when I was working on Fortress on the Sea? How could I not know? Never expected that Huang Sibo would do this. Pei Qian had hoped that Huang Sibo would tell the truth and dispel Qiao Liang's delusion, but the delusion only intensified. As for where Huang Sibo's delusion came from, it was hard to figure out. The more you figure it out, the bigger the problem becomes. Just then, Hu Xiao sent a message. Brother, what do you think of this new dynamic? The brothers can't stand it anymore. If we want to continue to suppress it, we don't have enough manpower now. We have to pay more. Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. What the hell is the point of paying more money? It's already like this. If I continue to pay more money, will my private money go down the drain? Pei Qian replied, that's it, don't worry about it. Hu Xiao on the other side couldn't help but wonder. Something's wrong. According to this big brother's previous style of doing things, shouldn't the opponent become more and more excited as he resists? Just give up so easily? Maybe the operator behind this account has changed. But he didn't think much about it. This kind of thing is also common. Although the money made this time is not much, it's meat no matter how small the mosquito is. Okay, then you continue to be busy. If you need anything, you can always contact me. Pei Qian just closed the Ellie Island website, and there was a knock on the door outside the office. Looking up, it was Qin Yufeng from Rabbit Tail Live. Boss Pei, the functions you requested have been developed and tested, no problem. But, are you sure you really want to use this forced 1-hour function? Obviously, Qin Yufeng opposed this function from the beginning, but Boss Pei's attitude was quite firm before, so his opposition was useless now that the function has been developed. Qin Yufeng came here specially just to test Pei's opinion and confirm whether this function should be launched. What if Pei wakes up and changes his mind? Qin Yufeng is really for the good of Rabbit Tail Live. If there is any way, he doesn't want to launch this function. Pei Qian is very clear about Qin Yufeng's little thoughts. The more you oppose, the more I am sure I am right. However, Pei Qian is a more democratic person. He did not ask Qin Yufeng to execute it directly, but said in a roundabout way, "What does Ma say?" Qin Yufeng was speechless for a while, and after a pause, he said, Ma thinks this function is pretty good, and it can also allow our users to take an hour every day to do something meaningful." Pei Qian laughed, "Then what else do you have to worry about?" As expected, it is Lao Ma, who is in tune with me. Qin Yufeng scratched his head and didn't know what to say for a while. If it sounds to an outsider that both CEO Pei and CEO Ma strongly demanded that a certain function must be added, then it must be quite safe and foolproof. But in Qin Yufeng's opinion, this function seems to be an insult to his IQ, no matter how you look at it. It's just short of putting the words, "dissuade users," directly on the homepage of the website, Pei Qian said confidently. "Don't worry, even if this function is criticized and some users are discouraged in the early stage, it doesn't matter. I will make arrangements for the later stage. Just keep it in mind and implement it seriously." Qin Yufeng hesitated for a few seconds and nodded reluctantly. "Okay, Mr. Pei, I'll do it right away." Soon after Qin Yufeng left reluctantly, there was another knock on the door. This time it was Assistant Qian. "Mr. Pei, here are some candidates I found who are suitable for the head of the sales department. Please take a look." Assistant Qian handed over a document with several resumes. While handing over the document, she added, "Your previous requirements were vague and there was no particularly clear direction, so the people I found are of all types. If you are not satisfied with any of them, you can improve the screening conditions a little bit and I will look for them again." Pei Qian did not reply immediately, but took the resumes and took a quick look. When asking Assistant Qian to find people before, Pei Qian did not give a very clear standard. In fact, there is a standard, but it cannot be stated clearly. These resumes are basically from excellent salespeople, some with rich experience, some with relatively little experience, some with good eloquence, and some with personalities that are more suitable for sales work. Pei Qian flipped through them all, and was not very satisfied with any of them. Because these people seemed a little too good, even the resumes with the most mediocre and the least capable ones that Assistant Qian found had already exceeded the upper limit that Pei Qian thought he could bear. Moreover, in Assistant Qian's eyes, those with relatively mediocre resumes were all young people who had just come to prominence, and young people were often motivated and had unlimited possibilities. Pei Qian put these resumes aside and pondered for a moment. "Forget it, you should do other things first, I'll think about it." Assistant Qian didn't ask much, just nodded. "Okay, Mr. Pei, if you change your mind, you can always contact me." After Assistant Qian left, Pei Qian picked up these resumes and read them again. Well, it still didn't work. Where should I find talents for this sales department? It would definitely not work if I followed the normal recruitment process. The candidates that Assistant Qian picked were too excellent, and the worst candidates were beyond Pei Qian's upper limit. It seems that I have to do it myself. Pei Qian felt that he couldn't rely on others for such things. He flipped through the recent work reports of various departments, then stood up and left the office, ready to go out and try his luck. Leaving Shenhua Haojing, Pei Qian walked towards the intersection with more people nearby. As noon approached, the flow of people nearby gradually increased. Pei Qian's eyes swept across the shops on both sides of the street, and soon saw a store of the home group. Go try your luck here? However, most of the agents in stores like this should have been assimilated, and the possibility of meeting the right person is not very high. What's more, the values of the home group are problematic from top to bottom, so forget it. Pei Qian still remembered the formaldehyde room incident before, and had no good impression of this company. He was too lazy to ask who was the agent with the worst performance among you. He continued to stroll around. Would you like to know about swimming and fitness? Pei Qian looked up and saw that it seemed that a new gym had opened nearby and was handing out flyers. Although there are managed fitness centers nearby, it is unrealistic to rely on managed fitness centers to eat up all the fitness customers nearby, so there are still gyms opening one after another. Pei Qian received 2 flyers to show his support, hoping that these gyms can open up and bring down the managed gyms as soon as possible. As he walked, Pei Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. Because he found a young man holding flyers in the crowd, looking at a loss, wanting to hand them out but not daring to. He finally made up his mind to hand them out, but was quickly passed by passers-by. He stood there like a wooden stake, while the passers-by were as agile as Messi and Ronaldo. What a fate! Pei Qian fell in love with this young man at first sight. Isn't this the talent he is looking for? This young man was not good-looking, his taste in clothes was not good, and his gestures showed a strong lack of confidence. Pei Qian even suspected that he had some social phobia. Pei Qian really couldn't understand why such a person would come to the street to hand out flyers. He could only say that life was not easy. It might be because he couldn't do anything else, so he had to hand out flyers. Pei Qian came to the young man while observing. This guy seemed to have just prepared himself mentally. Others hurried past, afraid to avoid him, but only Pei Qian walked by very slowly, and glanced over here, seeming to be a little interested, so he immediately plucked up the courage, picked up a flyer and handed it over. Hello, would you like to know more about the newly opened gym? New members can get a 15% discount. Before he finished speaking, Pei Qian had already reached out to take a flyer and said, I'm not interested in the newly opened gym, but I'm quite interested in you. How old are you this year? What's your education? The young man was stunned for a moment. This year. 18, high school graduate. Pei Qian nodded slightly and asked again, I see that you are a bit introverted, why did you choose to distribute flyers? The young man scratched his head, my family conditions are not good, I have to make money. With my education, I can't do anything else. It can be seen that this guy is not only very introverted, but also has no defensive mentality. He will answer whatever Pei Qian asks. However, Pei Qian was basically sure of this guy's conditions. His family was in financial difficulty, so he didn't go to school after graduating from high school and started working early. However, his small body was not good enough for hard labor, and he was very introverted and had no eloquence at all. He couldn't expect to do sales jobs, so he could only do flyers and other unskilled jobs. Unexpectedly, he was the slowest one even in flyers. Pei Qian nodded slightly with satisfaction. Well, not bad, the young man has great potential, I admire him. What's your name? The guy finally felt something was wrong and showed a guarded expression. What do you want to do? If Pei Qian was a few decades older, this guy might have thought he was going to introduce a date. But now, could it be that he met a human trafficker? He was very clear about his objective conditions. The beatings of real life from childhood to adulthood for more than 10 years had made him recognize the reality, otherwise he would not have become so introverted. But the other party actually said very potential? Most likely a liar. Pei Qian smiled slightly, stop handing out flyers. Come work for me. The salary I'll give you will definitely be much higher than handing out flyers. Chapter 998 Visitor Mr. Tian Huan. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. The guy looked Pei Qian up and down, his eyes half believing and half doubting. He instinctively felt that this was unreliable, but seeing Pei Qian's dress and the confident temperament in his gestures, he felt that he didn't seem to be lying. Although they both wore suits and ties, the suits worn by real estate agents and the suits worn by financial elites were completely different concepts. Perhaps he was moved by the temperament exuded by Pei Qian's gestures, or perhaps he was dissatisfied with the status quo and couldn't wait to seize every possible opportunity. After hesitating for a while, the guy said, "Are you serious? How much can you pay me?" Pei Qian thought for a while. "How much do you earn now?" The young man said, I am now paid on a daily basis, 80 yuan a day. Distributing flyers is a physical job with little technical content, so the salary must be low. Generally, flyers are paid by quantity, by hours, or by days. The daily wage of 80 yuan means that if you distribute flyers for 30 days a month, you can only get 2,400 yuan. Although this amount of money is very low, it is within a reasonable range in Qingshan, a second-tier city, and there are still many people willing to do it. Pei Qian said, I'm not sure how I'll pay you, but the base salary will be at least 3 times what you make now. He didn't want to be too confident, so he was a little conservative. The young man raised his eyebrows slightly, with an expression of "Are you kidding me?" Obviously he didn't believe it anymore. The key is that he knows his situation very well. If he has a skill and works in some specialized positions, it's fine. He can also lie to himself that his salary is higher, and he can say that his major is suitable, but he knows that he has no ability at all. How can he make so much money? Is he going to stray into the den of some criminal organization? Seeing the young man's expectant and somewhat wary eyes, Pei Qian couldn't help but laugh secretly. Obviously, this guy has suffered too much from this society, but has never felt any warmth from this society, so he has this kind of expectant and unbelievable expression. Pei Qian thought about it and thought it might be because of the wrong occasion. If you suddenly see a stranger on the street who comes to chat with you and tells you that he will show up and offer you 3 times the salary, most people will think it's unreliable. So, Pei Qian took out the small notebook he carried with him, tore off a piece of paper and wrote down the address of the 17th floor of Shenhua Haojing and his phone number. After you finish your work here, come to this place to meet me during working hours. By the way, tell me your name so that I can tell the front desk to let you in. The young man took the note and said, My name is Tian Mo. Mo means silent. Pei Qian nodded slightly. This was in line with his temperament. He was as simple as a farmer, and he was silent and introverted. Well, it was a perfect match for this kind of person to be in charge of the sales department. Remember to come before 5 p.m. If you come later, you will be off work. Pei Qian gave another reminder and turned to leave. Tian Mo looked at Pei Qian's back as he left, and then looked at the note in his hand, with a confused and hesitant expression on his face. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The conditions were so good that he was worried that he might have encountered a scam. Although he was simple by nature, he had suffered a lot of social beatings, and deeply understood the meaning of one must be on guard against others. He wanted to throw the note away to stop himself from having illusions and thinking about the good things that would fall from the sky, but after hesitating again and again, he carefully put the note away and put it in his pocket. This seems to be an office building nearby. There shouldn't be any big problems if I go and take a look. Tian Mo finally made up his mind. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Tian Mo followed the address given by Pei Qian and came to the downstairs of Shenhua Haojing. After the conversation with Pei Qian, Tian Mo suddenly felt very motivated and his flyer distribution speed increased a lot. He distributed flyers very frequently and said hello to the small leader in charge of distributing flyers, so that he could leave work early at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and rush to Shenhua Haojing. The empty hall was magnificent. Tian Mo noticed that there was a very exquisite metal display board not far from the door, which listed the list of excellent companies in this building and the floors they were located on. Tian Mo subconsciously came to the display board and found that the first item on it was Tenda Group. Tenda Group also has an office here? Tian Mo was shocked. As a Qingshan native, of course he couldn't be unaware of Tenda Group, but he had basically no intersection with Tenda Group. The reason was also very simple. Tenda Group's current recruitment was unified recruitment. Even wanting to work as a courier in Nifeng logistics was becoming more and more difficult. The competition was too fierce. Tian Mo felt that with his education and ability, it would be useless to go there, so he didn't try at all. He carefully looked at the floors marked behind the Tenda Group and suddenly realized that something was wrong. The Tenda Group alone occupies several floors. The 17th floor is the administrative department, the 18th floor is the game department, the 19th floor is the terminal and TPDB website, and there is also the advertising and marketing department. Wait a minute, the address that person left me before seems to be the 17th floor. Tian Mo was still a little unsure, and took out the small note from his pocket to confirm it. It is the 17th floor. Tian Mo immediately backed out again. He felt that something was wrong. Could he be fooled? How could someone from Tenda Group hand out small notes on the street? Is someone playing a prank? To embarrass himself at Tenda Group? Tian Mo was entangled again. But in the end, the idea of "I'm here now" prevailed, and he mustered up the courage to come to the front desk of the lobby, but he was hesitant and didn't know how to start. The front desk lady was very considerate. "Hello, what's your name? Do you have an appointment?" Tian Mo hesitated. "I don't know if I have an appointment. My name is Tian Mo." Tian Mo. The front desk lady glanced at the computer screen, and her expression suddenly became serious. "Ah, Mr. Tian, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in, just go to the 17th floor." Tian Mo was stunned for a moment. He was not used to the fact that the front desk lady suddenly became so serious after hearing his name. He looked around suspiciously, and then took the elevator to the 17th floor. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Tian Mo saw the big words Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. It was obviously here. Tian Mo came to the front desk again, but found that the twin sisters at the front desk were busy doing their own jobs. "Hello, please fill out a registration form first, and wait patiently on the sofa over there. There are 2 or 3 people in front of you, and you will be here soon." One of the front desk ladies was very polite and handed Tian Mo a registration form. Tian Mo took it, took a pen from the side, and began to fill it out. The registration form contains some very basic information, such as name, phone number, purpose of visit, etc. Now Tenda Group has developed into a large company across many fields, and it also has a huge influence in Qingshan. There are many companies or individuals who come to seek business cooperation every day. It is definitely impossible to let all these people in to see President Pei directly, so the front desk plays a screening role. These visitors will be received seriously by the staff of the administrative department, and they will talk in detail if necessary, and persuade them to leave if necessary. There seem to be quite a few visitors today, some of whom are seeking business cooperation, and some are trying their luck to find a good job. There are already 2 or 3 people sitting on the sofa waiting. Looking at the purpose of visit column on the registration form, Tian Mo didn't know how to fill it out for a moment. After thinking about it, he decided to fill it out truthfully. "Someone asked me to come here to find him, saying that he would provide me with a job." The purpose of this visit was written quite outrageously, but Tian Mo couldn't think of a more appropriate way to write it. After hesitating for a while, he handed the registration form back. The front desk lady took it and looked at the name on the registration form and said, then, "Mr. Tian Yuan, please wait a moment. Someone will receive you soon." Tian Mo was about to sit on the sofa after handing in the registration form, but he turned back and corrected it a little embarrassedly. "It's Tian Mo." There was no way, his handwriting was too bad, and the word "mo" was a little separated. The front desk lady was a little embarrassed. "Ah, I'm very sorry." "Wait, Mr. Tian Mo?" She suddenly realized something. "Are you Mr. Tian Mo?" "Oh, you should have said it earlier. You don't need to fill in the form, just follow me." The lady stood up and led Tian Mo inside, attracting the envious and indignant eyes of the 2 or 3 guys who were queuing on the sofa. Tian Mo walked in while subconsciously looking around the office environment. I have heard that Tenda's office environment is ridiculously good. Today I found that seeing is believing. It is indeed ridiculously good. Before, Tian suspected that these rumors were exaggerated. Now I know that there is no exaggeration at all. It is all true, but at the same time, he was even more puzzled. Which leader in Tenda Group had such great power? The young man looked young. Could he be a relative of a leader in Tenda Group? Tian was thinking, and the front desk lady who was leading the way in front had stopped. Please wait. Tian saw the words President's Office written on the doorplate of this independent office. Before Tian could react, the front desk lady had knocked on the door gently, and then said, Mr. Pei, the person you are waiting for has arrived. Let him in. The reply came from inside. The front desk lady turned to Tian and said, Go in quickly, Mr. Pei has been waiting for a long time. Tian was completely stunned for a moment. Mr. Pei? If I remember correctly, there seems to be only one Mr. Pei in Tenda Group, that is. Mr. Pei went to the street and handed me a note asking me to come to Tenda for an interview? This. Tian felt a little dizzy, and felt that everything around him seemed so unreal, as if he had not woken up. Chapter 999 Entrusted with an important task. Tian entered President Pei's office, at a loss. Pei Qian pointed to the sofa next to him. Don't be shy, sit anywhere. Want some tea? Tian was a little flustered. Thank you, no. Pei Qian smiled, poured 2 cups of tea, handed one to him, and then sat down on the single sofa next to him. Time is precious, let's cut to the chase and get straight to the point. To be honest, I have a sales job for you. Pei Qian looked at the time. He wanted to get off work before 5 o'clock, so this conversation had to be more efficient. Talking in the president's office of Tenda Group, Tian couldn't be suspicious anymore, right? Tian was flattered. Sales? Well, I don't have much experience in sales. If I have to say I tried to be a real estate agent for a month. Pei Qian raised his eyebrows. Oh? How was the result? The result? Tian was a little embarrassed, but still chose to be honest. In the end, I didn't rent out many houses in a month, and didn't get a penny of commission. Pei Qian's expression was slightly concerned. How many houses were not rented out? How many houses were they? Tian said, 2 houses. One of them happened to be rented by a newly graduated student who was in a hurry to rent a house. The house was also suitable, so I rented it without saying anything. The other one was rented by a sister in the store who had a very good personality and saw that I was too pitiful, so she gave me the order. Pei Qian was in awe. Well, not bad. Sure enough, he was not wrong about the person. Tian is this not bad? Pei Qian smiled slightly. To be honest, in fact, each department of Tenda Group is a little different from the outside. Especially the sales department. I don't want the kind of experienced and slick sales, but a unique set of evaluation criteria. I think you are very suitable. So you don't have to worry too much. I have seen the potential I need in you. As long as you can bring out this potential, there will be absolutely no problem. Really? Tian's expression was still skeptical. In fact, what President Pei said sounded outrageous. If someone else said it, it could be basically determined that he was a liar. But this was in the president's office of Tenda after all, so no matter how outrageous it was, it sounded a little reasonable. Absolutely true. Pei Qian had a very confident expression. Tian hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Pei, to be honest, I'm not good at sales. You know my eloquence, I'm good enough if I don't discourage customers. But since you think so highly of me, I'm willing to give it a try. Is there anyone to take me? Tian was still not very confident. He thought that if there was a master willing to teach him and he could practice slowly, he might be able to improve. Yes. Pei Qian pointed at himself. I'll teach you. Tian was stunned. Sales work, let Mr. Pei teach it in person? What virtue and ability did he have? Mr. Pei, this is not necessary, you can ask the head of the sales department under you, or even a team leader below to teach me. Your time is precious, so it is not necessary to do this kind of thing. Pei Qian shook his head, no, it is necessary. Will this sales department become a department that makes Tenda more money, or a department that makes Tenda less money? In fact, it is still uncertain. It depends on how well Tian Mo, the head of the department, does. Tian Mo can be said to be a blank sheet of paper now. Pei Qian feels that it is necessary to take some time to teach him well, so as to set a good tone for this sales department. Seeing that Mr. Pei was determined, Tian Mo stopped asking questions and said excitedly, "Okay, Mr. Pei, don't worry. I will study hard and live up to your expectations." Pei Qian stood up and took a contract from the drawer of his desk. If there is no problem, sign the contract. The focus is on salary. Tian Mo nodded. There was a lot of content in this contract. He had to read it slowly. The salary part would be involved later. However, Tian Mo could basically guess the general salary situation. It must be a low base salary plus high commission model. Although Tian Mo himself did not like this salary structure, because he knew that with his ability, he was afraid that he could only get a base salary, but he also knew in his heart that there was nothing he could do about it. Because sales is indeed a profession that only looks at results and not processes. The number of orders signed represents how much ability you have. If you don't put the bulk of your salary on commissions, it is easy to raise a group of lazy people and there is no way to mobilize enthusiasm. Although Tian Mo is introverted and not good at speaking, he thinks that since Mr. Pei is personally leading him, as long as he concentrates on studying for a period of time, his eloquence will always make great progress, right? Then he will not be afraid of not getting a commission. The previous content is some relatively basic content, which should be similar to the labor contracts of various departments of Tenda, stipulating the basic obligations and welfare benefits of employees. Especially the welfare benefits part, Tian Mo drooled. But soon, the most unexpected part of the contract came. The position is, the head of the sales department? The salary is 8,000 per month plus various company benefits? No commission? Tian Mo was a little confused and thought he was seeing things. The head of the sales department, or the sales manager, can be called Mr. X. This is definitely a leadership position. As for the salary, it can only be said that it has far exceeded his imagination. Before, when he was handing out flyers on the street, he worked very hard for 30 days and only got more than 2,000 yuan. Now he can get 8,000 yuan with all the statutory holidays. In addition to various company benefits, this daily salary is probably at least 5 times higher. Pei Qian explained, if you do a good job in the future, your salary will increase again. 8,000 yuan per month is the highest level currently allowed by the system. Although Tian Mo's actual ability may not be worth 8,000 yuan, with the rapid development of Tenda Group, the system's restrictions on basic salary are becoming more and more relaxed, and Pei Qian has more room to play. Tian Mo was even more confused because this was completely beyond his expectations. He originally thought that his position would be a small fry at the bottom of the sales department, but he turned out to be the head of the sales department? He originally thought that it was a basic salary plus commission model, and a basic salary of 1,000 yuan would be good, but the basic salary was as high as 8,000 yuan, and there was no commission at all? This made Tian Mo a little at a loss. Is there a problem? If not, sign it. It's getting late. Pei Qian looked at the time and it was almost time to get off work. Tian Mo, of course there is no problem with the contract, but I'm afraid of my ability. Your ability is fine. If you are satisfied with the treatment, just sign it. You don't have to worry about the rest. Pei Qian smiled. Tian Mo hesitated for a moment, but Pei's trusting eyes made him feel at ease. Thinking carefully, it was a stroke of luck that he could encounter such a good thing. If he was too shy and Pei got angry, he would miss it. Thinking of this, Tian Mo quickly signed his name on the contract, fearing that Pei would change his mind. Okay, I'll take you to see the office location, and then you can come to me directly tomorrow to report, and I'll arrange your work content for you. Pei Qian stood up. Pei Qian led Tian Mo all the way to the advertising and marketing department. When renting a place for the advertising and marketing department, a lot of surplus was reserved in advance, but the advertising and marketing department did not need so much space, and many workstations were vacant. It was just right to arrange the sales department here to keep company with the advertising and marketing department. Of course, they couldn't sit together directly, they had to be slightly separated to prevent some inexplicable chemical reactions. Pei Qian picked a seat at random. Okay, you can stay here. This seat is near the window, with a nice view, and is the farthest from the advertising and marketing department. There are at least a dozen empty workstations around it. Such a large area is enough to be busy in a short period of time. Moreover, Pei Qian did not plan to hire new employees in the sales department anytime soon. He had to train Tian Mo first and determine the tone of the entire sales department so that there would be no deviation. Tian Mo was stunned. Ah? Here? When he first arrived, he was very happy to see so many people in the advertising and marketing department working hard and enjoying themselves. He fantasized that he could integrate into them and become one of them. As a result, President Pei led him directly to an isolated island. Is that okay? The scenery is indeed good, but the location of this workstation is obviously isolated from all the people over there. If you don't know, you might think you have contracted some infectious disease? Pei Qian looked at his watch. Okay, it's almost time. You should get familiar with the environment here. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, come to my office first. I will briefly tell you about the work arrangements, and then come here to work officially. Everything was arranged, and Pei Qian turned and left. Tian Mo sat down at his workstation, a little at a loss, not knowing what to do. When I turned on the computer, the screen was full of games. There were only a few basic office software that came with the computer, and the rest had to be downloaded by myself. Tian Mo scratched his head and didn't dare to play the game. Instead, he opened a new document. He thought about it. He was entrusted with an important task by Mr. Pei. Today was his first day at work. Although Mr. Pei did not assign any tasks, he could not really do nothing, right? Wouldn't that leave Mr. Pei with the impression of a lazy dog? But looking at the blank document, Tian Mo felt clueless again. Suddenly, he thought of the sister who had helped him in the store when he was a real estate agent before, so he immediately called her. A few minutes later, Tian Mo received several documents. These included some daily work arrangements, work content, rules, etc., for sales. They were not confidential information, and of course, they did not have much technical content. But for Tian Mo now, they were still very useful. He planned to make a document to organize these contents and select some useful contents to summarize in the new document, so that he would not be speechless and unable to say anything when he saw Mr. Pei again tomorrow. As a result, he had not typed 2 words in the new document when he felt his shoulder being patted. Huh? Tian Mo turned his head blankly and saw a young man who seemed to be a few years older than him. Hello, new colleague, asked the person who patted his shoulder. Tian Mo nodded. Who are you? The person who patted his shoulder smiled and said, Oh, my name is Yu Yao, and I work in the advertising and marketing department next door. Tian Mo hurriedly said, Oh, my name is Tian Mo, and today is my first day at work. Hello, hello. Yu Yao smiled. I told you that you are new here and don't know the rules. It's time to get off work. Why are you still here? Do you have overtime quota? Ah? Overtime quota? Tian Mo felt as if he was listening to a book of heaven. He knew what these two words meant, but when they were put together, it was completely incomprehensible. If you don't have overtime quota, go home quickly. If you have any work, come back tomorrow. Why are you still sitting there? Hurry up, the door will be locked soon. Tian Mo was a little at a loss. No, okay, I'll come back tomorrow. Tian Mo still felt a little confused until he left the Shenhua Haojing building. Today was really strange, and it completely overturned his life experience of the past 10 years. Although the document was interrupted just after it was started, Tian Mo thought about it and went to see President Pei at 10 o'clock tomorrow, so he still had some time to sort out this document. Okay, then go back and have a good rest today, adjust your state tomorrow, and work hard. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1000 Sales Responsibilities. Early in the morning of the second day, Tian Mo came to the company according to the normal working hours. He had quit the job of handing out flyers. After all, this job was a temporary job with daily wages. He was free to come and go, and there was nothing to miss. He was a little worried at first, afraid that no one would open the door if he came too early, but he found that he was worrying too much, because Yu Yao and others from the advertising and marketing department came quite early. Although these people all left work on time, they were very active at work and no one was late. However, Tian Mo noticed that there was a conspicuous workstation in the advertising and marketing department, with some personal items such as water cups and documents on it, but no one was there yesterday or today. But he didn't care too much. After all, the advertising and marketing department might often need to go out to discuss business, so it was normal for them not to be in the company. After sitting down at his workstation, Tian Mo immediately opened the document from yesterday, took out the documents from his previous work at the real estate agency store, sorted them out a little, and simply wrote a work plan. This work plan is actually not that formal or rigorous. Tian Mo just feels that he should familiarize himself with his job responsibilities in advance, so as to avoid being embarrassed when he meets President Pei and cannot answer any questions. Although the contract has been signed, it is not a lifelong iron rice bowl. Tian Mo feels that he still needs to have a little sense of crisis. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost 10 o'clock. Tian Mo's document was almost ready, so he hurried to ask Yu Yao, printed it on the typewriter in the advertising and marketing department, and then took the document to Mr. Pei's office. Pei Qian had just finished breakfast at Moyu Internet Cafe, and had just made tea after arriving at the company, ready to drink tea to digest the food. Seeing Tian Mo coming, Pei Qian put down the teacup. Sit down. Tian Mo nodded and sat down, but his sitting posture seemed to be more restrained than yesterday. Because he was in a very confused state yesterday, everything happened too fast and too suddenly, and the whole person was confused. Now he thought that he had signed the contract and Mr. Pei was already his immediate superior, so he was much more nervous when they met again. Pei Qian didn't care too much. Anyway, after indulging in this environment of Tenda for a while, even the most restrained people would let go. Let's cut to the chase. Let me briefly introduce the general work of Tenda's sales department. What do you think about this job? I want to hear your opinion first. Pei Qian decided to test Tian Mo's background. Although Tian Mo's resume was very good before, and he even won the first place in handing out flyers, which made Pei Qian quite satisfied. After all, excellent actions do not mean that his thoughts will not go astray. First determine whether Tian Mo has any problems with his thoughts, and then prescribe the right medicine. Hearing this, Tian Mo couldn't help but smile. Isn't this the right question? The content of the surprise preparation came in handy. Tian Mo immediately handed over the document he brought with him. Boss Pei, I have briefly summarized my job responsibilities and some future work plans. Please take a look. It's definitely not very comprehensive, but I can supplement it at any time. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and then reluctantly reached out to take it. You also specially prepared a document on job responsibilities? That would lower Boss Pei's first impression of you. Pei Qian flipped through the document and found that it was full of some major work directions and some details. There were 3 or 4 pages in total. Although it was not long, there were quite a lot of points. According to the sales workflow, receive customers, communicate with them, explore potential customer resources, and provide timely feedback on customers and products. Link sales work plan goals, formulate marketing goals, and adapt to the company's future development prospects and plans. Establish a database file of customers' home addresses and contact information to prepare for future target customers and door-to-door visits. Hold sales meetings regularly, arrange corresponding work and prepare meeting minutes, fully mobilize employees and unify their thoughts at the meetings. Carry out team-building activities regularly, praise advanced models, motivate outstanding employees, and complete the survival of the fittest through personnel assessment. All of these are similar contents. After each major item, there are several items, and some items are even refined to some details at the execution level. Pei Qian's face fell instantly, because a few words touched his sensitive nerves. Set sales targets? Build databases, visit homes? Hold team-building meetings regularly, and survive the fittest? Are you afraid that I won't die fast enough? This home visit and regular team building are particularly excessive. It's not enough to call and harass customers at ordinary times, but you also go to the customers' homes to discuss them. Is this something a human can do? There's no need for regular team building. The team building of the sales department is almost the same, basically a chicken blood brainwashing meeting, and even worse, they have to organize slogans or collective exercises, which is simply a group of demons dancing. Without saying a word, Pei Qian directly stuffed the document into the shredder next to him. Ah, President Pei. Tian Mo didn't expect President Pei's reaction to be so intense, and was at a loss for a moment. Pei Qian's face was serious. The contents of this document are all rubbish. Did you write this? Tian Mo stuttered, yes, and no. I asked the sister in the previous sales department for a few internal documents, and then sorted them out myself. Pei Qian's face looked a little better. It's good that you didn't come up with it. Now, forget all the dross in this document, forget it completely. After I go back, smash all the files and related materials on the computer, leaving nothing behind. Tian Mo nodded quickly, okay, Mr. Pei. He couldn't figure out why he flattered the horse, but hit the horse's leg. Maybe it was because the sales methods here were too low level and didn't meet Mr. Pei's eyes at all? Well, there is indeed such a possibility. After all, there are many rumors about Mr. Pei in the outside world, one of which is the god of marketing. Although Tian Mo is not sure about the authenticity of these rumors, it is indeed very likely that Mr. Pei does not look down on these trivial sales strategies. Pei Qian had some ideas, but was slightly disturbed by the content of this document, and for a moment he forgot where to start. He thought about it and decided to change the angle. You used to work as an agent in a real estate company's store. What was your work like there? Tian Mo didn't know what Boss Pei was up to, but since Boss Pei asked, he answered truthfully. The sister briefly talked to me about the work of the real estate agency before, and I still remember it very clearly. Her work as an agent can be divided into 3 stages, namely the novice period, the proficiency period, and the cycle period. The novice period is when you just enter the industry. This stage is mainly to learn some basic real estate knowledge, have a certain familiarity and understanding of the business scope, and practice certain language expression skills. Every time you log into the system to punch in, familiarize yourself with nearby properties, visit the surrounding second-hand and new properties, make property orders, find properties and owners to practice speaking skills and communicate with people. Basically, you can't sign any orders at this stage, and you have to endure it slowly. The proficiency period is when you have figured out the skills. Your own working method. Every sales champion has his own set of working methods, such as some are good at making phone calls, some are good at developing customer resources, and some are good at maintaining customer relationships. This stage is mainly about getting familiar with your own working methods and constantly improving your own advantages and strengths. When it comes to the cycle period, the working method has become fully mature, and customers have changed from being developed by yourself to being mainly referred, forming a customer circle of your own. Customers introduce customers, landlords introduce customers, customers introduce landlords, landlords introduce landlords, forming a positive cycle, so that you don't have to work hard running around. As long as you maintain this circle well, you will have a steady stream of performance. I may not be cut out for this. I've been working for a while, but I'm still a novice. When I call people, they hang up after a second and I can't sign any orders. So I don't really understand what the latter two stages are like. Tian Mo basically said everything he knew and shared all his little understanding. Chapter 1001 Rules of Tenda Sales Department. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Sure enough, there was a huge gap between this so-called sales work and the sales work he really wanted. Pei Qian sorted out his thoughts and said, "Well, you can forget all the previous ones. These things may be useful in other companies, but I can tell you very clearly that in Tenda, these things are not only useless, but will be counterproductive and will only have a counterproductive effect. So, forget it completely. Next, I will talk about a few rules in Tenda Sales Department. You must remember them firmly. Some of them are prohibitions, which means that they must not be violated. They must be strictly enforced, and no one in the department can be an exception." Hearing this, Tian Mo hurriedly took out a small notebook from his arms and prepared to record. When he was working in an agency store before, he was criticized twice for sitting in meetings. Since then, he has kept the habit of carrying paper and pen with him. Pei Qian continued, "The first rule is that all sales are strictly prohibited from actively contacting customers to promote business. Phone calls, flyers, etc. are all off the table, and door-to-door visits are absolutely prohibited. You can only answer customers' questions when they come to you to ask questions, and you can only answer the customers' questions truthfully. You must not talk about other things or deliberately lead them to sales content. Second, you don't need to deliberately practice the ability to communicate with people. Don't learn or train any speech skills. You should talk to customers the same way you usually do. Of course, the most basic courtesy must be maintained. Third, don't maintain relationships with customers. Don't send group messages to greet them during festivals. Don't share some inexplicable content in your circle of friends. Don't try to get close to them at every turn. People are not familiar with you. Fourth, the sales department there shall be no competition between employees, no comparison, and no use of factors such as sales champion and performance to influence employees' mentality. No evaluation shall be made in daily or departmental work summaries. Article 5. Customer relationships are not personal relationships. It is strictly forbidden to distinguish between your customers and my customers. Everyone shares customers and serves customers together. Article 6. The department only has a fixed salary, no commission. Everyone's performance is not directly linked to salary. The specific salary standard will be given to you later. Article 7. When introducing the product to customers, you must focus on the shortcomings and problems of the product, and you must be detailed and not leave out anything. Tian Mo was taking notes seriously, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. He subconsciously looked up frequently, fearing that he had heard it wrong. Is this wrong? It's completely contrary to his shallow sales knowledge? In fact, to sum it up, the guiding ideology has completely changed. In the traditional sense, sales departments use various means to mobilize the enthusiasm of employees, let them contact customers more frequently, and establish a relatively close sales network through phone calls and relationships, so that all sales are crazy about performance. Whether it is the so-called expanding customer relationships or maintaining customer relationships, including meetings within the sales department, team building, public recognition of sales champions and high bonuses, they are all to mobilize the enthusiasm of sales staff as much as possible, so that they can strengthen competition and obtain more business. The more sales staff sell, the more the company will naturally earn. The points raised by President Pei are obviously completely contrary to this idea. To sum it up in one sentence, it is eating from the same pot. The salary is fixed and there is no commission. Employees who win the sales championship will not get any extra bonuses, and there is no evaluation or recognition in daily work. Moreover, not only do they not need to expand their customer base or actively contact customers, but even when customers come to them, they are not allowed to talk about business or promote their products. After writing down these points, Tian Mo was confused. On the one hand, he felt that his existing cognition was overturned, and on the other hand, after these cognitions were overturned, he felt deeply confused. I can't do this, I can't do that, so what can I do as a salesperson? After Pei Qian finished speaking, Tian Mo asked, Mr. Pei, I have written down everything you said, but I have a question. In my understanding, the daily work of sales is to find customers everywhere by making phone calls, distributing flyers, etc., and then maintain relationships with customers to sell products. Now you say that you can't take the initiative to call, and there is no need to maintain relationships with customers, then, how do customers come? I can't expect customers to call me on their own initiative, right? If that's the case, I think this department should not be called the sales department, it should be called the customer service department. Pei Qian was silent for a while. Tian Mo's words really stumped him. Indeed, they only reply a few words when customers come to them. This seems to be what customer service should do. Pei Qian plans to set up a sales department in the hope of making money through reverse sales, but if he develops a customer service department, it seems a bit wrong. We have to find a way to distinguish this sales department from the customer service department. The main thing is to give the sales department a way to actively contact customers. It cannot be completely blocked, otherwise it will really become a customer service department. Of course, this way must not be by making phone calls or handing out flyers. This method is too dangerous because the cost is very low. Now that personal information leakage is so serious online, you can buy a lot of target customers' phone numbers with just a little money. It is almost cost-free to call them one by one to harass, add contact information, and promote sales. As long as you pile up manpower and make enough calls, you can always attract a few customers. The same is true for ground promotion methods such as handing out flyers. As long as the number of sales staff is piled up, it will always have a certain effect. Of course, if the entire sales department has always maintained a relatively small number of people, such as a total of only a dozen people, no matter how many calls and flyers are handed out, the effect will be minimal. But the problem is that Pei Qian's purpose of setting up this sales department is to spend more money. If he only supports a dozen people, even if all the benefits are fully provided, how much money can he spend? Therefore, we have to find a way that has a higher safety factor, costs more money, and has poorer results, so that we can confidently recruit more people and spend more money in the future. Pei Qian thought about it for a while, and soon thought of a good way to spend a lot of extra money. Of course I have thought about this. After you complete the preliminary preparations, I will allocate money to you to open a store, and then all your sales work will be carried out in the store. You don't have to deliberately make phone calls or hand out flyers to contact customers, just stay in the store and wait for customers to come. As for the office area of Shenhua Haojing, it will be your headquarters office. The core backbone will work here, and the other sales staff will work in the store. This is the solution Pei Qian thought of. When in doubt, open a physical store. There is no doubt that opening a physical store is the most money-burning method among many methods. Because having a physical store means there will be various expenses such as rent, water, and electricity bills. Like general telephone sales, the cost required is very low. Find a remote office area, set up dense workstations, give everyone a phone and a computer, and then pay them a basic salary to let them make phone calls crazily. But if there is a physical store, it means there will be various expenses such as rent, water, and electricity bills, and for the sake of the company's image, the staff must be given uniforms and decorations must be done, which will cost a lot. Of course, Pei Qian had a slightly bad experience in opening a physical store, for example, Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, Managed Gym and the like. But overall, if the physical industry makes money, it can continue to spend the money by opening more stores, and the risk is relatively controllable. What's more, Sloth Apartment and Nifeng Logistics have been losing money, so what's there to be afraid of? Therefore, Pei Qian felt that he had made detailed plans and careful arrangements this time, and with Tian Mo as the head of the entire sales department, it should be a sure thing. When Tian Mo heard that a store was going to be opened, he nodded slightly, thinking that it was finally a little normal. If all the people in the sales department were crowded here, and no one made phone calls or distributed flyers, who would find the customers to come to the office building? If there was a store, customers could at least find the place, which was relatively reasonable. Moreover, the store is also a symbol of strength. For large real estate agencies like Zhujia Group, stores are spread across various cities, and each store covers a surrounding area, so it is easier to understand the situation of the entire area and formulate different strategies for different situations in various cities and regions. President Pei didn't say what kind of store he wanted to open, so Tian Mo didn't think much about it and thought it might be the same as the store of the home group. Pei Qian thought about it for a while. If he really wanted to open a store, it would take some time to prepare. The location and decoration of the store, the specific structure diagram inside, the clothing and training of the sales staff, etc., all needed to be prepared. It would not be a good idea to let Tian Mo be responsible for these preparations. Some professionals had to be arranged. It was not that these preparations had to be done perfectly. The main reason was that he was afraid that Tian Mo would not know anything and would prepare too slowly. By the time the settlement was made, the sales department had not been established yet, which would delay things. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said to Tian Mo, "Okay, let's stop here today. I have already told you some basic rules of the sales department. After you go back, you should remember these rules firmly during this period, recite them word for word, and then keep them in mind at all times and do not violate them. I will arrange for other people to do the preliminary preparations. I will notify you when they are ready." Tian Mo was stunned for a moment. Is there any other work? Other work? No. Pei Qian shook his head. In the short term, all your work is to remember these contents. I will check them next time we meet. You can't fail to recite them. Tian Mo nodded quickly. Don't worry, President Pei, I will definitely recite them word for word. After confirming that he had no other tasks, Tian Mo carefully put away the small notebook and left President Pei's office. Although it was unclear what kind of plan Mr. Pei had, Tian Mo felt that he was very powerful. It seemed that as long as he completed Mr. Pei's requirements seriously, all problems would be solved naturally. Tian Mo walked out of Mr. Pei's office and suddenly felt full of confidence and hope in life. Chapter 1002 Xinhua Game Department is about to start work. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money to become the richest man starts from games. After Tian Mo left, Pei Qian briefly considered the matter of this store. The purpose of this store must be separated from the functions of stores such as Moyu Internet Cafe, so the specific layout of the store needs to be planned carefully. The sales in the store are also critical, and we cannot follow the unified recruitment process of Tenda, because the level of those people is too high. We must find a way to select a group of people with the same level as Tianmo. Recruiting is not urgent for the time being, but the decoration of the store takes a certain amount of time, so we have to arrange it quickly. Pei Qian thought about it and called Qingshan, asking him to come to the office tomorrow afternoon to finalize the details of this store. After all the arrangements were made, Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief, opened the web page and looked at the current situation of mission and choice. It is still not very optimistic. From the release of the movie and the release of the game to the present, the overall evaluation and reputation have been rising all the way, and it has always occupied a hot topic on the internet. Games and movies influence each other. As game sales increase, the number of screenings in cinemas also increases. Although less than a week has passed, the situation is already very bad. After this weekend, we can roughly infer the game sales and movie box office of the entire life cycle through a week's data. Pei Qian looked at the rainbow farts from various media, players, and viewers on the internet, and felt very tired. It was like a mouthful of poisonous milk was forced into his mouth. He couldn't drink it anymore, but he kept pouring it, and finally it flowed down the corners of his mouth. Just as he was worrying, Pei Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. Because he saw a discussion about Rabbit Tail Live on the forum. Pei Qian opened Rabbit Tail Live and took a look. Sure enough, he found that while he was busy discovering Tianmo, the rough gem, the forced 1-hour function of Rabbit Tail Live had been launched in the past 2 days. This was the first time Pei Qian logged into Rabbit Tail Live after the version update, so a dialog box popped up, which briefly introduced the various rules after the version update, especially the detailed description of the forced 1-hour function. After officially entering the Rabbit Tail Live website or app, a 1-hour countdown will appear in the upper right corner of the interface. Before the countdown ends, you can only browse the content of the learning area, or use the focus mode to hang up. Of course, there is a loophole here. If you keep the Rabbit Tail Live web page on your computer for an hour, you can indeed get away with it. The key is not the 1 hour, but creating extra trouble for the audience. The audience can indeed solve the problem by hanging up the web page for an hour, but compared with those live broadcast platforms that have no restrictions and can watch all the content at will, it has a natural disadvantage. Pei Qian looked at the feedback online and finally smiled, and his worried mood was swept away. Is Rabbit Tail Live crazy? It's a good live broadcast platform. Because of the thriving esports competition, why do they force this to disgust the audience? I only have 1 or 2 hours of rest time a day. If I want to watch live broadcasts, I have to watch learning videos or hang up for an hour. Isn't it too broad? It's okay to control teenagers, but also adults? It's okay. At most, I can hang up for an hour before watching the game and do something else. The key is that I have to remember to hang up for an hour every day. Watching live broadcasts is originally for fun. Isn't it tiring to do this? Goodbye Rabbit Tail Live, so many platforms are broadcasting competitions, I don't have to watch it on yours. What a pity, I always think that Rabbit Tail Live has the best viewing experience, now I can only change platforms. You can see it from the number of people in the live broadcast room. Rabbit Tail Live is all real data. Recently, the number of people in major live broadcast rooms has plummeted by at least 2/3, and the number has dropped so much that even their mothers can't recognize them. I don't believe that Rabbit Tail Live is so stubborn. The data has dropped more than half. Why don't you cancel this restriction quickly? It's useless to cancel it. The audience who left will never come back. And judging from the official intention of Rabbit Tail Live, it seems that they are ready to go all the way. There is a lot of criticism online, but the official has not come out to give an explanation yet. Hey, it's courting death. I guess the CEOs of other live broadcast platforms are sliding on their knees in the living room, right? To be honest, Rabbit Tail Live's move this time is definitely a big mistake. The previous decisions were quite wise. It seems that other live broadcast platforms are a bit overwhelmed. Why did they suddenly let them breathe a sigh of relief at this critical juncture? If you ask me, Rabbit Tail Live is inflated. It thinks that the audience can't do without itself, so it started to do this kind of fancy things. It's disgusting. Boss Pei, please do something. Boss Pei, don't let those people from Rabbit Tail Live mess around. I just want to watch live broadcasts and have fun. They also let me learn knowledge. Is this what a human being does? Do you think Boss Pei doesn't know? Boss Pei has a plan. How could he not know about such a big thing? In my opinion, this is very likely his own decision. The opinions of netizens are varied, but the overall tone is not good. This is also very understandable. After all, most people watch live broadcasts just for fun. If they are watching live broadcasts, why would they care whether it is a waste of time? Moreover, if we say it is a waste of time, how many things in life are not a waste of time? Therefore, the behavior of two-way live broadcasting to restrict users is bound to cause dissatisfaction among most people. Besides, other live streaming platforms will definitely not ignore this. Rabbit Tail Live has done its own thing and has offended its own users, to some extent. Other live streaming platforms suffered a lot of losses when Rabbit Tail Live was first established. With this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they will definitely buy some water army to secretly step on it online. The number of people in Rabbit Tail Live's live broadcast room is real data, so it looks particularly obvious after the sharp drop in the number of people, which can be regarded as confirming the doubts of the people on the internet. In short, no matter from which aspect, Rabbit Tail Live's current behavior can be regarded as the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people and surrounded by enemies. But Pei Qian was happier and happier. This shows that his goal has been achieved. It is good news that the popularity of Rabbit Tail Live can be curbed in the early stage. What if Rabbit Tail Live really develops and becomes an industry giant that monopolizes the anchors and resources of most of the industry? When this method comes out, most users can only accept it with a pinch of their noses, which is not easy to use. It must be nipped in the bud. Pei Qian felt that he was far-sighted and couldn't help but feel a little proud. We'll observe after a while, and once we're sure the popularity of Rabbit Tail Live is under control, we can invest more money into it and turn it into a ruthless money-burning machine. Pei Qian was originally in a bad mood, but after seeing the comments from enthusiastic netizens, his mood improved greatly. Enthusiastic netizens are indeed relatives. Pei Qian was reading the comments from netizens who were endlessly pessimistic about Rabbit Tail Live with great interest, when his phone rang. It was Lin Chong calling. Boss Pei, the preliminary preparations for the game department have been completed. I wonder how the work handover is going over with Yuan. When can he come here to officially start work? Pei Qian was a little surprised. Oh? So soon? It hasn't been a few days yet, the efficiency is too high. Lin Chong smiled. It's mainly because when I told the old man about it, he thought your idea was very good and supported it. So it went very smoothly. Besides, the preliminary preparations are nothing special. It's nothing more than preparing the office space, the company's capital contribution, registration, etc. According to your previous plan, the recruitment of the entire company's backbone members must be personally responsible by Yuan, and we can't get involved in the later project establishment and development. Pei Qian was also very happy. Okay, I have already arranged for her to take over the work, it should be quite fast. I also think that there is no time to lose, the sooner the better. So, let's meet tomorrow and finalize the project. Lin Chong was stunned for a moment. Ah? Finalize the project? Is this a bit anxious? Pei Qian, don't worry, there's no time to lose. The sooner the project is finalized, the more time we have to prepare. Lin Chong thought for a moment. Okay, then let's meet tomorrow morning? How about 10 o'clock? Pei Qian, Where is the address? If it's at the Shenhua Group headquarters, I'm afraid I can't make it. Lin Chang, it's in Jingzhou, about a 15-minute drive from Shangyang Games. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. Huh? That's not right, since it's the Shenhua Games department, shouldn't it be driven to the vicinity of the Shenhua Group headquarters? This way it's closer to the old man, and Lin Wan can often go home to see him? Pei Qian originally thought that he could send Lin Wan away, and send her far away, but he didn't expect to send her to a place more than 10 minutes away from Shangyang Games. It was a bit disappointing. Lin Chang said, of course the old man wants Wan to go back, but this matter cannot be rushed. Wan will definitely be very resistant if she hears that she is leaving Jingzhou. Besides, after this company is established, we have to communicate more with Shangyang Games and get some help from them. It is not convenient to communicate if we are far away. It just so happens that Shenhua Real Estate has several office buildings in Jingzhou in addition to Shenhua Haojing. It is also convenient to find a suitable office space. Pei Qian thought about it and it made sense. If he was too impatient, Lin Wan would suddenly become alert and not leave, which would be counterproductive. Okay, then see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian stroked his chin and began to prepare for tomorrow's meeting. The reason for his anxiety is that he is afraid that things will change if he delays. The recruitment issue is easy to deal with. Anyway, Shenhua Group and Tenda Group are not short of money. If this new company wants talents, it can directly poach or recruit people. There is also more time, and it is no problem to continue recruiting people during the project development. But the establishment of the game project is a big problem, and this thing cannot be solved by money. Pei Qian was worried that Lin Wan could not make up her mind about what project to do. After hesitating for a while, she backed down. So, Pei Qian felt that he had to help Lin Wan build confidence and help her finalize the project so that she could leave Shangyang Games steadily. But what kind of game should be made? Pei Qian has not thought about it yet, but he still has a few hours to think about it, which should be enough. On the one hand, it's best if this game can barely recover its costs or even lose money. Otherwise, if it makes a big profit, it's really a bit overwhelming. On the other hand, it can't be too outrageous, so as not to arouse Lin Wan's suspicion and scare her away. The second point is easier to say, but the key is the first point: how can we make this game fail? This is more difficult. Of course, the best result is that the game is well received but not popular, with good reputation, but it can only recover the cost or make a small loss, which is the most perfect. Pei Qian thought about it and could roughly guess the attitude of Lin Chang and Lin Wan tomorrow. These two people will definitely hope that this new game department will continue the successful experience of Shangyang Games, and the first game will be safe. In other words, if they want to set up a game of the same type as Tenda Games or Shangyang Games, they will have a higher chance of success if they have a successful project as a template. But Pei Qian must not allow this to happen. Shenhua Group is a behemoth with too many resources. Let alone other things, the mobile phone department can easily give a recommendation position in the mobile phone market and make a mobile game popular. Moreover, Lin Wan is not a rookie. She has presided over the development of several successful games. Even if she changes a company and recruits new people, it will probably take time for her to make a successful game. Pei Qian is so busy that he can't always keep an eye on her and nip the signs of success in the bud. Therefore, Pei Qian had to be careful when the project was established, and arranged a game project for Lin Wan that had a very low chance of success, that could not be used by Tenda's current successful game experience, and that everyone thought had a certain future. So what project should I start? Pei Qian leaned back in his boss chair, lost in thought. Chapter 1003 Qixing Studio. At 10 a.m. the next day, Pei Qian arrived at the newly established Shenhua Game Department office according to the location Lin Chang sent him. This is another office building of Shenhua Real Estate. It looks equally magnificent and grand. Although it is slightly inferior to Shenhua Haojing, it is also on par. Shenhua Real Estate does not have many projects in second-tier cities like Jingzhou, but the quality is good. Since it is an office building prepared for Lin Wan, all conditions must be fully met. It is the game department of Shenhua, but strictly speaking, it should be a game company jointly funded by Shenhua Group and Tenda Group, so the specific name has not been determined. But names are all details, the key lies in what the company's goal is. For Lin Wan, this company is to further train her and improve her abilities. For Lin Chonglai, this company can allow Lin Wan to return to inherit the family business as soon as possible, and it can also be regarded as an expansion of the territory of Shenhua Group. As for Pei Qian, he hoped to use this opportunity to gradually get rid of Lin Wan and his relationship with Shenhua Group, so that he could earn less money. So in fact, for Lin Chong and Pei Qian, whether the company makes money or not is secondary, as long as the loss is not too big, it is acceptable. Moreover, even if the loss is a lot, as long as the reputation is earned, it is completely acceptable. Pei Qian also considered the new game this time with this idea. Lin Chong had already greeted him downstairs in advance and took Pei Qian to the office of the new company. However, after seeing the working environment, Pei Qian subconsciously froze for a moment. The layout is almost exactly the same as that of Tenda Games. The distance between the desks, the layout of the water bar and the entertainment room, and the various desks and chairs are almost the same as those of Tenda Games. Even the computers are purchased ROF complete machines, and the logo on them is so familiar. Pei Qian took a casual look and found that the entire office space is very large, with at least hundreds of workstations, all equipped with ROF installed. What a big order this is. Pei Qian was a little confused. This. Lin Chong smiled and explained, "Does it feel familiar to you, Mr. Pei? I was mainly worried that Awan would not adapt to the new working environment, so I did no homework and arranged everything according to the office environment of Tenda Games and Shengyang Games. I heard that this kind of environment arrangement can help improve work efficiency? It looks really good. Let Shenhua Real Estate's branch in Jingzhou also be equipped according to this standard." Pei Qian. Soon, everyone was there. In addition to Pei Qian, Lin Wan, and Lin Chong, there were several other employees. The company still had a lot of preparatory work to do in the early stages, and Lin Wan was definitely too busy to handle it alone, and there was no need for her to spend all her energy on these trivial matters. So, Lin Chong prepared a whole team for her, including administrative, human resources, financial and other personnel. Of course, in addition to these personnel, the entire game development team must be screened, interviewed, and checked by Lin Wan himself. Lin Chong first briefly assigned tasks to the heads of administration, human resources, and finance, told them the recent work priorities, and then sent them away. Only Pei Qian, Lin Chong, and Lin Wan were left in the conference room, ready to start talking about business. Lin Chong poured the tea. "Now that there are no outsiders, let's chat casually. In fact, this time we only need to determine 3 things. The first is to give this company, or studio, a nice name. The second is to follow President Pei's previous decision and finalize the general direction of the first project to be developed in advance. The third is to determine the approximate investment based on the situation of this project. I'm not good at naming, you two decide." Lin Chong drank tea, as if he was an outsider. He really didn't need to care, because this game department didn't intend to make money, it was just for Lin Wan to practice. When Lin Chong just returned, the old man didn't let him take over Shenhua's entertainment industry directly, but gave him some money to practice. For Shenhua, the family is big and the money is not bad, even if Lin Wan loses it all, it doesn't matter. Lin Wan was silent for a moment. "I can't name it either." Pei Qian sighed softly. "Forget it, it seems that I have to come up with this name myself." After a little consideration, he said, "I think Jiang Chixing Studio is good." Lin Chang drank tea and savored it carefully. Qixing Studio, Qixia. Qi's progress implies that this studio should move forward step by step. It can be slow, but it must be steady enough. It cannot be eager for quick success or instant benefits, and it cannot dream of a quick success. It must be down to earth and avoid arrogance and impatience. Okay, the meaning is very good. Yuan, this should also be a blessing from President Pei for you. You should also avoid arrogance and impatience and keep your feet on the ground. Lin Yuan nodded, well, I understand. Pei Qian drank a sip of tea silently, smiling without saying anything. In fact, Qixia can be translated as Wanzhou, which means that Lin Yuan hopes to leave quickly, but it is a little more obscure and not so straightforward. As for how Lin Yuan and Lin Chang will understand, it has nothing to do with Pei Qian. Lin Chang continued, okay, the name of the studio is decided, it will be called Qixing Studio. The next question is what the first game project of Qixing Studio will be specifically about. Mr. Pei, do you have a general idea before? Pei Qian was not panicked at all. After drinking a sip of tea, he said, I do have some ideas, but before that, I still hope to hear your opinions. Lin Chang nodded, okay, then I will give you my opinion first. This is what I think. Although Yuan has had some successful experience in Shangyang games, after all, he has changed the environment and a group of colleagues. The entire new R&D team still needs a lot of running in. If they challenge a particularly difficult project right away, the probability of failure is relatively high. The money issue is secondary. It is mainly a blow to confidence. So I think it's better to choose some successful projects that have been done before, continue the experience of these projects, make a similar game, and make some micro-innovations. This project is mainly for the team to run in. Once the team is well run in, it's not too late to challenge some more difficult projects. What do you think, Yuan? Lin Yuan thought for a moment, well, I agree. After all, President Pei will also contribute half of the funds this time, and during the development of the project, I may have to trouble my colleagues from Shangyang Games to help. If the project fails, the team will be able to get along, but I will feel very sorry to let everyone's efforts go to waste. So, I think it's better to start from easy to difficult. You can consider making a mobile game to practice first, and get the team together. After the project is successful, consider longer-term goals. This is also in line with President Pei's expectations for Qixing Studio. After all, Qixi means you have to take one step at a time and walk slowly. You can't think of eating a fat man in one bite. Pei Qian raised his eyebrows slightly. Qixing didn't mean that, don't read it into me. If the brother and sister really follow their idea, they will first make a mobile game and then put it on the Shenhua application market. Is there any possibility that this project will lose money? That's absolutely not possible. Pei Qian coughed twice. Qixia didn't interpret it that way. There is a saying, make bold assumptions and seek verification with your heart. When setting goals, you must have a long-term vision. The road must be taken step by step, but if you only focus on the present and have no foresight, you will still take a detour. You already have enough experience in mobile game development. Making a few more mobile games is nothing more than repeating what you have done many times before. What's the point? Only by daring to break through can you make progress. Think about it carefully. Among all the successful projects before, which one succeeded by playing it safe? Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then a somewhat ashamed expression appeared on his face. Chapter 1004 VR Games. Thinking about it, what Mr. Pei said makes sense. All the successful projects in the past were indeed not successful by seeking stability. In fact, whether it is Tenda Games or Shangyang Games, every game they made was unconventional and took great risks, but every time they were successful. On the other hand, those game companies outside who only seek stability, make minor repairs to old games, change art resources and sell them as new games, and only seek stability and make money, but often have mediocre responses and poor sales. Because seeking stability is a kind of stagnant progress. When other game manufacturers are seeking innovation and change, seeking stability is equivalent to falling behind others, and the previous successful experience will soon become outdated. Lin Chang was also in awe. Although he didn't know much about the game industry, Mr. Pei's words seemed to contain profound philosophy. "What do you mean, Mr. Pei?" Lin Chang asked. Pei Qian coughed twice and said, "In my opinion, the newer the company, the more aggressive and innovative it should be. If a new company wants to stick to the old ways and copy the previous successful experiences at the beginning, it will not have the courage to innovate in the future and will only go further and further off the track of muddling through. So, whether it's Shangyang Games or Qingshan Studio, you should design it as you want, and forget the fact that you are in a new company. Just like before, decide the game type first and take it step by step." Lin Wan nodded. "Well, in this case, there are still only a few options. Since we don't make mobile games, there are only single-player games and online games on the computer. If you want to challenge yourself according to what Mr. Pei said, you must strive to make a single-player game of the level of turning back, struggle, and mission and choice." Pei Qian pondered for a moment. Are these really the only ways to go? Think about it again? It would be better if Lin Wan didn't give an example. This example brought back Pei Qian's sad past. These three single-player games have larger investments than each other, but they also make more money than each other. Although it is not enough to prove that this is a failed path, Pei Qian doesn't want to go again in the short term. So, he has to find another way to go. Lin Wan showed a very confused expression. But these are the only types of games. The computer version is nothing more than standalone and online games. Mobile games. Pei Qian prompted, "Haven't you heard of VR games recently?" Lin Chang and Lin Wan were both stunned and looked at each other. VR games? Lin Wan hesitated for a moment and said, "I've heard of it, but this kind of game is still just a concept, right? Except for some foreign manufacturers who have made individual exploratory and conceptual VR games, there are not many people who are doing it now." Lin Chang looked confused and silently took out his mobile phone to search for the keyword VR game. Last night, Pei Qian had searched for some relevant information on the internet and learned some content about the development of VR technology in this world. In general, the VR technology in this world is 1 or 2 years faster than he remembered. Compared with the development of mobile phone technology in this world, VR technology is actually relatively slow. A keynote in VR technology is the birth of the first modern VR glasses device. In Pei Qian's memory, it should be Oculus Rift, which was originally launched in 2012. This is a VR glasses device made by crowdfunding $2.5 million. From this year, the public's interest in VR has gradually been ignited. According to Pei Qian's impression, it was not until 2016 that VR devices from major manufacturers, such as HTC Vive and PSVR, were launched one after another, and the VR craze really started. It is also for this reason that 2016 is called the first year of VR games by many people. However, the development of the VR industry soon encountered a bottleneck, and the enthusiasm gradually faded due to technical reasons, but that is a story for later. The current situation in this world is roughly equivalent to the situation in Pei Qian's memory around 2013 to 2014. Last year, a foreign company developed usable VR glasses through crowdfunding, but this product has not received much attention in China, let alone abroad. On the one hand, the technology at that time still has certain defects. The resolution is relatively low. The resolution of the monocular is only 640 by 800, and the resolution of the two eyes after merging is only 1280 by 800. The grid is very obvious. In layman's terms, it is a mosaic screen with thick pixels and imperfect motion tracking. On the other hand, the current VR technology can provide too little content to support. Whether it is games or movies, there are not many manufacturers to develop and shoot. With only equipment but no content, most consumers naturally have no motivation to spend $300 to buy such a toy. In China, the VR field is still blank. No company produces VR glasses, no company develops VR games, and there is not even a cheap VR alternative of cardboard box plus mobile phone. Pei Qian thought this way: according to the development speed of the entire VR industry, it would take at least 3 years to reach the level of popularity of the first year of VR. In the past 3 years, the entire market has shrunk and the popularity will not be very high. Moreover, the prerequisite for playing VR games is to buy a VR glasses, which costs at least 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, and to experience large-scale VR games smoothly, you also need a high-end computer, which may cost at least 6,000 or 7,000 yuan. Most players cannot accept this kind of investment. Therefore, Pei Qian thinks that it should be foolproof to develop VR games at this critical juncture. On the contrary, if it is delayed for another 2 or 3 years, the situation is really hard to say. We have to take advantage of this critical node and make up the money as soon as possible. Lin Chong checked his mobile phone and finally roughly understood the current situation of VR games. Mr. Pei, if you want to develop VR games, do you still have to cooperate with these foreign VR glasses manufacturers? Pei Qian smiled. Why cooperate? Can't you develop it yourself? Shenhua Group can make mobile phones, but it can't make VR glasses? Lin Chong was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, it seemed to be the case. VR glasses are actually not very complicated technology, and the difficulty of making them is not higher than that of mobile phones. Shenhua Group not only makes mobile phones, but also smart hardware, so it is not difficult to develop a pair of VR glasses. But he quickly realized that the problem now is not about technology or money. Lin Chong said, Boss Pei, this seems too risky, right? There are no traditional game manufacturers making VR games now. If we want to do it, there is no successful experience to refer to, right? Pei Qian asked, since we want to innovate, what successful experience do we need to refer to? Lin Chong opened his mouth slightly, and was speechless for a while. Lin Wan said, don't interrupt, let Boss Pei finish the idea of the whole project, before expressing your opinion. Lin Chong. Lin Wan was obviously seriously considering the feasibility of the VR game project. After thinking for a while, she said, then, Boss Pei, what kind of VR game should we make? First-person shooter game? Interactive movie game? Or a simple strategy game should also be fine. If you consider the characteristics of VR equipment, making a first-person shooter game is definitely the best choice. Compared with computers, VR does not have advantages in many aspects because the technology is not yet mature, such as resolution, operation, dizziness, and other problems that need to be solved urgently. The only advantage is immersion. Therefore, for game types such as shooting games and interactive movie games, playing in the first person will get an experience far beyond computer games. As for strategy games, they are not very good at it. They can only make games with simple operations, and not too complicated content. Although they are all from a god's perspective, the god's perspective in VR mode will look more shocking than that on the computer, so it can be considered as barely possible. Pei Qian fell into a brief silence. If he made a first-person shooter or an interactive movie game, he might be able to make something famous. Because first-person shooters can be aimed with a controller, plus they have a strong sense of immersion, plus a bit of horror atmosphere, he might be able to make a masterpiece that is praised by players. Chapter 1005, to make it a whole, a small investment of 40 million. Losing money to become the richest man starts from games. Although interactive movie games are not as exciting as shooting games, if the plot is well done, the immersion of VR games can be brought to the extreme. In addition, interactive movie games have fewer operations and a relatively stable perspective, which is more in line with the characteristics of VR. The success rate of these two types of games seems too high, and they must not be made. Although the probability of success of real-time strategy games seems to be very low, after all, the lesson of mission and choice has just passed not long ago. Pei Qian has a little PTSD about this type of game, so he still doesn't consider it. Pei Qian waved his hand, not appropriate. The types of games you mentioned cannot produce effects if the capacity is small, and it is difficult for the equipment to support large capacity. After all, the equipment has not been developed yet, and it is not clear how high the resolution can be. Most of the games you mentioned are realistic, and require a relatively high picture accuracy to produce effects. Lin Wan nodded, thinking that what Mr. Pei said was right. Especially for interactive movie games, if the audience sees a bunch of mosaics, it will definitely seriously affect the game experience. Then, Mr. Pei, if realistic painting is difficult to do, then we can only do a cartoon-like style. But VR games don't seem to match cartoon style, right? What types of games can be made? When the device performance is relatively low and the screen resolution is low, it is a more pleasing approach to make cartoon style. For example, the excellent The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild has a very delicate picture even when the Switch screen is only 720p. Moreover, this style has distinct characteristics and is easy to leave a deep impression on players. The only problem is that the types of games that can be selected with this style are relatively limited. Of course, it is not completely impossible to use this style to make FPS games and interactive movie games, but it will be a little less interesting and does not meet Mr. Pei's pursuit of excellence. Pei Qian said, to sum up, this game should meet the following characteristics. We have to take into full consideration the relatively weak performance of VR devices at the current stage, so we use a cartoon style, and the game capacity should not be too large. Also, considering that VR devices at the current stage can easily cause dizziness to players, the game's perspective conversion should not be too fast, and it is best to be relatively smooth, with a teleportation perspective as the main feature. The game operation should not be too difficult, and it should not create obstacles for players, because of the operation. Lin Wan thought, it sounds like it's better to make a casual game, but there are some relatively simple casual games in the current VR games, but these games seem to have mediocre response. With the current equipment functions, casual games are indeed the safest, but it is also difficult to stand out, right? If we make a VR glasses ourselves, but the games sold with them are not attractive enough, it is likely to reduce the sales of glasses, which in turn affects the sales of games, which will be troublesome. Pei Qian said, the reason why other casual games have mediocre response is mainly because the designers are not capable, the investment is too small, and the gameplay is not deep enough. If we invest heavily and make a game with enough depth of gameplay, then we can drive the sales of VR glasses through the game and successfully open up this market. Lin Wan nodded slightly, thinking. President Pei's analysis made her feel that it made sense. Pei Qian continued, my idea is to make a casual development game where players are born on a deserted island and can weed, plant flowers, chop trees, and fish on the deserted island. They can also visit other players' islands. Then we will create some in-depth development gameplay to maintain the stickiness of players, and try to make our VR glasses attractive enough when there is only this game. Of course, you can think about the specific details more. The design of this game is still based on you. Pei Qian's words are 70% true and 30% false. Although it sounds reasonable, it is actually not very feasible. It is easy to say that the gameplay of casual games is deep enough to keep players addicted, but it is actually too difficult to do. The threshold for casual games is very low. There are so many casual games emerging in the world every year. How many of them can really stand out? If it is on the computer or mobile phone side, casual games can be sold at a lower price without worrying about finding a market. But the problem is that on the VR side, if you want to play this game, you have to spend 2 or 3,000 yuan to buy a VR glasses. Unless this game is very good, who would be willing to spend this money? So Pei Qian's words sound fine, but the chance of real success is very low. Lin Chong frowned slightly and said suspiciously, "Boss Pei, it sounds like there is something wrong, right? These ideas seem a bit too idealistic, and we have to consider the actual situation." Lin Wan immediately interrupted him, "If you don't understand, don't get involved. I think Boss Pei's idea is indeed very novel and worth a try." Lin Chong, Pei Qian, smiled slightly, "It's settled. As long as Lin Wan approves this design, then the next things will be easy." Lin Chong really doesn't understand games, although he instinctively feels that there seems to be some problems, but since President Pei and Lin Wan have reached a consensus, there is nothing to say. Okay, then the last question, how much investment? The development of games and VR glasses requires money. Qingshan Studio is jointly funded by Xinhua Group and Tenda, and both parties have the same shares, so the investment should also be the same. Of course, considering Lin Wan's relationship, Lin Chong thinks it's completely okay for Xinhua to pay more money. Lin Wan made a slight estimate and said, "For casual games, the investment should not be too much, 10 million is almost enough. As for VR glasses, if it is completely self-developed, it is estimated that 15 million is about the same, but if it is just a head display, it will be much cheaper, and a few million should be no problem." VR glasses have three main components, namely head-mounted display, handle, and base station locator. If you want to save costs, you can only develop the head display, and use the handle and base station locator ready-made abroad. At that time, you only need to sell your own headset together with other brands' controllers and base station locators. Lin Chong nodded slightly, thinking that this investment was completely within his budget, and he would not feel bad even if it went to waste. Given the size of Xinhua Group, the mobile phone department would have to spend more than this amount of money just by storing a little inventory. However, Pei Qian shook his head and said firmly, "That won't work. Everything should be done to the best, and the key to the success of Tenda Games lies in continuous improvement. I would rather spend twice the money to make a 100-point work than save half the cost to make an 80-point work. Because the former will be remembered by players for a long time, while the latter will soon be drowned in many excellent games. In my opinion, the R&D cost of the game should be doubled to 20 million. The R&D cost of VR glasses is also 20 million. He looked at Lin Chong. If you think the cost is a bit high, it's totally fine for Tenda to bear more. Lin Chong hurriedly expressed his opinion. How can that be possible? Let's do as we agreed before, half for each company. Originally, Lin Chong felt that it was completely unnecessary to invest so much money in VR. Now the entire market has not even sprouted, let alone opened up completely, and investing so much money is too risky. But when President Pei said it doesn't matter if Tenda bears more, Lin Chong definitely couldn't back down, because Mr. Pei took the lead in establishing this company, he was already helping. Asking Mr. Pei to pay more money is something a human would do? Lin Chong must make a firm statement. Xinhua must pay as much as Mr. Pei pays, otherwise it would be too unkind. In this way, the preliminary preparations for Qingshan Studio were all finalized. Next, Lin Wan will recruit while preparing the design plan for the game. As for the VR glasses, we can cooperate with the mobile phone department of Xinhua Group. Pei Qian stood up. In this way, the preliminary preparations are all completed. I have something to do in the afternoon, so I will leave first. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me at any time. Lin Wan also stood up. Okay, Mr. Pei, I will definitely lead Qingshan Studio well and make this game well. Chapter 1006, Large Experience Store. In the afternoon, Liang Qingfan came to the office of President Pei and knocked on the door gently. Recently, he has been busy with the design work of the food market and supervising the construction on site. The preliminary design work has been completed. According to Bao Su's suggestion, many game-like elements have been added, so Liang Qingfan's work here has basically come to an end. As long as he supervises the construction on site without any problems and can perfectly reproduce his design plan, it will be fine. This time, Liang Qingfan just heard President Pei say that he wanted to do the design work of a store, but President Pei did not elaborate on what store it was. Liang Qingfan thought that this was probably a relatively simple job. The store was at most the level of a lazy internet cafe, and it would be okay to design it casually. President Pei. Liang Qingfan entered the office and happened to see President Pei frowning slightly, with a serious expression, looking at the computer screen, and didn't know what he was worried about. Pei Qian saw Liang Qingfan coming, closed the web page about mission and choice on the computer, and then said, "Are you here? Sit down." After the two of them briefly chatted about the recent situation of Sloth Apartment, they quickly got to the point. Pei Qian considered the wording for a moment, then said, "I plan to open a Tenda store in Jingzhou, to showcase Tenda's products, and also provide customers with a channel to communicate with sales." Liang Qingfan nodded. "I see, a store similar to Tenda Home, right? Then, Mr. Pei, how big is the area of this store? Where is it located?" Pei Qian thought for a while. Thousands of square meters, tens of thousands of square meters? It's not too much, design it bigger. Liang Qingfan. He originally thought it would be a store like the ones opened by Xinhua Group or Pineapple Mobile in shopping malls, which would be at most a few hundred square meters, but if it was like what Mr. Pei said, thousands of square meters and tens of thousands of products, it would be similar to many home furnishing markets, and several floors of a whole building might be filled with various products of the company, and the scale would be much larger. Liang Qingfan thought about it and it seemed reasonable. After all, the stores opened by mobile phone manufacturers in shopping malls only need to display mobile phones and various smart products, while the store currently planned by Mr. Pei is obviously to display all the products of Tenda Group. There are not only digital products such as mobile phones, but also their own game trials, furniture in Sloth Apartment, food from Moyu Takeaway, smart home products from Muda Technology, etc., which must occupy a large area. Liang Qingfan said, "Then I understand, in short, it is similar to an experience store for all products of the entire Tenda Group, right? Boss Pei, you just said that we need to provide customers with a channel to communicate with sales. You mean there will be sales in the store, right?" Pei Qian nodded. "Yes, there will be a group of sales. But they are different from the traditional sales. Sales of other brands stand in the store at work, ready to introduce products to customers at any time, but our sales spend most of their time in the store enjoying and experiencing the products, and can only introduce them to customers when customers ask." Liang Qingfan was stunned. "Ah? This is sales?" Pei Qian nodded. "Yes, this is Tengda's sales. Tengda's sales will not use eloquence to argue. It is not about attracting customers, but about using practical actions to let customers feel how fun and useful Tengda's products are. Or you can think of them as experiencers. They take customers to experience the products. So you should think of this store as a sales home, and ensure that the salespeople are comfortable in this store. Don't save on any space, give as much as you can, and make it spacious, bright, high-end, and grand." Pei Qian's idea is very simple, which is to turn this store into a paradise for salespeople, let them eat and dress well in it, eat, drink, play, and enjoy every day, and then keep spending money on this store. After this store is opened, Pei Qian will observe for a while. When he is sure that the store's sales staff have lost their fighting spirit and cannot bring in sales, he will start to open more stores and burn money together. As for what to do if customers visit the store and buy things, Pei Qian thinks that this kind of thing should be unavoidable. As long as Tian Mo and his sales team can always remember what is written on the small note, then the few things sold will definitely not be able to make up for the huge daily expenses of the store. Liang Qingfan nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei, I understand. Then let me first briefly plan the Tenda industries that need to be arranged in this store. First of all, it must be Tenda's game and film departments, including Tenda Games, Shenyang Games, and Feihuang Studios. The store can use a special game experience area, and then a movie viewing area, so that you can experience Tenda's latest games at any time. The second is Moyu Takeaway. We can set up a dining area like Yijian Mall, so that customers can go to the dining area to experience Moyu Takeaway and when they are tired of shopping. Then there is the home living area. Here we can also refer to the design of Yijian Mall, show our decoration style in the sloth apartment, arrange various cooperative furniture, and then match some smart home developed by O2 technology in the future. As for other physical stores, such as Moyu Internet Cafe, Managed Gym, etc., since we already have physical stores, there is no need to put them in the store, it's a bit redundant. Pei Qian immediately shook his head. No. How can it be redundant? You have to think about this situation. What if a customer has never been to Moyu Internet Cafe or Managed Gym, and comes to our store for the first time? Wouldn't it be a loss of the opportunity to introduce him to our physical industry? Add it, you must add it all. Give Moyu Internet Cafe and Managed Gym, even Nifeng Logistics, all have a special area. Of course, there is no need to make it a business nature, it should still be based on experience. In this way, even customers who have never experienced our physical store can see how excellent our physical industry is when they come to this experience store for the first time. Pei Qian does not plan to set up a branch of Moyu Internet Cafe in this store, because it is very likely to make money. It is just the opportunity to open a store and open a Moyu Internet Cafe, but it does not charge fees. Wouldn't this burn more money? Liang Qingfan could not help but stand in awe. As expected, Mr. Pei always thinks about things from a different perspective. But the question is, are there any customers in Jingzhou who have never been to Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, and other Tenda stores? Well, there should still be some, so what Mr. Pei said makes sense. He thought quickly and concluded, I understand. The store you are going to open now is closer to an experience store in nature. It is not only a place to display and sell goods, but also a window to show our products to all customers. In this case, this experience store can be roughly divided into several areas. First, the game experience area, including Moyu Internet Cafe, ROF installation and all games, can be placed in this area. Second, the viewing area can play some film and television works of Feihuang Studio, including movies, documentaries, etc. Then there is the home living area, which can be decorated in the style of sloth apartment, whether it is the sofa or the cabinet, they are all arranged in a minimalist style, and a full set of smart home appliances can also be arranged. Then there is the digital area. The difference between this area and the home living area is that the home living area can only display our latest smart home products, including TVs, speakers, etc., and only a limited number of them can be displayed. The digital area will display all our mobile phones, computers, and other digital products on sale, just like many mobile phone manufacturers' stores. Then there is the peripheral merchandise area. Some peripheral products related to Tenda, such as game-related figures and pillows, and various gadgets sold at the Jingji Hotel, can all be brought here for sale. The last part is the dining area. We will arrange the food for Moyu Takeaway. Customers can eat here when they are tired of shopping. We can also arrange some of the food in the future food market here. There are 6 major areas in total. These 6 areas must be very spacious, with a large area and full of life. Moreover, the layout of these 6 areas must be well planned so that customers will not get lost easily after shopping, and can quickly find the area they want to go to. Mr. Pei, is that what you mean? Pei Qian nodded, yes, very close. But I would like to add one more point. When you design it, don't think of it as an experience store in your mind, but as a normal habitable space, where salespeople can have fun even without any customers, understand? Liang Qingfan nodded immediately. I understand. It means to be as close to the atmosphere of daily life as possible, not to create a sense of alienation for customers, especially not to let them feel the gap between the buyer's show and the seller's show. Strictly speaking, our sales are not promotion but display. We should naturally show the best side of our products to players, instead of deceiving players with eloquent words. Pei Qian, about the same. Although Pei Qian's original meaning was obviously off track, Pei Qian was too lazy to correct it. Liang Qingfan silently wrote down all the requirements, and then said, "Okay, then Mr. Pei, I will go to choose a site first." The entire design may indeed occupy several thousand square meters. If the place is small, it will not be able to be implemented, and it will appear petty and ineffective. Once I find a suitable place, I will hurry up to come up with a specific design plan. I will report to you as soon as the plan is out. Pei Qian nodded. Well, go. Try to choose a larger site when choosing a site, and don't consider the cost issue. Chapter 1007, First Week Box Office. April 23, Monday. In the Moyu Internet Cafe, Pei Qian was drinking coffee while checking the work reports sent by various departments on his laptop. The situation of Mission and Choice was still very bad. The first week box office of the movie has come out, reaching 170 million. Although the box office on the first day was only 22 million, the box office showed a trend of continuous increase afterwards. Other movies all had the highest box office on the first day, and then began to decline sharply, but Mission and Choice was just the opposite. After cutting 20 million box office on the first day, the stamina was still amazing. Many theaters are also constantly adding screenings for Mission and Choice, but the amazing thing is that no matter how many screenings are added, the attendance rate of Mission and Choice has not dropped significantly. Many people are even wondering where these new audiences come from. What makes Pei Qian even more heartbroken is that even professional movie viewing software such as Yuan app can hardly predict what the final box office of Mission and Choice will be. When the first day box office of Mission, Eternal Love reached over 20 million, Yuan app estimated the total box office to be only 350 million, which was definitely a losing battle, but when it came to the third season, the box office of Mission and Choice suddenly began to rise against the trend, and Yuan app raised the estimated box office to 500 million. A week later, the daily box office of Mission and Choice did not even decrease, but increased, which completely confused Yuan app's box office estimation method. Obviously, the estimated box office of 500 million was not enough, and Yuan app directly raised the estimated box office to 800 million. Many people on the internet were puzzled by this number, thinking that Yuan app might have underestimated the box office at the beginning, and after being slapped in the face, it was a bit embarrassed and gave a very excessive number directly. At present, the peak of the box office of domestic films is a very excellent comedy. With the right time, place and people, the box office exploded and directly cut 1.1 billion box office, while the previous box office champions were basically around 600 to 800 million. Many film critics believe that a box office hit of 1.1 billion is something that can only be achieved by chance. The 800 million box office estimated by Yuan app for Mission and Choice has basically reached the level of the box office champion of this year's domestic films. Even if it fails to win the box office champion in the end, it will still be a strong competitor. In recent years, the box office of Hollywood blockbusters is about 600 million to 1 billion. The box office estimated by Yuan app for Mission and Choice can even be compared with those highly anticipated Hollywood blockbusters. This makes many people feel that it is quite outrageous, because although they also think that Mission and Choice is of high quality, the key is that the box office on the first day is too small, and the publicity is not in place. It is a bit too fantasy to rely on tap water to get 800 million box office. Because there seems to be no precedent for domestic movies to become box office champions just by tap water. Moreover, the real investment in the movie Mission and Choice has also triggered online discussions. Someone broke the news that the investment in Mission and Choice is at least 200 million, no more, no less, and almost all the money is spent on Linging production, and the actor's salary and publicity costs are almost negligible. If the final box office is 600 million, it means that the movie is in vain, neither losing money nor making money. If it gets 800 million, it will be considered a profit. However, this number has not been confirmed. Some people think it is bragging, while others think that this number is mostly true after seeing the special effects in the movie, and they can't help but worry about Fei Huang's studio, fearing that the movie will be well received but not popular, and finally unable to recover the cost. As for games, the first week sales have already come out, reaching 800,000 sets. Based on the price of 158 yuan per game, Tengda's net income has reached more than 80 million yuan. This figure also surprised many professional media people in China because although the sales of domestic standalone games have improved, it is indeed difficult to compare with the foreign market. Mission and Choice is a real-time strategy game, and the player group is relatively limited. It is a pleasant surprise to achieve this sales volume. Many people said that President Pei's God-level marketing before the game was released played a very good effect. Many domestic game players who do not play real-time strategy games at all still bought Mission and Choice without hesitation to express their support for domestic games, which is touching. Moreover, the life of a game is longer than that of a movie. A movie can only be released for 1 month, and most of the income is generated within this month, while the life of a game can reach 1 or 2 years or even longer, and subsequent income can be continuously generated through discounts. What's more, the movie and game of Mission and Choice are both big productions, and both have the potential to impact the overseas market. When the movie is released overseas and the game is also sold on overseas game platforms, it can make another fortune. In short, judging from the current situation, the prospects of Mission and Choice are very good. Pei Qian silently took a sip of coffee, feeling inexplicably melancholy. How did things become like this? I don't understand. If he had time, Pei Qian planned to review what happened during the long development period of Mission and Choice, find the traitor, and see which link went wrong. However, it is obviously not the time to review now. We still have to rescue first, and consider reviewing after the vital signs return to normal. In order to spend money, Pei Qian has made a series of arrangements last week. The sales team has found a person in charge. Tian Mo is now reciting the details given to him by President Pei every day, and the experience store has been handed over to Liang Qingfan to design. The preliminary preparations for Qingshan studio have also been basically finalized. After the funds are in place, we will wait for Lin Wan's design plan to come out and the team recruitment is completed before we can start development. Of course, the most optimistic is the rabbit tail live. Since the mandatory for a while regulations were launched, the popularity of the website has been much less than before, and Pei Qian can safely invest money in it. After drinking coffee, Pei Qian decided to go to Rabbit Tail Live to see how Lao Ma and Chen Yufeng are doing now, and by the way, approve a sum of money for them to spend and share some of the pressure for himself. Half an hour later, Pei Qian came to Rabbit Tail Live. As soon as he entered the office area of Rabbit Tail Live, Pei Qian clearly felt that the atmosphere had changed significantly compared to the last time he came. It seemed that everyone's morale had suffered a pretty severe blow. In fact, the popularity of Rabbit Tail Live and the number of viewers will not affect everyone's salary at all, but after all, most employees have a strong sense of belonging to Tengda, and they all regard Rabbit Tail Live as their own career. In this situation, morale will definitely be hit to a certain extent. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little guilty. So he went straight to Chen Yufeng's office and said, "I see that everyone has been working very hard recently. This month, I will give everyone an extra 30% salary as a reward. Chen Yufeng hurriedly said, "Thank you, President Pei." Ma Yang was not here today, but there was nothing for Ma Yang to do today, so Pei Qian didn't ask much. It was enough to have Chen Yufeng here. Pei Qian sat down on the sofa and noticed that although Chen Yufeng's expression was a little happy because of the salary increase, he was still quite lonely. Pei Qian asked, "How is the current situation of the website? Are there still so many people cursing online?" Although Chen Yufeng was a little depressed, he was still responsible for his work and immediately replied, "The current situation of the website is okay." In the first 2 days after the mandatory for a while rule was implemented, the popularity of the website did drop sharply. Some live broadcast rooms dropped by 2/3, and some live broadcast rooms with fewer people were directly cleared. Some anchors who used love to generate electricity couldn't stand it, and ran away after cursing a few words, but some stayed. Now, the situation has stabilized a little, and the data has also recovered slightly. Many old viewers have found ways to adapt to the forced moment. Some open a web page when they have nothing to do and watch it for a full moment, some set a study plan to learn a series of videos and watch them for a moment, and some use their mobile phones to switch to focus mode for a while and concentrate on doing their own things. After everyone got used to it, no one complained. Other live broadcast platforms are very happy. Basically, they don't regard Rabbit Tail Live as a major competitor. Many live broadcast platforms had plans for Rabbit Tail Live before, but now those plans should have been abolished. Some live broadcast platforms have stopped all the functions that imitated Rabbit Tail Live and have not continued to develop them. Chapter 1008 BP Proof Match. After listening to Chen Yufeng's report, Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, the effect was immediate, even other live broadcast platforms recognized it. As the saying goes, the one who knows you best is always your enemy. Other live broadcast platforms have seen that Rabbit Tail Live is no longer a threat, which is a confirmation of Pei Qian's judgment. This means that President Pei can rest assured on the Rabbit Tail Live side. You've done a great job, I'm very satisfied. In addition to daily expenses, I will allocate another 10 million yuan to Rabbit Tail Live. You can spend it casually and organize some activities. Pei Qian did not limit it without any restrictions, but limited the use of the money to organize some activities. Because he felt that if he poached anchors, he might be able to dig out some anchors with more potential, and the anchors' contracts are basically long-term, and they have to sign for 1 year, which has certain risks in the long run. On the contrary, if you organize activities, the popularity of Rabbit Tail Live is already very low, and it is probably not going to make any splash. Chen Yufeng was stunned for a moment. Mr. Pei, it's good to have funding, but holding an event now. It doesn't seem to be very cost-effective. Because our website has just lost popularity, it's better to recover slowly. Strong measures may not necessarily have a good effect, but may cause some viewers to be disgusted. Pei Qian smiled slightly. You can't say it so absolutely, everything depends on human efforts. As long as you organize the event better, it will have a publicity effect. I believe you, it will be absolutely fine. Chen Yufeng. He was about to say, Boss Pei, you flatter me too much, but Boss Pei stood up, patted his butt and prepared to leave. Okay, then it's settled. You should hurry up and think about what kind of event to organize. It doesn't have to be too complicated. It's fine. Pei Qian didn't want to put too much pressure on Chen Yufeng, hoping that he would just spend the money in a fuss. Chen Yufeng, okay, Boss Pei, I'll do my best. After seeing Boss Pei off, Chen Yufeng sat down at his desk, frowning and thinking hard. Boss Pei is still so unpredictable. You could say that President Pei doesn't care about Rabbit Tail Live, as he has given salary increases and extra money, being more generous than any other department, but if you say that President Pei does care about Rabbit Tail Live, he has come up with a feature called Forced 1 Hour, which has dealt a heavy blow to the popularity of rabbit tail live, and until now he has not shown any intention of changing it. According to Mr. Pei's efficiency, the 10 million yuan should be received soon. But Chen Yufeng has no idea what activities to do. He frowned and looked through the computer for a long time, but he still couldn't think of any suitable activities. Just as he was worrying, someone pushed the door outside the office. He looked up and saw that it was Ma Yang. "Mr. Ma. Why are you here?" "Mr. Pei just left," Chen Yufeng said. Ma Yang was stunned for a moment. "Ah? Brother Qian is here? Why didn't anyone tell me?" Chen Yufeng hurriedly explained. Mr. Pei said that there was no need to notify him. He just came to simply assign a task and then left. There was nothing else. Ma Yang looked serious. "Huh? Assigned a task? What task?" "Brother Qian's task must be completed seriously." Chen Yufeng briefly introduced Mr. Pei's requirements. Ma Yang's long face showed a slightly confused expression. Brother Qian said it as if he hadn't said anything. "No requirements? Not even a direction?" Chen Yufeng nodded. "Yes, so I am worried too." "Hey, how about you think of one, Mr. Ma? You have always been Mr. Pei's right-hand man and close friend, and you have a rapport with Mr. Pei. Many of your ideas have been adopted by Mr. Pei. If you think of an idea, it must be reliable." Ma Yang sat on the sofa with a swagger. "No problem, I think of one." Hold an esports competition?" Chen Yufeng nodded silently. This answer was within his expectations. Sure enough, in Mr. Ma's life, esports is one of his few hobbies. When it comes to organizing an event, the first thing Mr. Ma thinks of is esports competition. But the problem is, this doesn't seem to be a very good choice. Chen Yufeng pondered for a while and said, "Esports competition is indeed a good choice. After all, the audience group with the highest stickiness on our website is the audience of esports competitions. When other types of audiences are lost in large numbers, there are still many esports audiences who insist on watching the competition on our website. But we already have two competitions, ICL and GPL. The schedules of these two competitions are very tight, and the most we can hold is some anchor competitions and waterfront competitions. How can the attention be compared with these two regular leagues?" This question stumped Ma Yang. His long face showed a thoughtful expression and he did not respond for a long time. After thinking about it, it seems to be true. But Lao Ma is obviously not a person who will give up easily. He tried to think about it. So what is the main problem? Chen Yufeng was silent for a moment. Two problems. One is that the game is not professional enough and it is not good to watch, and the second is that it is difficult to distinguish the game we organize from the two leagues. Ma Yang thought for a while. Then why don't we organize a game that is professional enough and can be distinguished from the other two leagues? Chen Yufeng opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. He originally thought that what Mr. Ma said was nonsense. Those two are professional leagues with top players. Why should we organize a more professional game than them? But Chen Yufeng thought about it carefully and it seemed that there was really a way. If we have to do it by force, we can organize the original players of the two DGE teams, and then organize the players of the FV team and the SUG team, and hold a competition. These four teams definitely represent the highest level of the two games GOG and IOI in China. But, each game has only two teams, so it can't be a fight. We can't let the two DGE teams play a BO10, right? Ma Yang thought for a while. It's not impossible to play a BO10, anyway, the game is exciting. But what if there are no coaches on both sides? Who will do the BP? Hey, I suddenly thought of a good idea. How about we let the audience vote for the BP? Chen Yufeng was stunned for a moment, and immediately shook his head. How can that be? If the audience votes, it will definitely be a mess. It will become an entertainment match. The difference in the lineups of the two sides may be very large, and it will not be very exciting. Ma Yang said, of course not all heroes can be voted. We can choose a few lineups to vote. Every time I watch a game, there are barrage coaches saying that this coach's BP is rubbish, and that team's lineup is not good. But some people will spray back, saying that the BP is fine, it is the players who play rubbish. This has become an unsolved mystery. Is it the BP that is not good, or the players? I have always wanted to know. Let's hold a BP-proof competition to answer this confusion. Chen Yufeng's eyes lit up. I understand, Mr. Ma. You mean, we hold a competition and only allow members of the original DGE Team 1 and Team 2, as well as the FV Team and SUG Team to participate, and divide them into GOG Group and IOI Group. Then we go online to find a few controversial BP plans. The characteristics of these plans are, the coaches and players think they can play, and they are selected in the main competition, but the barrage audience thinks they can't play. We ask the two teams to play against each other, to verify whether it is the lineup or the players that are not good. If we do this, the audience should be very eager to watch it. Chen Yufeng has even imagined what kind of grand occasion the barrage will be after this competition is held. If the brain-dead BP that the barrage coaches think wins, there will definitely be a large number of people who say blame the BP for being brain-dead, it's just that the players are not strong enough, the coach is not to blame. On the contrary, if the brain-dead BP that the barrage coaches think loses, there will definitely be a large number of people who say see, I said this BP is rubbish, 5 top players can't beat it, I say this coach is trash. It's hard to say whether the excitement of the game will exceed the ICL and GPL leagues, but the intensity of the barrage will definitely not be false, and the topicality of the game will definitely not be low. Moreover, the audience will get tired of watching general activities or competitions after one time, but this competition can be held for a long time. Because every time the version is updated, the tactics of each team will change, and there will always be new brain-dead BP, which needs this BP-proof game to verify. Although the original DGE players have been scattered to various teams and have become the main players in their respective positions, they have a good relationship with each other and have a tacit understanding. If the two DGE teams can be reorganized, they can use the time without games to play this BP-proof game. President Pei has provided sufficient publicity funds, and the teams have a good relationship with the Tenda Esports department. If we give these teams some sponsorship, everyone will definitely cooperate. If it is well organized, the coaches of each team will also pay attention to this game to see how the strength of some BPs will be put into the top teams, and see what details the top teams will have when playing this lineup. This is also a good thing for the improvement of the level of the entire region. The most important thing is that this competition can only be held by Rabbit Tail Live, because there is no other live broadcast platform that can invite the original DG club players. Chen Yufeng immediately became energetic. He was a little depressed before, but now he suddenly found a new direction. Mr. Ma, your idea is really great. You really have the same mind as Mr. Pei. This event definitely meets Mr. Pei's requirements. I will contact him right away and set the game schedule according to the time of the GPL and ICL leagues, and arrange it as soon as possible. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading URL. Chapter 1009 VR Handle Design. April 25, Wednesday morning. Yi Zhizhou came to the office of Qingshan Studio according to the address given by Lin Wan. After Lin Wan left Shangyang Games, Yi Zhizhou took over as the new person in charge of Shangyang Games, and the employees of Shangyang Games had already had a farewell dinner with Lin Wan. Although it was a bit reluctant, as the saying goes, there is no banquet that will not end, and the internal work transfers of Tenda Group have always been very frequent. Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin also knew that they would have to take over sooner or later, so they didn't hurt too much. What's more, the office of Qingshan Studio is also in Jingzhou, not far from Shangyang Games, so they can visit each other frequently, and there will be many opportunities to meet in the future. Yi Zhizhou came here today to finalize the new game of Qixing Studio with Lin Wan. Before, President Pei had already determined that the first game of Qixing Studio would be a VR game, but the details of how this game would be designed had not yet been finalized. Yi Zhizhou came to help make a decision. As far as Yi Zhizhou knew, in addition to him and Lin Wan, there was also a product manager from Xinhua's mobile phone department who was responsible for the development of VR glasses, as well as the new chief planner hired by Qixing Studio who came to the meeting, finalize the name and details of the game, let Qixing Studio get on the right track as soon as possible, and sometimes enter the R&D process as soon as possible, which is the best way to run in the team. Yi Zhizhou came to Qixing Studio and subconsciously looked at the working environment. Well, it is indeed the same as Tenda Games and Qingshan Games. Although Qixing Studio has just been established for a short time, there are already employees working at their workstations. I have to say that the efficiency of recruitment is still quite high. Yi Zhizhou came to the conference room and sat down in an empty seat. Lin Wan was carefully flipping through a thick stack of resumes, picking out those who met the requirements and putting them aside, preparing to invite interviews. Seeing that everyone was there, Lin Wan tidied up the resumes a little and poked on the conference table. Everyone is here, let's hurry up and start, there are still a few interviews in the afternoon. Yi Zhizhou found that Lin Wan seemed to be more and more stylish. When he first came to Qingshan Games, he often hesitated and couldn't make up his mind, but now he is more and more like a qualified leader. You are very efficient here. It's only been 3 days, and you already have new employees? Yi Zhizhou said after taking a sip of tea. Lin Wan smiled and said, well, as long as you put up the names of Xinhua Group and Tenda Group, and put up the successful games of Qingshan Games, the recruitment mailbox will explode immediately. Many people want to join Tenda's game department but can't. They have to take an exam. The benefits here are similar to Tenda's, and it's well known. Many game developers are scrambling to come here. But I'm under a lot of pressure because of Tenda's help. If the game is not done well, I will really let President Pei down. Let me introduce you to Yi Zhizhou, the current head of Qingshan Games, Lao Song, the product manager of Xinhua Group's mobile phone business, and Kai Jiadong, the chief designer of Qixing Studio. Lin Wan quickly introduced everyone present. Lao Song is the product manager, responsible for borrowing the resources of Xinhua Group to make new VR glasses, and Kai Jiadong is the newly recruited chief designer. His resume is unknown, but the two look to be in their 30s or 40s, and should have rich experience. Kai Jiadong shook hands with Yi Zhizhou. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. I have played all the games developed by Qingshan Studio. I didn't expect the chief designer to be so young. I am really ashamed. Yi Zhizhou hurriedly said, no, it's all because of the good platform of Tenda Group. If it weren't for Mr. Pei, I would probably still be an executive planner now. After the two sides boasted about business, they quickly got to the point. Lin Wan said while distributing documents, these are the key points decided after the last meeting with Mr. Pei. Everyone, take a look. She looked at Yi Zhizhou. It's the same as the previous work process at Qingshan Games. First analyze Mr. Pei's intentions, and then determine the specific form of the game. Kai Jiadong took the document with both hands and read it very carefully, with an extremely pious expression. Although he is nominally the chief planner of Qixing Studio, his chief planner is now a nominal title, and he is only responsible for execution. Slowly, after getting used to the work rhythm here, he can gradually take over the design work. Kai Jiadong's resume as a designer is very good. He has many years of experience as a chief designer in a large domestic game company and has also brought out successful projects. There are 2 reasons why he came to Qixing Studio. One is that the treatment here is better than his original company, and the other is because of the relationship with Tenda Games. Every game producer actually has a dream deep in his heart. Making Krypton Gold games can indeed make money, but it is just a job and will not be very happy. And being able to truly make a 3A game of your own, with both sales and word of mouth, is something that designers are truly proud of. The game mission and choice has reawakened the passion of many designers like Pei Qian that has been dormant for many years, so he accepted the job without hesitation. Although Pei Qian has rich experience in game design, the development process of 3A masterpieces and Krypton Gold games is still very different, and cannot be generalized. Moreover, he had heard that Tenda Games and Qingshan Games had a very unique game design method that belonged to President Pei, so he took this opportunity to learn it well. He looked at the document and found that there were several hard rules on it, including the investment in games and VR glasses, the type of games, the general style, etc. Pei Qian took a look and immediately showed a shocked expression on his face. 20 million yuan for glasses and 20 million yuan for games? Casual games and cartoon style, so much money? Pei Qian was very confused. Although there were only a few rules in this document, these rules were obviously contradictory and unworkable in his experience. 20 million yuan for casual games and cartoon style was already outrageous enough, but they had to spend another 20 million yuan to develop a pair of VR glasses for a single game? If it were in other game companies, this proposal would definitely be rejected immediately, but here, it seemed to be a common thing. Pei Qian was a newcomer and did not dare to ask more questions, so he could only listen silently. Lin Wan first looked at the product manager, Lao Song. If 20 million yuan is used to develop VR glasses, what can be achieved? Old Song answered truthfully, it's enough to just develop the glasses, and it's even a bit wasteful. I suggest that there's no need to invest so much money. After all, the domestic market is not that big, and you can't expect it to sell well after it's made. It's better to make a basic model, hype the concept, and sell it casually to recover the cost. Lin Wan immediately shook his head, that won't work. The R&D funds can only be more, not less. You can only do what you want. Old Song thought for a while, then we can only make a fuss about the handle. But the handle? It seems that it's hard to make it fancy. VR handles are nothing more than those things, joysticks, buttons, and the like. There are currently two types of handles. One is relatively simple, the first one is one-handed, without a joystick, but with a simple touchpad, 1 or 2 buttons and a trigger button. The second one is more complex, with 2 hands, 2 joysticks, 4 buttons at the thumb position, and a trigger button at the index finger position. The first one is too simple, and it won't cost much to develop it purely. Since we have sufficient funds, we will definitely do the second one. But the second one has complete functions, each finger has a button, and it is more ergonomically designed. We don't need to force a design change for the sake of being different, at most it's just a change of shape. So I think redesigning it doesn't make much sense. Lin Wan thought for a while, then what if we add some more functions? Old Song shook his head, there's nothing to add. The thumbs of both hands have to press the joystick and the 4 buttons on the front, and the index fingers have to press the trigger. How can we add functions when they are all occupied? The scene fell into a brief silence. Obviously, no one had a good idea about how to spend the money. Chapter 1010 Animal Island VR. Lin Wan gestured a little, what about the other 3 fingers? Old Song still shook his head. The other 3 fingers have to hold the handle, otherwise the handle will fall off. Besides, the flexibility of those 3 fingers is far inferior to that of the thumb and index finger. Even if the players are asked to press, they may not be used to pressing. Yi Zhizhou thought about it carefully and said, not necessarily. As long as we add a fixing belt to the handle and tie the handle to the hand, the other 3 fingers don't have to hold it all the time. The other 3 fingers holding the buttons can simulate the finger grasping action. In this way, the handle can distinguish the fine movements of each finger, and when simulating archery, fishing, shooting, grabbing, and other actions, different effects can be achieved. Old Song thought about it. Hey? This is a good idea, you can try it. But I haven't done this before, and I may not have enough money. Lin Wan immediately said, it doesn't matter, just spend it freely. If there is not enough money, I will find a way. Yi Zhizhou also smiled slightly. He said that there was not enough money in front of Tenda Group and Shenhua Group. There is only a time when money cannot be spent, but there is never a time when money is not enough. Lin Wan continued, okay, then the controller thing is settled. Add a button to each finger, so that the content of our game can also be played with the help of this controller. Any ideas for the game? Yi Zhizhou thought for a while and said, President Pei has already limited it to casual games, with cartoon style. I think the advantage of doing this is that the grid effect of VR glasses is not so obvious, the picture quality will look better, and it will not put so much psychological pressure on players. Because the immersion of VR is too strong, if it is a gun battle or horror theme, many people may not be able to play it because of fear. If it is a casual game, there will be no such problems, and it is easier to stick to it. The key issue now is that as a casual game, we must make the gameplay rich enough. The two of them talked back and forth, and Lin Wan kept recording in the notebook, presenting many details one by one. The chief planner Kai Jiadong was a little overwhelmed and couldn't keep up with the two people's ideas at all. Just following these simple rules, so many things were analyzed? It's amazing, how did this happen? Kai Jiadong had done projects before, but his designs were all based on some conventional ways of playing. Although everyone had some brainstorming sessions, they basically just kept struggling over some minor details of the gameplay. To put it simply, the core remains basically unchanged, but the external packaging is changed over and over again. Because as a Krypton Gold game, the gameplay is the same, and any function that is changed will affect the profit, so it cannot be changed. But it is obviously different in Qingshan Studio. Lin Wan and Yi Zhizhou seem to be considering the form of a game from scratch. Other game companies first determine the general form of the game, and then hold a meeting to discuss some specific details, while Qingshan Studio uses some details to reversely deduce the ultimate form of the game. This made Kai Jiadong feel very magical. While listening carefully, he quickly recorded the details of the meeting discussion. Lin Wan sorted out the results of the discussion and said, in this case, the game can be finalized. The VR game we are going to make includes casual gameplay, simulation business gameplay, and sandbox construction gameplay. The player is born on an isolated island. The goal of the game is to transform the entire island into his own paradise. On the island, players can reclaim wasteland, farm, hunt, fish, plant trees, plant flowers, build houses, etc. All these gameplays must be completed by the players themselves. For example, when hunting, the player needs to use the handle to simulate the action of drawing a bow or shooting a gun. When fishing, the player needs to throw the fishing rod, pull the rod, catch the fish and throw it into the bucket by himself, etc. Of course, after players feel a little tired, we also allow players to complete tasks to obtain special robots to take care of farmland or gardens, so that players don't have to keep doing these repetitive actions. In normal mode, players are in the first perspective, and all activities on the island must be done by themselves. The game can also enter the God's perspective and management mode, where players can overlook the entire island and transform the entire island from a God's perspective. Of course, this mode will only be enabled after the player has done preliminary pioneering. At the same time, the game also supports simple online gameplay, where you can meet friends on other players' islands. Players can also form a team to go to the deserted island to open up wasteland and hunt for materials. Of course, the image of the player in online gameplay is a big problem. Previous VR glasses also have some online applets, but the effect is not good, because the device can only capture the player's hand movements, but cannot restore the arm and shoulder movements based on the hand movements. In this way, the movements will look very stiff to other players. Many VR games will remove both arms and only have both hands. But this will look very strange. We happen to be a cartoon style, so we can make the players into cute anthropomorphic animals, and make their movements similar to those of rubber men. In this way, their hands can pull their arms, which will not look strange, but will make people feel very cute. In addition, the most important point is to have enough interactive effects with the handles of VR glasses. There may be many collection actions in our game, such as picking a flower or picking a fruit, but these actions mean that players have to bend down and bow their heads. If they have to bend down and bow their heads every time they pick up something, it will be too cumbersome and boring for players. So we have to make a function similar to telekinesis so that players don't play too much tired. Moreover, functions such as storing props should be operated by VR controllers as much as possible. In terms of packaging, it is mainly forests, animals, and cartoon casual styles, but there should also be some technological elements in it, and some not-so-rational content can be packaged with black technology. Finally, the name of the game. I'm a little incompetent at naming. Yi Zhizhou said, "This is the first project of Qingshan Studio, and it is definitely better for you to determine the name of the game." Lin Wan thought for a while. "Okay, then, let's call it Animal Island. Although it's not a good name, it should be okay." Yi Zhizhou nodded. "Well, we can temporarily set this name. If we think of a better one in the future, we can change it." Lin Wan looked at Lao Song again. "I will summarize the operations needed in the game later, such as telekinesis, bow and arrow, etc. At that time, the development of the handle may also take these functions into account, such as adding different modes of vibration, adding sensors to identify pressure, touch, optical data, etc. These details will seriously affect the game experience of players, and we must not be careless. We must try our best to combine software and hardware, and perfectly cooperate with the game and VR glasses to give players the best game experience. Lao Song nodded. "Don't worry, if you have any requirements, just ask, I will definitely cooperate with you. Anyway, as long as the funds are in place, these problems should be solved. Even if they can't be solved perfectly, alternative solutions should be found." Lin Wan let out a long sigh. "Okay, the details of the game are almost done. I will hurry up and write out the design plan later, and everyone can go and get busy." After the meeting, the specific form of the game was finalized, and Lin Wan was relieved. If she hadn't learned the Tenda working method in Shenyang games, she might not be able to take on these tasks of Qingshan Studio. It's all thanks to Mr. Pei's cultivation. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 10-11 BP Proof Match Schedule. At the same time, the staff of Rabbit Tail Live are busy preparing for the BP Proof match. After more than 2 days of preparation, all the procedures for this match have been arranged. This BP Proof match invites the strongest teams in China for the 2 games GOG and IOI, the former DGE Team 1 and 2, as well as the FV team and the SUG team. In addition, the current DGE Team 1 and 2 are also substitutes, ready to fill in when there are vacancies in the original DGE Team 1 and 2. Although Huang Wang, Jiang Huan and other former DGE Team 1 and 2 players have scattered all stars and have gone to various GPL teams and served as main players in the team, their respective operations and game understanding have not fallen behind at all. Lao Zhou, who has changed his career to become a coach, can't play this kind of game, so he found a highly talented assistant from the current DGE to fill in the position, ensuring the balance of strength between the 2 teams. Originally, the 2 all-star teams were split up to strengthen each team, but now the star players from each team are gathered together to form 2 all-star teams again. However, this personnel composition also caused some time scheduling problems for this BP-proof match. The GPL League has a tight schedule. Except for Tuesday, there are matches every other time. The players of the original DGE Team 1 and 2 are scattered in several teams. It is still difficult to find a time when there are no matches. There are fewer teams in the ICL league and the match schedule is not so dense. Just pick the time when FV team and SUG team are not playing. So Qin Yufeng thought about it and decided to arrange the BP-proof match in the afternoon from 3 to 5 o'clock. The GPL league is played from 5 to 9 o'clock from Monday to Friday, and from 3 to 9 o'clock on weekends. The BP-proof match is arranged from 3 to 5 o'clock on weekdays, which is just enough to play 2 games. Each team will take a hell lineup to see whether it is a lineup problem or a problem. The GOG and IOI groups can be staggered, with the GOG group playing on Tuesday and Thursday and the IOI group playing on Monday and Wednesday. This can not only stagger the time with the GPL and ICL leagues, but also ensure basic popularity. The event will of course be held online, and the broadcast can be directly broadcast using the 2-channel broadcast station that Rabbit Tail Live has arranged for ICL before, and the commentators and directors are also ready now. The schedule of the competition has been basically finalized, and all the preliminary preparations are going smoothly. Qin Yufeng is thinking that it is almost time to start the promotion. Tomorrow is Thursday, and it is the turn of the GOG team. We can take this opportunity to promote it with the gimmick of DGE team reunion to build momentum in advance. But Qin Yufeng has not thought about how to promote it. The key is whether the detailed rules and details of this BP-proof competition should be announced in advance. If it is to gather more heat in advance, it is definitely better to announce the rules in advance. But after careful consideration, Qin Yufeng felt that it was not appropriate to announce the rules in advance, and he had to create a little surprise for the audience. Because the current situation of Rabbit Tail Live is quite embarrassing. It was criticized badly for the mandatory for a while function before. Now no matter what activities are held, it may not be able to save the reputation, but may continue to be criticized. Only when the audience really sees the game and finds it interesting, can the reputation of Rabbit Tail Live be reversed. But if the schedule is disclosed in advance, the audience's sense of surprise will be reduced. Therefore, Qin Yufeng combined the previous publicity experience of various departments of Tenda and determined the publicity policy for this BP-proof competition. During the promotion, the emphasis was placed on DGE team reunion, while the specific rules and details of the game were not detailed. It was only noted that the game would adopt a special mode to emphasize that while the audience would see a high-level duel, it would also ensure that it would be clearly different from the GPL and ICL main games. In this way, most of the early stage will still be criticized, but when the game officially starts and the rules are revealed, the audience will definitely be surprised, and all the previous unhappiness will be swept away. Qin Yufeng quickly finalized the promotion details of this BP-proof game, and then arranged for his men to spend all the resources of Rabbit Tail Live on this game, and bought some additional online advertisements for promotion. Although it is not enough to promote it in advance, this game is originally a long-term program, and the popularity will continue to rise during the game. The key is to see whether this BP-proof game can have a blockbuster effect after the official start. April 26, Thursday. Today's weather is good, the sun is abundant, and the circular balcony has very good lighting. So Pei Qian did not go to work, but ate breakfast in the living room while watching videos on Rabbit Tail Live on his phone. Recently, he found a big guy who specializes in economics on Rabbit Tail Live. The time of each live broadcast is fixed, only half an hour, and the content is very simple, but sounds very interesting. Pei Qian just had to complete the task of hanging up for a while on the Rabbit Tail Live every day, so he took out the fragmented time for eating and resting to watch the lectures of these big guys. Although this fragmented knowledge is just a little bit of fur, it is much more meaningful than watching short videos. As for why he didn't just tell Qin Yufeng to cancel the temporary limit on his account. Of course, it's because President Pei wants to lead by example. This rule was proposed by him. If he doesn't abide by it, wouldn't it be like slapping himself in the face? President Pei still has to save face. After watching the video for a whole hour, the Rabbit Tail Live app was finally completely unlocked, showing the content on various recommended positions on the homepage. Huh? DGE team reunited? Pei Qian saw at a glance that the top recommendation position on the homepage was rolling a promotional picture like this. Wang Wang and Jiang Huan, the two captains, led several other old members of the original DGE, respectively, in a tense situation. Pei Qian couldn't help but be startled and hurriedly clicked in to check. The picture said that the game time was from 3 to 5 o'clock this afternoon, and the game had not started yet. After clicking in, the live broadcast room page appeared, with a few simple rules written on it. The name of the competition was covered, and it should be revealed when the competition officially starts. Here are a few simple rules. The competition is divided into two groups, GOG and IOI, which will be played on Tuesday and Thursday and Monday and Wednesday respectively, perfectly staggered with the time of the two leagues. A brief introduction to the players of both sides, hinting that this will be a high-level duel, and the most critical one, the two sides will use a special mode to ensure professionalism while ensuring the excitement of the game. Pei Qian couldn't help but frown. Special mode? Mutual selection mode? Blind selection mode? Self-selected skill exchange? Skills without CD? Brawl? Clone? Water friend game? Position change game? GOG and IOI have both launched some entertainment modes, and the effect is acceptable. And many professional teams will also take on some exhibition games and water friend games, play a few entertainment modes, and interact with the audience better. The concept of special mode is too broad, and it is really hard to guess. After giving 10 million to Rabbit Tail Live, Chen Yufeng thought for a while and came up with the idea of letting the DG club play an entertainment match. Okay, well done. Pei Qian was a little worried when he saw the publicity gimmick of DGE team reunion. After all, almost all the players of the 4 teams invited are star players. The fans of these 20 players may account for more than half of the total number of fans in the domestic esports circle, which must not be underestimated. But after seeing this rule, Pei Qian was basically relieved. This event is not as good as the ZZ Cup Live contest organized by the ZZ Live platform before. Such a good event is there, but Rabbit Tail Live can't even copy it. Chen Yufeng, you are really amazing. If this was a positive publicity, Pei Qian would definitely call Chen Yufeng over to give him a lecture. As the head of the department, if you don't even think about the publicity plan, what's the use of you? But Pei Qian originally planned to use the 10 million to waste, and Chen Yufeng organized such an event, which was exactly what he wanted. The publicity of the event seems to be a little insufficient. At present, I only saw the publicity on the homepage of Rabbit Tail Live, and there seems to be no place to discuss it elsewhere. The competition will start in the afternoon. This kind of publicity is too weak. It's a bit embarrassing for Tenda. Pei Qian immediately called Chen Yufeng. I see that Rabbit Tail Live is going to hold a new competition this afternoon. Why is the promotion so weak? Is there not enough funding? Chen Yufeng on the other end of the phone hurriedly explained, No, Mr. Pei, the funds are definitely sufficient, but this competition is a long-term event, so there is no need to spend all the promotion funds in the early stage. I plan to spend it slowly and accumulate popularity slowly. Pei Qian immediately said, What do you mean it's unnecessary? I see you just can't bear it. If you can't bear it, it means that the promotion funds are still not enough. Well, I'll give you another 5 million, and you'll immediately advertise everywhere and buy water troops to stir up the popularity of the competition. Don't worry about whether it's cost-effective or not, just spend it. Chen Yufeng was stunned for a moment. Okay, Mr. Pei, I'll arrange it now. But, time is a bit tight. The competition will start in the afternoon. If I spend money to buy advertising space now, I'm afraid it will be too late in the afternoon. The earliest I can see the effect will be tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. If I hire a group of internet users to create momentum on the forum, it will have an immediate effect. Pei Qian smiled slightly. It doesn't matter, just promote it as much as possible. At noon, Binhe district. Qiao Liang had just finished lunch and sat in front of the computer. He didn't want to work again. As a full-time host, his living conditions are getting better and better, but his work efficiency is also plummeting. In the past, when he was short of food, he often spent 2 or 3 videos a week. Now, it's good to be able to produce 1 video a month. Damn it, where did my time go? Qiao Liang complained while habitually browsing his phone. Chapter 1012 The Battle of Proof of BP in the Underworld. Losing money to become the richest man started from gaming. Recently, Qiao Liang's schedule is quite casual. He sleeps until he wakes up naturally every morning, gets up around 10 o'clock, eats breakfast while watching videos, plays games for a while after eating to digest the food, and falls asleep on time after lunch at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He sleeps until around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and after basking in the sun on the sofa, it's dinner time before he has time to do anything. After dinner, the GPL game is about to start. There is no way. Many times, I watch short videos and forums on my phone, and 2 or 3 hours pass by unknowingly. It is difficult to control my dirty hands. Although Qiao Liang is well aware of this situation, he still has to watch his phone. This firm resistance to fragmented entertainment is not something that everyone can easily do. Rabbit Tail Live is going to hold a competition at 3 p.m.? The 10 old DGE members are going to get together again? Is this an event to regain popularity? Qiao Liang hasn't used Rabbit Tail Live for a while, because it takes an hour to log off, and he is too lazy to do it every day. Qiao Liang was also very dissatisfied with this mandatory 1-hour rule and complained about it many times in his fan group. He even wanted to talk to President Pei and ask him to cancel this completely unreasonable rule, but in the end he thought about it and gave up. If it was about the game, Qiao Liang felt that he still had a little say, but how to manage the live broadcast platform was entirely Tenda's own business. If Qiao Liang said something, it would be suspected of overstepping his authority, which was not good. Moreover, Qiao Liang felt that Rabbit Tail Live was not the core business of Tenda Group. Since he had to mess around, he would do it. Anyway, he would definitely change it back after hitting a wall for a long time. So after that, Qiao Liang hadn't used Rabbit Tail Live for a while. After netizens were tired of scolding, the popularity on the internet gradually decreased. However, this event obviously made Rabbit Tail Live the focus of discussion among netizens again. Qiao Liang roughly scanned the comments of the players, and most of them were still spraying. From 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., Rabbit Tail Live will have a match of 10 old DGE players. The promotional pictures have been put up. You can pay attention to it. Is there anyone still using Rabbit Tail Live? No way, no way. You can stick to being forced to hang up for an hour every day? You must be a tough guy. Is Rabbit Tail Live crazy? Do they have too much money to burn? It was popular before, but the forced 1-hour rule ruined the popularity of the website. Now they are using the DGE players to hype them up. It's completely stupid. That's right. The players still have to train on a daily basis. Arranging such a special entertainment match can't maintain their condition and strength. The players are also forced to operate for the sake of President Pei. Rabbit Tail Live, you guys should have some sense. Don't bother these players anymore. Don't watch it, don't increase their popularity. After a while, no one will watch it, and the popularity will drop, so it will naturally be stopped. Although some fans are looking forward to this game, there are still more negative comments overall. There is no way Rabbit Tail Live has offended passers-by a bit. The scolding has just disappeared during this period. When this game is promoted, passers-by remember the stupid rules of Rabbit Tail Live again. In addition, this activity is a bit like asking DGE players to help clean up their butts, so there are more people scolding. The audience this year is really strict. Although Qiao Liang was also very dissatisfied with the rules of Rabbit Tail Live, he did not react as strongly as others. After all, he is a freelancer, and it is easy for him to leave his phone idle for an hour. He just needs to hang his phone aside when playing games. If it was any other activity, it would be fine, and Qiao Liang wouldn't have to stay idle for an hour, but the DGE players haven't played a game together for several months. Although it was a gimmick, Qiao Liang still wanted to watch it. Therefore, Qiao Liang opened the Rabbit Tail Live app, which he had not logged in for a long time, turned on the focus mode, and honestly hung up for an hour, preparing to watch the game at 3 o'clock. After entering the focus mode, a countdown and a picture of a cartoon character sitting in meditation appeared on the page, as well as 2 lines of words. The reason why geniuses are so outstanding in people's eyes is not because they are gifted, but because they have made continuous efforts. 10,000 hours of tempering is a necessary condition for anyone to go from ordinary to world-class masters. Working 8 hours a day, it takes at least 5 years to become an expert in a field. If you take an extra hour a day to study a profession outside of your job, you will also achieve something in this field in 30 years. Qiao Liang couldn't help but sigh. Although this function is quite stupid, this sentence still makes some sense. The previous paragraph is actually the so-called 10,000-hour rule. Although people's talents vary, and the efforts required for success cannot be generalized, the 10,000-hour rule still has its merits. No matter how talented a person is, achieving success requires long-term hard work, and even the geniuses in history are no exception. The second paragraph is more like an extension of the 10,000-hour rule. In fact, most people can become professionals in a certain field within 5 years as long as their work is accumulative and improvable, and not repetitive. In addition to work, in theory, if you can take out an hour every day to study other fields, as long as you don't work blindly but systematically understand and learn some knowledge, you will always gain something if you persevere. The phone was put aside and couldn't be used, so Qiao Liang had to turn on the computer and do some work. He had always wanted to take some time to make a table of the chronology of domestic games, and sort out the development of domestic games, which could be regarded as accumulating some materials for the subsequent videos. But this matter has been delayed for several months, and every time I can't hold on after sorting out 2 or 3 items, I can't hold on and play with my phone silently. This time, although Qiao Liang still couldn't help wanting to play with his phone, when he saw the focus mode page displayed on the phone screen, Qiao Liang withdrew his hand that wanted to commit a crime and continued to work seriously. An hour passed quickly. Qiao Liang found that he was still a little unsatisfied, so he continued to work for another half an hour before saving his work and preparing to rest. This focus mode seems to be somewhat useful. If you can resist playing with your phone, you can actually have a lot more time every day. Although he had only worked for more than an hour, Qiao Liang was already satisfied. He opened the live broadcast room of the DGE players' game on Rabbit Tail Live without any guilt. Only then did Qiao Liang realize that the title of the live broadcast room that had been hidden had been revealed: Rabbit Tail Cup BP Proof Match. BP Proof Match? What kind of match is this? Qiao Liang was stunned. He had previously thought that this was just an ordinary entertainment match or a friendly match, where the 10 DGE players played some special heroes to satisfy the audience, but now it seems that the situation is not as simple as he thought. This match directly used the ICL League's second-channel broadcast station on Rabbit Tail Live, so the director, commentator, and other teams were ready. The 2 commentators were already introducing the rules of the game in advance. As the name suggests, the BP Proof Match is to let 2 top teams test the strength of some BP lineups to prove whether it is the coach's BP problem or the player's problem. Today is the first game of the BP Proof Match. We carefully selected a classic game from last week's GPL. The blue team used an early poke lineup with almost no team fighting, which was also denounced by many viewers as a hell BP lineup. Today, the two teams will use this lineup to play against each other once, and use the control variable method to verify whether this BP is a hell BP. If the side with the hell BP loses both games, it can be proved that it is a BP problem. If the side with the hell BP wins, it can be proved that it is a problem of the player's strength and tactical arrangement. If there is one win and one loss, we can also determine the BP of both sides through the analysis of the two games, whether the tolerance rate of this hell BP is high or low, stable or unstable. Later, we will give a vote in the BP-proof game live room of Rabbit Tail Live, and the audience will choose the most hell BP lineup. The lineup with the most votes is the lineup we will verify next. While the two commentators introduced the rules of the game, the screen in the live room also gave the specific lineup of this game. The rules of the BP-proof game are that the 10 heroes and their respective positions cannot be changed. In addition, there are no restrictions on the specific talent configuration, gameplay, and equipment of the heroes. Xiao Liang watched this game last week and still remembers it vividly. At that time, the coach of the blue team chose an early poke lineup. All the members had only 2 unstable control skills and no strict front row. As a result, the level 1 team fight was not handled well, and a kill and 2 groups of wild monsters were given away, and they were directly pushed by the opponent. And from the paper strength, the blue team is obviously stronger. So after this game, the coach of the blue team was criticized to pieces, and this lineup was also jokingly called the 5-to-1 coach lineup, and it didn't save it. This time, DGE Team 1 first took charge of this hell BP lineup, and DGE Team 2 took the opponent's lineup to play a game, then the lineups were swapped and played another game. Of course, since the original DGE Team 2 commander, Lao Zhou, has retired and become a coach, a small auxiliary who has performed very well in the current DGE club will make up for it to ensure that the two teams are close in paper strength. Moreover, both teams were temporarily pulled together, and they had not been run in beforehand, relying entirely on tacit understanding, which is basically a fair game. After listening to the rules, Xiao Liang instantly became energetic. This BP-proof match feels very interesting. If it is a waterfront match or an entertainment match, it is really meaningless, and you can't see the tactics. Professional players may not play seriously, and there is no viewing value. However, this BP-proof match is played completely according to the official match. Both sides must strive to win, which can maximize the intensity and excitement of the game. The most important thing is that this game can finally solve a series of unsolved mysteries, to a certain extent. Is the loss due to poor BP or poor performance of the players? Should the coach or the players bear the blame? The barrage coach kept saying brainless BP. When it comes to understanding the game, is it the eyes of the masses are sharp or if the truth is often in the hands of a few people? Xiao Liang suddenly became interested because he also wanted to know the answer. Chapter 1013 Misunderstanding Resolved. Pei Qian immediately shook his head, of course not. What I mean is that your current work focus is all on customers, and every day you just receive customers and introduce products to customers. This is too simple. In fact, many customers come here just to browse around, and they don't plan to buy. I think you should do this, play more games and watch TV in the store, just like you are at home. Only after using it for a long time can you better understand the shortcomings of the product, right? If a customer comes, you don't need to entertain them immediately. Let them walk around and look around. If they are interested in a certain product, you can introduce it to them. You must be reserved, understand? Don't be like other salesmen, who see customers like flies and surround them. It's very annoying. You must take care of the customer's emotions and only speak when the customer needs it. Of course, don't be too cold. You have to grasp the degree of this yourself. I see you playing games when you are in the store. This is a good phenomenon. Play more games. Next time I come, I won't ask you about your business situation, but I will ask you about your game progress. Tian Mo opened his mouth slightly, and his eyes were blank. Mr. Pei, what? As a salesperson, you must be reserved? In the future, don't ask about sales, ask about game progress? All golden sentences. Tian Mo instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know where it was, or maybe nothing was wrong. Just when Tian Mo was confused, Mr. Pei had already patted his shoulder with a smile, and then left. Tian Mo scratched his head, a little confused for a while. After thinking about it, he sat down on the sofa, picked up the controller and continued to play the game. Leaving the mall, Pei Qian was in a good mood. Seeing that Tian Mo was so reliable, this sales department could also make people feel at ease. Today is Sunday, Pei Qian came here on a whim to take a look. He was already working overtime, so he was going to Moyu Internet Cafe for lunch, and then go home for a nap. Just as he sat down at Moyu Internet Cafe, the phone rang. It was Qin Yufeng, from Rabbit Tail Live. Boss, Pei. The BP proof contest was very popular before, and the effect was very good. I plan to strike while the iron is hot and invest all the publicity funds in the short term to divert traffic to Rabbit Tail Live. Because there are some changes in the arrangement of publicity funds, I will report to you in advance. Pei Qian was shocked. Absolutely not. Qin Yufeng was stunned. Ah? Why not? Pei Qian was so angry that he couldn't even speak. You still have the nerve to ask why? You told me that it was a BP-proof match. You secretly wrote a special mode and ended up deceiving the audience and me too. Originally, this publicity fund was to be spent slowly and over a long period of time, but Qin Yufeng felt that it was a bit of a waste not to spend money to divert traffic as the popularity was so high, so he hoped to spend this publicity fund in a short period of time. Pei Qian definitely disagreed. He coughed twice and said, if you spend it this way, the publicity efficiency will be very poor. I think it's better to spend it slowly in the previous way. Qin Yufeng was a little surprised. How could it be? Mr. Pei, the popularity of the BP proof match is high now. Spending money on publicity can take advantage of the momentum, and the publicity effect will definitely not be bad. Pei Qian was a little angry. Why so much talk? Do as I say. Although he still felt a little sorry, Qin Yufeng didn't dare to say more. Okay, Mr. Pei, sorry to bother you, then let's follow the previous publicity plan. Qin Yufeng was a little regretful after hanging up. I shouldn't have asked too much. Since Mr. Pei's publicity is inefficient, there must be a reason. If I ask one more question, it means I don't trust Mr. Pei. It seems that Rabbit Tail Live has developed well recently, and I have become a little arrogant. I dare to question Mr. Pei's understanding. I have to reflect on it when I go back. Qin Yufeng no longer thought about changing the promotion strategy. He temporarily put all the work behind him and sat in his living room to rest. After lunch, Qin Yufeng watched TV for a while. When he looked up, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Huh? The GPL game seems to be about to start. Today is Sunday, and the ICL will also start the game at 5 o'clock. The last game in the evening is scheduled for star teams and highlights. It should be very exciting. Which team will play against which team in the first game of GPL? Oh. It seems to be the team that was criticized for Hell BP before. Qin Yufeng turned on the TV and prepared to watch today's game. A large part of Rabbit Tail Live's business is supported by the 2 leagues of GPL and ICL. As the person in charge, although Qin Yufeng cannot miss every game, it is also a work requirement to watch as many games as possible. Although it is Sunday, the first game in the afternoon is at 3 o'clock, and it is scheduled to be a match between weak teams, which will not be particularly exciting. So Qin Yufeng didn't really watch it. He was slowly brewing tea on the coffee table and watching it intermittently. The two teams took the stage and soon entered the BP phase. Everything went on in an orderly manner. Chen Yufeng didn't pay much attention to it at first, but just after pouring out the first brew of tea, he suddenly realized that something seemed wrong. Why do the heroes selected on the screen look so familiar? Looking more closely, this team that was criticized for its hellish BP seems to have picked the no-team opening lineup again. Although the opponents were different and the heroes they chose were not exactly the same, this team actually picked the hellish BP that was criticized so badly again. Chen Yufeng instantly became alert and quickly opened the barrage. Sure enough, the barrage exploded. Oh my god, another hellish BP? Stop it, didn't you watch the recent BP verification match? It's already cleared. It's an advantage for a strong team to get this lineup. Could it be that this coach also watched the BP verification match? To prove that he has no problem, so he takes it again? It's possible. The coach probably doubted himself after being criticized so badly before, but seeing that this lineup has been proven, he can play it again. It would be embarrassing if he was beaten again. Doesn't that prove that the coach has no problem, but the players are not? I feel that this coach should be here to train the players' mentality. Originally, there wouldn't be many people paying attention to the duel between two weak teams, but as soon as this BP came out, the popularity of the barrage exploded instantly. Because of the popularity of the BP certification match, many viewers have been discussing the advantages and disadvantages of this lineup, the strong period, the early tactical arrangements, and other details. Because there have been so many discussions, most viewers are already familiar with all the details. Now that this lineup is selected again, the audience feels that they know it very well and feel that this game just hits their professional field, so the discussion enthusiasm is naturally high. As soon as the game started, the barrage began to comment on the playing styles of both sides. No invasion at level 1? Do you know how to play? Obviously the opponent is also prepared, with 5 people here, and a forced invasion may result in death. They played very steadily in the early stage, but they fought for all the resources they should have fought for. I have to say, they played much better than last time with this Hell BP again. They basically paid attention to the details and implemented the tactics in place. Both teams obviously watched the 2 games of the BP-proof match, and it feels like their tactical level has improved. But the opponent is at a disadvantage, because the lineup they chose is not the same as the lineup of the BP-proof match, and some details cannot be copied mechanically. Under the attention of countless barrage coaches, the team that got the Hell BP lineup again actually corrected the shortcomings in the previous tactics, and did not collapse like before, but played better and better. It even makes people wonder if they are the same team as last week. Chen Yufeng watched the game seriously and suddenly realized. That's it. I understand why President Pei asked me to take my time, because I don't need to spend money to buy popularity in the short term. As long as I wait, the popularity will come naturally. The lineups used in the BP-proof match are all from the GPL League and the ICL League, and the teams participating in the BP-proof match are all strong teams. In other words, the lineups that strong teams can't play will definitely be abandoned, and the lineups that strong teams can play will definitely be learned by other teams. In other words, as long as the BP-proof match is played well, the teams in the middle and lower reaches of the 2 leagues will definitely watch and learn. This is equivalent to the 2 league officials promoting the BP-proof match broadcast by Rabbit Tail Live. With this kind of popularity, why advertise? It's so cost-effective to spend this publicity money slowly. Sure enough, President Pei is still shrewd and has predicted this in advance and stopped me. Otherwise, I might have spent money in vain on impulse. Chen Yufeng was scolded by President Pei in the afternoon. He was not in a good mood, but now he completely understands it. Sure enough, President Pei is always right. Misunderstanding resolved. Chapter 1014 The Exclusive Advantage of Rabbit Tail Live Broadcast. Although the BP-proof game has been played, the audience still has not reached a consensus on who should take the blame. After all, different positions and perspectives mean that different people see different things in the same game. But this BP-proof game at least proves one thing, that is, this lineup is not hellish. As long as it is played well, it can win, and the winning rate is not bad. The key lies in whether it has been practiced enough, whether the details are in place, whether the team's strength supports it, and whether there are any flaws in the tactical choices in the game. And this is a lineup that must get an advantage in the early stage. If it can't get it, it will fall apart and look particularly stupid. The reason why many viewers call it hellish BP is because this lineup was messed up in its first appearance due to execution problems, showing its worst side, thus leaving the audience with the stereotype that this lineup is purely brain-dead. After the BP-proof game, the audience can seamlessly connect and watch the GPL League, but it is obvious that although the GPL League has already started, the discussion about the BP-proof match still occupies most of the space on the internet. Xiao Liang flipped through it briefly and saw a lot of reposting and discussions about the BP-proof match on several forums related to the competition. The recorded video of this competition was reposted to the Ellie Island website as soon as possible, so that those viewers who did not watch the live broadcast could watch and learn repeatedly. Of course, as the copyright holder of the competition, Rabbit Tail Live actually has the right to ask the Ellie Island website not to repost the relevant videos of the BP-proof match, but Chen Yufeng is not stupid and will definitely not do so. Instead, he will arrange for the official account of Rabbit Tail Live to repost it, so as to further expand its influence. The popularity of Rabbit Tail Live is now at a low point. Although it has undergone a series of publicity in the early stage, a large number of viewers still failed to see the live broadcast of the BP-proof match for various reasons. Reposting the recorded video to the Ellie Island website will further increase its popularity and help more viewers know about the BP-proof match. Of course, viewers can choose to watch the recorded broadcast every time, so that they can avoid the trouble of the mandatory 1 hour of Rabbit Tail Live, but most people still like to watch the live broadcast, because live broadcast means that they can grasp the relevant information at the first time, and it is what is happening at the moment. Watching the recorded broadcast has no such flavor at all. Although today's BP-proof match has ended, the popularity is still spreading, even more so than the current ongoing matches. After all, the teams that can be scheduled at this time today are not star teams. They are not popular and their tactical level is not high. How can they challenge the 10-star players of DGE's original first and second teams? Coupled with the novel competition system of the BP-proof match, the discussion has exploded. Players who originally complained a lot about Rabbit Tail Live have also changed their views, to some extent. I have to say that Rabbit Tail Live is really good at making things happen. This BP competition has answered many years of doubts. It seems that it is not the lineup that is bad, but the players who played badly. The coach is wronged. It is too unreasonable to take the blame. Why didn't the coach come out to explain before? How to explain? Wouldn't it be aggravating the crime if he explained? In the eyes of the barrage coach, being able to select such a lineup is enough to cause a cerebral hemorrhage. If you still insist on it, it will be aggravating the crime. The cerebral hemorrhage will evolve into a cerebral thrombosis for 10 years. It seems that this BP certification competition is really meaningful. At least it taught the barrage coaches one thing: the team coaches are all professionals, and the selection of players is also carefully considered. It is really not something that the barrage coaches can just touch. Don't be too sure. Today's game only proved that this BP is fine, but what about other BPs? Look at the vote this time. Aren't the remaining BPs all lineups that can only be selected after a 10-year brain hemorrhage? I have voted for this True 5 Protect 1 lineup. The 5 heroes are all tools and have no damage at all. I want to see if the next BP proof match can prove this lineup. Indeed, this BP-proof match may not always prove that the coach is right. It may also prove that the coach did have a brain hemorrhage at the time. I think I can continue to pay attention to it later. Damn, I want to watch every issue later, but doesn't this mean that I have to hang up an hour in advance every day in the future? Who of you brothers has a hang-up software, or something like that? To be honest, rabbit tail is straight. Although the broadcast is stupid, this game is still interesting. Isn't it just an hour of AFK? I can bear it. Fuck, don't compromise. You must have the willpower to watch the recorded broadcast rather than give in. I can't bear it. This game is too interesting and popular. When the game starts, all the forums will be discussing it. Can you bear not to watch and wait for the recorded broadcast? I can't do it anyway. In fact, I now think that this mandatory 1-hour function doesn't seem so difficult to accept. You can turn on the focus mode when you are working and get away from your phone for an hour, or watch some popular science broadcasts on Rabbit Tail Live, and an hour will pass quickly. I have a few good broadcasters here. Some talk about economics, some talk about literature, and some teach foreign languages. I can share them with you. Watching these discussions, Xiao Liang couldn't help but sigh secretly. As expected, humans still can't get rid of the really fragrant attribute. It has to be said that the timing of this BP-proof match of Rabbit Tail Live was very good. Rabbit Tail Live did not explain or apologize for the mandatory 1 hour too much, but let the matter pass, because explanations or apologies are meaningless, and they will still be criticized. Moreover, if this rule is changed back, it may be ridiculed even more. Rabbit Tail Live obviously knows that if it wants to regain popularity and reputation, the key is to see what kind of content the live broadcast platform can provide to the audience. As long as the content provided is unique and excellent enough, the audience will still come to watch. And the BP-proof match is obviously an exclusive content that only Rabbit Tail Live can do. Because this competition must gather two top teams with similar strengths, the final result will be convincing. If it is just an ordinary strong team, then the audience will doubt whether the team found is not strong enough, so it did not play the upper limit of this lineup? Is it because the difference in strength between the two teams is too great, so the results are not very meaningful? Only by letting the top teams play this proving match, those unruly audiences will be truly convinced. On the GOG side, the strongest teams are the first and second teams of the original DGE, which can also be regarded as two all-star teams, and on the IOI side, the strongest teams are currently the FV team and the SUG team. These four teams have very close relationships with the Tenda Group. Except for Rabbit Tail Live, other live broadcast platforms simply cannot invite them. What's more, the Tenda Group is the organizer of the GPL League. At the same time, it also broadcasts the second channel stream of the ICL League better than the official Longyu Group. It has an extremely excellent director, commentator, and data analysis team, and can professionally summarize the final results of the BP certification competition. All these factors together make this BP certification competition an exclusive skill of Rabbit Tail Live, and other live broadcast platforms cannot replicate it even if they want to. Xiao Liang couldn't help but sigh. This BP certification competition is really interesting. The key is that as the competition progresses, the audience will think that the brainless BP will emerge in an endless stream, and this BP certification competition can be held continuously, and the content of each issue will be different, and the audience will never get tired of watching it. Although Rabbit Tail Live is not the only platform for broadcasting these two leagues, it can slowly convert the audience of the two leagues into users of its own platform. This is much more effective than advertising. Mr. Pei is indeed worthy of being Mr. Pei. He just showed off his skills and pinched the Achilles heel of other live broadcast platforms. Such a genius idea can only be thought of by a designer like Mr. Pei who truly loves games, esports, and gets along well with players. Chapter 1015 Sales Department Recruitment Method. April 27, Friday. BP-proof match? What is this? In Moyu Internet Cafe, Pei Qian was drinking coffee while watching the overwhelming discussions on various forums, and fell into a sluggish state again. What happened to the DGE Veterans Entertainment match? Is this how you entertain? Pei Qian originally thought that this event was nothing big, just inviting the veterans back to play an entertainment match and bring some popularity to Rabbit Tail Live, but now he found out that it was not the case at all. I was fooled by Qin Yufeng. Pei Qian was speechless. It was all because Qin Yufeng only wrote special mode when promoting it before. If the rules were written clearly, he would never pass it. Pei Qian happened to have something to do at school yesterday, so he didn't pay attention to the situation on Rabbit Tail Live. It was not until this morning when he came to Moyu Internet Cafe to have breakfast and drink coffee that he took out his mobile phone and looked through the forum. Then he found out that he was fooled. Last night, various discussions about the BP-proof match occupied the hot posts of many game forums, and the recorded video on the Ellie Island website also received a high number of views. What makes people even more speechless is that many people have downloaded Rabbit Tail Live again, just to be able to watch the new BP-proof competition as soon as possible. If it weren't for the mandatory 1-hour rule of Rabbit Tail Live that is now blocking players, so that the momentum of this rising popularity has been curbed to a certain extent, Pei Qian's mentality will collapse again. This activity plan is really a failure. But, it's not to the point of being irreversible. Although many people now say that they want to download Rabbit Tail Live again and hang up every day, most of them are just 3-minute enthusiasm and can't stick to it. The popularity of this BP-proof competition will eventually fade away, and the audience will still be discouraged by the mandatory 1-hour rule of Rabbit Tail Live. Well, in that case, don't give Rabbit Tail Live resources in the near future, let its popularity cool down a little bit before talking about it. By the way, I don't know what's going on with Tian Mo. Even if he is stupid, it's been more than a week, and he should have memorized everything, right? Pei Qian looked at the calendar. The last time he saw Tian Mo should have been last Thursday. After that, Pei Qian briefly explained the requirements of the experience store to Liang Qingfan and asked him to choose the location of the first experience store. In addition, Pei Qian also made some other arrangements and helped Tian Mo prepare a place to practice. It's almost time to check the homework. In fact, Pei Qian was a little unsure. Should he hope that Tian Mo could memorize these rules? Or should he hope that he couldn't memorize them? If Tian Mo didn't memorize them, it means that either Tian Mo's IQ has been low to a certain extent, or Tian Mo doesn't care about his work at all, which seems to be good news. But if Tian Mo memorized them, it means that Tian Mo is more obedient and easier to control after work, and will not go astray seriously. Pei Qian thought about it, and he was more inclined to the latter. Strolled to the office of the Advertising and Marketing Department. The employees of the Advertising and Marketing Department were all slacking off, some playing games, some watching TV series, and they looked quite comfortable. Most of them were so focused that they didn't notice President Pei's arrival at all. Even if they noticed it, they just smiled and nodded, and didn't show any shame because they were playing games. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this and nodded frequently. But when he saw Meng Chang's empty workstation, Pei Qian was instantly furious. This Meng Chang, after messing up the matter, just disappeared. This is really outrageous. Pei Qian trusted Meng Chang so much before that he was completely responsible for the promotion of Mission and Choice and didn't even ask too much. Meng Chang also patted his chest and guaranteed that there would be absolutely no problem. What was the result? Mission and Choice not only did not lose popularity, but became popular, and Meng Chang, the first person responsible, simply pretended to be dead and didn't even come to work. Pei Qian was speechless and wanted to call him and scold him in person. But then he thought again, it was almost the end of the month, Meng Chang would come to his office sooner or later to check the commission for this month, and it would not be too late to scold him then, so there was no need to rush and make himself look impatient. Thinking of this, Pei Qian temporarily suppressed his anger and looked at Tian Mo's workstation. Tian Mo was in a daze at his workstation, looking bored. After being in a daze for a while, he took out a small notebook and recited the sales department guidelines that President Pei had given him again, and then fell into a daze again. Obviously, he had memorized it a long time ago, but after memorizing it, he had nothing to do but stare blankly. Pei Qian came to his workstation and coughed twice. "How is it? Have you memorized the rules?" Tian Mo saw that it was President Pei, and his face showed the joy of a person who had been released from prison. He immediately stood up. "I have memorized it. President Pei, I will recite it to you now." Pei Qian immediately raised his hand to signal him to stop. "No need, I believe you." Tian Mo, he had memorized all the contents by heart, and was just waiting to show off in front of President Pei, but he didn't have the chance to show off at all, which was very embarrassing. Pei Qian waved at him. "Since you have memorized it, then follow me, you can enter the next stage." After leaving Shenhua Haojing, the driver Xiao Sun drove the two to a nearby shopping mall. Tian Mo followed President Pei in confusion, and the two took the elevator to the 5th floor of the mall. A casual glance showed that there were all kinds of digital product stores around, including stores for various brands of mobile phones, as well as stores for audio, television, projector, and computer brands. One of the stores was locked, and it seemed that it was not open for business. Pei Qian took Tian Mo straight to the door, took out the key from his pocket to open the door, and then handed the key to Tian Mo. Tian Mo was stunned for a moment. "Boss Pei, this." Pei Qian smiled and said, "You will sell things here in the future. Practice first. When you are good at it, there will be a bigger stage waiting for you to perform." Tian Mo looked up and noticed that although the sign above the store did not have a specific brand name, it had the logos of Tenda Group and Uda Technology. Looking further inside, the store is divided into two parts. Outside is a small hall with good light coming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and on one side is a transparent glass cabinet, which displays various Tenda-related products, such as fully automatic smart bar-raising machines, automobile phones, physical game discs, game figures, etc. On the other side are sofas, large TVs, and a fully automatic smart bar-raising machine in use, which seems to be for customers to rest and try out. In addition to this small hall, there is another part of the space with darker light. There are a total of 6 small TVs and 6 single sofas, 3 on each side, probably the game trial area. This is the place where Pei Qian arranged for Tian Mo to practice. Pei Qian has arranged Liang Qingfan to set up a large experience store, but the site selection and decoration of such a large store will definitely not be done in a short time. And Pei Qian also considered that letting Tian Mo take over this large experience store that covers thousands of square meters and may have several floors right after he starts may cause problems. What if Tian Mo is not proficient in persuading customers to leave? When a large number of customers come in, all kinds of goods are sold out. During the renovation of this large experience store, Pei Qian decided to rent a small store in a nearby shopping mall and put some Tenda products in it so that Tian Mo can practice the skills of persuading customers to leave. This place will be yours from now on. Do you know what you should do when customers come? Pei Qian asked. Tian Mo nodded immediately. I understand. Okay, then I'll test you. Pei Qian took an OTTOE1 mobile phone from the side. I want to buy this phone now. What should you say? Tian Mo was slightly stumped. I should truthfully describe the various parameters of this phone, and talk about its advantages and disadvantages. I should not deliberately induce customers to buy it, and let customers make their own decisions. Pei Qian shook his head. No, you should directly tell customers that this is an old model from more than a year ago, and it is not recommended to buy it at all. For such a thing that is not recommended to buy at all, why introduce the parameters? Tian Mo opened his mouth slightly, and was speechless for a moment. Why put things that are not recommended to buy at all on the shelf? Pei Qian picked up a physical disc of turning back from the side. What if I want to buy this game? Tianmo thought for a moment and said, I will tell the customer truthfully that this game is a difficult action game and it is not recommended for ordinary people to try. Pei Qian nodded slightly. Well, that's good, but in addition, you should also tell the customer that there are often various discounts when buying digital versions online, which will be much cheaper and more cost-effective. Even if you want to buy it, you must not buy it in a physical store. What if the customer himself has no experience in action games, but insists on buying it despite dissuasion? Tianmo was a little confused. Then sell it to him? Pei Qian shook his head. Wrong. You should let him go to the trial area over there to try it out first. When he dies enough, he will naturally give up. Tianmo scratched his head, with 3 parts of confusion and 7 parts of confusion in his eyes. Pei Qian sighed slightly. I can see that although you have memorized all the rules, you have memorized them by rote without truly understanding them, and you have not been able to apply them to other situations. So, keep working hard. Tianmo looked guilty. Yes. Pei Qian sat down on the sofa next to him and said, by the way, you can start recruiting a few employees for the sales department. You can't take care of such a big store by yourself. Tianmo nodded immediately. Okay, Mr. Pei, what should I do? Post the position on the recruitment website? Pei Qian shook his head immediately. No. If I post the position on the recruitment website, I will ask the Human Resources Department to do it. Do I need to tell you? In this way, you can find a few of your classmates or childhood friends. Primary school classmates, junior high school classmates, and high school classmates are all fine, but the only requirement is that their academic qualifications cannot be higher than yours. Tianmo, can't be higher than mine? But I just graduated from high school. Tianmo thought that there are classmates with lower academic qualifications than him, but there won't be many. The key is whether these people can help. Can you complete the task assigned by President Pei? Pei Qian coughed twice and explained, as the saying goes, brothers fight together and fathers and sons fight together. If I recruit strangers, I'm afraid you won't cooperate well. I'd rather recruit old classmates, preferably classmates or childhood friends who have a good relationship with each other, so that they can more easily generate team cohesion. These people can't be better than you, because a department can only have one idea. If you say one thing and he says another, who should the rest of the department listen to? So, you recruit people according to this standard. After recruiting, tell the Human Resources Department and start working directly without going through those cumbersome procedures. Pei Qian doesn't want the recruited employees to be smarter than Tianmo, and then give Tianmo advice and lead Tianmo astray. If that happens, wouldn't his hard work in training Tianmo be in vain? Previously, all department recruitments were unified recruitments. Although Pei Qian has worked very hard, the quality of the people recruited through written tests and interviews is still too high. So, Pei Qian wants to try the nepotism method in the sales department to see what the result is. Okay, let's do this first. You look after this store while looking for people. Tell me if you need anything at any time. By the way, take this business card. Tianmo reached out and took the business card and took a look at it, a little confused. Pei Qian explained, this is a stylist. You can make an appointment with him some other day and ask him to help you dress up and match a few sets of clothes. All expenses will be reimbursed by the company. Don't think about saving money, just spend as much as you can. As a salesperson, you still have to pay attention to your image. Oh, the only requirement is that you don't wear formal clothes. It doesn't matter what you wear except formal clothes. Chapter 10:16 Relaxing the Standards. April 28, Saturday afternoon. This mall is already a popular mall in the neighborhood. Now that it is the weekend, it is even more crowded and lively. A man who is about 1.82 meters tall, very burly but with a silly expression, stands at the door of a dessert shop in the mall, looking around blankly while reading the message on his mobile phone. Suddenly, he felt someone patting his shoulder. He turned his head and smiled immediately on his silly face, big black dog. Tian Mo also smiled, Dongzi, we haven't seen each other for more than a year. This burly man is called Dong, and he is Tian Mo's junior high school classmate. Old friends meet, and both are very happy. Dong looked Tian Mo up and down, hey? What's wrong with your outfit? This little hairstyle is also very lively. It's only been more than a year since we last met. Have you made a fortune? Tian Mo has found the stylist, as Mr. Pei said, and packaged himself in all aspects. Including the hairstyle, clothes, and accessories, everything was changed, and they were all casual clothes. It didn't look businesslike like formal clothes, but instead gave people a very trendy and youthful feeling. The change was so great that Dong didn't recognize him at first. Tian Mo smiled, I'll talk about my story slowly. As for you, I heard from Taizhu that you were deceived into a scammer's den, and it took more than 2 months to rescue you. I was wondering why you didn't reply to my messages during that time. Dong scratched his head in shame. The person who deceived me was one of my former masters. I didn't expect that. But don't worry, I ate and drank a lot in there, and I was rescued not long after. Tian Mo didn't ask any more questions, and took Dong to the mall and said, what do you do now? Dong smiled innocently, I don't have a job yet. An uncle of mine said he would ask for help and see if he could arrange a job as a security guard in a residential property. Tian Mo shook his head, what's the point of being a security guard? You might as well follow me. Dong was surprised and said, really? Brother Go, you are rich? No problem, we are all security guards, and it's better to be a security guard for brothers. Brother Go, just give me a salary. Of course, it would be even better if you can provide food and accommodation. Tian Mo smiled, don't worry, although the salary is not set by me, it is definitely more than you can imagine. I am not rich, I just met a noble person. Do you know Tenda Group? I know the boss of Tenda Group. He arranged this job for me. Tian Mo was full of pride. Is the boss of Tenda an ordinary person? How many people in Jingzhou want to meet him, but can't? Now I can report my work every day. Isn't it worth being proud? Dong was skeptical, really? Isn't Tenda a big group? Are you sure that's the boss of Tenda? Don't tell me he's a liar under the banner of Tenda. Tian Mo rolled his eyes, can I be as stupid as you? Among us brothers, you have the least clever brain. You still have the nerve to remind me. Dong scratched his head a little embarrassedly, that's true. As the two talked, they came to the door of the store that Tian Mo had just taken over yesterday. Tian Mo took out the key from his pocket to open the door, and then led Dong in. This is it. This will be our store from now on. Is it awesome? Tian Mo had the attitude of a master, and his words revealed a strong sense of pride. He knew very well that President Pei was very busy and had very few opportunities to come to this store. There was no other leadership between him and President Pei, so he was treated like a local emperor in this store. Although the turnover of this store had nothing to do with his income, he had almost all the control over this store, so he naturally had a sense of ownership. Dong was almost dumbfounded. Wow, such a big store. In such a big mall, the monthly rent must be at least several hundred, right? Tian Mo was a little speechless. Several hundred? Do you think this place is free? Forget it, I don't blame you. You have no concept of numbers. People who only got 30 points in math shouldn't show off their understanding here. Anyway, this will be our store from now on. When it stabilizes after a while, I will call Taizhu, and others to come. We good brothers will share hardships and wealth together. Xuangdong was very moved. Brother Go, the first person you think of when you become rich is me? I am so moved. Tianmo sighed, there is no way, who let us brothers, you are the dumbest one among them. The others should be able to find temporary jobs with their own abilities. I am really worried about you. And Tianmo lowered his voice slightly, I am just testing the boss's limit. If even someone like you can be hired, the other brothers should be fine too. Xuangdong walked around the store twice and carefully picked up a mobile phone for display and played with it. This is a real phone. Tianmo, nonsense, can the phones they sell be fake? Xuangdong glanced at the price tag in front of the shelf. Wow, it's so expensive. It's 10 times more expensive than my phone. There are still many unopened ones in the backstage? The total value of all these goods must be hundreds of thousands. The boss trusts you too much. Isn't he afraid that you will run away with the goods? Tianmo was speechless. Run away? Am I mentally ill? I want to go to jail by leaving a job with a monthly salary of several thousand. Besides, the boss trusts me so much. If I steal in the store, am I still a human being? Xuangdong hurriedly said, of course I know you are not such a person, but the boss may not know it. I just think this boss is too courageous. He handed over such a big store directly to you. This kind of trust is really not something that ordinary people can have. Tianmo nodded, of course, our boss is not an ordinary person. Xuangdong sat on the sofa and asked, Brother Go, when do we start working? Tianmo said, don't worry, everything has to follow the process. I have agreed with the stylist, and I will take you to get a styling and repackaging later, so as not to affect the company's image. Don't worry, all expenses will be reimbursed directly by the accounting company, and I don't even know how much I spent. When I come back, I will first teach you to recite the rules of our sales department. After you have recited the rules, I will introduce the detailed parameters of various products in our store to you, and you must remember them all. During this period, you can help me look after the store and learn how I communicate with customers. Although I haven't fully met Mr. Pei's requirements for communicating with customers, at least I've gotten started. When he heard that he had to memorize something, Xuangdong was a little worried. This. Brother Go, you know that I have a bad memory. I couldn't even memorize ancient poems in junior high school. You asked me to remember so many things. It's too difficult. Tianmo nodded slightly, well, that's right. It took me 2 days to memorize it word for word. It's really a bit difficult for you to memorize so many things. How about this, I'll write a report to Mr. Pei and ask if the standard can be relaxed a little. Just remember the general meaning. Xuangdong was very happy, that's great. After Tianmo sent Xuangdong to the stylist for transformation, he took out his mobile phone to send a message to Mr. Pei to briefly talk about Xuangdong's situation. Although Xuangdong's situation perfectly met Mr. Pei's requirements, when he really reported Xuangdong's resume to Mr. Pei, Tianmo still felt a little guilty. What's more, with Xuangdong's IQ, he couldn't even recite the rules, and he had to ask President Pei to show mercy and relax some of the standards, which made Tianmo even more uneasy. But no matter how uneasy he was, he still had to report truthfully. He deleted and revised it several times, and finally made up his mind and pressed the send button. Boss Pei, the first employee has been found. His name is Xuangdong. He is my junior high school classmate and a very good friend. Here is his photo and work experience. Boss Pei, don't worry. Although Xuangdong is not very smart, he is definitely a good person and very reliable. The only problem is that his memory is not very good. Can you be a little lenient about the sales department's rules? Just let him remember the general idea? After sending the message, Tianmo was a little nervous, fearing that Boss Pei would directly reject him. But within 2 minutes, Boss Pei replied. Okay. As the saying goes, we should recruit talents without any restrictions. The recruitment standards of the sales department have never been set in stone, and rote memorization cannot represent real ability. Since this person fully meets the standards and is your good friend, there will be no problem. You just need to take care of these employees. I trust you to do things. After reading Boss Pei's warm reply, Tian Mo was deeply moved. How can I deserve such trust from President Pei? I must work hard to repay President Pei for his kindness to us brothers. Tian Mo didn't know that President Pei was secretly happy at this time. This Tian Mo is good, he performed beyond his level and completed the task perfectly. You said you would find someone who is not as good as him, but you found me a junior high school graduate so quickly, and he can't even recite these few rules? And you have to ask me to relax the standards? Where did you get these talents from? It's amazing. Tian Mo sent a photo of Xuandong. Pei Qian took a look. This guy is tall and strong, with a square face and looks very stupid. He somehow gives people a sense of déjà vu of Lao Ma. But the problem is that no matter what, Lao Ma is a student of a prestigious university. No matter how low his IQ is, there is always a lower limit. This guy has surpassed Lao Ma in all aspects, just in terms of academic qualifications. The first employee recruited by Tian Mo is already like this, will the ones after him be worse? They must be better than the other. The development of the sales department has completely exceeded Pei Qian's expectations. It is even difficult for him to estimate what Tian Mo and his group will lead Tengda's sales department to in the future. For some reason, I am still a little looking forward to it. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1017 Nothing Can Be Sold. At noon, Tian Mo and Xuandong, who had changed his appearance, had lunch in the mall and returned to the store again. To celebrate, Tian Mo specially treated Xuandong to a buffet barbecue. The two of them were in a good mood. After the stylist's careful dressing, Xuandong finally looked like a person. Of course, there can't be two earth-shaking changes. After all, people's temperament is innate, and the subtle movements shown between gestures cannot be changed overnight. Stylists can't spend so much time to correct these subtle postures. But just from the dress, Xuandong is no longer the country boy who looks silly and stupid, and the overall feeling he gives people has been greatly improved. After lunch, the two returned to the store and officially opened for business. Although today is Saturday and the flow of people in the mall is quite large, the location of this store is not a prime location on this floor, and the sign at the door is too low-key, so no one comes for the time being. At the beginning, Tian Mo sat upright and looked ready for battle, but he soon collapsed. There were a few customers who passed by the door, but they just glanced into the store and left, seemingly not very interested. Tian Mo was a little bored. He thought about it, and first handed the small notebook with the rules to Xuandong, asking him to read and memorize them slowly. Xuandong took the small notebook very reverently, and then found a seat inside and sat down, reading it very seriously. Tian Mo turned on the TV, flipped through the physical game discs, and finally chose Struggle and started playing. He considered that Struggle was an interactive movie game, which did not require too much concentration to play, and could be stopped at any time, so that it was convenient to greet customers in time when they came, and the game's graphics were also good, which could leave a good impression on customers. After playing for a while, a customer finally came in. Tian Mo immediately put down the handle and stood up to greet him. The customer who came to the store was a man in his 30s, wearing a leather jacket, and he didn't look like he was short of money. He picked up a display phone from the counter and asked, "Are you selling mobile phones?" "What brand?" "I haven't seen your store before." Tian Mo quickly replied, "This is an auto phone, developed by the Tenda Group. We are a Tenda store and we sell Tenda products." The elder brother suddenly realized, oh. I said that the sign at the door looked familiar. Tenda has opened a store. Not bad. How much is this phone? Is it the price on the price tag? Is there any discount? Tian Mo couldn't help but secretly rejoice. I know this question. Mr. Pei taught me. He immediately answered truthfully, sorry, there is no discount. And I don't recommend you to buy it now, because this is a model from more than a year ago. The configuration is a bit outdated in all aspects. The cost performance is not high. It is very unprofitable to buy it now. The elder brother looked up at him and almost thought he had heard it wrong. Not recommended to buy? It is very unprofitable to buy it now? You are really interesting. This is the first time I see you do business like this. The elder brother put down the phone. In fact, he just asked casually and didn't plan to buy it. What's more, the clerk himself said that this phone was a product from more than a year ago. Wouldn't it be crazy to buy it? The elder brother looked around the store again and saw the fully automatic lifting machine at a glance. What is this? Tian Mo immediately introduced, this is called a fully automatic bar lifter. Its main function is to lift the bar, and its secondary function is to be used as a sound wall. Let me demonstrate. Fortunately, Tian Mo had already roughly understood the usage of these products in the store in advance, otherwise it would be too embarrassing to check the instructions on the spot. Obviously, this brother didn't know much about Tenda's products. This is also normal, because although these products of Tenda are popular on the internet, they are mainly influential among young people. People like this brother who are in their 30s or 40s or even older may have only heard of the name of Tenda Group, and most of them are not familiar with products such as mobile phones and fully automatic bar lifts. Tian Mo still talked about the shortcomings of the fully automatic bar lift as Mr. Pei said, saying that this thing is more hype than substance. If you consider the cost performance, it would be more cost-effective to buy some echo walls of big brands. This brother listened carefully throughout the whole process. After Tian Mo finished his introduction, he sighed, this has problems, that has shortcomings, why do you say that they are all not cost-effective? So you don't recommend buying all the things here? Then why do you put these things out? Tian Mo was speechless for a moment. This. Yes, according to what Mr. Pei said, this is not recommended to buy, and that is not recommended to buy. What is the purpose of opening this store? Tian Mo himself doesn't know why this is the case. How can he explain this to customers? The elder brother saw Tian Mo was stunned and laughed, forget it, I was just joking with you. I feel that you guys are quite conscientious in selling things. Other salesmen try their best to conceal the shortcomings, but you are better. You honestly tell the shortcomings first, which is a bit like willing to take the bait. Okay, thank you, I will come to see you when you have new products. The elder brother walked away. Tian Mo scratched his head and continued to sit on the sofa to play games. In the blink of an eye, the whole afternoon passed. Tian Mo looked at the watch. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the usual time to get off work. According to Mr. Pei, the sales department has more flexible working hours, 2 days off a week, 8-hour work system, and Tian Mo can freely arrange rotation when there are more people. Now there are only Tian Mo and Zhuang Dong in the entire sales department, so it is impossible to be so particular. Mr. Pei will not pursue those who are late or leave early, and naturally others can't care. This afternoon, quite a few people came. Basically, those who visit the digital product store on this floor will come to take a look. But Tian Mo found something very embarrassing. If it was young people who came, most of them knew about Tenda products such as automobile phones and fully automatic lifting machines. Those who wanted to buy had already bought them and would not wait until now, and the older ones, although they had never heard of these products, after Tian Mo's truthful introduction, they would not have any intention of buying them at all. So, the store's turnover was zero this afternoon. Not a single item was sold. Not to mention big items like mobile phones and fully automatic lifting machines. Not even a single game disc was sold. There was even an older sister who was very angry and criticized Tianmo because she felt that Tianmo didn't introduce the product well and kept saying that this product was not good or that product was not good, which was disrespectful to her, leaving Tianmo speechless. This afternoon was spent in a daze. Zhuangdong didn't get involved in these things. He was always reciting the rules on the sofa in the trial area, observing and learning how Tianmo received customers. After observing for a while, Zhuangdong was obviously puzzled. Although he didn't know much about sales, he had bought a lot of things since he was a child. Haven't you seen any seller who kept talking about the shortcomings of his own products? But the rules he was reciting did require this. Brother Go, I have memorized the rules roughly. But I have a question, are you sure this is the original words of the boss? Why do I feel so unreliable? We didn't sell a single thing in the afternoon. We are such a failure. The boss won't be angry, right? Zhuangdong was obviously a little confused. Tianmo was also confused, but these words were indeed said by President Pei himself, he was 100% sure. Why don't we stop here today, have dinner, and then go home to rest? I need to think carefully about what went wrong. Did I not understand Mr. Pei's true intention? I worked in vain this afternoon. I didn't sell anything. I only received a few compliments, saying that our sales are very conscientious and know how to consider customers, but what's the use of praise? We want to sell as many things as possible. Although Tianmo had anticipated that he might encounter such an embarrassing situation before, he never expected that he would not sell a single thing in a shopping mall with such a large flow of people. He thought that the business would be bad, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. The key is that President Pei also said that he would let him practice here, and there would be bigger stores waiting for him to take over in the future. How can he take over a bigger store after practicing like this? Tianmo was very frustrated. Now he just wanted to go back and have a good rest and reflect deeply on what went wrong. President Pei must have no problem. If he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself for his incompetence. Chapter 10:18 Being Caught Late by President Pei. April 29, Sunday morning. Tianmo and Zhuangdong were drinking coffee silently in the cafe in the mall, looking at each other in silence. Tianmo yawned and looked at the watch. It was almost 10 o'clock. Zhuangdong drank 3 sips of coffee, then asked, Brother Go, how is it, did you figure out anything last night? Tianmo rolled his eyes, don't ask. Zhuangdong was very obedient and didn't ask. Tianmo got off work at 5 o'clock yesterday. After returning to his residence, he reflected seriously and wanted to figure out what went wrong with the zero turnover on Saturday. As a result, he thought hard and thought until more than 2 o'clock in the morning, but he just couldn't figure it out. He put himself in the role of the customer and reflected on it. He felt that it was normal for the customer not to buy, and it was abnormal if he bought. The sales said that these products were not cost-effective. Are they stupid or cheap? Who would buy them? But these rules were set by President Pei himself, and President Pei would definitely not be wrong. So what went wrong? Tianmo really couldn't figure out this problem, so he didn't sleep well yesterday and got up late today. He was supposed to come to the store at 9 o'clock, but it was already 9 o'clock when he got up. It was already late anyway, so Tianmo decided to go all out and bring Zhuangdong to the cafe to have a cup of coffee to refresh himself before going to work. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you're late. It doesn't matter if you go earlier or later. You won't be able to sell anything. The two of them finished their coffee in silence, and then went upstairs to the door of the store. Tianmo was about to take out the key to open the door, but suddenly he was stunned. Because the door was already open. I saw President Pei sitting on the sofa in the store, playing games leisurely. Tian Mo's heart immediately clicked. It's bad. He was late on the second day of work, and was caught by President Pei. He never expected that today was Sunday, and President Pei actually came early in the morning, and he was not there at the time. This was too embarrassing. Tian Mo was already frozen, but Zhuangdong didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. Seeing that there was someone in the store, his first reaction was to step forward and ask, "Hey? Who are you? How did you get in?" Tian Mo almost spit out a mouthful of blood. He quickly grabbed Zhuangdong and said, "Don't say anything, you idiot. This is the boss." Zhuangdong was stunned. "Ah? Boss? Oh, sorry, boss." Tian Mo quickly stepped forward to apologize. "I'm sorry, Mr. Pei, I didn't know you before. He is a straightforward person, please don't take it to heart." Pei Qian put down the controller and stood up with a warm smile on his face. It's okay, it's okay. Young people, it's good to be straightforward. I like this kind of straightforward personality, not bad. You are Zhuangdong, right? I saw your resume before, and I felt that you have great potential, and I am very optimistic about you. After meeting you today, I am more certain of my judgment. You and Tian Mo will work hard in the future. The sales department will rely on you too to support me. Zhuangdong was a little flattered. Really? Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Tian Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He observed carefully and found that Mr. Pei's expression did not seem fake, and he did not seem angry. This is a good sign, indicating that Mr. Pei is in a good mood today, and he must hurry up to explain the lateness. Mr. Pei, I was late last night because I didn't sleep well, because I was thinking about work. Don't worry, this is the first and last time, and I will never make the same mistake again. Although this sentence sounds fake, Tian Mo knows that everything he said is true, so his tone is quite firm. Pei Qian showed concern. Didn't sleep well last night? How can that work? Health is the capital. Without a good body, how can you do your job well? You must pay attention to sleep and rest more in the future. Besides, the sales department is different from other departments. Hard work is not reflected by going to get off work on time. How about this? You can work according to the flexible working system in the future. As long as you guarantee the minimum working hours, it doesn't matter if you come a little late or leave a little early. Tian Mo was very touched. Okay, Mr. Pei, thank you for your understanding and support. He looked at Zhuangdong. Why are you still standing there? Go and pour Mr. Pei a glass of water. Oh, okay. Zhuangdong was standing there at a loss. Hearing this, he hurried to the water dispenser next to him and took a cup of hot water in a paper cup and handed it over. Pei Qian reached out and took it. Actually, I have nothing else to do today. I just want to see how the situation is here and whether the store is running according to my plan. How was the business yesterday? Tian Mo's heart sank, thinking that it was bad. Mr. Pei still asked. Zhuangdong offended Mr. Pei because he didn't know him, and he was late for an hour. These are all trivial matters. Mr. Pei is magnanimous and can ignore it at all. But yesterday's sales were 0, which is too unreasonable. After all, this store is located in a shopping mall. Although the location is not very good, it is not particularly bad. Yesterday was Saturday, but after working all day, nothing was sold. This is too embarrassing. If we tell the truth, President Pei will definitely doubt the ability of the brothers, but Tian Mo didn't dare to lie. He knew that Mr. Pei's rank was much higher than his. If he lied, a look or a micro-expression might expose him, and the consequences might be even worse. Tian Mo grunted for a long time before saying very ashamedly, Sorry, Mr. Pei, the store's turnover is still 0 so far, nothing has been sold. But don't worry, Mr. Pei, I will redouble my efforts and strive to open the store as soon as possible. Pei Qian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Not a single thing has been sold? Well done. Tianmo was stunned. Huh? Pei Qian realized that he was a little too proud, and quickly stopped. I mean, this result is very consistent with my expectations. This shows that you did not act on your own, but strictly followed the guidelines I gave you. Tianmo was a little confused. Completely in line with expectations? What you expected was, no sales? Pei Qian smiled slightly, with a philosophical light in his eyes. Yes, and no. In fact, the sales volume is not important. What is important is that customers are willing to buy after knowing the shortcomings of our products. The location of this store is not bad, and the daily traffic is not small. Not a single thing has been sold, which means that you have followed my requirements and introduced the shortcomings of these products to customers in detail, and persuaded them to quit. Instead of letting customers buy our products without knowing what's going on, and then complain when they encounter problems, we might as well tell customers about the problems with the products from the beginning so that they won't buy them at all. In this way, customers won't be cheated and have fewer worries, and we won't leave a bad impression on customers. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? This is a win-win situation. Tianmo felt a little dizzy, but Mr. Pei, when can we sell these things if we continue like this? If no one buys them, then. Pei Qian immediately said, if no one buys them, it's not your problem. That only means that our products are not good enough, not refined enough, and can't meet customer requirements. It's the product managers and designers who should keep working hard. In short, you should keep going as you are now. The less you sell, the more thoroughly you introduce the shortcomings of the products to customers, and the more successful your work will be. Moreover, this can also spur the product managers, and you will have made great contributions. Tianmo was completely dizzy. It was the first time he heard that a salesperson who couldn't sell anything was a great contribution. Tianmo originally thought that he would be criticized if President Pei caught him being late, but he never expected that he would be praised instead. He even felt a little embarrassed. Then, Mr. Pei, do you think there is anything we need to improve in our work? Tianmo asked. Pei Qian pondered for a moment. Well, if I have to say what needs to be improved. I think your work model is too simple. Tianmo was stunned for a moment. Ah? Mr. Pei, you mean that we should not wait for customers to come to the store all the time, but should go out more often to distribute flyers and attract customers? Chapter 10:19 Misunderstanding Resolved. Pei Qian immediately shook his head. Of course not. What I mean is that your current work focus is all on customers. Every day you just receive customers and introduce products to customers. This is too monotonous. In fact, many customers come here just to browse around and don't plan to buy. I think you should do this, play more games and watch TV in the store, just like you are at home. Only after using it for a long time can you better understand the shortcomings of the product, right? If a customer comes, you don't need to entertain them immediately. Let them walk around and look around. If they are interested in a certain product, you can introduce it to them. You must be reserved, understand? Don't be like other salesmen, who surround customers like flies when they see them. It's very annoying. You must take care of the customer's emotions and only speak when the customer needs it. Of course, don't be too cold. You should grasp the degree of this yourself. I see that you usually play games in the store. This is a good phenomenon. Play more games. Next time I come, I won't ask you about your business situation, but I will ask you about your game progress. Tianmo opened his mouth slightly, his eyes were blank. What did Mr. Pei say? As a salesperson, you must be reserved? In the future, don't ask about sales, ask about game progress? All golden sentences. Tianmo instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell where it was, or maybe nothing was wrong. Just when Tian Mo was blank, Mr. Pei had already patted his shoulder with a smile, and then left. Tian Mo scratched his head, a little blank for a while. After thinking about it, he sat down on the sofa, picked up the controller and continued to play the game. Leaving the mall, Pei Qian was in a good mood. Seeing that Tian Mo was so reliable, this sales department could also make people feel at ease. Today is Sunday, Pei Qian came here on a whim to take a look. He was already working overtime, so he was going to Moyu Internet Cafe for lunch, and then go home for a nap. Just as he sat down at Moyu Internet Cafe, the phone rang. It was Qin Yufeng, from Rabbit Tail Live. Boss, Pei. The BP proof contest was very popular before, and the effect was very good. I plan to strike while the iron is hot and invest all the publicity funds in the short term to divert traffic to Rabbit Tail Live. Because there are some changes in the arrangement of publicity funds, I will report to you in advance. Pei Qian was shocked. Absolutely not. Qin Yufeng was stunned. Ah? Why not? Pei Qian was so angry that he couldn't even speak. You still have the nerve to ask why? Didn't you tell me that it was a BP-proof match? You secretly wrote a special mode and ended up deceiving the audience and me too. Originally, this publicity fund was to be spent slowly and over a long period of time, but Qin Yufeng felt that it was a bit of a waste not to spend money to divert traffic as the popularity was so high, so he hoped to spend this publicity fund in a short period of time. Pei Qian definitely disagreed. He coughed twice and said, if you spend it this way, the publicity efficiency will be very poor. I think it's better to spend it slowly in the previous way. Qin Yufeng was a little surprised. How could it be? Mr. Pei, the popularity of the BP proof match is high now. Spending money on publicity can be said to be taking advantage of the momentum. The publicity effect will definitely not be bad. Pei Qian was a little angry. Why so much talk? Do as I say. Although he still felt a little sorry, Qin Yufeng didn't dare to say more. Okay, Mr. Pei, sorry to bother you, then let's follow the previous publicity plan. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yufeng felt a little regretful. I shouldn't have asked too much. Since Mr. Pei said that this kind of publicity is inefficient, there must be a reason. If I ask one more question, it means I don't trust Mr. Pei. It seems that Rabbit Tail Live has developed well recently. I am a little arrogant and dare to question Mr. Pei's understanding. I have to reflect on it when I go back. Qin Yufeng no longer thought about changing the promotion strategy. He temporarily put all the work behind him and sat in his living room to rest. After lunch, Qin Yufeng watched TV for a while. When he looked up, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The GPL game seems to be starting. Today is Sunday. ICL will also start the game at 5 o'clock. The last game in the evening is scheduled for star teams and highlights. It should be very exciting. Which team will play which team in the first game of GPL? Oh. It seems to be the team that was criticized for Hell BP before. Qin Yufeng turned on the TV and prepared to watch today's game. A large part of Rabbit Tail Live's business is supported by the two leagues of GPL and ICL. As the person in charge, although Qin Yufeng cannot miss every game, it is also a work requirement to watch as many games as possible. Although it is Sunday, the first game in the afternoon is at 3 o'clock, and it is scheduled to be a match between weak teams, which will not be particularly exciting. So Qin Yufeng didn't really watch it. He was slowly brewing tea on the coffee table and watching it intermittently. The two teams took the stage and soon entered the BP phase. Everything went on in an orderly manner. Qin Yufeng didn't pay much attention to it at first, but just after pouring out the first brew of tea, he suddenly realized that something seemed wrong. Why do the heroes selected on the screen look so familiar? Looking more closely, this team that was criticized for its hellish BP seems to have picked the no-team opening lineup again. Although the opponents were different and the heroes they chose were not exactly the same, this team actually picked the hellish BP that was criticized so badly again. Chen Yufeng instantly became alert and quickly opened the barrage. Sure enough, the barrage exploded. Oh my god, another hellish BP? Stop it, didn't you watch the recent BP verification match? It's already cleared. It's an advantage for a strong team to get this lineup. Could it be that this coach also watched the BP verification match? To prove that he has no problem, so he takes it again? It's possible. The coach probably doubted himself after being criticized so badly before, but seeing that this lineup has been proven, he can play it again. It would be embarrassing if he was beaten again. Doesn't that prove that the coach has no problem, but the players are not? I feel that this coach should be here to train the players' mentality. Originally, there wouldn't be many people paying attention to the duel between two weak teams, but as soon as this BP came out, the popularity of the barrage exploded instantly. Because of the popularity of the BP certification match in the past few days, many viewers have been discussing the advantages and disadvantages of this lineup, the strong period, the early tactical arrangements, and other details. Because there have been so many discussions, most of the audience are already familiar with all the details. Now that this lineup is selected again, the audience feels that they know it very well and feel that this game just hits their professional field, so the discussion enthusiasm is naturally high. As soon as the game started, the barrage began to comment on the playing styles of both sides. No invasion at level 1? Do you know how to play? Obviously the opponent is also prepared, with 5 people here, and a forced invasion may result in death. They played very steadily in the early stage, but they fought for all the resources they should have fought for. I have to say that they played much better than last time with this Hell BP again. They basically paid attention to the details and implemented the tactics in place. Both teams obviously watched the 2 games of the BP-proof match, and it feels like their tactical level has improved. But the opponent is at a disadvantage, because the lineup they chose is not the same as the lineup of the BP-proof match, and some details cannot be copied mechanically. Under the attention of countless barrage coaches, the team that got the Hell BP lineup again actually corrected the shortcomings in the previous tactics, and did not collapse like before, but played better and better. It even makes people wonder if they are the same team as last week. Chen Yufeng watched the game seriously and suddenly realized. That's it. I understand why President Pei asked me to take my time, because I don't need to spend money to buy popularity in the short term. As long as I wait, the popularity will come naturally. The BP-proof match uses the lineups of the GPL League and the ICL League, and the teams participating in the BP-proof match are all strong teams. In other words, the lineups that strong teams can't play will definitely be abandoned, and the lineups that strong teams can play will definitely be learned by other teams. In other words, as long as the BP-proof match is played well, the teams in the middle and lower reaches of the 2 leagues will definitely watch and learn. This is equivalent to the 2 league officials promoting the BP-proof match broadcast by Rabbit Tail Live. With this kind of popularity, why advertise? It's more cost-effective to spend this publicity money slowly. Sure enough, President Pei is still shrewd and has predicted this in advance and stopped me. Otherwise, I might have spent money in vain on impulse. Chen Yufeng was scolded by President Pei in the afternoon. He was not in a good mood, but now he completely understands it. Sure enough, President Pei is always right. Misunderstanding resolved. Chapter 1020 Meng Chang gets the minimum salary again. April 30th, Monday. Knock knock knock. Pei Qian was reading the work reports sent by various departments in the office when there was a knock on the door. Come in. After a while, someone pushed the door open. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was Meng Chang. Meng Chang's face was sallow, his eyes were dull, his hair looked a little messy, and with the stubble at the corners of his mouth, he looked quite depressed. in sharp contrast to the high-spirited him he once was. Since joining Tenda Group, Meng Qiang seems to pay less and less attention to his personal image. When he first founded Cold Face Girl, he was always energetic and refreshed when he met investors, and his personal style and clothing were all just right. But now, he is almost like an internet addict who has been hanging out in an internet cafe for a month. Pei Qian was originally very angry because Meng Qiang messed up the promotion of Mission and Choice and wanted to scold him in person, but when he saw his miserable appearance, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for him and couldn't say anything. The two looked at each other in silence. Pei Qian took the laptop from the side, opened the analysis report of last month, and handed it to Meng Qiang. Meng Qiang took it silently, flipped through it, and saw the expected and familiar number. Last month, he got a commission of 1,500 yuan. At that time, Meng Qiang was just trying it out and it worked very well. This month, he was ready to work hard and successfully reduce his commission to 0 again. It was still a basic salary of 3,000 yuan. Meng Qiang remembered that since he came to Tenda, except for the commission he got last month, all other months were 3,000 yuan basic salary, without exception. Meng Qiang felt nothing in his heart, but felt that his body was hollowed out. In fact, in the middle of this month, when he saw that the promotion plan of Mission and Choice suddenly rushed in a direction that he could not control at all, and the popularity of games and movies on the internet was getting better and better, Meng Qiang already knew that this month was already cold. Some people are gone in the middle of the month and buried at the end of the month. Meng Qiang didn't even look at the details in the analysis report carefully, because he didn't want to be beaten again. He just glanced at it, confirmed the last expected number, and handed the laptop back. "Mr. Pei, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." Meng Qiang turned around and was about to leave. He really had nothing to say. He had decided on the promotion plan himself, but in the end, not only did he fail to achieve the goal, but he also fell directly to the bottom line. Although it was probably because of Mr. Pei, what else could he do except accept the defeat? Moreover, when Meng Qiang received his basic salary last time, he had already been scolded by Mr. Pei. Would he have to be scolded again if he stayed? That would be too much to bear. However, Pei Qian immediately stopped him. "Wait a minute." Meng Qiang stopped. Pei Qian looked at Meng Qiang's dead pig fearless look and felt distressed. You had just come to Tenda a few times before, and you didn't know much about the company's work. It was reasonable that some things went against your wishes. I never said anything to you, but I just hope you can learn from your experience and lessons, and correct it in the future. What happened? Last time you came to see me, you patted your chest and guaranteed that there would be absolutely no problem. Then what? After the problem occurred, you just disappeared? Lie down and pretend to be dead? You are a professional after all, can't you have some professional qualities? Don't you think about it? It's very straightforward for you to quit, but won't others have to clean up the mess you leave behind? The more Pei Qian thought about it, the angrier he got. At the beginning, it was Meng Qiang who patted his chest and guaranteed that there would be absolutely no problem, and he also said mysteriously that he had a very complete plan and there would be absolutely no problem, so Pei Qian believed him until the popularity of Mission and Choice began to rise. Pei Qian was still expecting Meng Qiang to keep his promise and turn the tide. In the end, after waiting for a long time, there was no more faith at all, and even Meng Qiang could not be found. He gave up so simply. Pei Qian looked down on him and thought, haven't I encountered more setbacks than you? Haven't I survived every time? But you gave up so simply, and I have to rack my brains to spend the money I earned. It's really unreasonable. Meng Qiang opened his mouth slightly, and the whole person was shocked. Even for the first time, his expression was a little out of control. He was completely shocked by what President Pei said. If it were in a normal context, what President Pei said would seem to be fine. It was nothing more than a boss who thought that his subordinates had repeatedly failed to meet his requirements and did not do their job well, and scolded them. But Meng Chang obviously didn't think this was in a normal context. He thought that he and Mr. Pei had always been in a battle of wits and courage. He got his commission by messing up the promotion, while Mr. Pei was counting on the sales of the product to make money. In this case, Mr. Pei would definitely try his best to obstruct and destroy his promotion plan. He had only been in Tenda Group for a few months and was only in charge of the promotion and marketing department. How could his little arms be stronger than Mr. Pei's thighs? It would be fine if it was just like that, but the key point is that President Pei always pretends to stand on his side and considers the problem, and seems to be more anxious than himself. I can only say that the best actor is the best actor. His acting skills are fake and real, true and false. He seems to be very fake, but his expression is very real. He seems to be sincere, but he thinks it is very fake when he thinks about it carefully. So Meng Chang was speechless for a while. It seemed wrong to refute, and it seemed wrong not to refute, so he was embarrassed. Pei Qian saw Meng Chang's helpless expression and became even more angry. Aren't you good at speaking? Why don't you speak now? Forget it, maybe I'm too strict with you. But can you pay more attention to the promotion plan next time? If you don't feel confident after making the promotion plan, why don't you let me take a look? Although I may not be more professional than you, I can give you some ideas or something. Meng Chang opened his mouth and felt it was outrageous. Give me some ideas? Haven't you cheated me enough? But Mr. Pei's expression was so sincere, it seemed full of true feelings, so Meng Chang didn't know what to say for a moment. Pei Qian was speechless. Why don't you say something? Don't you think you have no responsibility for the current situation? Meng Chang was stunned. Wasn't it you who was behind this situation that made things like this? But he couldn't just break up with her, so after a long pause he said, yes, I will continue to work hard. Pei Qian finally got some feedback, and he felt a little better. He said, okay, just know what's going on. There are still some projects next month. The mobile phone and fully automatic intelligent bar lifter from UTA Technology should be almost completed. You should learn about them and prepare in advance, and try to get more commissions next month. Although the success rate of your promotional plans has been very low, I still trust you very much. Meng Chang. He thought about it for a long time, but still didn't know what to say. He could only say, okay, Mr. Pei, and then turned and left. After Meng Chang left, Pei Qian calmed down and continued to read the work reports of various departments. Looking back on the journey of this month, it can be said that it was full of ups and downs. The unexpected success of Mission and Choice caught Pei Qian off guard. Fortunately, in the second half of the month, he successfully relieved the pressure by establishing the Qingshan studio and the sales department. But next month, the pressure is coming again. The new mobile phone developed by UTA Technology is about to hold a new press conference. Pei Qian plans to go to UTA Technology tomorrow to take a look at the G1 phone prototype and then schedule a press conference. In addition, there is another piece of good news. On May 1st, the movie The Wrath of the Seas that has been hyped for a long time on the internet is finally going to be released. Previously, The Wrath of the Seas has been riding on the popularity of Mission and Choice, and it was a great success. As a result, after the release of Mission and Choice, the word of mouth exploded, which made The Wrath of the Seas look very tasteless, and it was criticized a lot on the internet. However, The Wrath of the Seas has not been released after all, and no one knows what the quality of this movie is. Logically speaking, this movie has a huge investment and a luxurious cast. Even if the quality is slightly worse, the box office will definitely be no problem. What's more, Mission and Choice chose a garbage schedule, while The Wrath of the Seas chose the May Day golden schedule. By the time of May Day, Mission and Choice has entered the second half, and its stamina will definitely be seriously insufficient. On the first day of the release of The Wrath of the Seas, so much publicity has been thrown down, and the box office on the first day will definitely be very high. It should not be a problem to kill Mission and Choice in seconds. So this is good news. Pei Qian has already booked a movie ticket for tomorrow morning, and is going to see Battleship and seek some psychological comfort for himself. In fact, Battleship also has midnight screenings, but Pei Qian thinks there is no need to fight so hard. It's just a Hollywood blockbuster, and there is no need to watch it in the early morning. In the afternoon, Pei Qian planned to go to Ota Technology to see the prototype of the mobile phone, and then finalize the mobile phone launch. Although Pei Qian also checked the previous mobile phone launch, there was still a problem in the end. Unexpectedly, Changyu turned it into a stand-up comedy. Pei Qian thought about it afterwards and thought it should be Changyu's problem. But now Changyu has changed departments and is no longer responsible for the mobile phone business. The new person in charge, Jiang Yuan, is a newcomer. His eloquence is far inferior to that of an old-timer like Changyu. Moreover, Jiang Yuan's personality is a little introverted. He will definitely not be able to speak in a stand-up comedy effect at the launch. So Pei Qian felt that as long as he and Jiang Yuan checked the content of the launch, it should be foolproof. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1021. The reinforcements came again, and the reinforcements fell again. May 1st, Tuesday. Pei Qian remembered that the May Day holiday in 2012 was supposed to be 3 days on the 29th, 30th, and 1st, but in fact it became a consecutive holiday from the 28th to the 2nd. Obviously, there have been some subtle changes in the development of this world. However, this is of course a good thing for Pei Qian. He was very unhappy with the behavior of adjusting 2 days off to make 3 days off. Many times, 3 days of vacation were made by force, and 2 Saturdays had to be used. In other words, it was 3 days off, but in fact only 1 day off? It is much more reasonable to arrange the holidays like now. And for Pei Qian, more holidays and less work for employees are also a great thing for the company. Today is a rest day, but OTTO Technologies press conference is being prepared very urgently. So Jiang Yuan temporarily applied for 2 hours of overtime today to discuss the details of the press conference with President Pei. Pei Qian thought about it, gave Jiang Yuan 5 times the daily salary today, and then agreed to his request. It's a pity that Pei Qian himself can't get a salary from the company. Otherwise, according to the standard of overtime pay, Pei Qian is likely to work overtime to the point that the employees will doubt their lives. Anyway, let's go to the movies first. Pei Qian put on his mask and walked to a small cinema near his residence. On the one hand, it was convenient because it was close and only a few minutes walk away. On the other hand, it was difficult to buy tickets because the popular shows in several large cinemas were full. In fact, Pei Qian was very happy to see the popularity of Warship, which showed that Fanqi Media's efforts had not been in vain. After spending money on publicity, hiring Water Army to create momentum, and riding on the popularity of Mission and Choice, it would be really unreasonable if the box office on the first day of release did not explode after so much effort. Not to mention that they themselves were difficult to handle, it was also difficult for President Pei. When he arrived at the cinema, he had a few minutes before entering after picking up the ticket. Pei Qian strolled around and saw a lot of promotional materials about Warship in the hall. The most eye-catching one was a poster. The 4 metallic art words Warship in the middle divided the poster into 2 parts. The upper part shows 2 men and 1 woman in military uniforms, with the wreckage of an alien spaceship in the sky, dragging a long tail of flame, and the setting sun in the distance, while the lower part shows a warship floating alone on the vast sea, with the huge shadow of the alien spaceship in the distance, and the warship is completely shrouded in it. I have to say that this poster is pretty good, but when Pei Qian saw the 3 leading actors above, He always felt that the handsome guy in the middle seemed a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. It's just that he had long hair before, but now it's short hair. Leading actor, John Stanton? Why does this name sound familiar? Pei Qian suddenly felt that something seemed to be wrong, and hurriedly took out his mobile phone to open the Yuan app, clicked on the movie details page of Battleship, and then clicked on the personal space of the leading actor. Sure enough, the last movie of the leading actor John Stanton, before Battleship, was Flying Star Journey. Why is it you again? Pei Qian almost fainted on the spot. He still remembered the introduction of Flying Star Journey that said that in order to play the role of the protagonist, former Officer Tim, the leading actor John Stanton worked very hard to complete the rigorous physical training during the filming, and completed the filming while enduring the pain and torture, and lost a full 25 pounds, which is a model of professionalism. Before the release of Flying Star Journey, director Daryl and starring John Stanton were praised to the sky. Pei Qian thought that this movie would make at least $1 billion at the box office. In the end, it only made less than $300 million at the domestic box office, and the global box office was a huge loss. Why did this person play the role in Battleship again? The director couldn't be. Pei Qian looked at the cast of Battleship again and found that the director was no longer the previous Daryl, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately. I thought I had a quarrel with this group of people. It's not bad news if we have a quarrel. The key is that your previous team of Flying Star Journey was too weak, which made it difficult for President Pei to trust you. Now this director's resume is not bad, and he has also made several famous movies. Pei Qian couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the leading actor John Stanton. It seems that this guy is quite wise. He knows very well that he can't hang himself on one tree, and he needs to try a few more trees. The failure of Flying Star Journey last time was obviously the director's fault. This time, with a new director, it shouldn't be a big problem. Pei Qian entered the theater with great expectations. 2 hours later, Pei Qian walked out with a confused look on his face. What did I watch? In theory, the special effects of this movie are really good, especially when the battleships are drifting on the sea and firing cannons. The violent artillery fire and shock waves have caused ripples on the sea surface. The visual effect of this scene is very shocking. The alien armor and battleships in the movie also look pretty good, with a sense of technology. There is also a disaster scene where an alien spaceship hits the Earth's artificial satellite and then falls above the city. It is also a standard disaster movie scene with outstanding effects. But, apart from these special effects scenes that are more memorable, what about the other parts? The key is the plot logic of this movie. It always feels a bit inconsistent. Pei Qian took out his mobile phone and searched for reviews of Battleship on the internet. A typical American patriotic education film, with a lot of special effects, but still can't cover up the stupid plot. There's really nothing to talk about except the special effects. Can aliens bring some high IQ soldiers and high-level weapons when they invade? Is it human to break the glass of the spacecraft with a sniper rifle? There are too many complaints to complain about, but it's reasonable. After all, this movie is to promote the Navy. Most military fans just want to see battleships drifting and 16-inch cannons firing on the big screen. It doesn't matter who they are shooting at. Those who complain about the plot don't understand the movie. The aliens obviously came to the Earth with friendly purposes, and they are all passive counterattacks. I think if most people don't understand the plot of a movie, it should be the director's problem. At least half an hour in the first half was spent shooting all kinds of messy content that has nothing to do with the main plot. Wouldn't it be better to take some time to introduce more basic settings? Why do many military fans say this movie is good? The label of this movie clearly says science fiction. I also watched it for the science fiction theme, but this is the result. An alien spaceship capable of interstellar travel was sunk by a retired battleship of mankind. Are you really making me laugh? To be honest, I didn't think the plot of Mission, Resilience was so good before. At that time, I also thought that for a movie like Mission, Resilience, it was enough to watch the special effects, and it didn't matter if the plot was a little stiff. As a result, after watching Battleship, I found that this is called nothing but special effects. The plot of Mission, Resilience is much better than it. And the acting skills of the actors, I think John Stanton is also a veteran Hollywood star, and this is all he played? In the movie, the protagonist ordered his men to attack the alien warship like a brain-destroying man, killing a whole ship of people, and his subordinates had to pinch his neck and yell to make him sober up. Is this the professional quality of a soldier? I don't know whether it is the script or the actor's problem. Compared with Captain Cheney, this is simply an insult to soldiers. So, is it the movie that ruined the actor, or the actor ruined the movie? John Stanton had Flying Star Journey and The Wrath of the Sea, both of which were heavyweight blockbusters, but both of them were box office Waterloo. The box office of The Wrath of the Sea seems to be better than that of Flying Star Journey, but it will probably still lose all its money. I am afraid that the leading actor John Stanton will have a hard time. We have to mention Liu Xiao, who is also known as box office poison. You see, when he made the previous few movies, each one was a flop, and it seemed that no one could help him. But when President Pei made a move, it was a success, wasn't it? So I think the director is more to blame. Indeed, compared with this, Mission, Resurrection is really a complete crush. I never thought that domestic science fiction movies could crush foreign blockbusters. I won't say more. I will take my friends to watch Mission, Resurrection again during the holidays. The key is that the previous domestic publicity of Battleship was crazy about Mission, Resurrection, saying that Mission, Resurrection changed the release schedule because of fear. It's so funny. That's right, can the performance of Battleship, Resurrection make President Pei admit defeat? Are you kidding? President Pei went to compete with Fantasy War Remake half a month in advance. What does your Battleship, Resurrection have to do with it? Looking at the audience's comments on the movie, Pei Qian was speechless. Who would have thought that Battleship at Wrath of the Seas, which President Pei had high hopes for, would fail like Flying Star Journey? So far, Battleship at Wrath of the Seas has been hovering around 6 to 7 points on several film review websites. Although many military fans have given this movie a good score, it cannot save its reputation that is on the verge of collapse among passers-by. The estimated domestic box office of Goyan app is less than 300 million. Although this movie has not been released in North America, judging from its current performance, even the domestic box office is going to fail, and North America will definitely not be much better. The investment in this movie is probably going to go down the drain. What's worse is that this movie seems to be the same as Flying Star Journey in the past, making wedding clothes for the movie Mission and Choice. Originally, Warship spent a lot of resources on promotion in China, and in order to touch the porcelain of Mission and Choice, the two movies were secretly tied together. But now it coincides with the May Day period, and Warship performs so poorly. In the absence of other strong competitors, the audience can only choose to watch Mission and Choice. Although Mission and Choice has been released for half a month, after all, it is the May Day holiday. Many people who don't have time to watch movies will go to the theater. The audience group has grown a lot, and many passers-by who didn't pay attention before have also been attracted. That is to say, Mission and Choice will definitely see a surge during the May Day holiday, just like A Better Tomorrow did, pushing the estimated box office of Goyan app even higher. Pei Qian felt a little hopeless. I finally understand, you are not reinforcements at all, you are here to mess with me, right? This lead actor, John Stanton, will be blocked forever. If the release date of your movie conflicts with mice again, I will be a puppy. You're willing to ruin your own career to get me, what a grudge. Pei Qian angrily threw the movie ticket stub into the trash can. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top novel mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1022 Contents of the Mobile Phone Conference. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. In the afternoon, Pei Qian came to O2 Technology and met Jiang Yuan, who was working overtime to prepare for the conference. There was only Jiang Yuan in such a large company, because everyone else had already gone on holiday. Looking at the empty workstations in the office area, Pei Qian was very satisfied with this. On holidays, no one in Tenda Group must work overtime. Even if someone works overtime, it can only be the leaders who work overtime. What Pei Qian despises most is the behavior of the boss forcing all employees of the company to work overtime when he has something to do. Because the boss often has something to do when working overtime, but the employees may not have something to do. The boss asks the employees to work overtime with him, simply because he is unhappy with working overtime, so he drags the employees to take the blame. Besides, what money does the boss make? What money do ordinary employees make? The boss works overtime for a month, no overtime pay, but earns a car. The employees work overtime for a month, no overtime pay, but help the boss earn a car. Therefore, within the Tenda Group, Pei Qian would definitely not encourage this unhealthy trend. All departments could work overtime, but they must receive overtime pay. Moreover, department heads should work overtime themselves and not involve their employees. Pei Qian could tolerate a situation like this, where only the department head worked overtime for 2 hours. Jiang Yuan looked a little anxious. Seeing President Pei coming, he stood up and greeted him, President Pei. Pei Qian sat down at the conference table and said with some concern, "You look a little nervous." "There's no need to be nervous. Relax. It's just a press conference. It's no big deal. It doesn't matter if it's completely messed up." Jiang Yuan thought that President Pei was joking with him, and hurriedly said, "How can that be? This phone is the result of the hard work of the entire department. If I mess it up, I'll be a sinner. Anyway, this is the prototype, and this is the PPT for the press conference. Please take a look." As Jiang Yuan spoke, he handed over the phone and laptop on the table. Pei Qian reached out to take it. When he saw the Audig 1 phone prototype, he subconsciously took a breath. Something's wrong. This phone is made with a sense of technology. When Pei Qian first saw the Auto E1 phone, he did not feel surprised, because the E1 phone had a forehead and a chin. Although the appearance design was quite beautiful, it was not much different from the mobile phones on the market at that time. It also looked too bulky due to the extra-large battery, so he did not feel particularly amazing at first sight, but this time the G1 phone is completely different. Although it is still a bit large, because it uses full-screen technology, the forehead and chin are very narrow, only slightly wider than the borders on both sides, and the camera cannot be seen from the front, so it gives people a very shocking look. Especially the chin, which really surprised Pei Qian. Because Pei Qian also knows a little about this technology, the traditional packaging solution for mobile phone screens is called COG packaging, which has a high yield rate, low cost, and is easy to mass produce, but the disadvantage is that the chin is relatively large, so many manufacturers will choose to put the physical fingerprint module on the chin of the phone. The advanced packaging solution is called COF packaging, which can reduce the upper and lower borders and greatly increase the screen-to-body ratio of the phone, but it still cannot achieve a 100% full screen. The technology that can really remove the chin is called COP packaging. According to some digital technology media, the latest generation of Pineapple flagship phones uses this technology, which can compress the 4 sides of the phone to the extreme, and the chin is as wide as the border. But it is only May now. According to Pineapple Mobile's rule of releasing new phones are released every autumn or around October. This means that this type of phone using COP packaging will not appear in the next few months. The Auto G1 phone obviously also uses the COP packaging process, but in terms of perception, its chin is not as small as the Apple X in Pei Qian's memory, but this difference in perception should not exceed 1 or 2 millimeters, so the front still looks shocking. It should have been a very bulky phone, but because of the high appearance of the full screen, it gives people a very domineering feeling. The first impression this phone left on Pei Qian was very bad. However, the two physical buttons on the side that look like shoulder buttons have a certain width and are slightly protruding. It is precisely because of the existence of these two physical buttons that the G1 phone cannot be made into a curved screen with narrowed sides. The grip will be slightly worse. Although it increases the recognition, it is obviously incompatible with the current mainstream mobile phone structure. The pop-up camera is at the upper part of the long side on the left, a very strange position. This was decided by Pei Qian himself at the time, because it seems that no mobile phone with a pop-up camera built here has been seen, which can greatly increase the probability of failure. This made Pei Qian feel a little more at ease. Obviously, this was just as he had expected. It was a radical mobile phone that used too many new technologies, so the cost must be very high. It was impossible to stock a lot of it, and the overly advanced design concept might not necessarily be accepted by the mainstream consumer group. Pei Qian played with the phone for a while and asked, "How much do you plan to sell it for?" Jiang Yuan did not answer directly, but hesitated for a moment. Mr. Pei, I was just about to report this to you. The cost of the phone is a little bit beyond the previous expectations, so..." Pei Qian interrupted him, "Just tell me the price." Jiang Yuan, according to the price of yuan at that time, the starting price of this phone is set at 98.99. Mr. Pei, we have worked very hard to reduce the starting price to less than 10,000 yuan. There is also a higher storage version, priced at 99.99. And a special customized version, priced at 10199. This price is indeed a bit high, but this is also a consideration after adding Tenda's various benefits. If we only sell bare phones, our price can be reduced to less than 7,000 or even lower. Pei Qian couldn't help but be ecstatic, and raised his hand. "No, this price is very suitable, not high at all, just right." As soon as he heard the price, Pei Qian knew that this phone was probably a sure thing. Who would spend so much money on a cheap phone? Previously, the price of the Auto E1 phone was 8,199, but that was with a full set of Tenda benefits. The G1 phone also comes with a full set of benefits, but the price is not just a little bit higher than the E1 phone, but a full 1,700 yuan. Because the G1 phone uses more new technologies, the cost is naturally higher. Based on the base of 8,000 yuan and 10,000 yuan, the increase of 1,700 yuan is not much. However, if we take this figure alone, 1,700 yuan can already buy some low-end mobile phones of big brands. Moreover, the current domestic mobile phones, even the flagship of Shenhua, are far from reaching the 10,000 yuan level. If Tenda's various benefits are not added, the price of the Auto G1 mobile phone can be reduced to more than 6,000 yuan, which is almost the same price as the flagship mobile phones of Shenhua and other brands. But according to Uda Technology's estimate, the benefits attached to the mobile phone are actually close to 3,000 yuan, and the longer it is used, the more value it will have. Therefore, under the premise of attaching these benefits, the price of the mobile phone cannot be reduced. If it is reduced, it means that the wool of other departments is subsidized to the mobile phone department, which is not good. Pei Qian said, "There is no problem with this pricing, don't worry, let's talk about the press conference. Let me take a look at the content of the PPT first." Pei Qian flipped through the PPT of the mobile phone press conference page by page on his laptop. To be fair, this PPT is not bad. Just like other brands of mobile phone launches, the phone's various parameters and new features were introduced in detail, and a promotional video was also shot. In short, it was very stable and there was nothing wrong with it. After quickly browsing the PPT of the launch conference, Pei Qian fell silent. Something was wrong. This PPT made me want to buy it, but what should I do? It must be said that the G1 phone does use a lot of new technologies, so the introduction of these new technologies alone has taken up a lot of space in the PPT. In addition, the unique appearance of the phone and the very impactful full-screen design make it very attractive just to introduce it in a regular way. Whether a phone is practical or not is something that customers can experience after using it for a while, but whether the phone is cool and whether there are many new technologies with gimmicks can be seen directly at the press conference. So this is definitely not okay, because the production of mobile phones is not high to begin with. What if the press conference deceives some customers and sells out in seconds like last time, creating a feeling of very popular for customers? Wouldn't it be very bad? Pei Qian coughed twice. The PPT is okay, but why didn't you continue the style of the previous PPT? Pei Qian felt that the previous E1 phone press conference became popular mainly because Chang Yu was so eloquent that he turned the press conference into a stand-up comedy. The content of the press conference itself was fine. It is better to list all the disadvantages of the phone and mention the advantages briefly to discourage customers in advance, rather than talking about a lot of advantages at the press conference. Jiang Yuan hurriedly said, "No, Mr. Pei. The previous PPT content was tailored for Mr. Chang, and it takes an eloquence like Mr. Chang to bring it out. I am not good at speaking, and I may be stage fright on stage, so I think it is better to finish the entire press conference smoothly. Forcing myself to learn from Mr. Chang may be very awkward." Pei Qian shook his head. "There's no need to deny yourself so quickly. When you encounter a problem, don't think about whether you can do it first, but think about what you need to succeed first. If such a mobile phone that embodies new technology and is full of innovative spirit is accompanied by a stable and mediocre press conference, is this appropriate? This is not appropriate." Jiang Yuan hesitated. "This." Pei Qian continued, "So, you change it as I said. The structure of the PPT is basically divided into 3 parts now. The first part introduces the continuous update and iteration of the mobile phone operating system and AEI's artificial intelligence in this year, emphasizing that we have fulfilled the promises made at the previous press conference. The second part introduces the new technology used in the mobile phone, bragging about the appearance and various parameters of the mobile phone. The third part announces the price, configuration, and release date of the mobile phone, and compares it horizontally with the E1 mobile phone and other flagship phones of other brands. But in my opinion, a lot of information here is invalid information, which is a pure waste of everyone's time. Let's do this. The self-boasting in the first part is unnecessary. We have been updating the Autos system. Old users know it, and this is what we should do, so there is no need to brag. The second part is about the appearance and parameters of the phone. This part cannot be removed, but it is too long. In my opinion, the appearance and parameters of the phone can be described in 1 page of PPT. Although we have used some new technologies, these new technologies are also full of various defects. How can this part be glossed over? It must be written very carefully, the more detailed the better, so as not to mislead our consumers. The third part is also a bit dragged out. I think the horizontal comparison link can be removed. We just need to do our best. Why bother to drag down other mobile phone manufacturers? This kind of horizontal comparison table is nothing more than using one's strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. It is meaningless. It is enough to just announce the price and release date. Well, that's about it. Jiang Yuanren was a little dizzy. Pei cut left and right, and the content of the entire press conference was almost cut in half. And the most important thing is that the parts that were cut were all the parts that talked about the good of the phone, but the parts that introduced the shortcomings of the new technology of the phone were written in detail and repeatedly emphasized. What kind of routine is this? Previously, all the advantages of mobile phones were condensed into one page, creating the famous scene where President Chang read them all out in one breath. But the problem is that Jiang Yuan knows very well that he does not have President Chang's eloquence, so this famous scene can't be replicated at all. Chapter 1023, is it the advantages or the disadvantages that come first? Seeing Jiang Yuan's confused eyes, Pei Qian felt that it was okay. If Jiang Yuan suddenly had a sudden realization, that would be a big deal. If he keeps his confused eyes like now, it's hard to say how the phone sales will be, but the press conference will most likely be a failure. Pei Qian didn't intend to give Jiang Yuan the opportunity to get more success codes from him, and stood up decisively. Okay, the content of the press conference has been decided, you can go home happily. Jiang Yuan hurriedly said, President Pei, I applied for 2 hours of overtime, and only 1 hour has passed. It's too fast. I'll stay and think about it carefully. Pei Qian was a little unhappy. Overtime hours are not important, what's important is how much work is completed. Although the time is not up, the work has been completed, why are you still staying here? Today is May Day, hurry up and go back to rest. The overtime pay is still the same as before, not a penny less. Jiang Yuan declined again. No, President Pei, I have to think it over again. I promise to leave as soon as 2 hours are up. Seeing that he was so determined, Pei Qian didn't want to rush out directly. After all, it was agreed to be 2 hours. Thinking of this, Pei Qian compromised. Okay, then you should be more conscious and go home immediately after the 2 hours are up. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Yuan suddenly asked, President Pei, please wait a moment, I have one last question. The advantages and disadvantages of the mobile phone, are the advantages first or the disadvantages first? Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. Good guy, I'm about to leave, and you still don't forget to ask me? He subconsciously wanted to say the advantages first, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. The previous E1 mobile phone talked about the advantages first, and then something big happened. Pei Qian carefully recalled that the launch conference of the E1 mobile phone first talked about the price link, and then Chang Yu talked about the advantages of the mobile phone in a paragraph, and finally talked about the disadvantages of the mobile phone. As a result, the previous part was so exciting that the audience ignored the disadvantages of the mobile phone. So, the same mistake must not be made again. Pei Qian immediately said, the disadvantages are first. And the price link must not be announced at the beginning, just like other press conferences, put it at the end. Jiang Yuan opened his mouth slightly, obviously this was not the answer he expected. If Mr. Pei said the advantages come first, then he could analyze the previous E1 mobile phone press conference and draw some inspiration. But Mr. Pei said the disadvantages come first, which means that all the experience of the previous press conference has been overturned. Pei Qian smiled slightly. You want to trick me? You are too young. Seeing Jiang Yuan's confused expression, Pei Qian was in a good mood and left in a smug manner. Watching Pei's back as he left, Jiang Yuan frowned and began to ponder what Pei had said before. I couldn't figure it out. No matter how I thought about it, it didn't make sense at all. After thinking hard for a while, he still had no idea and could only start to modify the PPT. After making a copy of the original PPT, Jiang Yuan began to delete and modify the content of the PPT according to Pei's requirements, deleting what should be removed, merging what should be merged, and reserving enough pages for what should be expanded. After spending 10 minutes tossing around, Jiang Yuan roughly modified the overall framework of the PPT, and the original PPT of dozens of pages was directly cut by nearly half of its content. Previously, there was a long introduction to the evolution of autism this year, but it was all cut out. There was a long introduction to the application of AEIS artificial intelligence technology in mobile phones, and the AEIS smart arguing machine, but it was all cut out. Instead, the shortcomings of the mobile phone and the immature application of new technologies were all written in great detail. After reading the entire PPT, the advantages of the mobile phone were all condensed into one page, while the disadvantages were at least a dozen pages long. Jiang Yuan was depressed. In fact, the PPT of the E1 mobile phone at the press conference had almost the same structure, but there are actually big differences between the two mobile phones. Because the E1 mobile phone is a traditional mobile phone, its advantages are all real, such as excellent configuration, long battery life, very good supporting services, etc. As long as these advantages are listed, consumers can feel them very intuitively. Then the disadvantages of the E1 mobile phone are introduced. Because the advantages are so prominent that the disadvantages seem harmless, the audience can accept them. But the G1 mobile phone is completely different. It is a mobile phone that uses many new technologies. It can be said that it is not very practical, but it is very exploratory. Unlike the E1 mobile phone, the advantages of the G1 mobile phone are not easy to perceive, but the disadvantages are real. For example, for most people, the full-screen technology is nothing more than a slightly larger screen, a much higher appearance, but the perception is not particularly strong. The problem brought by the full-screen technology is that the pop-up camera occupies more internal space of the mobile phone becomes larger, the heat dissipation becomes worse, the water and dust resistance becomes worse, and the call quality will also decrease. And these will really affect the customer experience. Therefore, if the G1 phone does this again, customers will not think that these shortcomings are harmless, but will instead think that these shortcomings are enough to overturn all previous advantages. What's more, the previous press conference put the price link at the very beginning. If the same drama is repeated this year, it will not only fail to achieve the same effect as last year, but may be counterproductive and cause consumers disgust. Because last year's press conference was equivalent to a prank, and pranks cannot be done twice in a row, it would be too outdated and become a rotten job. Therefore, no matter how Jiang Yuan thought about it, he felt that the content of this press conference was wrong. What's the problem? Look at Mr. Pei's confident look, it's obvious that he has it all figured out. But why can't I get Mr. Pei's idea? Calm down, you must not be impatient at this time, you must slowly analyze Mr. Pei's intention. Mr. Pei said that the shortcomings of the mobile phone should be mentioned first. And the price link should not be put at the beginning, it should be put at the end like other mobile phones. Does Mr. Pei mean to be as mediocre as other mobile phone conferences? Impossible, Mr. Pei just told me that this is an innovative mobile phone, and the conference should also be full of innovation. Could it be that, talking about the shortcomings first is the key? Repeatedly talking about the shortcomings of various new technologies, even occupying most of the entire conference, until the end, just brushing over the advantages, and then coming up with the price link. I understand. Jiang Yuan read the PPT twice after adjusting the order. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he understood what Mr. Pei meant. What will happen if I talk about the shortcomings of these new technologies first, and talk about them in detail and repeatedly? It will make the audience think that the research and development of this mobile phone is very difficult, these new technologies are not very practical, and the cost is very high. Most of them are just technologies without products, or only concept phones that cannot be mass-produced. But in fact, these technologies can already be mass-produced, and other mobile phone manufacturers are also trying to use them, but they are not as bold as us. They only try to use a small part of the technology, while we directly pile them all up. So, I shouldn't call this press conference a mobile phone press conference, but a new technology exchange and sharing conference. In this way, the audience will not think that I am here to sell mobile phones, nor will they have any expectations for it. They will only think that these are some very cutting-edge and immature technologies in the mobile phone industry, and most of them have no prototypes. But in the end, the price link will appear on the screen, making them realize instantly that so many difficult technologies can actually be mass-produced and sold. So, this surprise will completely dilute the impression left by the shortcomings of the previous mobile phone. Because it is an exploratory concept mobile phone, customers will be much more tolerant of it. At the same time, because of the creation of this sense of surprise, customers will not think that the price is particularly expensive. In other words, the same product, different ways of introduction, and different angles, will produce completely different effects. This should be the effect that President Pei wants to achieve. Jiang Yuan suddenly realized that everything before was right. He looked at the watch. It has been exactly 2 hours since President Pei came. The amount is just right. Perfect. After the holiday, let someone revise the PPT and hurry up to prepare for the press conference. Don't let President Pei down. Chapter 1024, President Chang is not at the press conference? May 3, Thursday. 5 p.m. It is still the largest 5-star hotel in Jingzhou City, Oasis Four Seasons Hotel. The last press conference for the Auto E1 mobile phone was also held in the banquet hall of this hotel. Same place, similar products, but the time has changed. The previous E1 mobile phone press conference was at 3 p.m. on Sunday, but this time the G1 mobile phone press conference was changed to 5 p.m. on Thursday, and it was the first working day after the May Day holiday. This time was obviously specially designated by Pei Qian. The time of the press conference was previously set by Chang Yu, and Pei Qian did not ask about it. Now reflecting on it, it is a big problem. Sunday is a holiday after all, and there is too much traffic on the internet. As soon as the press conference was released, it immediately became popular on the Eli Island website, attracting widespread attention. Therefore, Pei Qian deliberately set the press conference for the G1 mobile phone at this very embarrassing time. First of all, this is the first working day after the May Day holiday. Everyone is on their first day at work, and they are probably in a low mood. The accumulated work during the holiday has made most people exhausted, and they probably have no mood to pay attention to the press conference. Secondly, 5 o'clock is neither too early nor too late. It should be earlier, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when office workers have just woken up from their naps and may be able to see some news about the press conference. It should be later, after 7 o'clock in the evening, when everyone is home from work and can take time to watch the press conference while eating. Set it at 5 o'clock, when everyone is eager to go home and start thinking about what to eat tonight, which will definitely minimize the impact of this press conference. The audience at this press conference is still mainly composed of colleagues from the technology media and loyal customers of Jingzhou. All of them are free tickets. Technology media from other cities will still cover the food and accommodation and round-trip travel expenses for the day. Anyway, where you can spend money, you will not save it. Pei Qian arrived at the venue a little earlier than last time, and then found a seat and sat down. Soothing and elegant music was playing at the scene, and the audience entered one after another and took their seats. Many colleagues from the technology media were seen holding cameras to take photos. The popularity seemed to be much higher than the previous E1 mobile phone launch conference. Pei Qian adhered to the principle of changing places after each shot. He sat in the corner of the venue at the last launch conference, but this time he sat in the middle front, about the 5th row. The scattered people in front were all reporters from various technology media and technology area video upmasters. Unlike the last E1 mobile phone launch conference, this time the big screen did not light up when the launch conference officially started, but had already lit up in advance. In addition to the countdown to the opening, there were also a few lines of text on it. Ode Technology Embrace the Future Exchange and Sharing Conference. The 4 words Ode Technology are followed by the logos of Tenda Group and Ode Technology, and the 4 words Embrace the Future are in a special artistic font, which is the most eye-catching. The whole picture looks simple and generous, and it also has a little bit of a sense of technology. Pei Qian didn't care too much. It's a press conference, so it doesn't matter what it's called. Many mobile phone manufacturers like to do something fancy at the press conference, and give some inexplicable names to highlight their style, such as multidimensional liquid cooling and heat dissipation frost cooling system, which is nothing more than adding a little graphite cooling. It sounds good, but the things are still the same, and they are more or less the same. Anyway, this press conference is to launch the G1 mobile phone, and the name will not affect the content of the press conference. The two people sitting in the row in front of Pei Qian should be from the same technology media. One is a little older and has been guiding the other younger guy to shoot. It should be a common old with new, bringing the company's newcomers to the press conference to visit and practice. The press conference hadn't officially started yet. After the two of them adjusted the equipment and took some photos of the scene, they had nothing to do and started chatting. I wonder what kind of activities Mr. Chang will bring to everyone today. I'm looking forward to it. Indeed, the lines in last year's press conference really amazed me. This is the first time I've seen a mobile phone press conference held in this way. It's really effective. It's just that the time is a bit awkward. Other companies hold press conferences on holidays or in the evening. Why did UTA Technology hold it at 5 p.m. on a weekday? Will it delay dinner? No, President Chang is very efficient in holding press conferences. Last time, he only spoke for an hour in total, and most of the time he talked about the shortcomings of the mobile phone. This time it is probably similar. It must be extremely condensed. It will definitely be finished before 7 o'clock, or even around 6 o'clock. Wait, I suddenly thought of a question. I saw news that President Chang seems to be no longer in charge of UTA Technology's mobile phone business. Then this press conference, won't he be replaced? That can't be possible? For this press conference, President Chang is indispensable. It won't be the same if he is replaced by someone else. Yes, President Chang's press conference once a year is simply the source of my happiness. Don't replace him. Listening to the discussion of the two people in front, Pei Qian couldn't help but laugh secretly. Are you still thinking about Mr. Chang? Your Mr. Chang is gone. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel proud of his wise decision. Fortunately, Chang Yu was arranged through the first elimination system. Otherwise, every time a new mobile phone launch conference was held, Chang Yu hadn't spoken yet, and the attention was already full. Wouldn't that be a big problem? Obviously, Chang Yu contributed to the awkward time of this launch conference and the high attention. Many people didn't come for the products of this launch conference, but to listen to Chang Yu's jokes. Most people's thoughts should be the same as these two buddies. Although they have heard that Chang Yu is no longer in charge of the mobile phone department, they are still looking forward to Chang Yu coming to this launch conference. They think that since Chang Yu is still in UTA Technology, he is probably promoted. He is changed from being only responsible for the mobile phone business to handing over the mobile phone business to his subordinates and taking charge of higher-level work himself. In this case, such an important launch conference should still be held by Chang Yu himself, right? After all, many people have linked UTA Technology with Chang Yu. If Chang Yu is not there, the effect of this launch conference will definitely be greatly reduced. It is conceivable that as soon as Jiang Yuan takes the stage today, the audience will be greatly disappointed and shout that they have been cheated. This press conference is doomed. Soon, the time is up. There was no warm-up video this time, but the original female voice that was popularizing the precautions to everyone was replaced by the voice of AEIS, reminding everyone that the press conference would only last for 1 hour, and asked everyone to mute their phones, try not to leave the seats, and go to receive small gifts after the press conference, etc. At the same time, it was also introduced that this press conference would be broadcast live on multiple live broadcast platforms, and there would also be a special live broadcast room on Rabbit Tail Live. Although the warm-up video was gone, the voice of AEIS was also a small surprise. At 5 o'clock, the lights were turned off, and the whole audience immediately burst into warm applause and cheers. Mr. Chang! Mr. Chang! Mr. Chang! Ah! Many people were already making a fuss, and the atmosphere was not like a press conference, but more like a crosstalk theater. Obviously, most of the audience had already determined in their hearts that the protagonist of the OTA Technology press conference was none other than Mr. Chang. However, when the speaker really came on stage, the audience was confused. Ah? Who is this? Where is Mr. Chang? Is it true that he has changed? We want Mr. Chang. The audience present were all well-mannered people. They didn't directly shout "RNM, return the money," but it was obvious from everyone's expressions and demeanor that everyone was quite disappointed. It's not that they were deceived. After all, the publicity before the press conference never said that the speaker was Chang Yu. This was all wishful thinking. However, Mr. Chang didn't come. What's good about this press conference? I can't hear the crosstalk anymore. The excitement of this press conference is going to be the end. Jiang Yuan was also a little embarrassed, but he had already anticipated the current situation, so he still finished his opening remarks in an orderly manner according to the script. I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. It's not Mr. Chang today. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Yuan, the new person in charge of OTA Technology. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for coming to OTA Technology's Embrace the Future Exchange and Sharing meeting in your busy schedule. On behalf of Mr. Pei, Mr. Chang and all colleagues of OTA Technology, I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone. At the same time, it has been a whole year since OTA Technology was founded. On behalf of Mr. Pei, Mr. Chang and all colleagues of OTA Technology, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to all the fans who support and love OTA Technology. The scene was thunderous with applause again. After all, most of the people who came this time were loyal fans of OTA Technology. The new person in charge expressed his gratitude to the fans on the stage, and everyone still had to support and respond. But the discussion between the two buddies in front of Pei Qian exposed the true thoughts of many audiences. It seems that this new person in charge is not bad, but he doesn't have the feeling of General Manager Chang. Indeed, he seems to be a little conservative when speaking, and he feels a little introverted and a little literary, and he can't mobilize the atmosphere on the spot. Compared with General Manager Chang, his eloquence is indeed a bit far behind. Let's wait and see. I guess we can't count on the jokes. I hope the content of the press conference will be interesting. Although the opening remarks were smooth and there was nothing wrong with them, as soon as Jiang Yuan opened his mouth, the audience immediately heard the difference in eloquence between him and Chang Yu. Although Chang Yu is also a serious technical person, he is very down-to-earth. When he stands on the stage, he looks a bit like a crosstalk actor. He is in control of the stage and the atmosphere is flexible. And that sense of humor is innate and very contagious. But Jiang Yuan doesn't have this temperament at all. He even makes people feel a little timid. His words make people feel a little unconfident. Not to mention making a scene, it's a bit difficult to mobilize the atmosphere normally. Those who were expecting Chang to make a scene were naturally disappointed. But as the old saying goes, since we are here, if the speaker is not good, we can only expect the content of this press conference to be more interesting. Chapter 1025 Real fans are already buying. The press conference continued. It can be seen that Jiang Yuan was still a little nervous, but he tried to adjust his emotions and speak in a slow and smooth tone as much as possible, so as not to give people a sense of haste and tension. But this also made the atmosphere of the entire press conference more dull, making people a little drowsy. The theme of today's press conference is the Embrace the Future Exchange and Sharing meeting. We will share several new technologies that will inevitably be adopted on a large scale by mainstream mobile phones in the future, including artificial intelligence technology, full-screen technology, underscreen fingerprint technology, 3D structured light face recognition technology, screen sound technology, 3D touch, fast charging technology. Jiang Yuan introduced all the new technologies in the mobile phone circle. Pei Qian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He felt that something seemed wrong. Because among the technologies introduced by Jiang Yuan, it seems that some technologies have not been adopted by the Auto G1 mobile phone. For example, 3D structured light face recognition requires a notch screen, because this technology requires several front cameras to be inserted into the front part of the phone, which is completely contrary to the front camera solution used by the G1 phone, and the two are almost impossible to coexist. However, Jiang Yuan still talked about this solution together with the pop-up camera solution and the underscreen fingerprint solution, and carefully analyzed the pros and cons of different solutions. The audience at the scene was drowsy at first and felt that it was not interesting, but gradually, many people really listened to it. Because when talking about these solutions, some assumptions were also made in the PPT, such as how a certain new technology will change people's current mobile phone usage habits after being applied to the mobile phone field. What changes will it bring to the appearance of the mobile phone? These contents are still very attractive to many enthusiasts who pay attention to the digital field and the development of mobile phones, because everyone is not a professional and usually has no access to this knowledge. Now it is good to hear these more trendy digital field knowledge, even if it is simply for popular science. But for ordinary audiences, this part of the content is quite torturous, because many ordinary audiences still care more about the practicality of mobile phones. Although these technologies are good, what's the use if they can't be used? Moreover, this press conference was called Exchange and Sharing Conference from the beginning. Jiang Yuan also talked about various new technologies at the beginning. These new technologies did not seem to have the possibility of mass production in the short term, which made the audience a little impatient. There was a buzz of discussion at the scene, and even the two tech media guys in front of Pei Qian were discussing among themselves. These contents are quite good, but only people like us who are keen on digital technology can listen to them, right? Indeed, it seems that other people are a little impatient. Everyone came to Mr. Chang's press conference, but there was no crosstalk to listen to, but not even a new product was released. When can these new technologies be commercialized? Indeed, it seems that there is no point in talking about these new technologies. Obviously, most of the people present were deeply confused like these two guys. Why did UTA Technology hold this press conference with great fanfare? What exactly are we here for? The key is that these new technologies are basically supply chain technologies, not self-developed by UTA Technology. Are you introducing them for others to attract investment? If everyone hadn't known in advance that the press conference would only last an hour, many people might have wanted to leave. I really can't stand it. Pei Qian was overjoyed to see the atmosphere at the press conference. Okay. Changing someone really works. If Chang Yu had been the one to hold this press conference, then maybe Chang Yu could have used his eloquence to add a few funny jokes when introducing these technologies, causing laughter at the scene. In this way, even if the content itself was relatively boring, it would have been able to capture the audience's attention for a long time. But Jiang Yuan didn't have such eloquence, and obviously didn't prepare jokes in advance. He just introduced the new technologies in a very routine way, which made people easily sleepy. But Pei Qian had a question. What about the mobile phone? Aren't they going to release the Auto G1 mobile phone? Why haven't they mentioned it yet? If Pei Qian hadn't known the real purpose of this press conference, he would probably have thought that this was a press conference for pure technology sharing like other passers-by at the scene. Soon, several key technologies were finally introduced. The patience of the audience at the scene was basically at its limit. Fortunately, the time was not too long, and most people still listened and had a certain understanding of these new technologies. The time was just right. Jiang Yuan had sensed the atmosphere of dissatisfaction at the scene and was a little panicked. Although this atmosphere was deliberately created, the depression of the atmosphere was obviously a bit beyond his expectations. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a familiar face in the fifth row. It was President Pei. President Pei smiled, and his face seemed full of trust and encouragement. Jiang Yuan suddenly became more confident. That's right, this is the routine arranged by President Pei. What is there to worry about? As long as we proceed step by step, we will definitely achieve the desired effect. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan pressed the remote control and continued. So, after understanding these new technologies in the field of mobile phones, we can predict the future form and development direction of mobile phones. As a mobile terminal, mobile phones will inevitably play an increasingly important role in our lives. The future mobile phone must be highly integrated and refined. It will carry all the functions we can think of, and will also serve as a window to show us as much information as possible. We often see similar scenes in movies. A sci-fi mobile phone is a piece of pure transparent glass, on which various information can be displayed intuitively, or a three-dimensional projection can be presented on this piece of glass, allowing us to interact with this information through gestures in three-dimensional space. Although these technologies are still too far away, we can also explore in this direction using existing technologies. And expanding the screen size as much as possible in the limited space on the front of the mobile phone so that it can present more information at the same time is obviously the direction of future efforts. Jiang Yuan briefly introduced the current full-screen solutions, including the special-shaped screen that will be used in the flagship product that Pineapple Mobile is developing, and other domestic mobile phone manufacturers are also studying their own full-screen solutions. Some ideas about the shape of mobile phone screens appeared on the big screen. Basically, they were all kinds of special-shaped screens. In short, there were missing pieces in various parts. Among them, there was a full screen without any gaps, which was very eye-catching. Jiang Yuan pressed the remote control, and this full screen without any gaps came to the main position of the page, and all other special-shaped screen mobile phones disappeared. Next, please allow me to introduce you to the latest mobile phone of auto technology, the Auto G1 mobile phone. This mobile phone adopts the most extreme and most radical full-screen design solution we have introduced before, the pop-up camera solution. With this solution, we have successfully increased the screen-to-body ratio of the mobile phone to more than 90%. In addition, we have equipped this mobile phone with underscreen fingerprint and fast-charging technology. Jiang Yuan's speech speed suddenly accelerated, and he quickly introduced all the advantages of the G1 mobile phone. After the previous preparation, everyone on the scene had a fairly deep understanding of technologies such as full screens, pop-up cameras, and underscreen fingerprints, so Jiang Yuan just piled up these terms, which was enough to cause a strong impact on the audience on the scene. Many people were obviously confused. What do you mean? New mobile phone? Isn't this a new technology exchange and sharing session? Why are you suddenly introducing mobile phones again? This phone looks so stunning, the entire front is a screen, it's so beautiful. These two physical buttons for playing games also look interesting. This should be a concept phone that can't be mass-produced, right? It's probably just for show. While the audience was still discussing, Jiang Yuan had already quickly entered the next stage. The advantages and disadvantages of these new technologies have been introduced in great detail before. Then the next step is the price. The Auto G1 mobile phone starts at $98.99, and the high-storage version is priced at $99.99. In addition, we have also launched a special customized version of Mission and Choice, priced at $10,199. This phone is exclusively optimized for a variety of Tenda mobile games, and the design of the double-shoulder keys can greatly improve your gaming experience. This phone includes the same full set of Tenda benefits as the E1. If you are an old customer of the E1 phone, you can also enjoy an exclusive trade-in plan. Because both the E1 and G1 phones include the Tenda benefits, old users do not need to purchase the Tenda benefits again when purchasing the phone, and can enjoy a 3,000 yuan discount. In addition, the E1 phone can be depreciated and recycled to further reduce your purchase cost. The new phone launch and price announcement came out almost at the same time, with only a few minutes between them. So many people at the scene hadn't reacted yet, and a series of numbers had already hit them in the face. Before, many people thought that this was a concept phone that couldn't be mass-produced, and was just for showing off the technology, but when the price was announced, these people were all stunned. This is not a concept phone, it has been mass-produced and released. Oh my god, this Mission and Choice Special Commemorative Edition is so cool. What's the matter with the price? The Special Commemorative Edition is only this expensive? The high storage version is only this expensive? Whoever buys the regular version is an idiot. Old users get a direct discount of 3,000? Very reasonable. After all, the Tenda benefits for old users are lifelong. It's not appropriate to buy again. But the impact is too strong. A mobile phone of about 10,000 yuan, old users get a direct discount of 3,000 yuan. If the original mobile phone is depreciated again, with the high value retention rate of the E1 mobile phone, even if it is depreciated by 3,000 yuan, you only need to pay more than 3,000 yuan to change to this cool mobile phone, which feels like a big profit. Indeed, this appearance is so recognizable, whether you use it yourself or give it to others, it feels very good. The press conference was instantly boiling. Before, Jiang Yuan had been talking about various new technologies and popularized the relevant solutions of full screen to everyone. Although most people were drowsy, they also had a basic understanding of these technologies, and no one expected that a mobile phone would be released now. They thought it would take at least half a year or a year. Unexpectedly, Auto Technology skipped the concept phone stage and sold mass-produced products. Although these technologies have many shortcomings, it is good to buy some of them. What else do you want? This sense of surprise instantly diluted the concerns about the defects of new technologies, making everyone eager to be guinea pigs and experience the charm of new technologies. Coupled with a series of benefits later, including unprecedented discounts for old users to buy phones, and multiple discounts for Tenda mobile games, everyone's ideas have been further strengthened. According to common sense, if other mobile phone manufacturers release a mobile phone with a price of up to 10,000 yuan, they will definitely be criticized. But OTTO Mobile released a mobile phone with a price of 10,000 yuan, but no one criticized it. Although most people still think it is expensive, many people think it is worth the money, which is the most outrageous. Many people at the scene did not even read the content of the press conference, and directly took out their mobile phones to find the purchase page of the Auto G1 mobile phone. While fake fans are still listening to the press conference, real fans are already shopping, because the E1 phone had very little stock before the launch, it was sold out in seconds before the launch. Therefore, true fans learn from their mistakes and know that the stock of this phone will probably not last until the launch, so they must act first. Seeing the audience suddenly become so excited from the dead, Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. He looked up at Jiang Yuan, and saw Jiang Yuan blinking his right eye at him, with an expression that said, "We worked together perfectly." Pei Qian was even more stunned. What's going on? Chapter 1026, The offline store was packed with people. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly changed from dead to extremely hot, which made Pei Qian completely confused. He couldn't accept the reality for a while and couldn't figure out how all this happened. Fortunately, there were two professionals in front of him. The interest of the two brothers in front was obviously aroused. The older brother directed his younger brother to grab the mobile phone while sighing, "Routine." The press conference of O2 Technology is really full of routines. To formulate different press conference strategies for different persons in charge, I wonder if this is Jiang Yuan's own idea, or Chang's idea? Or, is it Pei's idea? It's probably Pei's idea. I remember that Changyu also held some press conferences when he was in the original company, but the cross-dock talent seemed to be completely unactivated and nothing good was done. In other words, the press conference of these two mobile phones of O2 technology was probably secretly suggested by Pei, so it can have such a good effect. The younger brother lowered his head and operated on his mobile phone. Well, it makes sense. Hey. Got it. This time the stock seems to be much more than the last time. It's not difficult to grab, and there are still stocks now. But it may also be because there are fewer people paying attention online this time. After all, this was just a new technology exchange meeting before, and no one knew that there would be mobile phones for sale. But it looks like this: once the news gets out, it shouldn't last more than an hour. Hey, did you, Mr. Pei, give me a secret tip? This press conference is full of routines? What routines are there? Why didn't I feel it? The slightly older buddy said, didn't you notice? Compared with Changyu, the new person in charge, Jiang Yuan, has much worse preconditions. He is not good at speaking, and he definitely can't use Changyu's method to hold a press conference. But he made good use of his preconditions and created another style. Jiang Yuan gave Rao a feeling of being a little stage fright and not very confident. When he talked about new technologies, he was also serious and made people drowsy. But in this way, the psychological expectations of all the audience were particularly low. If Mr. Chung came to hold this press conference, everyone would be looking forward to his jokes, so when the mobile phone really came out, everyone would not be so sensational. So, this is to do different things at the press conference for different products and different persons in charge to maximize the audience's emotions. Not only that, the pricing strategy of this phone is also worth pondering. If I'm not mistaken, the stock of this phone should be mainly concentrated on the high storage version and the mission, revenge, customized version. The regular version only serves as a price anchor, making everyone feel that the high storage version and the customized version are particularly cost-effective, thereby pushing up the sales of these two versions. Compared with those mobile phone manufacturers who sell mobile phone memory for more than gold, it is simply a clear difference. They all make money in the same way, but those manufacturers make people feel disgusted. If you want to spend less money, buy the low storage version. If the storage is not enough, delete things. If you want a larger storage space, compared with the low storage version, you may spend hundreds of yuan more to buy only a few dozen GB, which is a loss. And UTA Technology's approach directly makes consumers not entangled. In fact, the price of the mobile phone may be the same, but consumers feel very comfortable. This is too smart. What's more, this mobile phone has exclusive optimization of Tenda mobile games. It has more space for playing GOG mobile games than other mobile phones, which makes it more attractive. This mobile phone, I'm afraid it will be more successful than the E1 mobile phone. Listening to the discussion of the two buddies in front, Pei Qian was dizzy. What the hell? How did it become Pei's idea? What does this have to do with me? Although Pei Qian listened intermittently and many of the methods in it made him feel inexplicable, he was sure that the press conference that he thought was foolproof had some unexpected problems. Out of control. Completely out of control. But it's not over yet. On the stage, Jiang Yuan introduced the price of the phone, the unique features of the customized version of Mission and Choice, and the game optimization that Tenda Mobile Games has made for the G1 phone. The press conference also entered the final stage. Regarding the stocking of the G1 mobile phone, this time. First of all, I solemnly declare to everyone that we, OTA Technology, have always been strict in cracking down on scalpers. This can be seen from the various regulations when the E1 mobile phone was released. When the E1 mobile phone was released, the supply was short because we were still a company at that time and did not have much funds for turnover, so we could only stock up in batches. Now our capital chain is much healthier, but because the G1 mobile phone uses a lot of new technologies, the pressure on the supply chain is relatively large, so we still cannot stock up on a large scale like other large manufacturers. If it is sold out, don't worry. We will seize the time to mass produce it like the previous yuan mobile phone, and strictly limit scalpers. As long as everyone waits patiently for a while, they will definitely get the mobile phone. In addition, we have also allocated a part of the share to our offline stores. Everyone is welcome to go to the offline stores, to experience the real machine and make an appointment to buy. The address and location of the store are on the big screen. Well, the above is all the content of this press conference. I would like to express my sincere thanks to everyone for coming again. Please exit in an orderly manner. You can receive free gifts at the entrance. After finishing all the talk, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did his job well. Although the new mobile phone launch conference only happens once a year and only lasts for 1 hour each time, for Jiang Yuan, this is obviously the most challenging part of his work. Fortunately, with President Pei's supervision, everything was finally passed safely. Although the launch conference was over, the enthusiasm of the crowd had obviously not subsided. Pei Qian was about to leave, but he stopped after hearing Jiang Yuan's last words and looked at the big screen in disbelief. There was the address and location of the store on it, which was obviously where Tenda was. President Pei set up a sales department and opened a new Tenda store in the mall. This was no secret within the company. yuan mobile phones were always on display in the store. These mobile phones were obviously given by UDA technology. Jiang Yuan knew that the location of the store was naturally very reasonable. After the G1 mobile phone was officially released, it was natural to put some prototypes in offline stores for customers to visit and experience. Everything seemed to be fine, but Pei Qian was like a bolt from the blue. No. Yuan, you must hold on. Pei Qian could no longer remain calm, and immediately left the press conference and rushed to the store where Tenda was. At the same time, Tenda and Zhuangdong were playing games in the store. Tenda was on the sofa outside, and Zhuangdong was in the experience area inside. They were playing different games, but their expressions were equally serious and focused. The key point was that there was really nothing to do except playing games. There was nothing to do in this mall even if you wanted to swat a fly or catch a mosquito. In fact, the store had a good flow of people in the first few days after it opened, and many people strayed into it, but basically nothing was sold. It was still the same reason: young people who were interested had basically bought the corresponding products online. Those who were not interested at first, after being persuaded to quit, basically had no intention of buying. Of course, there were also mavericks who had heard of the fully automatic intelligent lifting machine before, and now that they saw the real thing, they thought it was good and had to buy one. Tenda persuaded him for a while, but he refused to listen, so he had to sell it to him. But such people are still a minority after all. Although the store has broken the record of 0 sales, there is really no need to report to President Pei for just a few sporadic sales. If a customer comes once and finds that there is nothing good to buy, he will not come in again next time. In addition, today is the first working day after the holiday, so there are not many people in the entire shopping mall, which seems a bit deserted. There are even fewer customers in the store. So Tenda and Zhuangdong had nothing else to do. They could only play games seriously as Mr. Pei had told them, and try to open all the games in the store as soon as possible. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside. Tenda put down the controller and looked up, only to see 2 brothers from Nifeng Logistics pushing 2 large boxes with a cart to the door of the store. What is this? Tenda was puzzled. The brother said, "Oh, this is a new mobile phone from UDA Technology. We just shipped it from the warehouse. We put some samples in the store for customers to experience. Of course, some are in stock and can be sold directly." Tianmo nodded, helped the brother unload the goods, and then picked a few mobile phones as samples, and put all the remaining unopened mobile phones in the storage area inside. There were some samples on the counter before, but they were all yuan mobile phones. Tianmo only kept some of them, replaced all the other samples with new mobile phones, and then changed the price tags. Hey, this phone looks pretty good. Why is the screen so big? But it's really expensive. This one costs 10,000 yuan. It's incredible. I guess most people can't afford it. They have to wait for the rich to buy it. Tianmo played with it in his hand for a while, but didn't pay much attention to it. After all, the yuan phone had been on display in the store for so long, but none of them were sold. Recently, the store has been so quiet that Tianmo felt that even if it was displayed, not many people would come to see it. With such a high price, he didn't know when all of them would be sold. Tianmo sat back on the sofa and picked up the controller to play games again. After a while, footsteps were heard outside again. However, this time the footsteps seemed to be much more hurried. Tianmo was a little surprised. He turned around and saw two buddies coming to the door one after the other. After looking up and confirming the Tenda logo, he immediately said, "Boss, is there a new autophone here? Give me one." Customers are coming. Tianmo hurriedly stood up. The display machines are all on the counter. You can try them out before making a decision. The two buddies saw the display machines, but had no intention of playing with them. Instead, they urged, "No, pay now. Scan the code or swipe the card." Tianmo was shocked. So urgent? But no, this is not in line with our work purpose. Tianmo smiled very kindly. Please allow me to introduce the problems of this phone to you first. The two buddies finally couldn't stand it anymore. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, we will each get one. We have learned about the shortcomings very clearly at the press conference. Give us the phone. We want a customized version. Tianmo didn't know what to say for a moment. Although President Pei emphasized that he must tell customers about the shortcomings of the product, the customer has already reached this point. What else can a salesperson do? Tianmo had to take two unopened mobile phones, both of which were customized versions of Mission and Choice, and handed them over. The packaging of the customized version of Mission and Choice is a circle larger than the ordinary version, and the appearance is completely different, which is very recognizable. The two buddies were overjoyed and immediately swiped their cards to pay, and then left happily, as if they had found a treasure. Tianmo originally wanted to find a way to talk about the shortcomings of this mobile phone, but he just couldn't find a chance to speak. He shook his head and was about to sit down when a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside. "Boss, do you still have the G1 mobile phone? I want the customized version." If the customized version is not available, the high storage version is also fine. Tianmo was confused. At the beginning, he tried hard to go through the process, but these customers were obviously in a hurry and could not wait for him to complete the whole process. They just wanted to take the POS machine and start swiping. And they all had hostile expressions. "What? You, the store manager, asked me to think twice? I'll think twice. If the phone is sold out, will you take responsibility for it?" The first batch of Ruming wanted the customized version and the high storage version. Although the number of these two versions is more than the ordinary version, they were also sold out quickly. The customers who came later could only order the regular version, but soon, the regular version was also sold out. Tianmo didn't have time to say too much, and the customers had already rushed to buy the mobile phones. Every customer who got a new mobile phone was overjoyed, and had no intention of staying for too long, and turned around and left. There were also a few customers who came late and didn't buy it, and they were so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet, and insisted on buying the display machine on the table. Tianmo promised to give them priority when the next batch of mobile phones arrived, and finally persuaded them to stop. The customers behind lined up to register one by one, hoping to get it as soon as the goods were available. There were also customers who reluctantly went to the counter to play with the display machine after knowing that it was out of stock, but the more they played, the more they regretted it. Why didn't they come a few minutes earlier? Tianmo was making notes while feeling confused. How could the store that was previously deserted suddenly be surrounded by people? What happened? I didn't do anything?